Ning Xiaochuan said, "Why did the king of Tibet do this?" Yunji said, "Since the catastrophe of human life and death is coming, what is most needed in the catastrophe is all kinds of resources. The more resources we collect, the greater the chance of survival in the catastrophe. If you want to collect resources as quickly as possible, the best way is to rob the treasury of Tianshu Empire." However, most of the resources collected by the treasury of Tianshu Empire will be sent to Tiandi Mountain. Robbing the treasury of Tianshu Empire is equivalent to robbing the resources of Tiandi Mountain. If we provoke the strong of Tiandi Mountain, even the king of Tibet can't bear the anger of Tiandi Mountain. Therefore, we must cut off the connection between Tianshu Imperial City and Tiandi Mountain. Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath and said, "So it is." Yunji's words reminded Ning Xiaochuan instead. If there is a war between the Demon Clan and the Terran Clan, there will be a shortage of cultivation resources at that time, especially the mysterious medicine and Dan medicine for healing, the armor and array plate of defense type, and the mysterious weapon soldiers of attack type. The better you equip yourself, the greater the chance of life preservation. It seems that I also have to buy some mysterious drugs and array plates. Once the news is spread, the prices of various mysterious drugs and array plates will definitely soar, and then the world will be really in chaos. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. Yu Mingsong seemed to think of this, touched his chin and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, do you want to buy defensive armor? How many sets can I sell you?" "No." Ning Xiaochuan shook his head. Ning Xiaochuan already has Aoki Tiani, so naturally he doesn't need other armor. We must find someone to send the news that the Emperor of Tibet wants to rob the national treasury back to Tiandi Mountain immediately. Ning Xiaochuan rode. "No." Yu Mingsong said, "You also underestimate the imperial family of the Tianshu Empire. When the Emperor of the Tianshu Empire today is a 9 heavenly venerable, his cultivation is extremely strong. It is not so simple for the Tibetans to rob the treasury." Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "Be careful, there must be nothing wrong. Under the ground of Tianshu Imperial City, in a vein of the earth, there is a towering golden ancient hall. In front of the gate of the golden ancient hall, there were 18 monks in black robes, carrying mysterious weapons and swords, standing straight, just like 18 javelins. Tantua Dizong walked up the stairs, knelt on the stone platform in front of the golden ancient hall, and said, "Tantua has something important to ask to see the king of Xuanji." In the golden ancient hall, a thick voice came out, saying, "Tanto, I already know that your mission has failed." Tantua Dizong shivered all over, his eyes showed a look of fear, his hands propped up on the ground, kowtowed to the golden ancient hall, and said, "Lord Dharma has the magic power to predict the past and future, and he knows everything and can do anything. I hope Lord Dharma will spare his subordinates this time. The failure of this mission is really due to the wrong information. There is not only a young core disciple, but also a Shantian venerable with quite strong cultivation in the secret Taoist field of Tiandi Mountain. It is not difficult to kill the Shantian venerable with his cultivation. However, once fighting with him, it will certainly attract the attention of all major forces in the imperial city. If it affects the event of the Earth, Tibet Emperor, his subordinates will die forever." In the golden ancient hall, the voice sounded again and said, "Do you really think that you can kill that young Shantian venerable? Do you know his true identity? Please make it clear." Tantua Dizong rode. The voice in the golden ancient hall said, "There are only 2 young heroes with such cultivation in the young generation of Tiandi Mountain. One is the Emperor Prince, the holy son of Tiandi Mountain, and the other is Ning Xiaochuan, the spiritual son of Tiandi Mountain. That person can't be the Emperor Prince, so there's only one possibility left." Ning Xiaochuan. Tantua Dizong rode. The voice in the golden ancient hall said, "With your cultivation, you can't kill Ning Xiaochuan. This seat will send Baozhu Dizong to go with you. Be sure to take Ning Xiaochuan's head. If this mission fails again, even the Dharma King can't protect your life. Subordinate, yes. Tantua Dizong out again. Dada. A woman with a juju-bred hooded robe came out of the void, with only one left hand exposed outside the robe and a golden Buddha bead in her hand. On the surface of the Buddha beads, there are dense Sanskrit inscriptions, which are constantly flowing, emitting the brilliance of a Buddha lamp. The treasure jewel Earth Reserve is one of the 6 Earth Reserves. It was originally a dynasty princess of human civilization, with magnificent beauty, but that human civilization was broken by the army of the Tianshu Empire, and all the royal families were killed. Baozhu Dizong narrowly escaped his birthday, worshipped Buddhism, cut his hair, and became a nun. In order to revenge, he joined Dizong King's sect and vowed to overthrow the Tianshu Empire. Baozhu Dizong uncovered the hood on her head, revealing a delicate and peerless face. Her eyes were clear, her red lips were crystal clear, and her eyebrows were picturesque, but there was no hair on her head. She was as bright as jade, and she was an extremely beautiful nun. Seeing the face of Baozhu Dizong, I also had ripples with the cultivation of Tantua Dizong, and countless incense appeared in my mind. Gorgeous picture, I want to press her down on the Buddha platform and untie her monk's robe. However, Tantua Dizong immediately dismissed the idea and dared not continue to think about it. Because he knew that the cultivation of Baozhu Dizong was extremely terrible, and the means were ruthless. All men who wanted to sleep with her had been refined into the Buddha beads by her and became the soul of the Buddha beads. Every Sanskrit on the beads represents the life of a man. The red lips of Baozhu Dizong were thin, and his voice was like a clear spring in an empty valley. Tantua Dizong, we should go to find Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan holds 10 9-grade Xian weapons in his hands. After forming a sword array, it is quite powerful and its power is comparable to an inferior supreme weapon. Tantua Dizong rode. The treasured pearl said, it doesn't matter. The Buddha beads in my hand are enough to suppress all inferior supreme weapons. She put the hood back on, showing only a beautiful face, wearing a juju robe, wrapped in a concave convex exquisite body, and first flew out of the golden ancient hall. In Tianshu Imperial City, naturally, there are other disciples of Tiandi Mountain. Yu Mingsong, as a core disciple, issued an order to send 3 inner disciples of Tiandi Mountain to rush back to Tiandi Mountain with letterhead in 3 directions. At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan has found Jin Wuhui. Jin Wuhui is absolutely a top-level genius in the Jin nationality. The heroes who are mainly cultivated have now become the inner disciples of the Holy Land, and their status in the clan is naturally soaring. When Jin Wuhui saw Ning Xiaochuan in the street, he was also stunned and immediately stopped, thinking he was dazzled. Brother Jin, what's the matter with you? A young talent with strong cultivation inquired. There are as many as 10 young monks who follow Jin Wuhuan. All of them are famous heroes in the city of Tianshu Emperor, and come from noble families. Naturally, they will not pay attention to anyone. Ning Xiaochuan stopped in front of them and blocked their way. He immediately angered a young hero in white robes and scolded, unexpectedly blocking our way, don't you know that this is the young child of the Jin family in front of you, and don't kowtow and apologize quickly, or your family will be destroyed and killed. Oh. Who are you? Ning Xiaochuan rode. The white-robed boy said, I blinded your dog's eye. My son is the legitimate grandson of the king of Min nationality, Min Tianqiu. Jin Wuhui naturally knew that Ning Xiaochuan was strong, and he didn't dare to provoke him. He immediately stopped the white-robed young hero. Min Tianqiu, a young man in white robe, said, Brother Jin, there are people who dare to say hello to us in Tianshu Imperial City. Such people should be taught a lesson. Otherwise, where is the dignity of our ancient tribes? Jin Wuhuan's heart secretly complained, and immediately used his mind to transmit sound, secretly passing a word into the ears of the white-robed boy. After hearing this, Min Tianqiu's face changed wildly and said, he belongs to Tiandi Mountain. Jin Wuhui did not tell Min Tianqiu, Ning Xiaochuan's true identity. Just tell him that Ning Xiaochuan is the core disciple of Tiandi Mountain, and he has scared Fu Zhen Tianqiu to the ground. All the core disciples of Tiandi Mountain are extremely talented masters, who can sit on the same level with the king of the Min nationality, and are not comparable to the young children of the Min nationality. Min Tianqiu's face was very ugly. He immediately bowed down to Ning Xiaochuan, squeezed out an ugly smile and said, "Min has eyes and doesn't know the venerable, please don't blame the venerable." All the other talented heroes were in doubt. They guessed Ning Xiaochuan's identity in their hearts. How could they scare Min Tianqiu like this? Ning Xiaochuan smiled gently and said, "It's nothing big, don't take it to heart. I have an important thing to discuss with Jin Wuhuan. Jin Wuhuan, you arrange a place, and we'll talk about it in detail. Since it's the matter of the venerable, it's still up to Min to arrange it. We go to the Jiutian Pavilion. Today, I treat you, and no one is allowed to compete with me." Min Tianqiu intended to make amends to Ning Xiaochuan and offered to treat him. Ning Xiaochuan's identity was soon known by other young talents. Everyone was very shocked and surrounded him in the center, as if the stars were holding the moon. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to go to the Jiutian Pavilion at first, but he just wanted to ask the whereabouts of Jimia Magic Fire and left. However, now more than a dozen young talents surrounded him, and he couldn't ask Jin Wuhui alone, so he had to go to the Jiutian Pavilion with them. Jin Wuhui saw Yunji and Xiaohong following Ning Xiaochuan and said in a low voice, "Elder Marshal Brother Ning, my sister is in Tianshu Imperial City, and Grandpa will come back soon." "What do you mean?" Ning Xiaochuan said in a puzzled way. Jin Wuhuan coughed twice and said, "Your marriage to my sister was given by my grandfather himself, and everyone already knows it. If my sister knew that you were having an affair with other women and had a daughter, she would certainly kill their mother and daughter even if it was just for her own face." Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Yunji and Xiaohong, smiled, and said, "It doesn't matter. If your sister really comes, I will have a good talk with her about the marriage." Jiutian Pavilion is the most prosperous place in the Tianshu Imperial City, just like the Jiuchong Heavenly Palace, with Shancher walls and gold and jade columns, just like the Fairy Palace. Wine, food, and beauty are the three wonders of Jiutian Pavilion. Although there are countless young and beautiful women in Jiutian Pavilion, they are not ordinary youths. Lu prostitute Wan can be compared. Every woman has extremely high accomplishments, extraordinary talents, and high eyes. Unless she is a talented young hero, she can't get their favor at all. Legend, in the north. Every advanced civilization in Xinjiang has a Jiutian Pavilion. The Jiutian Pavilion in the city of Tianshu Emperor is only a sub-pavilion. The general pavilion of Jiutian Pavilion is a sacred land with a long history. Its power is quite huge, and it manages 3 advanced 5-level civilizations. It is located in the south of northern Xinjiang, close to Central Earth, and tens of millions of miles away from the Tianshu Empire. The arrival of Ning Xiaochuan, Jin Wuhui, and others was arranged on the 7th heaven, which fully showed the identity and status of these talented heroes in the city of Tianshu Emperor. The women cultivated by Jiutian Pavilion are indeed extraordinary. All of them are excellent in beauty and gentle in speech, and can even be compared with the proud women of Tiandi Mountain. 2 young girls sat on both sides of Ning Xiaochuan, their skin is fat, their eyes provocative, and kept toasting Ning Xiaochuan. Their names are Yunlan and Tianzhu. They have the cultivation of the first step of heaven ladder, and they contain powerful power in their bodies. In a sense, the women in Jiutian Pavilion are all heirs of the Holy Land, and their status is not lower than that of Jin Wuhui and Ning Xiaochuan. Their hearts are as thin as dust, and they know how to observe words and expressions. Naturally, they can see that Ning Xiaochuan is the real protagonist tonight. Therefore, they are very curious about the identity of Ning Xiaochuan, which is actually higher than the identity of those kings, grandchildren and nobles in Tianshu Imperial City. Jing Wuhui was most worried. If his sister knew that he would bring his brother-in-law to Jiutian Pavilion to drink flower wine, he would certainly pull a layer of skin off his body. After 3 rounds of drinking, Ning Xiaochuan said, "Have you heard of the Dizong King sect?" Hearing the words Dizong Wangzong, not only those talented heroes' faces changed greatly, but also the 2 young girls sitting on Ning Xiaochuan's thigh changed slightly. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the people's eyes and sighed in his heart that the Emperor Tibetans really had great power in the Tianshu Empire, which actually made the young masters of all ancient races so afraid. He added, "Not long ago, the Emperor of Tibet attacked a secret Taoist temple in the city of Tianshu Emperor in Tiandi Mountain. 14 external disciples died miserably in the hands of the evil people." What? The Emperor of Tibet dares to attack the Taoist temple of Tiandi Mountain? All those talented heroes were startled. Dizong Wangzong is the largest dark organization in the Tianshu Empire. However, everyone doesn't believe that Dizong Wangzong dares to fight against Tiandi Mountain. After all, Tiandi Mountain is a sacred land inheritance, with experts like Clouds and Deep Foundation. Not to mention the Dizong King sect. Even if the royal family of the Tianshu Empire dared to fight against Tiandi Mountain, it would be destroyed every minute. It is not difficult for Tiandi Mountain to support another emperor and rule the Tianshu Empire. Ning Xiaochuan said, if at ordinary times, the king of Tibet would not dare to be so arrogant. But if the world changes dramatically? Those talented heroes all know that Ning Xiaochuan's identity is very high, so it's normal for Ning Xiaochuan to know some secrets they don't know. Jing Wuhui said, "Elder Martial Brother Ning, what amazing secret do you know? Tell us all quickly." "Yes. Elder Martial Brother Ning, what great changes will happen in the world? Do you have any internal information?" Min Tianqiu personally helped Ning Xiaochuan fill a glass of wine and handed it to Ning Xiaochuan. If the world really changes, these ancient tribes must be prepared in advance, so that they don't know how to die. 2 young girls sitting in Ning Xiaochuan's arms, Yun Lan and Tianzhu, also immediately pricked up their ears and wanted to know what happened in the world. Ning Xiaochuan said mysteriously, "Have you ever heard of the Heavenly Dream Demon Emperor?" Hearing the name, everyone looked thoughtful. It was obvious that they were very strange to the name. Yun Lan, a young girl sitting on Ning Xiaochuan's left leg, brightened her eyes and said, "Tianming Demon Emperor, the first generation of Demon Emperor of Daongs, was once in existence that could compete with the Purple and Gold Emperor. It is said that she has been cultivated into a secondary god, but she has died for nearly 1,000,000 years. In the north, in Xinjiang, for hundreds of millions of years, there are less than 10 demons and human beings who have cultivated into secondary gods. Each of them is a famous existence, leaving countless legends. The taboo of Tianming Demon Emperor is naturally recorded in human classics." The young girl's reminder suddenly reminded the sitting genius Junjia that there was indeed a demon sub-god named Tianming Demon Emperor. It was only because it was too old that he didn't remember it at the first time. Jing Wuhuan was slightly moved and said, "Elder Martial Brother Ning, why did you suddenly mention the Tianming Demon Emperor?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "Because not long ago, Tianming Demon Emperor came back to life." Boom! Everyone's heart was shocked violently, and several people were startled to stand up. A demon sub-god is alive? Every time the demon clan gives birth to a secondary god, it is a great difficulty for the Terran. In history, human beings have suffered 3 catastrophes, all because the demon clan was born with a secondary god, which was almost to the north. The extinction of human beings in Xinjiang has brought disaster to the whole world. Ning Xiaochuan continued, after the Tianming Demon Emperor came to life, he immediately summoned the north. After the 9 demon emperors and 9 demons in Xinjiang, he issued a decree to drive mankind out of the north completely. Xinjiang, to destroy all human civilization. At that time all human monks will become blood food in the mouth of monsters and mysterious beasts. All ancient cities of the Tianshu Empire will become dead places, and all major gates and ancient tribes will also be destroyed. Those talented heroes and the female disciples of Jiu Dang Pavilion were all stunned. Everyone looked pale, could not calm down for a long time, and almost stopped breathing. After a long time, Jin Wuhuan asked, "Elder Martial Brother Ning, this matter is not trivial. Where did you learn it? Is the information accurate?" Other talented heroes and female disciples of Jiu Dang Pavilion also looked at Ning Xiaochuan. For a moment, they couldn't believe such a shocking thing. Ning Xiaochuan said, "I saw with my own eyes that the Tianming Demon Emperor presided over the Demon Emperor Memorial Ceremony, and tens of millions of human monks turned into sacrifices and bones. Can it be false? Besides, if the demon clan was not about to destroy human civilization, do you think the Tibetans dared to attack the disciples of Tiandi Mountain?" Everyone seemed to fall into an ice cellar, with cold sweat on their foreheads. Min Tianqiu immediately got up and said, "Thank you for telling us such important news. Min must leave first and report the matter to the clan king." Other talented heroes were also anxious and left one after another to spread the news back to the family and deal with the catastrophe in advance. The female disciples of Jiu Dang Pavilion also left in a hurry, apparently to report the matter to the top of Jiu Dang Pavilion. Yunlan and Tianzhu rushed to the outside of a magnificent pavilion, bowed gently, and said in unison, "Your Highness, your servant has something important to report. Come in." In the pavilion, a beautiful and ethereal sound came out. Yunlan and Tianzhu walked into the pavilion, knelt on one knee and bowed their heads tightly. Then, they repeated what Ning Xiaochuan had said. Voila! Behind the curtain, a huge jade bath was built. The water vapor was like fog, and the sound of women bathing came out. After a long time, the woman finished bathing and came out of the water mist. Her physique is beautiful, her skin is white and delicate, and her figure is graceful. Affected by her strong vitality, the mysterious gas in the air condenses into glittering petals, which curl around her and emit a faint fragrance. Her hands were thin. First, she wore a translucent white Buddha dress, which was embroidered with orchid marks, like lace. After wearing it behind you, you don't feel a trace of the holiness of the Buddha, but give people a feeling of extreme temptation. The saint of Jiu Dang Pavilion is in the Tianshu Empire, and she is still a nun. Then, she wrapped a wide jujube robe around her body, tied a belt, and put a hood on her head, revealing only a delicate and perfect fairy face, and said softly, "This matter has been known to me, so please step back." Yunlan and Tianzhu bowed down, and then retreated. Wow! A dark wind blew in, condensed into a man dressed in black scales and swords, holding a black ancient gun in his hand, and said in a deep voice, "Baozhu Dizong, Ning Xiaochuan is in Jiu Dang Pavilion, now get rid of him. Don't worry, since he has appeared in our sight, he can't escape. Wait for the right opportunity to fight again, so as not to disturb the masters of the three ancient families." 9 days Saint Faint Wei. Baozhu Dizong is not only one of the 6 treasures of Dizong Wangzong, but also the saint of Jiu Dang Pavilion, with a dual identity. Jin Wuhui was also going to rush back to the Jin nationality immediately, but he was left behind by Ning Xiaochuan. "I have something important to ask you." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Jin Wuhuan frowned and said, "What else is more important than the demon army?" "Of course." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Boom! Just then, there was a loud noise. The gate was split by a palm, and a tall beauty in a golden robe came in from the outside. Her long black hair was draped behind her. Her face was absolutely beautiful, her neck was slender, her chest and hips were full, and her waist was slender, giving people a noble and elegant temperament. Seeing the golden-robed beauty who broke in, Jin Wuhuan was startled and immediately jumped out of the window to escape. Still want to escape? A pair of beautiful eyes of Jin Ling stared at it, and two dazzling golden lights rushed out, blowing Jin Wuhui out and slamming him to the ground. Elder sister, listen to me. I didn't bring Elder Martial Brother Lanning to Jiutian Pavilion. It was all Fujian Tianqiu. It was he who insisted Elder Martial Brother Lanning come here to discuss big things. Jin Wuhuan got up from the ground and immediately explained to Jin Ling. Jin Ling waved his arm again and slapped Jin Wuhan out. Jin Ling's face was with a gentle smile, her eyebrows were slender, her eyelashes were soft and long, and her skin was as white as jade. Shi Ran walked to the opposite side of Ning Xiaochuan and said, Ning Xiaochuan, if you have anything, just ask me directly? Why do you ask him? Ning Xiaochuan sat steadily on the chair and calmly said, Miss Jin, I really have a very important thing to ask you. Wait a minute, let me ask you something first. Who is the woman behind you? Who is the little girl? Ning Xiaochuan, since Grandpa has married you and me, don't go too far. Jin Ling's eyes stared at Xiaohong and Yunji. Xiaohong just buried herself in eating the food on the table, picked up a piece of Shan beast's meat and stuffed it into her mouth, ignoring Jin Ling's eyes at all. Yunji felt the cold on Jin Ling, which made her very afraid. It is also the realm of heaven and man, but the cultivation of Jin Ling is much stronger than Yunji. Ning Xiaochuan said, Yunji is the emissary under the seat of Tongtua, the king of Tibet. I promised to protect her life. As for Xiaohong, she is not a human, but a real dragon cub. In fact, Xiaohong is a dragon cub. However, the dragon cub was a little too shocking and worldly, so Ning Xiaochuan said it was a real dragon cub. Real dragon cub. Jin Ling's eyes lit up. According to legend, once the real dragon cubs grow up, they can become real dragons and have real-life combat power. If there is a real dragon guarding the Jin clan, who can shake the supreme position of the Jin clan in the Tianshu Empire? Jin Ling immediately became interested in Xiaohong and said, Ning Xiaochuan, the real dragon cub is a kind of spirit of heaven and earth. How can you give it these things? At least give it a psychic medicine every month. I want to take the magic medicine. Xiaohong immediately raised her head and stared at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan rubbed his forehead. How expensive are the miraculous drugs for channeling? Except for the rich ancient people like the Jin family, who can take out one miraculous drug for channeling every month. Jin Ling immediately went to Xiaohong's side and said, Xiaohong, my sister is Ning Xiaochuan's fiancé, not an outsider. If you go to the Jin family with your sister, my sister promises to give you a miraculous medicine every month. Xiaohong's eyes became brighter and kept flashing, saying, I want to eat monsters. Of course. Jin Ling's smile is extremely pure and beautiful. Ning Xiaochuan didn't worry about Xiaohong being abducted by Jin Ling and said, Jin Ling, there is a very important thing I have to ask you. What is it? Jin Ling rode. Ning Xiaochuan said, about 1,000 years ago, a great demon named Night Return came out of the Tianshu Empire. It is said that this great demon was suppressed by the ancestors of the Jin family and died in the prison of the Jin family. Is this true? Return at night. Is that the devil who once used magic fire to burn 3 human civilizations? Jin Ling's face slightly coagulated and said, that demon head is bloody and murderous. He is the most terrifying evil man in the Tianshu Empire in the past 2,000 years. It is said that his cultivation has reached the realm of the 9 heavenly venerable. After his old death in the prison, he was buried in the tomb forest of heaven and man. Ning Xiaochuan's expression moved and said, where is the forest of heaven and man's tomb? Do you know the specific location of the tomb of the people who return at night? Jin Ling frowned slightly and said, why do you ask this? The forest of heaven and man's tomb is guarded by experts, so you can't break in casually. You don't have to worry about it. I have my own discretion. Just tell me the location of Tianren Tomb Forest. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes are very firm, and he must find the tomb of Yigui people. After ordinary people die, their flesh and blood rot within a year. Within 10 years, the fascia rotted. Within 100 years, there are only bones left. Within 1,000 years, bones turn gray. However, after the cultivation reaches heaven and man, the human body will be extraordinary and refined, with blood like gold and bones like spiritual iron. Even if it is buried in the earth for thousands of years, it will not completely decay. Moreover, even if heaven and man die, they are full of treasure. The blood of heaven and man can be used to refine medicine. The bones and skin hair of heaven and man can be used to forge tools. The Dao Yuan of heaven and man can also be used to refine pills to improve cultivation. Therefore, the tombs of the venerable gods of heaven and man, 10 rooms and 9 empty, were all stolen by the demon friars. The monks of all ancient tribes did not want their ancestors' bodies to be damaged, which would affect the family's fortunes, so they united to open up a forest of heavenly and human tombs, which was specially used to bury the ancestors of all dynasties. The remains of the 3 ancient families and the old ancestors of the royal family were also buried in the forest of heaven and man's tombs. However, the ancestral tombs of the Jin family are equipped with strong array power, and there are experts in the family guarding the tombs. Even if the demon friar sneaks into the forest of heaven and man's tombs, it is impossible to steal the remains of the ancestors of the Jin family and the treasures in the tombs. Under the leadership of Jin Ling, Jin Wuhui, Ning Xiaochuan, Yun Ji, and Xiao Hong came to the periphery of Tianren Tomb Forest together. At this moment, night fell, the wind was blowing, and the sky was very dark. From a distance, there are dense tombstones between the mountains, including huge ones as high as 10 feet and short ones. Some are built on the top of mountains and some on the banks of streams. When the bright moon rises, the bright moonlight falls like a silver yarn. In the tomb forest, blue columns of light rushed up and connected with the moonlight above the sky, forming a scene of lightning and thunder. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, "The forest of heaven and man's tombs seems a little restless." Jin Ling stood with a plump chest, outlined a charming arc, and said with a smile, "The aura of heaven and man is already very strong. Buried in the soil, it can even change the soil quality of the earth and form a spiritual soil. Moreover, the forest of heaven and man's tomb itself is a piece of ancient blood soil. Burying the remains of heaven and man in the ancient blood soil can make the remains of heaven and man survive longer. Besides, there are not only heaven and man, but also several real people buried in the forest of heaven and man's tomb. Therefore, the forest of heaven and man's tomb is full of yin. At night, many supernatural events will occur, and some people even see the real people come out of the tomb and absorb the essence of the moon essence." Jin Wuhui said, "This is too scary. If you feel afraid, it's too late to go back." Jin Ling gave Jin Wuhui a cold look. Jin Wuhuan immediately stood up straight and said, "I'm also the top master of the young generation. How can I be afraid?" An old man in a gray robe came out of the tomb forest, looked at Jin Ling, Ning Xiaochuan, and others, and said, "Heaven and man tomb forest, no entry." Although he was only glanced at by the old man in gray robe, he still made Ning Xiaochuan feel as if he had been shocked. The gray-robed old man is definitely a master. Jin Ling bowed to the gray-robed old man and said, "Jin Ling, the heir of the Jin family, came to worship the ancestors by the order of the elders of the family." Later, Jin Ling took out the token of the Jin family. The old man in gray robe glanced at the token in Jin Ling's hand, and his eyes became soft. However, he still couldn't bring his emotions, and said, "It's late, come back tomorrow." Jin Ling immediately added, "After calculation, the elders of the clan must worship tonight, because an old ancestor of the clan died tonight 1,000 years ago. Tonight's seashore is the millennium death of the old ancestor." The gray-robed old man meditated slightly, and then said, "Be careful yourself." After nightfall, the forest of heaven and man's tombs is very not peaceful, especially in recent days. It is the night of the full moon. If something happens, you'd better leave immediately. Thank you for your accommodation, elder. Jinling once again bowed to the old man in grey robe and took the lead in walking into the forest of heaven and man's tomb. When Ning Xiaochuan and others went to the tomb forest of heaven and man, Baozhu Dizong and Tantua Dizong also quietly followed. Tantua Dizang's mouth sent out a measured laughter, riding a wild lion demon beast, standing on a high mountain, overlooking the direction of heaven and man's tomb forest. He said, Ning Xiaochuan actually went to the heaven and man tomb forest. It's true that there is a way in heaven. He doesn't go. There is no door in hell. He broke in. Baozhu Dizong, the Yin Temple Dharma King should practice in the heaven and man tomb forest? Baozhu Dizong stood under the moonlight, dressed in a jujube robe, and his body exuded a faint blood like a ghost sneaking in hell. She raised her head slightly, and the moonlight fell on her cheek, making her skin reflect the full holy light, and said, "The Dharma King of the Yin Temple, with the help of the spirit of Yin and evil in the forest of the tomb of heaven and man, practices the ancient martial arts sutra. If he can't be disturbed, he'd better not be disturbed. Killing Ning Xiaochuan is our task." In the forest of celestial and human tombs, the Yin Qi is extremely prosperous, giving people a biting feeling of cold sweat. The ancestral tombs of the Jin nationality are built on the top of a towering mountain. That mountain, up to 3,000 feet high, is covered with tall and sturdy ancient trees. Between the cliffs, many tombs and tombstones are built. On the tombstone, there are many taboos of Jin ancestors. At the top of the mountain, a huge ancient tomb was built, piled with 10,000 kilograms of boulders, facing north and south, directly under the moonlight. Looking up, I saw moonlight clouds falling from the sky, which were absorbed by the ancient tombs, making the ancient tombs extremely bright and emitting bright brilliance. That's the tomb of our ancestors of the Jin family. All the fortunes of the Jin family are gathered in the ancestral tomb. Jinling said. Jin Wuhui said proudly, "Our ancestors of Jin clan have cultivated to the 6th realm of human beings, and have lived for more than 8,000 years. They are the strongest of our Jin clan since ancient times. If one day my cultivation can also reach the realm of human beings, I must walk around the holy kingdom of Demon Clan and behead a few animal kings." How awesome! Ning Xiaochuan's eyes narrowed slightly and said, "Something's wrong." "What's the matter?" Jinling asked. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the moonlight pouring from the sky, like a silver waterfall, and said solemnly, "I can't say, but I always feel that something is wrong with your ancestral tomb." "Shit. Ning Xiaochuan, don't think you're my brother-in-law, so you can talk nonsense. That's the ancestral tomb of our Jin family. Once you offend our ancestors, be careful that the spirits of our ancestors climb out of the tomb to settle accounts with you." Jin Wuhui rode. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "Don't worry about that first, take me to the tomb of Yegui people." Jinling said, "The tombs of Jin prisoners are not eligible to be buried on the holy mountain. They are all buried in the streams of the back mountain. When people return to the night and live, they reach the realm of the 9 heavenly venerable, which can be called the devil of the world. Among the prisoners suppressed by the Jin nationality, Yegui people are also the most powerful. Therefore, the tomb of Yegui people is much larger than that of other heavenly people. When I came to the back mountain, I saw the tomb of people returning at night." Just looking at the tomb, Ning Xiaochuan's face immediately changed and said, "The tomb is empty. How is it possible?" Jin Wuhui looked at Ning Xiaochuan with some suspicion and said, "The coffins that bury heaven and man are all forged with special black iron, and the coffins are engraved with array patterns. No matter how strong your mind is, it is impossible to see the scene inside the coffin. How do you judge that the tomb is empty?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "My Wadoksan palace is different from you. You can see things you can't see. The coffin of people returning at night is indeed an empty coffin." Jin Wuhuan glanced at Jin Ling and said, "Elder sister, do you believe him?" Jin Ling pressed her fingers on her temples, and her pupils turned blue, and her eyes turned gold, exerting the power of her divine eyes. Her eyes contain divine blood. The pupils are divine eyes. She put away her magic power, her face changed greatly, and said, "There are really no bones in the coffin. How could this happen?" Jin Wuhui could not believe Ning Xiaochuan's words, but he would certainly believe Jin Ling's words and said, "Did someone sneak into the forest of heaven and man's tombs and steal the bones of people who returned at night?" Jin Ling's face kept changing and said, "It's possible. After all, the power of the array is only to guard the tombs of the ancestors of the Jin family, not the tombs of sinners. Even if someone comes here and steals the bodies of Yigui people, it's very normal." Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "If you steal the bones of people who return tonight, why don't you steal the bones of other heaven and man?" Ning Xiaochuan walked forward for 2 steps, came to a black boulder, pointed to the black boulder below, and said, "You see, next to the tomb of returning people at night, is the tomb of a heaven and man venerable in the realm of God and heaven. Is the skeleton of God and heaven venerable also priceless? However, this tomb is still intact." Jin Ling showed a dignified look and said, "What do you mean? Do you doubt that the person who returned in the night climbed out of the tomb and walked away?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "It's not impossible." Jin Wuhuan was very frightened. If a demon man at the level of 9 heavenly venerable did not really die and ran away from the tomb, it would be quite terrible. 1,000 years ago, people who returned at night had been buried in tombs. If he had not died, where would he have gone in the past 1,000 years? Why have you never heard about him? I'll report to the tomb keeper of the Jin clan immediately. Knowing the seriousness of the situation, Jin Wuhuan immediately flew in the direction of the holy mountain. In addition to the gray-robed elders guarding the tomb forest of heaven and man, the ancestral tombs of the 3 ancient families, there are also strong people in the family who stayed to guard the tombs of their ancestors, but they all stayed in the array arranged by the real people and stood outside the holy mountain, and they couldn't see them at all. The tomb keeper of the Jin family, a sinful old man, has always lived on the holy mountain and guarded the tomb of the ancestors to make atonement. Not long after Jin Wuhuan left, a cold wind blew from a distance. The cold air in the wind condensed into a knife shape. Thousands of knife shadows, accompanied by the cold wind, rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan and others. The wind is like a fierce ghost roaring. Be careful. Ning Xiaochuan immediately propped up Yunxia's vitality, forming a huge spherical vitality cover, which wrapped everyone in Yunxia. The cold wind of those knives hit the clouds, and immediately broke into wisps of black smoke. When the cold wind blew, Ning Xiaochuan put away the clouds and haze, looked into the darkness, and said in a deep voice, "I found you following after me when I came out of the Jiutian pavilion. Don't you show up?" Ning Xiaochuan's mind is so strong that he has long been aware that Tantua Dizong and another master are following behind, just because Ning Xiaochuan is eager to find Jimia magic fire, so he doesn't pay attention to them. Ah! In the dark, there was a shrill scream. A gray body fell from the sky, fell in front of Ning Xiaochuan and others, and hit the ground. The gray-robed old man's heart inserted a 3-foot-long black ancient gun, his whole body twitched twice, and he was unwilling to die. The blood in his body flowed into the ancient gun and was absorbed by the black ancient gun. This gray-robed old man was the tomb keeper of the Heaven Man Tomb Forest. He was an expert at the peak of the Shanjing Heaven. However, he was nailed to death by a black ancient gun, and his blood was sucked dry. Boom! Boom! Tantua Dizong rode wild lions and monsters from a distance, trampled down the graves of heaven and man, and ghost fires flew out of the graves and suspended in the night sky, forming an extremely strange picture. Chi! Tantua Dizong pulled out the black ancient gun inserted in the heart of the gray-robed old man, showed a ferocious smile, and said, "Just a tomb keeper, unexpectedly dared to stop the pace of this seat. This is the end of ignorance. Your Highness Lingzi, what do you say?" Yunji, standing behind Ning Xiaochuan, was extremely afraid and trembled all over when she saw Tantua Dizong. Betraying the Tibetan king sect has never come to a good end. Tantua Dizong came personally, and Ning Xiaochuan couldn't protect her. She knew she was dead. "Don't be afraid. Since I promised to protect your life, I will not let you die in the hands of Tantua Dizong." Ning Xiaochuan seemed very calm, and did not feel afraid because of the arrival of Tantua Dizong. "Ning Xiaochuan, you are too confident. Do you really think you can protect her with your cultivation?" Tantua Hideki smiled coldly, his eyes were like electricity, stared at Yunji, and burst into a drink. "Yunji, you betrayed the Tibetan King Buddha and committed a monstrous crime, so don't kneel down in front of this seat quickly." The gas of hundreds of thousands of rules in Tantua's body, which was hidden in the ground, gushed out of his mouth at the same time, like a god lion roaring, shaking Yunji's 7 holes to bleed. His whole body softened, and knelt down on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes sank, condensed his vitality to his throat, and showed his innate magic power of heavenly thunder. A purple clock, more than 20 meters high, spits out from his mouth, rotates constantly, and makes a huge buzzing sound, which, like thunder, reverberates the lion's golden roar hidden in sandal. The wild lion demon beast hiding in Tantua ground was attacked by the sound waves sent by Ning Xiaochuan, and it was shocked and retreated constantly. Its 5 internal organs were all broken and its mouth was full of blood. Finally, it fell to the ground with bang. Tantua Dizong's whole body emitted black brilliance, flew upside down, fell on a stone tablet, stared at the dying wild lion monster on the ground, and spat coldly, "Useless thing." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Tantua Dizong, you're not the only one to come to the forest of heaven and man's tomb. What other masters don't show up immediately?" The voice of a beautiful woman sounded, echoed in the tomb forest, and looked particularly ethereal. "It is common sense to read. The heart breathes illusory dust. Look at all dharmas. Neither false nor true. Benefactor Ning, life is just a dream without reality. Since you have been in the world of mortals, why should you be greedy for the world of mortals? Let me take you away from this illusory world and go to that real world." A young nun in a jujube robe came from the tomb forest. Her body was wrapped in illusory smoke, but she outlined a graceful and beautiful shadow, which made people have infinite reverie. In her hand, she holds a golden Buddha bead, emitting bright Buddha light, just like holding a Buddha lamp, illuminating the road she walked before. Treasure trove. Yunji was even more frightened, but he didn't expect the real bodies of 2 Tibetans to arrive. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the treasure trove and could only see a beautiful virtual shadow, like the portrait of God and Buddha on the temple wall, full of sacred breath. However, the magic heart of the 7 orifices sensed that this jewel possession was more dangerous than the sandal possession, and was not as sacred as her appearance. "Excuse me, Dizong, where is the real world?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Baozhu Dizong slightly raised his head, under his hood, revealed his snow-white chin, opened and closed his red lips, and said, "The real world is in my hands." Ning Xiaochuan stared at the Buddha bead in Baozhu Dizong's hand, his eyes suddenly shrunk, and saw more than 6,000 Sanskrit flowing on the fist-sized golden Buddha bead. Every Sanskrit is the soul of a man. The spirits of more than 6,000 men were chanting sutras, emitting overlapping Buddhist sounds. Ning Xiaochuan naturally did not know what sutras they were reading. If Monk Tanqian was there, he should know. Baozhu Dizong said, "They are all reading the Sutra of Repentance. They are all guilty, some greedy, some selfish, some hypocritical, and all lecherous. Now, they enter the real world, which is also a kind of repentance." Ning Xiaochuan snorted coldly and said, "Why do you say so noble when you extract the soul of a living person and refine it into a supreme weapon?" Ning Xiaochuan himself will also use the magic sword to absorb the blood of other monks and improve his accomplishments. This is the devil's way. Ning Xiaochuan never gives himself a high-sounding reason, and never thinks he is a good man. I'm a demon. What can you do to me? Why talk so much nonsense with that boy? Get rid of him now. With a cold hum, Tantua Dizong took off and stabbed Ning Xiaochuan with a gun. The king of Xuanji said that he could not kill Ning Xiaochuan. Tantua Dizong was naturally dissatisfied and wanted to kill Ning Xiaochuan himself to prove himself. Can't you kill a young monk with the cultivation of the fifth realm of heaven and man, the life realm of heaven? Boom! Ning Xiaochuan summoned out 10 Xuanqi war swords, condensed into a sword array of killing gods, arranged together, fired 10 swords at the same time, and beheaded at Tantua Dizong. Bang, bang. Tantua Dizong was forced to retreat 10 steps, leaving 10 sword marks on his armor. The armor on his body, with the blessing of the king of Xuanji, can withstand the full force of the friars in the realm of God. 10 9-grade Xuanqi level war swords only left 10 sword marks on the armor, and did not break the armor. Good boy, he is worthy of being the spirit son of Tiandi Mountain. His combat power is far beyond that of monks in the same realm. He can actually compete with this place. Is it really against the sky? Tantua Dizong stuck the black ancient gun on the ground, slapped his hands on the ground, and let out a loud roar in his mouth. The ground is covered with black ons. The whole earth was uncovered by him, like the earth turned upside down, weighing tens of thousands of kilograms of earth, crashing down towards Ning Xiaochuan, trying to bury Ning Xiaochuan alive under the ground. 10 9-grade Xuanqi level war swords were split out, breaking the magic power hidden in the Tanda ground, and the earth was torn. Ning Xiaochuan rushed up and slapped on the chest of Tantua Dizong. Bang! The armor on Tantuodi's hide sent out circles of magic light, which offset the power of Ning Xiaochuan's palm print. A huge force surged out of his body and shook back towards Ning Xiaochuan. The two forces collided together, and both of them retreated back at the same time. What a strong defense! Ning Xiaochuan didn't believe that he really couldn't break the armor on Sandal's hiding place, and called out the magic sword. 17,999 rules of destruction poured out of the sword body, like thousands of blood veins, wrapping the sword body. Wow! The sword light flashed, and a piece of armor was cut off from Sandal's hiding place. Tantua Dizong's mouth spits out a black light column, and the light scatters in all directions, forming a magic gas-filled space with a radius of 500 meters. The black light column turned into a sharp spear, and with an extremely cold force, it stabbed at Ning Xiaochuan. Break it! Ning Xiaochuan's legs are slightly separated, the tiger waist sinks, and his hands hold the magic sword. A sword cut down, cut out a towering sword. The world-destroying sword gas cut through the space of the magic gas field, flew over the neck of Tantua Dizong, tore the armor open, and almost cut off the head of Tantua Dizong. Tantua Dizong was shocked and sweated all over. He immediately performed the birth method, flew up, suspended in the void, and said, "Baozhu Dizong, if you don't do it, when will you wait?" The nun standing in the boundless fog, her two red lips slightly opened, spit out a Sanskrit, and the golden Buddha beads in her hands immediately flew out of her hands, emitting a dazzling golden glow, like a scorching sun rising slowly. This is a top inferior supreme. When the spirit woke up, a powerful supreme force was aroused, with the potential to sweep the world. The cultivation of Baozhu Dizong is obviously above that of Tantua Dizong, and it holds a top-notch inferior supreme weapon. Xiaohong! Ning Xiaochuan shouted. The idea of Xiaohong Ming by Ning Xiaochuan immediately turned into a red fog, flew to Ning Xiaochuan, and fused with Ning Xiaochuan. Hua hua! The dragon vein in Ning Xiaochuan Wudoxin Palace was activated, and a thick dragon qi gushed out of his body. Wisps of dragon qi turned into red dragon virtual shadow, just like tens of thousands of dragons flying around Ning Xiaochuan. A red armor appeared on Ning Xiaochuan's body, wrapped him all over, and a pair of 12-meter-long dragon wings grew on his back, with a huge red war sword in his hand. Roar! Behind Ning Xiaochuan, a huge dragon head stretched out, and flames were emitting on every scale. The two dragon eyes, like two huge fireballs, sent out a dragon sing that rang through the sky. Everyone was stunned by this accident and felt the dragon chi wave emanating from Ning Xiaochuan's body. Fighting Dragon Envoy. Baozhu Dizong suddenly raised his head and stared at Ning Xiaochuan, revealing a pair of glittering and translucent beautiful eyes, with a surprised look. She is the saint of Jiutian Pavilion. Naturally, she knows the legend of Fighting Dragon Envoy, and her heart is extremely shocked. Ning Xiaochuan was accompanied by a dragon cub. At the moment, Jinling was also very surprised, her beautiful eyes were shining, and her heart was sad. What a Ning Xiaochuan, who was clearly a dragon cub, actually told me that it was a real dragon cub. It's even more impossible for her to let Ning Xiaochuan leave. As her fiancé, a battle dragon envoy made a lot of money. If you let the elders in the clan know, who else would object to this marriage? Ning Xiaochuan's dragon wings on his back were fully unfolded and took off, involving both Tantua and Baozhu in the battle circle, and fighting with two masters of Ming Jingxian at the same time. Tantua Dizong and Baozhu Dizong joined hands to break their vitality into the Buddha beads of all beings, awaken the 6,999 souls in the Buddha beads, fly out of the Buddha beads, and kill Ning Xiaochuan like a ghost general. The whole forest of celestial tombs became gloomy, and the sound of Buddha and ghost roared at the same time, shattering many tombstones and turning them into stone powder. Ning Xiaochuan holds the red dragon war sword in his hand, and there are 10 9-grade metaphysical level concrete magic swords flying around his body. In the void, there are all sword shadows, as if a peerless sword god was born. Who? That red giant dragon spits out a god-extinguished dragon fire in its mouth, and rushes towards the Tantua underground store and the Baozhu underground store, making the whole Tianren cemetery burn. God extinguishes the dragon fire, which is the most terrifying dragon fire. Only the dragon cubs can cultivate it and have the power to burn the sky and boil the sea. This ancient blood soil was burned by the god-extinguished dragon fire and turned into streams of magma. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan cut down with a sword and cut out 9 red dragons, each of which is more than 70 meters long and contains strong sword power. The Buddha beads of all living beings were shaken, and thousands of souls were broken into Sanskrit and fell back to the Buddha beads. Dash! Tantua Dizong uttered a scream and vomited a mouthful of blood. The cultivation of Baozhu Dizong is on the Sandal Dizong, which dissolves the power of the sword qi. However, the juju bread hood on the head is blown away, revealing an absolutely beautiful face. It is as white as jade, with dark eyebrows and slender eyelashes, giving people a feeling of incomparable beauty. It's not like a holy nun, but more like a seductive sexy witch. After merging with Xiaohong, Ning Xiaochuan's combat power has not only climbed a level. Even if the two strong men in the realm of fate work together, they are not his opponents. Boy! Grandpa fought with you today. Dizong subdues the devil. Tantua Dizong clenched his teeth and performed a kind of forbidden technique. His eyes turned red, his body kept expanding, and his blood vessels protruded from his flesh and blood. The body has become 7 meters high, every piece of flesh and blood is like copper and iron smelting, and every hair is like a steel needle. This kind of forbidden technique can greatly improve the combat power of Tantua Dizong in half an hour, but it has great side effects. If you don't pay attention to it, it may even fall. Ding ding. Treasure Trove took out a long white silk with 99 copper bells hanging on it. Bai Ling flew out of her hand, just like a white river, winding towards Ning Xiaochuan. The copper bell on the white silk sent out one after another, affecting Ning Xiaochuan's mind. It is also a supreme weapon, and it specially attacks the monk's mind. When the strong fight, once their minds are disturbed, only 50% or 60% of their combat power can be sent out. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan's dragon wings found on his back and rushed out of the white silk. His mind was not affected at all, and he cut down with a sword towards Jiu Dang. Shua shua. Thousands of sword qi, accompanied by Ning Xiaochuan's sword, rushed to the top of Jiu Dang. Jiu Dang was not in a panic. He beat out the Buddha beads of all living beings, emitting dazzling golden light and smashing all the sword qi. Ning Xiaochuan, take my punch. Tantua Dizang sent out a roar, ejected from the ground, and punched Ning Xiaochuan. This is a pure power attack, but it is very strong, like a punch that can break the mountains. After the forbidden art was cast, the strength of Tanto Hideki increased sharply, just like a human Tyrannosaurus rex. Ning Xiaochuan stretched out his left hand, the palm of which was covered by red dragon scales, and punched Tantua Dizang. Bang! It was like two mountains colliding, and the Xianqi shook, dispersing the clouds over the forest of heaven and man's tombs. Bang! Bang! The two men attacked each other madly, constantly bombarding each other, without using any fancy magical powers and Taoist methods, and fought purely physically. In an instant, he hit dozens of moves. Tantua's blood vessels were exploded, and he kept coughing up blood in his mouth. Even if he performed the forbidden art, he was still defeated by Ning Xiaochuan, and he kept retreating. Fighting Dragon Emissary, but the legendary existence is called the Messenger of the Dragon, and its combat power is invincible. Don't mention being king in the same realm. Even if you compete with people across 2 realms in a row, you can beat your opponent without fighting back. Roar! The huge dragon head stretched out from Ning Xiaochuan's back, and 2 flashes of lightning shot out of a pair of red eyes, flying Tanto Dizang out, leaving 2 blood holes the size of a bull on his body. The forbidden technique of Tantua Dizang has been broken by Ning Xiaochuan, lying on the ground dying, staring at the man wearing red dragon armor in great fear. How? How can it be so powerful? Poof! Ning Xiaochuan chopped down with a sword, beheaded the head of Tantua Dizang, and a large amount of blood gushed from his neck. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Jiu Dang and said, "Are you fighting or descending?" The fighting dragon envoy really deserves his reputation, and his combat power is far from being comparable to that of monks in the same realm. However, Ning Xiaochuan, do you think you can kill me by killing Tantua Dizang? Jiu Dang stands on the tomb hill, holding Buddha beads in his hands, wrapped in white silk around his waist, and has a sacred and inviolable beautiful face. Don't you know if you try? Ning Xiaochuan cut gold and cut iron. Even the beauty of Jiu Dang can't affect Ning Xiaochuan's will. Jiu Dang didn't plan to continue fighting with Ning Xiaochuan after seeing that Ning Xiaochuan was the dragon envoy of fighting. However, Ning Xiaochuan has dragon wings on his back and has the speed of a dragon cub. It is not easy to get out of front of him. 6 Samsara. Jiu Dang's hands are bound, and the position of her heart emits 6 radiances, as if 6 worlds were flying out of her body. In every world, there is a supreme weapon, and Buddha beads and white silk also fly into 2 of the halo worlds. 6 supreme pieces. The 6 world spaces are constantly rotating, heading for Ning Xiaochuan. The constitution of Jiu Dang is quite strong. The Heart Palace of Martial Arts contains 6 worlds, and 6 inferior supreme weapons are refined into the 6 worlds, becoming her figurative magic. Although it is also the cultivation of Mingjingxian, the natural constitution of Jiu Dang is much stronger than that of Tantua Dizang, and its combat power is more than 10 times that of Tantua Dizang. Even Ning Xiaochuan was slightly surprised. It's hard to meet in 10,000 years, and the 6 Samsara Heart Palace. Jiu Dang actually cultivated a rare talent constitution, and also has an extremely powerful 6-cycle Heart Palace. The 9 realms of heaven and man will be announced again, the initial realm, the middle realm, the upper realm, the Xian realm, the life realm, the 10,000 realm, the divine realm, the boundless realm, and the outer heaven. Today, I was going to return all the updates I owed in the previous 2 days, so I spent 2 chapters in the early morning. However, something happened at home. I broke up with my girlfriend who played for 2 years. I was in a low mood, so there was no code word. In the evening, I bit my teeth and reluctantly wrote a chapter, mainly trying to explain to my book friend. 2 chapters a day from tomorrow. Sorry. 6 unreal worlds, suspended in the sky, keep rotating, forming a huge vortex. In every world, there is an inferior supreme weapon, emitting 6 powerful forces. The 6 supreme instruments all woke up, and 6 virtual shadows emerged, including the virtual shadow of gods, the virtual shadow of Buddha, the virtual shadow of ghosts and animals, the virtual shadow of Shura, the virtual shadow of mortals, and the virtual shadow of Tianmu. The 6 worlds fell from the sky and rolled Ning Xiaochuan up. Ning Xiaochuan's mark of the god appeared in the middle of his eyebrows. In a moment, the whole cemetery seemed to become day. A light shuttle flew out of the center of the eyebrow and bombarded the 6 reincarnation world. The 6 reincarnations and the mark of heaven are the symbols of the 2 great figures in the era of apotheosis, representing 2 supreme powers. In the era of apotheosis, those 2 great men were close rivals. Unexpectedly, after hundreds of millions of years, the duel between the 2 gods was staged again. Jiu Dang is really amazing. He even refined the 6 supreme tools into the 6 samsara and turned them into his own concrete magic power, making the power of the 6 samsara more powerful. However, Ning Xiaochuan also has the power to destroy the world and the divine dragon cub, fighting up and down with the 6 samsara, shuttling between the 6 illusory worlds, sometimes turning into a human form, sometimes changing into a red dragon, sometimes turning into a demon body. Is it really just 2 young monks fighting? On the holy mountain of the ancestral tombs of the Jin nationality, stood a bent old man, dressed in ragged gold robes, looking down at the battle at the foot of the mountain. He is the tomb keeper of the Jin clan's ancestral tomb. Grandpa, that man in red armor is my sister's fiancé. His talent is quite amazing. Now he is the Lingzi of Tiandi Mountain. Jin Wuhuan stood beside the old man guarding the tomb and said respectfully. In fact, Jin Wuhui didn't know how to call the tomb guarding old man. Because the seniority of the tomb guarding old man is so high that no one knows how many years he has been guarding in front of his ancestors' graves. Jin Wuhui's grandfather's grandfather saw the old man guarding the tomb when he was a child. He was guarding the tomb of his ancestors. It can be said that he was definitely a highly senior of the Jin nationality. Therefore, Jin Wuhui called the old man guarding the tomb his grandfather. It's more than amazing talent. It's unheard of and unheard of. The Jin family can recruit him as a son-in-law, which is enough to make the Jin family strong for thousands of years. The old man guarding the tomb added, that little nun is also very powerful. It's amazing to have 6 reincarnation heart palaces and refined 6 supreme tools as figurative magical powers at the same time. Has a glorious era really come? The old man guarding the tomb was as thin as firewood, his white hair on his head became very thin, and his teeth were about to fall out of his mouth. However, a pair of eyes exuded bright light, and his body seemed to contain a divine furnace, which could destroy the sky and earth at any time. Boom! The forest of celestial and human tombs turned into a sea of fire. God extinguished the dragon fire and spread to the distance, burning the blood soil into magma. The power of the 6 supreme weapons made huge holes in the ground. The largest pit, more than 60 meters deep, seemed to turn into a valley and blow up the ancient coffins buried under the ground. Jiu Dang became more and more frightened during the Vietnam War. He was a talent hard to meet in 10,000 years, and he also had 6 reincarnation heart palace. Such a physique can be called rare in the world. It is absolutely not an exaggeration to say that she is a young god. If in the same realm, Ning Xiaochuan can compete with her with the power of the dragon cub, she can understand. However, Ning Xiaochuan is 2 levels lower than her, and can even compete with her. Who can compare with such a strong qualification in the world today? Just when Ning Xiaochuan and Bao Dizang were fighting, the cemetery of heaven and man slowly cracked, and strands of black evil spirit rushed out of the cracks. Boom! The crack is only as wide as a palm at first, and then it expands to 1 meter wide and 2 meters wide. At first, Ning Xiaochuan thought it was because he and Bao Dizang had too strong fighting spirit, which cracked the earth. However, when the crack reached more than 50 meters wide, Ning Xiaochuan and Bao Dizang stopped fighting at the same time and retreated in 2 directions. That crack, which has been hundreds of miles long, has torn the whole forest of Tianren tombs, almost in 2. The bottom of the crack was shrouded in black magic smoke, and a strange roar came out, like from the mouth of people or from the mouth of ghosts. My God! What happened? Jinling looked at the crack in the distance and was shocked. How powerful is it to tear apart hundreds of miles of vast cemeteries of heaven and man? Ning Xiaochuan was thoughtful and looked up. A bright full moon hung in the middle of the sky, and strands of bright moonlight flew down from the sky, fell into the ground, and turned into a moonlight waterfall. Wow! A lead black magic cloud, flying out of the ground, suspended under the moonlight, is absorbing the power of the moonlight. In that magic cloud, there stood a man in black covered with yin qi, holding his hands slightly, not only absorbing the brilliance of the moon, but also absorbing the wisps of yin qi from the ground into his body. Hua hua! Tianren, who was originally buried in the tomb, climbed out of the coffin and stood on both sides of the ground crack. These heavenly and human venerable beings have been dead for many years. Some of them were once the ancient kings of the powerful side, and some were the patriarchs of the sect. Their robes have rotted. However, their bodies were still intact, and a light layer of moonlight flowed on their bodies. The man in black inhaled deeply. The corpse gas of those ancient corpses of heaven and man escaped from the pores and rushed towards the people in black. The corpse of the ancient corpse of heaven and man became more and more shriveled, and the corpse gas was completely lost. It fell to the ground and turned into a piece of blood sand, not even a hair left. Jing Wuhuan was so scared that he shivered all over and stammered, Is he really human? It's a man. He's the devil who escaped from the tomb returning at night. The old man guarding the tomb stared at the man in black who was suspended in the magic cloud. His eyebrows frowned and his arms shook. A fine light flew out of his sleeve and flew towards the people returning to the night. It was a cyan spell, carved from an ancient jade the size of a palm, which was specially used to suppress the ancient corpse of corpse transformation. Bang! The man in black burst out a wild laugh, broke the blue spell, and shouted at the top of the Jin Holy Mountain, "This seed is not an ancient corpse, but a real demon. Your blue light spell can't accept me." At the top of the holy mountain, the cold wind is rustling. The tomb-guarding old man stood there with a hunched back and said coldly, "Return at night, as early as 1,000 years ago, you have died. Even if you have practiced the ancient evil sutra, Corpse Nirvana Sutra, you can absorb the corpse gas of heaven and human bones to continue your life, but also just make yourself become neither human nor ghost. Instead of living in such pain, why don't you choose to follow the laws of nature and bury yourself in this cemetery? Haha. I will soon be able to absorb enough corpse qi to suppress the disease of the body. At that time, the Jin clan will be destroyed." The man in black made a hoarse laugh. The old man guarding the tomb said, "Do you dare to take off the black cloth on your face? Let's see what the hell you look like now. Little old man, let this seed absorb your whole body blood and repair it into a body of a real corpse. You must see enough." The man in black cut in the direction of the holy mountain of the Jin clan with a hand knife. The thick demon gas turned into a river of knives dozens of miles long, with strong and destructive power. Countless ghosts of heaven and man venerable beings shuttle through the knife river, making a deafening roar. The old man guarding the tomb beat out a warhammer, which became as huge as a mountain, and was wrapped by lightning, emitting extreme strength. Medium-grade supreme wear. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was slightly surprised. Shake the emperor's hammer. Jinling also stared at a pair of beautiful eyes, staring at the hammer above the sky, and said, "Is the tomb-guarding old man actually the legendary ancestor?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "This ancestor of your Jin clan is very strong, and has at least reached the realm of the 9 heavenly venerable. Such a strong person is even willing to guard the tomb here?" Jinling shook his head and said, "If I'm not wrong, the old man guarding the tomb is the king of the Jin family 600 years ago, named Jin Xiaotian. However, he made a big mistake at that time and offended a big man in the ghost family. Because of this matter, the only real ancestor of the Jin family died in the hands of a real person in the ghost family at that time. After this, Jin Badian disappeared. Everyone thought that he had died in the hands of real people of the ghost family, but no one thought that he actually came to the tomb of his ancestors to guard the tomb. If I hadn't seen the emperor's shaking hammer, I'm afraid I would never have guessed that the old man guarding the tomb was him. The Jin clan is indeed very powerful and has a deep foundation. However, compared with the ancient aristocratic family ghost-raising family, the Jin clan is too different. You know, the ancestor of the ghost family once had a secondary god, which is much stronger than the foundation of Tiandi Mountain. How can a person who returns to the night live until now without dying? Has he reached the realm of human beings? Jinling was a little worried. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "It's not so easy to cultivate to the realm of real people. His ability to live to the present should be related to the Sutra of Necromancy, said by Jin Badian, absorbing the corpse gas of the ancient corpses of heaven and man, and renewing his life for himself. By calculation, if Yegui people are still alive, they are now close to 2,000 years old. After 2,000 years of accumulation, even if they have not reached the realm of real people, I'm afraid their combat power is no weaker than that of real people. He is the Dharma king of the Yin temple of the king of Tibet." Yunji stood behind, staring at the black-robed man in the magic cloud with great fear, and her delicate body was trembling. "Is the knight return a person of the king clan of Tibet?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yunji nodded and said, "There are 2 Dharma kings in the Dizang king sect, the Xuanji Dharma king and the Yin temple Dharma king, both of whom are people who are all powerful in cultivation. I have seen the Yin temple Dharma king once, and I am very familiar with his breath. Dizang Wangzong unexpectedly has such a powerful master as Yigui Ren." Ning Xiaochuan had to admit that he had underestimated the strength of the Dizang Emperor sect before. This is an earth-shaking battle, which is beyond ordinary people's understanding. Any move of magic power has the power to break the sky and the earth. Above the sky, there was a raging magic fire, showing a dark purple. Tianren Tomb Forest is a piece of ancient blood soil, showing a dark red. The colors of heaven and earth are abnormal, which makes people suspect that they are in the underworld. Night returnees and tomb watchers are old-fashioned. Every time they make a move, they will emit a surge of power, making Baozhu Dizang, Ning Xiaochuan, and others feel breathless. The fingers of those who returned in the night pointed inward, and the coffins buried in the blood and earth broke through the earth and flew out one after another. There are 360 coffins, containing 360 bones of heaven and man. Guided by the power of Yigui people, 360 bones of heavenly beings flew out of the coffin, just like heavenly soldiers and generals, spitting out 360 pillars of light into the body of Yigui people. He borrowed the power of the dead to break the array arranged by the ancestors of the Jin family outside the holy mountain. Only by breaking the array can we have a chance to kill the tomb keeper. Wow! With his arms outstretched, the old man guarding the tomb flew out of the huge ancestral tomb behind him, and condensed into his palms, to form a ball of light. He gathered the will of the ancestors of the Jin clan through the power of the ancestors of the Jin clan. The power of the ancestors of the Jin family, integrated with him, turned his body into gold, which was like casting gold. The golden ball of light between his palms was hit by him. The golden sphere of light became larger and larger. Finally, the diameter of the sphere of light reached 500 meters and kept rotating. It was like a golden planet flying through the sky. Ning Xiaochuan and others stood at the bottom of the holy mountain, looked up and felt that a planet outside the universe had fallen, blocking most of the sky in their field of vision. That feeling is particularly shocking. Can human magical powers be so powerful? Boom! The bones of heaven and man fell from the sky like rain. Even those who returned overnight suffered heavy losses, which could not stop the will of the ancestors of the Jin family. His black robe was shattered, revealing a ferocious and terrifying body. It doesn't look like a human body at all. It's like a rotten corpse. The whole body has rotted, and there are even corpses crawling in his corpse. An unusually terrifying face, with blood-red hair on its head, green fangs, and rotten eyeballs, sank into its orbit. Is this really a living person? Seeing Yi Gairen's real body, even Ning Xiaochuan took a cold breath. Jinling and Yanji were even more scared and turned pale. Just at the time of fighting with the tombkeeper at night, a barefoot monk came to the edge of the celestial cemetery, stared at the burning clouds over the cemetery, and said, "Ba. Evil. Evil." With these words, the big monk went straight into the cemetery of heaven and man. The old man guarding the tomb hammered the emperor out, trying to kill Yigui completely. "Return at night, you should have returned to the dust and buried in the earth long ago. Today, old man will come to see you off." The old man guarding the tomb said faintly. The emperor's shaking hammer became as large as a mountain. It fell from the clouds and depressed the ground before it hit the ground. The emperor's shaking hammer is a medium-class supreme weapon, which is not at the same level as the inferior supreme weapon at all, and is much more powerful. Night return, hard block, shake the emperor hammer hit, the body cracked cracks, as if to be beaten to pieces. However, a black magic gas poured out of his body and turned into small chains, which made the broken body coagulate again. Damn. In the cemetery of heaven and man, you can rely on the will of the ancestors of the Jin family, so you can beat me. If you go outside, you may not be our opponent. I return at night with a cold voice. The old man guarding the tomb said, "Don't you also use the corpse chi of many ancient corpses of heaven and man to get such a powerful force now?" Don't be complacent. I'll go to the Jin clan now and kill all the people of the Jin clan, old and young. Haha. With a wild laugh, people returning at night turned into a magic cloud and flew away in the direction of Tianshu Imperial City. The old man guarding the tomb was slightly surprised, and was about to go after the knight. Boom! Suddenly, a huge golden Buddha's handprint flew from the horizon, up to 100 feet high. Countless Buddhist texts danced on the handprint, sending out sacred Buddhist sounds, and scattering the magic cloud that wanted to fly out of the cemetery of heaven and man. People who returned at night vomited blood, fell from the sky, and fell to the ground mercilessly. He immediately stood up, stepped on the ground with both legs, clenched his teeth, propped up a pair of palms, and supported the golden fingerprint. However, he just held on for a moment, and was pressed down by the golden fingerprint. The golden bergamot prints, turned into wisps of golden smoke, slowly dispersed. On the ground, only one big hole with 5 fingers is left. Ba. Evil. Since I'm here, I can't let you continue to slaughter other human friars. A monk with big sleeves walked out of the night and stood on the edge of the 5-finger pit, very sacred and solemn, like the Buddha. He has a pair of compassionate eyes, his hands folded, with a circle of golden Buddha light behind his head, and is reading the Sutra of Past Life. The ghost who returned from the night. Jinling was shocked and said, "What a powerful Buddhist monk. He even killed Yagui people with one palm. How can there be such a strong man in northern Xinjiang? It's really powerful and paralyzed." The monk really kept pretending. He obviously had excellent cultivation, but he just wanted to play rogue and cheat money everywhere. Ning Xiaochuan scolded severely. The corpse of the person who returned in the night, lying in the center of the five-finger pit, was purified by the monk's scriptures, and was completely cut off from life. However, in the heart of returning at night, there is still a magic fire burning forever, just like a ghost lamp in the dark. Shua. Ning Xiaochuan turned into a colorful streamer and flew towards the body of Yagui, hoping to collect the silent magic fire in Yagui's body. However, when Ning Xiaochuan reached the body of Yagiren and grabbed his hand, suddenly, there was a flower in front of him. A person's shadow flashed. Extinguish the demon fire. It's simply the most evil flame in the world. You must take it away, so that it won't be refined by other monks and will create a big demon. The big monk held a dark purple magic flame in his hand and sighed. Ning Xiaochuan's hands had obviously been caught, but he had to take them back. He stared at the big monk coldly and said, "Monk Tanqian, what the hell are you doing?" "Ah." Monk Tanqian stared at Ning Xiaochuan in surprise, with smiling eyes, and said, "Ba. What a coincidence. Benefactor Ning, you are here, and our fate is really not shallow." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Who the hell are you?" Ba. I'm an honest man who practices Buddhism devoutly." Monk Tanqian folded his hands and bowed to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan was speechless and said, "Monk, since you don't want to say it, I won't force you. However, you just said that our fate is deep. Now I want to discuss something with you." Monk Tanqian narrowed his eyes and said, "Do you want the silent magic fire in the poor monk's hand?" "That's right." Monk Tanqian shook his head and said solemnly, "This is an ominous fire. Anyone who refines this flame will escape into the devil's way and will be doomed in the end. I can't give it to you and let you follow in the footsteps of returning at night." "Is there really no discussion?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Tanqian and Shang Dao said, "There is absolutely no discussion on this matter. The poor monk will thoroughly purify the annihilation demon fire and let it disappear into the world, so that more innocent people will not die because of him." Ba. Goodness. Goodness. 1,000 pieces of ground-grade basalt. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Monk Tanqian's eyebrows jumped, hesitated for a moment, and said, 10,000 pieces of ground-grade basalt. One less piece is not enough. 10,000 pieces of shancher. The price is too high. I don't have so many shancher. Ning Xiaochuan gnashed his teeth and wanted to strangle Monk Tanqian. The monk killed him too hard. Ba. Annihilating the demon fire is a flame that will affect the monk's mind. It should not exist in the world. I must purify it for all creatures in the world. Monk Tanqian said seriously. 10,000 pieces of ground-grade basalt, I'll give it for him. Jinling came over and bowed respectfully to Monk Tanqian. She took out a Qiankuan cloth bag and handed it to Monk Tanqian. Monk Tanqian took the Qiankuan cloth bag and checked the number of shancher in it. Then he stuffed the Qiankuan cloth bag into his arms, and the corners of his mouth slightly hooked, revealing a knowing smile. Ba. Everything in the world has fate. Almsgiver Ning and annihilation magic fire are too deeply predestined to be separated, and I can only comply with the will of heaven and give annihilation magic fire to almsgiver Ning. Wait a minute. Ning Xiaochuan said, Monk, give back the shancher to her. Even if I want to buy it, I will buy it with my own shancher. Monk Tanqian looked bitter and said, "Don't do this. I've already accepted it. How can I take it out again? Besides, you can't take out 10,000 pieces of ground-grade basalt now. If I can't get 10,000 pieces of ground-grade basalt, it means that my fate with silencing magic fire is not enough. Today, I don't want it." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't want to owe others, especially women. Jinling was so angry that she clenched her teeth, pinched a pair of pink fists, and stamped her feet severely. She felt that Ning Xiaochuan was too ignorant of current affairs. Monk Tanqian reluctantly returned Xianxue to Jinling and sighed, "Well, I'm not a greedy man for money at all. It's all external things and dirt. Ning Xiaochuan, if you promise to do something for me, I can also give you the silent magic fire." "What is it?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Tan Qian and Shang said, "Clean up the door for the poor monk and kill the evildoers." "Why don't you go yourself?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Tan Qian and Shang said, "Ba, I never kill." "Who are you kidding? Don't you slap me to death if you return at night?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Monk Tanqian frowned and said, "Injustice. Yegui died more than 1,000 years ago. The poor monk is just spending his bones and letting his soul sleep completely." Ning Xiaochuan breathed out a breath and said, "Well, it's better to rely on your own strength to get silenced demon fire. Monk, who is the villain you want me to kill?" "King of Tibet." Monk Tanqian said faintly. "King of Tibetans? Monk, do you mean to play with me?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. "Just one of the two kings of the Dizong King sect, the Yin Temple Dharma King returning at night, has a combat power comparable to that of a real person. How terrible is the King of Tibetans, the Buddha of the King of Tibetan sect. In Ning Xiaochuan's current state, it is not enough to plug the teeth of the King of Tibet. Ba. I'm very serious. If I ask you to help, I won't let you die." Monk Tanqian pulled Ning Xiaochuan behind a tombstone, and the thief took out an ebony box and handed it to Ning Xiaochuan. Ebony box, with a smell of aloes, is carved with fine array lines. This is a special secret method, which uses the power of the array to seal the breath of the treasure in the box. There is a relic in the box, which is the only relic left by a Buddhist monk in the realm of real people after sitting down. After you take the relic, you can gain real person-level combat power in a short time. However, the power of the relic can only be used once. You should use it carefully. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Monk Tanqian in surprise. According to him, this relic is priceless. Is he willing to take it out to Ning Xiaochuan? Ning Xiaochuan will not refuse this kind of treasure. Ning Xiaochuan immediately took the ebony box and put it into the heaven and earth bracelet. He asked, "Monk, how can the King of Tibet be your disciple?" "Hey. It's a long story." Tan Qian and Shang Dao. In those days, the poor monk made a great wish to transform the barbarians and spread his teachings. Starting from the Western Buddhist Holy Land, the Great Sun Blissful Palace, he followed the will of the Buddha and came to the north. Xinjiang preached, walking 380,000 miles, lasting 1,500 years. When I came to northern Xinjiang, I found that northern Xinjiang was really desolate. It was full of demon and beast territories and Mang wilderness days. Even if I occasionally encountered human civilization, they all believed in martial arts and Taoism. Here, Buddhist culture could not be spread at all, and even was rejected and expelled by local Taoist forces. It was in such an environment that the poor monk took the King of Tibet as his apprentice. However, as the cultivation of the King of Tibetans became higher and higher, his nature was gradually exposed. He was unwilling to be a monk who fasted and chanted Buddhism all the time, and he was unwilling to live a plain life. After his nature was exposed, the poor monk expelled him from his school. However, I didn't expect that he would go astray and bring disaster to the world. If at other times, the poor monk would not kill him if he thought of the old love. However, now that the human catastrophe is coming, he is still out to make wind and rain, and the poor monk will not spare him. Monk Tanxian added, the real name of the king of Tibetans is Wang Li. He is extremely talented and intelligent, especially his understanding of Buddhist scriptures is beyond ordinary people. If you deal with him, don't take it lightly, otherwise you will be poisoned by him. Ning Xiaochuan said, won't you go with me? I have more important things. Tan Qian and Shang said, the idea of the Tianming demon emperor revives, and the armies of the major demon clans are gathering for departure. Northern Xinjiang will usher in the most brutal battle of the human demon. The poor monk must go to a secret place and take away the other half of the Zhenren Tower to avoid being obtained by the Tianming demon emperor first. If the Zhenren Tower is combined into one, it will be a nightmare for the Terrans. Monk Tan Qian handed Extinguish the Evil Fire to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan used the heart-nourishing reel tripod to house the extinguished demon fire, and did not immediately start refining. Monk Tan Qian was right. Annihilating evil fire is indeed some evil fire. It is not easy to refine it with Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation. Even if you want to refine and extinguish the evil fire, you must also practice in isolation and cannot be disturbed by the outside world. The old man guarding the tomb came down from the holy mountain, bowed respectfully to Monk Tanxian, and said, thank you, Master, for accepting Yegue and getting rid of a demon for the human race. The seniority and cultivation of the tomb-guarding old man are at the top level, which has reached the extreme of the ninth realm of heaven and man, and may break through the realm of real people at any time. However, Monk Tanxian can slap Yegue people to death with one palm, which is enough to show that Monk Tanxian is powerful, so that the old man guarding the tomb should salute him to show his respect. Monk Tanxian glanced at the old man guarding the tomb, gently nodded and said, your obsession in your heart is too deep, otherwise you would have broken through to the realm of real people. The catastrophe of the Terran is coming, and more real people and more power. Since today's meeting is also fate, I will help you. Monk Tanxian stretched out a finger and penetrated a Buddha's on into the eyebrow of the tomb guarding old man. The old man guarding the tomb was wrapped in golden Buddha light. After being enlightened by Monk Tanxian, he was like a slap in the face and was impressed. He felt suddenly enlightened. His realm has not made any progress for 500 years, but at this moment, he suddenly realized the true meaning of real people. Thank you for your advice. The temperament of the tomb-guarding old man has undergone earth-shaking changes. If he was just a mortal just now, at this moment, he was no longer a mortal, just like a true god. In an instant, the old man guarding the tomb looked 20 years younger, his sparse teeth grew back, his white hair on his head turned black, and there were only a few white hairs on his temples. He looked like a middle-aged man in his 50s. Now he just understands the realm of real people, not really real people. However, it is only a matter of time before he breaks through the reality. Ning Xiaochuan knew that before long, a real person of the Jin clan would be born. In the north, there is hardly any trace of real people in Xinjiang, which is a great magical power, synonymous with power. The birth of a real person in the Jin clan is of great significance. If it is in a prosperous and peaceful time, it will definitely cause a huge sensation. Congratulations to my grandfather, who has become a real person. Jin Ling and Jinhua Hun knelt on one knee and saluted the old man guarding the tomb respectfully. They were very happy. Now, none of the three ancient tribes of the Tianshu Empire had a real person. Only the royal family had an elderly real person, and it was likely that all of them had fallen. However, a real person was born in the Jin family, which was enough to make the Jin family rise again in the Tianshu Empire, and even surpass the royal family. Human civilization is about to usher in a chaotic era, which will be a disaster for all mankind. However, those real overlords were born in troubled times. It can be said that this is both a disaster and an opportunity. The old man guarding the tomb said, "You all get up. I can't tell anyone, including the elders of the clan, the news that I'm about to break through the real world. You all step back." That night, monk Tanqian left Tianshu Imperial City. After walking out of the Tianren Cemetery, Ning Xiaochuan sent Yunji out of the Tianshu Imperial City, which was to fulfill his promise, and didn't let her die in the hands of the masters of the Tibetan sect. After she left Tianshu Imperial City, how to go next is not what Ning Xiaochuan cares about. The biggest regret is to let Baozhu Dizong escape and not get rid of her. Baozhu Dizong's talent is extremely beautiful. If she escapes, there will be endless trouble in the future. Monk Tanqian gave Ning Xiaochuan a relic, which can make Ning Xiaochuan's combat power temporarily reach the level of a real person. However, Ning Xiaochuan is not stupid enough to deal with the king of Tibet now. The king of Tibetans was able to subdue the strong at the level of Yugairan and hide in the Tianshu Imperial City for such a long time. It can be seen that he was definitely a difficult person to deal with. Without absolute certainty, Ning Xiaochuan will not rush. "Ning Xiaochuan, come back to the Jin clan with me." Jinling's beautiful eyes flashed, and she was not only very interested in Ning Xiaochuan, but also very interested in Xiaohong, who followed Ning Xiaochuan. Dragon cubs, if they can be raised, will the Jin clan not rise as a result? Ning Xiaochuan gently shook his head and said, "I won't go for the time being. Once I go to the Jin family, my identity will be exposed and will bring trouble to the Jin family." Jinling naturally understood Ning Xiaochuan's meaning and said with a smile, "The birth of Tianming Demon Emperor has a great impact on human civilization. Now, all the ancient tribes of the Tianshu Empire are headache for the demon army. Do you think the Li still have time to revenge you?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "Not everyone in the Jin clan supports my marriage with you. If I go to the Jin clan now, it will only intensify the contradiction. Just ask, can you keep those elders in the Jin clan? If Master Jinpan returns to Tianshu Imperial City, I will definitely visit the Jin clan." With these words, Ning Xiaochuan took Xiaohong into the night. "Sister, I don't think Ning Xiaochuan wants to marry you." Jin Wuhui rode. Jinling's jade finger gently held his chin, his eyelashes blinked, and said with a smile, "Ning Xiaochuan is arrogant, unwilling to trust others, and doesn't want to protect himself by marriage. He is a man with backbone and blood. I suddenly feel that I really feel a little bit about him." The news that the demon family's secondary god, Tianming Demon Emperor, came back to life quickly spread all over the Tianshu Imperial City. Moreover, the news spread more and more widely, spreading to the whole Tianshu Empire. Originally, after nightfall, Tianshu Imperial City would be closed. However, tonight, the city gate of Tianshu Earth City was greatly opened. Every once in a while, a large number of monks rushed out of the city gate on Xian beast mounts and spread the news to the ancient families, sects, and armies of Tianshu Empire. The top leaders of the major forces who learned this news couldn't sleep tonight. They urgently summoned all the strong members of the Hui nationality to discuss countermeasures and how to deal with the next Terran catastrophe. The whole Tianshu Imperial City was shrouded in an atmosphere of desolation. Many people were in panic, lost their former prosperity and extravagance, and were afraid that they would never see the dawn. However, Ning Xiaochuan ignored the external disturbance, rented an inn in Tianshu Imperial City, and arranged an array in the inn to isolate the contact with the outside world. Since the demon fire has been extinguished, Ning Xiaochuan decided to attack Xianjing Heaven first. To refine and extinguish the magic fire, you must be careful not to be disturbed. If you don't pay attention, there is a danger that the magic fire will burn you. Xiaohong, you must obey. Don't run around and protect the law for me." Ning Xiaochuan gently touched Xiaohong's small head and handed over the responsibility of her own safety to her. Xiaohong's eyes blinked, twinkled, stretched out a small hand and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, I want Xuanzhou Jian. No big or small, you'll call me Brother Ogawa in the future. Ning Xiaochuan tapped on Xiaohong's head. Xiaohong shook her head hard and said, in terms of age, I'm older than you. Why don't you call me Xiaohong sister? Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to quarrel with her, and said, well, Sister Xiaohong, what do you want Zuan Shujian to do? Isn't there a Xian beast war pet you accepted in the Xian beast Jian? I'm going to teach them some dragon family secrets, to make them stronger. Xiaohong said solemnly with a pair of small hands on her back. Yes. I hope you can really make them stronger. Ning Xiaochuan handed the Xian beast Jian to Xiaohong and shook his head with a smile. After taking 9 flower nectar, all the 6 Xian beasts in the Xian beast manual, including 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex, golden dragon, white-headed 9-clawed eagle, Kylan ghost bat beast, double-headed stone beast, and Tai Sui beast, have condensed into demon yuan, reached the realm of heaven and man, and condensed into the body of demon beast. Among them, the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex and Tai Sui beast have reached the 4th realm of heaven and man, the Xianjing heaven. Golden dragon, white-headed 9-clawed eagle, double-headed stone beast, Kylan ghost bat beast, also reached the 2nd realm of heaven and man, the middle realm of heaven. With their strength, they have been able to take the lead and share the pressure for Ning Xiaochuan. If their combat power is further improved, it will help Ning Xiaochuan even more. After Xiaohong got the Xuanzhou Jian, she was very happy. Sitting on the threshold, a pair of white and tender hands kept rubbing the Xuanzhou Jian, and released all 6 monsters inside. Each one was only half a meter tall and cute. She had a lot of fun with 6 little animals, and her mouth kept laughing. Is she really going to teach 6 monster dragon clan secrets? Ning Xiaochuan called out the heart-nourishing tripod and put it in the center of the array. The lid of the tripod stove automatically opened and a light column flew out of it. A dark purple magic fire, suspended in the center of the light column, is only the size of a fist, shaped like a cloud, and is constantly changing, giving people a very strange feeling. Annihilation demon fire is very terrible. Ning Xiaochuan has made multi-layer defense, including Aoki Chani, demon skin armor, and defense array. However, he can still feel the horror of the fire, burning his skin. Fortunately, Monk Tan Qian has purified the breath left in the extinguished demon fire by returning from the night. Otherwise, with my current cultivation, it will be more difficult to refine the extinguished demon fire. Silencing demon fire is one of the 3 most critical flames in cultivating the world-destroying demon fire path. Once the annihilation demon fire is refined, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds. We must break through the Xianjing sky. Ning Xiaochuan called out the fire of the evil fire and held it in the palm of his hand. Use the pithy formula of the Sutra of Extermination to absorb the silent evil fire and integrate it with the evil fire of extermination. However, the extinguished demon fire is very active, like an unbridled horse, which is not controlled by any external force at all. Wow! The annihilation demon was cremated into a dark purple fire dragon, and unexpectedly rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan's body, trying to turn Ning Xiaochuan into an anti-refining. If it is backfired by the extinguished demon fire, even a Shantian venerable will definitely be burned into fly ash in an instant. At the moment of crisis, Ning Xiaochuan immediately aroused the supreme body of the gods and demons. Half of his body emitted white Xinghua and half emitted black magic light. A powerful supreme force rushed out of his body, opened his lips, sucked fiercely, and swallowed the extinguished magic fire. It's like swallowing a fire dragon. In that case, take my body as the cauldron to refine and extinguish the evil fire. Ning Xiaochuan's will is firm, his constitution is strong, and his supreme power guards the flesh and blood treasure body, and takes back the evil fire that destroys the world. The 2 kinds of magic fire fight in the body, collide with each other, flow to the heart along the blood vessels, and form a big weak. In the heart palace of martial arts in Ning Xiaochuan, that heavenly heart pearl, condensed from the mysterious qi of heaven and earth, keeps rotating, absorbing the mysterious qi between heaven and earth. While refining and extinguishing the demon fire, he attacked the fourth realm of heaven and man. Ning Xiaochuan's body became hotter and hotter, and a trace of magic flame flowed out of the pores of his skin, making his body completely wrapped by magic fire. I don't know how long it has passed, and the silent evil fire has finally been refined by Ning Xiaochuan. Boom! At the moment when the annihilation demon fire was refined, Ning Xiaochuan's body made a roar, and the flame that originally wrapped his body flowed back into his body like a tide. It's about to break through the Shanjing sky. Ning Xiaochuan immediately took out a green gourd and swallowed a mouthful of 9-flower nectar. With the medicinal power of 9-flower nectar, provide vitality for the realm breakthrough, and strive to make the realm impact a higher level, rather than the simple early days of Shanjing heaven. We should make full use of the value of the world-destroying magic fire. With the cultivation of heaven and man, it will take 3 months to drink a mouthful of 9-flower nectar. However, Ning Xiaochuan used 9-flower nectar to break through the realm. Most of the medicinal power was turned into earth rules and world-destroying rules, and the other part of the alcohol power was resisted by the supreme body. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan only slept for 3 days after taking this mouthful of 9-flower nectar. 3 days later, when Ning Xiaochuan woke up, his cultivation had completely reached the fourth realm of heaven and man, Shanjing heaven. He immediately opened his mind and checked the 2 Daoyuan. There are 178,000 rules of extermination in the Daoyuan of extermination. There are a total of 62,000 earth rules in heaven and earth. The world-destroying Daoyuan cultivation reached the peak of Shanjing heaven, and the heaven and earth Daoyuan cultivation reached the middle of Shanjing heaven. Other monks broke through to Zuanjingshan, and there were only 18,000 rules in their bodies. However, Ning Xiaochuan directly hit the peak of Zuanjingshan, compared with other monks' decades of hard work. Ning Xiaochuan's greatest credit for such achievements comes from silencing the evil fire. Annihilation of demon fire is one of the 3 main mysterious fires for cultivating the world-destroying demon fire path. Refining it, the destruction rules and the destruction Daoyuan will naturally soar and increase, hitting the peak of the Shanjing heaven, which is also a very normal thing. Secondly, the medicinal power of 9-flower nectar is really powerful. If it weren't for such a wonderful medicine as 9-flower nectar, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't have just broken through the realm and reached the peak of Shanjing heaven. Moreover, Ning Xiaochuan also found a surprise: heaven and earth Xuanqi finally reached the 11th level, and the speed of absorbing Xuanqi reached 512 times. The faster the speed of absorbing Xuanqi, the faster Ning Xiaochuan will refine the rules of the earth. Heaven and Earth Xuanqi and Heaven and Earth Classic are homologous, complementary, and indispensable. The Daoyuan of destroying the world has reached the peak of the Shanjing heaven. Next is the cultivation of the Daoyuan of heaven and earth. If only we could find a few more ground crystals. Ning Xiaochuan wrote. Of course, the ground crystal is a rare treasure, which cannot be found so easily. Now that we have reached the Shanjing heaven, it is impossible for us to continue to improve our accomplishments rapidly. Unless we find 2 kinds of mysterious fire, the golden fire of hell and the flame of phoenix nirvana. These 2 kinds of Shanhua are more difficult to find than Daijing, and they can only rely on their own luck. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan waved his arm gently, and the evil fire flew out of the palm and burned the array. Out of the array, Ning Xiaochuan saw Xiaohong and 6 little beasts playing and chasing each other. Wow! Xiaohong spits out a flame in her mouth, and the 6 little beasts immediately flee for fear of being stained by the flame. However, how terrible the god extinguished the dragon fire was, and it still burned the 6 little beasts all over with black skin and flesh, and kept screaming and wailing. However, when they suffered a heavy blow, the Shan beast will send out a white light to take them back. A moment later, they came out of the Shan beast mirror, and their injuries had healed. In the past 3 days, 6 little beasts have been burned many times by God's dragon fire, but they have formed a certain resistance. Being burned once, they are only slightly injured. It takes at least 3 times to burn them before they can be forced to return to the Shan beast mirror. Use the power of Shan beast to help them heal. Ning Xiaochuan seemed to see something, and he clearly felt that the 6 little beasts gave birth to a faint dragon breath. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan leaving the pass, Xiaohong also stopped and said to the 6 little beasts, "Rest, too." Xiao Hongguang walked to Ning Xiaochuan with small feet, small chest and hands on his back, and said, "I feed them the dragon blood in my body every day, and burn them with the dragon fire to help them integrate the dragon blood into their flesh. Their current physique is close to that of ordinary beast cubs, and they will only become stronger in the future." All the 6 little beasts turned into human shapes, walked to Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong, bowed down and said, "Meet your master and your highness the dragon lady." The double-headed stone beast, after turning into a human, is tall and wrapped in stone skin, and has great power to hold a mountain. Jing Jiao is particularly charming, with long blonde hair, full, charming eyes like silk, giving people a burning and fragrant feeling. 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex has a human body, but it has 6 strong arms and is covered with dragon scales. Kailan ghost bat beast and white-headed 9-clawed eagle are old people with wings on their backs. Tai Sui beast is a dwarf with a short body, but its head is very large with a pigtail on its head. Their cultivation has indeed improved a lot. Xiaohong, if you continue to train them, it will certainly be of great help to us in the future. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Xiaohong said, "Ning Xiaochuan, I feel that there is a dragon cub in the Tianshu Empire." What? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Although Xiaohong looks only 3 or 4 years old, it gives people a very serious feeling, saying, "Since another dragon cub appears, it must be accompanied by another fighting dragon envoy. Since I can feel it, it must have felt me. Our great enemy has appeared." In the dragon clan, the most powerful dragon, known as the Supreme Dragon King, is the lord of the dragon clan in the heavens. Not only Tyrannosaurus rex, flying dragon, Lilong, earth dragon, and other sub-dragons, but also real dragons from all walks of life, and even the divine dragon of David Dade, should follow the instructions of the Super Dragon King. There can only be one Dragon King between heaven and earth, representing the supremacy of the dragon clan. When the old Supreme God Dragon King is about to die, thousands of dragon soul lights will fly out of his body and scatter to all major planes, all major heavens, all major universes, and all major metaphysics. Each light of the dragon soul will give birth to a young dragon, which is called dragon cub. Every dragon cub will have an emissary. Messenger, fight with the young dragon. When all the other young dragons are defeated, this young dragon can become the new Super God Dragon King and take charge of the dragon clan. The man who fought with the young dragon was called the Battle Dragon Envoy, who escorted the young dragon to become the Supreme Dragon King. Therefore, each dragon cub is a strong enemy to each other. Only by trampling on other dragon cubs can they become the Supreme Super Dragon King. The birth of the Supreme Dragon King itself is a cruel process, fighting with each other, stepping on the bones of other dragon cubs to achieve their supreme status. If you are careless, both the dragon cub and the fighting dragon envoy will die without a burial place. Xiaohong said, "I feel that dragon cub is stronger than me. Ning Xiaochuan, you must help me, our destiny has been closely linked. If I die in war, you will not die, but you will definitely be seriously injured and greatly reduced. As the Battle Dragon Envoy, naturally, you can also get a little luck from the previous generation of Super Dragon King. Qi Yun is invisible and untouchable, but it is real. If it weren't for the luck of the Supreme Dragon King, maybe Ning Xiaochuan would have died in a catastrophe, and maybe Ning Xiaochuan wouldn't get some precious treasures. This is Qi, which can change a person's lifestyle in the dark. Ning Xiaochuan gently stroked Xiaohong's head and said, "Don't worry, I will protect you." Now that the other party has sensed Xiaohong, they will definitely come to fight Xiaohong immediately. No matter how powerful the opponent is, Ning Xiaochuan is not afraid of the battle that has long been doomed. Winner, Sheng. Loser, perish. In the past 3 days, the news that the monster army is about to declare war on mankind has been further spread. Even in the streets, monks can be heard talking. Tianming Demon Emperor, once able to challenge the Purple and Gold Emperor, is definitely a demon sub-god. Now he is reborn against the sky. I'm afraid even Tiandi Mountain is in danger of destruction. In history, the birth of every demon sub-god is a great disaster for mankind. Different. In the past, when the demon sub-god was born, he never explicitly announced that he would destroy the human race. For the demon beasts at the sub-god level, the elimination of human beings is far less important than their own cultivation. However, this time, the Tianming Demon Emperor issued a decree to personally issue orders to the major demon families to kill all human monks in northern Xinjiang. I'm afraid this disaster will surpass anyone in history. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong came to a tavern for lunch, just in time to hear a group of other monks talking. Originally, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation has been able to supplement physical consumption without eating. However, Xiaohong is a foodie. She can't eat less than 3 meals a day. Sure enough, it has made people panic. Ning Xiaochuan's secret way. A table of drinkers nearby are also talking about the major events that have happened in Tianshu Imperial City recently. One of the older white-bearded elders said, "It seems that the Demon Clan and the Terran Clan are really going to war." The 3 ancient clans have recalled all their masters outside to Tianshu Imperial City, and even the old people who practiced in Tiandi Mountain have rushed back to the family. Are the 3 ancient clans and the royal family ready to take Tianshu Imperial City as a stronghold to defend the attack of the Demon Clan army? Another monk shook his head and said, "Although the defense of Tianshu Imperial City is indeed very strong, it is far from being compared with Tiandi Mountain. The 3 ancient families and royal families will certainly take all the strong members of the family to Tiandi Mountain. Only when you enter the Holy Land can you have a chance to live." Yes. Tianshu Imperial City will definitely be given up by them. Only when they enter the Holy Land can they live. It is said that the eldest disciple of the Emperor of Heaven may still be alive. If he returns to the mountain of the Emperor of Heaven, he may really be able to block the Demon Clan army. Hey! Even if Tiandi Mountain is the only place to take refuge, not everyone can enter the territory of Tiandi Mountain. The 3 ancient tribes and the royal family have close relations with Tiandi Mountain, which can bring people to take refuge in Tiandi Mountain, but other monks are not qualified. Ning Xiaochuan was listening to the news from the monks. Yu Mingsong walked into the restaurant and looked around for a long time. Finally, he saw Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong sitting in the corner, and his face immediately showed joy. He went to Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong's table, sat down impolitely, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, where have you been these 3 days? It's easy for me to find, hey. What you asked me to do for you has been done." Yu Mingsong took out a dark black Qianquan cloth bag, put it on the table, and pushed it towards Ning Xiaochuan. "That's great." Ning Xiaochuan showed his joy and immediately opened the Qianquan cloth bag to check the contents. 3 days ago, Ning Xiaochuan handed over all the collected monster bones, including monster skin, monster bone and monster brain marrow, to Yu Mingsong, who helped him sell them, and then helped him by mysterious drugs and psychic miracles. Because the news that the demons and Terrans are about to go to war has spread. The prices of mysterious drugs and miraculous drugs in the city of Tianshu Emperor began to soar. Every few hours, the price will rise 1 or 2 times. However, because Yu Mingsong bought it early, he didn't spend money wrongly. If Ning Xiaochuan now sells these mysterious drugs and psychic miracles, he can make a lot of money without quenching at all. In the Qiankuan cloth bag, there are 5 miraculous drugs, all of which are 1,000 years old. Yu Mingsong bought countless mysterious drugs, enough to have tens of thousands of plants. Ning Xiaochuan put these mysterious drugs and psychic miracles into the heaven and earth bracelet, ready to refine a healing human-level pill. When the right opportunity comes to sell, he will make a lot of money. What he lacks most now is basalt. Only with Shancher can you buy cultivation materials and cultivate accomplishments by leaps and bounds. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Brother Yu, there is one thing I have always wanted to ask you. We are brothers who live and die together. If you have anything to do, just ask." Yu Mingsong looked very upright, touched his curled beard above his lips, and showed a faint smile. Ning Xiaochuan said, "You are a master of forging tools. Do you know any way to make Jiuping Xuanqi forge into a supreme tool?" "Well, the best way is to prepare the precious material for forging the supreme weapon. Give me 50,000 pieces of ground basalt, and then I'll forge it for you. Don't be too expensive, you know, we are brothers who have lived and died together, so we only give you this price. If you were someone else, even if you gave me 100,000 pieces of ground-grade basalt and 3 top-grade beauties, I would only consider it, not really forge it for him." Yu Mingsong rode. Yu Mingsong immediately added, "Of course, I also know that 50,000 pieces of ground-grade basalt are indeed sky-high, so I decided not to charge any money. If you give me 900 volumes of the classic of strange door tools, I'll help you forge a supreme tool immediately, and I'll even produce the materials myself. Is that enough, brother?" Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "I must forge the supreme weapon myself." Yu Mingsong squinted at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "So you want to forge your own magic sword? This is a little troublesome. For sword repair, your sword must be forged by yourself. If you want to make the grade of the sword from 9-grade Xuanqi, gestate the spirit of the sword, and promote it to the level of inferior supreme weapon. This is the most difficult and critical step. It is almost impossible to gestate the spirit of the sword without refining the sword body for 180 years. Unless..." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Unless what?" Yu Mingsong said, "Unless enough weapon pith is found, and the sword body is watered with weapon pith, the speed of the birth of the sword spirit can be accelerated. If the weapon pith is high enough, even half a month, the sword of the 9th grade Xuanqi level can breed the sword spirit." Ning Xiaochuan was overjoyed and said, "Where can I find soldier marrow?" "Bury soldiers on the mainland." Yu Mingsong rode. Ning Xiaochuan immediately froze with a smile on his face and said, "Are you kidding? Burying soldiers in the mainland is an overseas legendary mainland, which is thousands of miles away from North Xinjiang. With my current cultivation, what is the difference between crossing the ocean to bury soldiers in the mainland and dying?" Ning Xiaochuan has read ancient books, which records that the dangers of the ocean far exceed those of the land. No way. Soldier marrow can only be found in the place where a large number of mysterious and supreme weapons are buried. Yu Mingsong said helplessly. After the Xian ware and the supreme ware were destroyed, the essence escaped from them, which converged, and after thousands of years of deposition, it would turn into a small amount of marrow. Ning Xiaochuan said, "There is no such place in northern Xinjiang?" "Yes. There is one, but the degree of danger in that place is definitely not lower than that in the mainland where soldiers are buried, and even more dangerous." Yu Mingsong rode. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Where?" "On the coast of the North Sea. I don't know if there are tens of millions of miles. There are big gullies. In fact, there is only a bottomless valley, and there is no bottom under it. It is called Guishu." Yu Mingsong looked a little strange. Ning Xiaochuan was shocked and said, "Go back to the ruins." Guishu is north. One of the two forbidden areas in Xinjiang, with a degree of danger above Tiandi Mountain and Demengze, is known as the Forbidden Area of Death. The so-called forbidden area means that you can't go in. If you go in, you'll die. It is said that even if the secondary god enters the Guishu, he is in danger of falling. In fact, there was indeed more than one secondary god who died in the ruins. Guishu is located in Beihai and Beihai. In Xinjiang, it is said that no one knows how huge the Guishu is. It is only a field known by people, which is tens of millions of miles. It is a big valley left over from the Fengshan period, which is called the Bottomless Valley. Even the secondary gods cannot reach the bottom of the Guishu. You don't have to wait too late for the early morning chapter. It may be updated during the day tomorrow. There are too many legends about Guishu. Yu Mingsong said, on the edge of Guishu, countless ancient war soldiers are buried. It is a vast burial ground. Many unwanted monks want to go to Guishu to try their luck and find ancient magic soldiers, and want to be famous all over the world. However, it's good to have one of the 10 monks who enter the Guishu, even if it's just the edge of the Guishu. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at him and said, "Do you think I'm a desperate person? There's no way. After all, you're Jianxiu. If you don't go to the ruins to find the marrow of the soldiers, you can only spend 100 years on your own, using your own blood essence and kendo rules to breed the spirit of the sword." Yu Mingsong sighed. Ning Xiaochuan frowned deeply. It is absolutely impossible for him to wait for 100 years. If the magic sword can't be upgraded to the level of supreme weapon, it will also limit his practice and never reach the realm of real people. For sword cultivation, this is a barrier that must be experienced. It seems that I have to go to Guishu. Of course, even if he wants to go to the ruins, it is not now. To go to the ruins in his current state is almost 10 deaths and no life. Yu Mingsong suddenly thought of something. He patted his forehead and said, "By the way, I almost forgot my business. I have found out where the spirit girl last appeared." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Where?" "Someone saw her go to Diwu Mountain outside the city of Tianshu Emperor." Yu Mingsong rode. "What did she go there for?" Ning Xiaochuan showed a thoughtful look. Yu Mingsong said with a smile, "Don't you know that the Emperor of Heaven once practiced in Diwu Mountain? The place where a true god once stayed will be an ordinary place?" Ning Xiaochuan's expression moved and said, "Let's go to Diwu Mountain now." Ning Xiaochuan knew that Niao Lanxin had another identity, the Queen of 10,000 Tones. It is not Niao Lanxin who wants to go to Diwu Mountain, but Queen Wanyin who wants to go to Diwu Mountain. The Emperor of Heaven has left this world. What else does she go to Diwu Mountain for? Diwu Mountain is less than 10,000 miles away from the Tianshu imperial city. It is a huge mountain. The mountains are shrouded in clouds and fog all year round, and monsters emit earth-shaking hells. Monks without time-ranging cultivation dare not enter Diwu Mountain at all. It is said that 10,000 years ago, the Emperor of Heaven once practiced in Diwu Mountain, leaving a Taoist training ground in the mountain. Emperor House. Diwu Mountain, hence its name. Every year, many strong people enter Diwu Mountain to worship the Emperor of Heaven. They want to find the Taoist temple where the Emperor of Heaven once practiced. The ashram once cultivated by gods, even if it is only brick by brick, can be sold at a high price when brought to the civilized country of mankind. When Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong entered Diwu Mountain, it was close to night, and the cold wind was rustling, which made people feel a little cool. There are a large number of masters entering Diwu Mountain. Ning Xiaochuan stopped, his face frozen, and looked at the cloud-shrouded peak. His mind was strong and he felt the breath of those masters. Just after Ning Xiaochuan gathered his breath, a strange cry rang out in the sky. Chi! A huge shadow flew over the sky, with a pair of black wings more than 80 meters long. Above each feather, there are layers of heat waves in the flowing flames. The huge dark shadow has the body of demon birds, but it has a human head and black hair more than 10 meters long. Its face is ferocious, like some kind of ancient demon. What monster is that? Ning Xiaochuan whispered. Yu Mingsong said, that's the except Guy Barrier Dizong of the King of Dizong. One of the 6 Dizong, half human and half demon, which has the blood of the black bone giant family and the blood of Guy Barrier ancient beast, is definitely a powerful existence. The so-called covering obstacles in Buddhism refers to greed, anger, sleep, regret and doubt. These 5 barriers can cover the inner light of monks and make it difficult for Buddhists to meditate. Except for the seal, it is a Buddha without 5 barriers. The ancestor of Guy Barrier ancient beast was the mount of a Buddhist monk. In ancient times, he had the magic power of overturning rivers and seas. The master of the Tibetans King sect actually came to the Tibetans King sect. It's really a problem to see Diwu Mountain. I don't know whether the Tibetans King will come in person? Ning Xiaochuan thought in his heart. In addition to covering the barrier, Tibet flew to the outside of a Taoist temple in Diwu Mountain and turned into a human form. It was still an 18-meter-tall giant. Then, with a flash of body shape, it disappeared. What a fast speed! Ning Xiaochuan hid in the woods in the distance, and his heart was slightly surprised. Yu Mingsong showed a dignified look and said, it's strange that when I came to Diwu Mountain a few days ago, why didn't I see this Taoist temple? Was it built in recent days? No, this Taoist temple has a history of tens of thousands of years and shows an ancient charm. Is it the legendary Imperial House? The place where the Emperor of Heaven once practiced? Ning Xiaochuan rode. That Taoist temple, like inlaid in the cliff, doesn't look magnificent, like a Taoist temple for ordinary monks. Can the Taoist field of ordinary monks attract the underground Tibet except seal? Phew! In front of the Taoist temple, in the void 10 meters above the ground, suddenly, a translucent circular mirror appeared. The void vibrates, and ripples appear on the mirror. A woman in white came out of the void, with a slim figure, black hair like a waterfall, and a veil on her face, covering her face. However, it can't cover her temperament, giving people a feeling of not eating fireworks, and will fly away at any time. Around her body, there were circles of white halos, and each step would make the void vibrate slightly. Snow Spirit is empty. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly surprised, but he didn't expect Xuelingshu to come here. At this moment, Xuelingshu, standing outside the Taoist temple, felt that someone was peeping at her. She turned her delicate body, her eyes as bright as stars, and took a look at the place where Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong were hiding. Ning Xiaochuan is trying to go out, so as not to cause misunderstanding. However, at this time, 2 terrible demons came from the sky and condensed into 2 huge demon clouds. 2 figures flew out of the 2 demon clouds and fell outside the Taoist temple. Before the arrival of the 2 powerful demons, Xuelingshu disappeared, seemingly entering the Taoist temple and hiding in the void. She can control the space, and no one can find her trace. 2 demon clan strongmen, one of whom is wearing gold armor, has a burly body and cold eyes. He is one of the 36 animal kings under the Vatican demon throne, the Holy Fish King. The other one was wearing a silver robe and had double pupils, giving people a kind of weird feeling. Yes, the real king. The Holy Fish King looked at the Tao in front of him and said, "This is where the Emperor of Heaven once practiced? How does it feel different?" The real king's eyes shone silver and looked towards the Tao. However, his eyes, just staring at the Taoist temple, were pressured back by an invisible force. Boom! It was an overwhelming force, like mountains, like the sea, like the universe, which shook the real king and threw him back. King Jinyu's eyes pricked, and blood flowed out of his eyes, saying, "It's really a place where the dragon once lived." No magical powers and methods can be performed here, and it will be suppressed by the divine power. Legend has it that the demon-suppressing tower, which was the main sacrifice of the Zijin Emperor, once fell into the hands of the Emperor of Heaven and was probably placed on the Emperor's house mountain. The Holy Fish King said, "The biggest obstacle for the demon clan to fight against the Terrans is the demon tower. We must not let humans get the demon tower." The Holy Fish King and the True King also entered the Taoist temple. They walked in through the gate, but the gate didn't open. When they walked 3 meters away from the gate, another mysterious force pulled them in. Demon clan unexpectedly also came. Ning Xiaochuan's face was more dignified. Yu Mingsong was very excited, his eyes shining, and said, "Demon Tower. Is the Demon Tower really in Diwu Mountain?" Yes, only this supreme imperial instrument can attract so many strong people. Demon Clan has Jinren Tower, and Terran has Jinyao Tower. If anyone can find the Demon Tower when fighting against the Demon Clan, it is equivalent to having a sharp weapon, which can make many beast kings and demon kings feel afraid. It's really great. This Taoist temple is a secret place of gods. No divine channel method can be applied here. It must rely on the strength of the flesh and the strength of the mysterious weapon war soldiers. Yu Mingsong rode. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Are you physically strong?" "My body is not strong, but you have the supreme body. Who can be stronger than your body?" "Go, we'll go in quickly." Yu Mingsong rode. Xiao Hong, who followed Ning Xiaochuan, suddenly showed a nervous look and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, I feel that the breath of the dragon cub is getting closer and closer, coming towards Diwu Mountain. It seems that the wind and cloud are really converging. Well, I'd like to see what kind of person the other battle dragon envoy is." Ning Xiaochuan, Yu Mingsong, and Xiao Hong also walked towards the gate of the Taoist temple, swept by a mysterious force, and then disappeared. Ning Xiaochuan felt like he was walking through a water curtain, and when he stepped on the ground again, he actually came to a ruins world. A huge mountain, located in the center of the market world, is like a pillar of heaven, connecting the earth and sky of the market world. At the top of that mountain, there is a magnificent hall, with jade piled up into the city wall, gold cast into tiles, and crystal paved into the ground, emitting 6 colors of light, giving people a sense of holiness. This is the real imperial house. Yu Mingsong stared at the hall in the distance, and his heart was more excited. 2 demon clouds flew over and suspended above Ning Xiaochuan's head. Wow! The Holy Fish King and the True King flew out of the demon cloud, landed on the ground, and stared at Ning Xiaochuan covetously. The Holy Fish King sneered, "It's really a narrow road for enemies. Ning Xiaochuan, I want to know, who else can save you today?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "To deal with you, why invite other masters? I can suppress you with one hand. Talk big." The Holy Fish King roared, and his feet suddenly kicked on the ground. His burly body was like an arrow that left the string, and he punched Ning Xiaochuan's chest, making the air roar. Ning Xiaochuan also punched out and fought 3 fists with the Holy Fish King. Each punch made a loud noise, like 2 pieces of divine iron hitting, striking golden sparks, breaking the ground under the feet of 1 person and 1 demon. After 3 fists, the Holy Fish King suddenly retreated, and the armor that wrapped his fist was broken, and a drop of demon blood flowed out of the armor. However, Ning Xiaochuan still stood in place and was not injured. "How can it be? Your strength is too strong." The Holy Fish King's 2 eyes were about to burst out, staring at Ning Xiaochuan incredulously. "You know, the Holy Fish King is the cultivation of the 7th realm of heaven and man, Shen Jingshen, while Ning Xiaochuan is only the cultivation of the 4th realm of heaven and man, Zuan Jingshen. There is a huge gap between the 2, which can be said to be a heaven and an earth." However, after the fight, the Holy Fish King was repulsed and injured by a human in Xianjing heaven. Ning Xiaochuan said faintly, in the secret place of the gods, you can't use divine powers and methods. What if your cultivation is no matter how high? With physical strength, you and I are too far apart. Ning Xiaochuan has the supreme body, whose physique is far more than that of other monks, and his physical strength is extremely powerful. If so, he will inspire the supreme body, even with only one hand, he is sure to suppress the Holy Fish King. Impossible. Human flesh is weak. How can it be compared with monsters? Besides, your realm is too low. Even if your flesh is really strong, it is impossible to defeat the strong who are 3 levels higher than you. The silent way of the Holy Fish King. Since you don't believe it, I'll take practical actions to break your confidence. Who says that human flesh must be inferior to monsters? Ning Xiaochuan strode forward, and every step he took would leave a deep footprint on the ground. His 5 fingers spread out, and with all his strength, he slapped out. After the fight just now, the Holy Fish King did not dare to despise Ning Xiaochuan, and immediately mobilized his blood, which was also a palm print. Boom! The Holy Fish King felt that his palm seemed to hit the top of an iron mountain. His internal organs were shocked and hurt. He vomited blood in his mouth and retreated backwards. Ning Xiaochuan chased up and slapped again. Boom! The Holy Fish King retreated again and spit out a mouthful of demon blood. Boom! 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 Ning Xiaochuan hit 12 palms in a row, and the Holy Fish King retreated 12 steps. With each step, a mouthful of blood would spit out of his mouth. When Ning Xiaochuan's last palm hit out, the Holy Fish King finally couldn't support it and was blown out. His armor was broken and his body was almost torn apart. Roar! The Holy Fish King was very angry. If he was not in the secret place of the gods, he must show the magic power of the demon family and suppress Ning Xiaochuan. But now he can't. Just as he wanted to show his magic power, he was suppressed by an invisible force. Instead, he hurt himself and spit demon blood out of his mouth again. Ning Xiaochuan, this king, if you want to break your body into pieces, you are just a mole ant. The Holy Fish King's body swelled, emitting golden brilliance, turned into the Holy Fish body, and a claw patted Ning Xiaochuan's head. After the Holy Fish King became a monster, his body was like a mountain, and his strength increased greatly. Ning Xiaochuan bent his legs and turned his body into a bow, like a shell, which was ejected from the ground and punched the huge head of the Holy Fish King. Bang! The huge body of the Holy Fish King was punched out by Ning Xiaochuan, and fell to the ground, smashing the earth with a sudden tremor. If in the outside world, without the suppression of divine power, Ning Xiaochuan could not defeat the Holy Fish King so easily, now is the best time to kill the Holy Fish King. Ning Xiaochuan called out the magic sword and waved it at the Holy Fish King. Bang! A silver dragon shadow flew over, blocking the magic sword and shocking Ning Xiaochuan back. That's a dragon-shaped silver spear. The king of Jinyu held a silver spear, stared at Ning Xiaochuan coldly, and said, "Lowly human, you are really brave to kill the beast king of the demon clan." Ning Xiaochuan met the King Jinyu and knew the identity of the King Jinyu, who was the most outstanding heir of the Brahma demon emperor. Among the 3 beast kings, King Jinyu is also the top-ranked strong one. No matter in cultivation or physique, the Holy Fish King is far less than the real king. The shot just fired is the best proof that Ning Xiaochuan will be repulsed. Ning Xiaochuan said in a deep voice, "Your demon clan is really arrogant. Where are human beings inferior to you? You have the body of a beast, but you want to turn into a human form, into a creature you think is inferior? In this world of the jungle, the winner is noble and the loser is lowly." Shen Wang smiled coldly and stabbed Ning Xiaochuan with a bullet. The speed was fast to the extreme and turned into a series of shadows. Ning Xiaochuan knew that the King Jinyu was powerful, and he no longer retained it. He immediately inspired the supreme body, half of which turned black and half of which turned white, emitting two distinct brilliance. Bang! Bang! The two collided together, using pure physical strength. Although King Zhenyu didn't cultivate the supreme body, his cultivation was far more than that of Ning Xiaochuan. With the blood of ancient Zhenyu, his strength was not weaker than that of Ning Xiaochuan. The two men fought neck and neck, and it was difficult to decide the outcome. When Ning Xiaochuan fought with King Zhenyu, some strong men of the human race entered the Holy Land, the top master of the royal family, the strong men of the three ancient races, and some heaven and man venerable men of other forces. However, the strong of all forces did not show up and hid in the dark. If the demon tower doesn't appear, they won't expose themselves. The real king and the holy fish king are also here. It is said that the cultivation of King Zhenyu has reached the realm of the nine heavenly venerable. That young man of mankind can even compete with King Zhenyu and win a tie. Has a new nine heavenly venerable been born in the Tianshu Empire? An ancestor of the Jin clan was shocked. The nine heavenly beings are already the acme of heaven and man, and belong to the top power in the Tianshu Empire. You know, the emperor of the Tianshu Empire is the realm of the nine heavenly lords. When a young human cultivates to the realm of the nine heavenly venerable, it will definitely cause a huge sensation and become the target of various forces. People of this level must not offend. He is Ning Xiaochuan, Jinling said to the elders of the Jin clan. She was also shocked. She didn't expect Ning Xiaochuan's constitution to be so terrible. In the secret place of God, who can fight with him? 2 chapters make 1 chapter. To put it in shame, the last relationship was Lao Jiu's first love. If so, it's always on and off, but when it comes to breaking up, it's really painful. These days are also a few days of depression. From tomorrow, Lao Jiu will try to restore and update, maybe 3 chapters or 2 chapters. Look at the status, and try your best. Ning Xiaochuan. All the elders of the Jin clan were shocked. Unexpectedly, the young man in front of him was Ning Xiaochuan, the Lingzi of Tiandi Mountain. If Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation has reached the 9th level of heaven and man, they will not believe it at all. There is only one explanation: Ning Xiaochuan's physique is far beyond ordinary people, and his talent level is likely to reach the legendary 10,000 years of difficulty. Have the talent of young gods. The name Ning Xiaochuan is no stranger to the Jin people. Originally, some of them opposed the marriage between Ning Xiaochuan and Jinling. However, after seeing Ning Xiaochuan's strong physique, they strongly supported their marriage. With Ning Xiaochuan's constitution, it is only a matter of time before he becomes the 9th heaven venerable. Other powerful forces also heard about the identity of the human man who fought with King Zhenyu, causing a big shock. The battle with King Zhenyu will surely make Ning Xiaochuan famous in the north. Xinjiang. Ning Xiaochuan. He killed the first strong person of the young generation of Li nationality, Li Chonglu, and must pay with blood. Among the many masters of Li nationality, an old man with white hair said angrily. This old man, the grandfather of Li Chonglu, is also one of the most powerful elders of Li nationality, and has great power. The king of the Li nationality took out a map and put all the monks of the Li nationality into the map. He said in a deep voice, "Li Sun, suppress your hatred first. Before the suppression tower appears, don't create complications." Besides, Ning Xiaochuan's physique is strong. In the secret place of gods, who can fight with him except the 9 heavenly lords? Even the king of the Li nationality is not the 9 heavenly venerable. Li Chonglu's grandfather is even worse. If you don't have the cultivation of the 9 heavenly venerable level, you dare to challenge Ning Xiaochuan. It's estimated that your end will be no better than the Holy Fish King. Let that boy live a few more days, and when the secret place of the gods comes out, it is his death. Li Chonglou's grandfather stood in the array, suppressing his anger. In the secret place of gods, magical powers and Taoism are suppressed, and only physical strength and mysterious weapons can be used to fight soldiers. Under such circumstances, the Tianjiao of the younger generation is even stronger than some elderly people who have practiced for hundreds of years. The battle between Ning Xiaochuan and King Zhenyu did not last long. King Zhenyu found that a large number of strong human beings entered the secret place of gods, so he immediately withdrew with the Holy Fish King. When he retreated, he said, "Ning Xiaochuan, your physique is really strong, but if you want to kill you, there must be a way. The Real King must still have a card. However, he can't use it now. He won't use it until he competes for the Demon Tower." Ning Xiaochuan didn't go after the King of Zhenyu, because he sensed that there were other demon clan strongmen in the god's secret place. Moreover, among the major forces of human beings, there are also enemies. If the demon clan and human beings deal with him and suffer from enemies from both sides, no matter how strong his constitution is, he will certainly be unable to resist. King Zhenyu is worthy of being the most outstanding descendant of the Brahma demon emperor. As expected, he is very powerful. I can't defeat him even if I display the power of the supreme body of gods and demons. Ning Xiaochuan's secret way. If you are outside, with the cultivation of King Zhenyu, you can kill Ning Xiaochuan with only one finger. Their realm gap is too big. A real king. Yu Mingsong looked very disdainful and said coldly, "Ning Xiaochuan, as long as you take out the supreme imperial instrument, it is enough to sweep all strong enemies. The supreme imperial weapon can't be used at will. Once it is exposed, there will be countless masters coming to me when it comes to the secret place of the gods, and I'm really doomed." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Wow! Not far away in the void, there were circles of ripples. An ethereal woman in white came out of the void. She was jade and ice clear, with spiritual smoke around her body, her long black hair behind her head, and her face was covered with a layer of white yarn, making her more mysterious. She is like the darling of heaven, flawless, like the goddess above the 9 heavens, and like the immortal girl forever. She doesn't belong to the world at all. Meet your highness the goddess. Seeing Xuelingshu, Yu Mingsong and Ning Xiaochuan looked at each other and saluted her slightly. Among the young generation of Tiandi Mountain, Xuelingshu is the first person and has the highest status. She is called goddess. Ning Xiaochuan uses the spiritual power of the 7-hole demon heart to perceive the cultivation of Xuelingshu, and wants to explore her current realm. Ning Xiaochuan, don't probe. Your cultivation speed is really fast. However, your current level hasn't surpassed me. Xuelingshu sensed Ning Xiaochuan's mind and said so. Her body is particularly ethereal. It seems that she is standing in front of Ning Xiaochuan, but it seems that she is thousands of miles away, which is unpredictable. In the secret place of the gods, although the divine power and Taoism cannot be exercised, Xuelingshu hides himself in the cracks of space and is not suppressed by the power of the gods. As long as she is willing, she doesn't need to enter the secret place of the gods. Even across a remote void, she can seize the demon tower. There is an agreement between Ning Xiaochuan and Xuelingshu. As long as Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation exceeds Xuelingshu, Xuelingshu must call Ning Xiaochuan a teacher. Therefore, Xuelingshu has always regarded Ning Xiaochuan as the greatest enemy. At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan is also her biggest motivation, so that she always adheres to her way of cultivation, and dare not delay for a moment. The greater the pressure Ning Xiaochuan caused to her, the faster she broke through the realm. Ning Xiaochuan was very relaxed and said, "The pressure of the goddess seems to be great, and she is afraid of being surpassed by me. In the way of cultivation, never tighten yourself too tightly, otherwise it will backfire." Xuelingshu's star eyes were extremely bright and clear as water, and said, "I'm a boat on the river, and you're the water wave that chases behind. The faster the water wave chases, the faster the boat sails. However, the water wave can never surpass the boat, and will always be behind the boat. What if one day the waves disappear? Ning Xiaochuan rowed. Lingshu took a deep look at Ning Xiaochuan and realized the meaning of Ning Xiaochuan's sentence. Ning Xiaochuan said, "A ship needs its own power to sail forever. If it depends too much on the driving force of the current, when the current disappears, the ship will stop and never sail forward. Your Highness Goddess, who is intelligent, should understand what I mean." Lingshu smiled and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, your biggest weakness is that you are too confident. When you catch up behind, I have already cultivated a pair of divine wings. Even if the water disappears, I can spread my wings and fly to the other side." Ning Xiaochuan also laughed and said, "Your biggest weakness is that you are too confident. You think that I am the water wave behind you, but you don't know that I have already arrived on the shore. You can surpass you at any time, just by whipping up your horse." Lingshu said, "Do you want to tell me that your cultivation path is different from mine?" Ning Xiaochuan knew that Lingshu practiced the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth and the Sutra of heaven and earth. Lingshu naturally knows that Ning Xiaochuan cultivates the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth and the Sutra of heaven and earth. Both of them practice the same skill and have the same strong physique. If Lingshu walks in front of her, Ning Xiaochuan will never catch up with her. However, Lingshu didn't know that Ning Xiaochuan not only practiced the Heaven and Earth Sutra, but also the Destruction Sutra. This is another way of cultivation that Ning Xiaochuan refers to. Ning Xiaochuan said, "You will naturally understand in the future." If there is a chance, Ning Xiaochuan really wants to talk with Lingshu. Because their talents are not much different, and they practice the same martial arts classics. If they exchange cultivation experiences together, it will be of great help to both of them. Lingshu looked solemn and said, "The demon army is about to start a war on the civilized country of mankind. For the human friars in northern Xinjiang, it will be a huge disaster. Only the demon tower can be a deterrent to the demon family, so the demon tower must not fall into the hands of the demon family. I naturally understand this truth. But is the demon tower really in the emperor's house?" Ning Xiaochuan rowed. Lingshu nodded and said, "The emperor of heaven once got the demon tower, suppressed many demon strongmen in the tower, and sealed the demon tower in the emperor's house. Since it was opened again, it means that the demon tower is about to be born. The demon clan has also known this news. Many strong demon clan players have arrived. At that time, it will be a battle between dragons and tigers. Ning Xiaochuan, I hope we can form an alliance for the time being." "I have no opinion." Ning Xiaochuan added, "If you get the demon tower, who should it belong to? Whoever gets it first belongs to him." Snow Spirit Empty Way. More and more monks came to the secret place of gods, all of them strong ones, waiting for the birth of the demon tower. Ning Xiaochuan did not see the trace of Niao Lanqin, and did she enter the secret place of the gods? In recent days, some powerful demons have entered the secret place of gods and joined the king of Jinyu and the king of Holy Fish to form a huge force. During this period, there was a demon who wanted to break into the emperor's house, but was killed by a divine light and turned into robbery ash. Boom! On the 8th day, the emperor's house at the top of the mountain suddenly shook violently, emitting 6 colored lights, illuminating the ruins world thousands of miles around. In the center of the 6-colored light, a delicate tower is suspended, slowly rotating, emitting dazzling divine light. Jinyao Tower was born. Ow! The king of Jinyu immediately flew towards the emperor's house, and his whole body emitted silver brilliance, which turned into the body of Jinyu. His body was like a huge silver mountain, covered with silver scales, and stretched out a huge claw to catch the demon tower. The demon clan also wants to seize the suppression tower? Pass the emperor first. A golden cloud rose, and 9 dragon shadows shuttled in the cloud and flew towards the emperor's house. Those are 9 real flying dragons, each of which is very powerful and sends out earth-shaking roars. The emperor of the Tianshu Empire, wearing a golden dragon robe and an emperor's crown, stood on the top of one of the flying dragons and struck a jade seal at the real king. The jade seal seems to be carved out of emerald, emitting a glittering and translucent light. The emperor of Tianshu broke his strength into the jade seal. The jade seal, which was originally only the size of a fist, immediately turned into a treasure seal more than 50 meters high, just like a square hill, emitting a brilliant atmosphere. Boom! The jade seal flew by, and a large area of demon clan strong people were crushed to death and turned into blood mud. This jade seal is the Zhenghua magic weapon of the Tianshu Empire and the symbol of imperial power. Emperors of all dynasties spent a lot of materials to forge, which can be called the divine seal forged with the power of the whole country, and has reached the level of top grade and supreme wear. Facing the Zhenghua magic soldiers of the Tianshu Empire, even the real king dared not fight hard, and could only take time to retreat. Ow! Ow! The emperor of Tianshu drove 9 flying dragons, and with the overwhelming and frightening dragon emperor Qi on his body, he flew all the powerful demons and flew towards the center of the emperor's house to seize the demon tower. Suddenly, another green and red demon cloud flew out. Qi! In the demon cloud, a harsh cry broke the eardrums of many human monks, and blood flowed out of their ears. A huge strange bird rushed out of the demon cloud, with blue feathers and red tail. It spit out a bucket of lightning in its mouth and split at the emperor of the Tianshu. Boom! The strong thunder and lightning, just like an electric column, pierced the earth where the gods were close. Emperor Tianshu was forced back by lightning, holding a jade seal, retreated to the northeast corner. That flash of lightning is not a magic power, but a breath from a strange bird. Qi is like lightning and sound is like thunder. Destroy the king of Mongolia. Emperor Tianshu showed a dignified look and stared at the strange bird. Emperor Tianshu. Xinyao Tower, the king has decided. If you are smart, take the human friars and retreat quickly. Otherwise, the king doesn't mind killing everyone. The strange bird made a human voice. Every word, like a dull thunder, shook the world. Yu Mingsong showed a shocked look and said, "The king of Miaming has come." It's not good. Who is the king of Miaming? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Shui Lingshu's eyes were also very dignified, and he said, "The king of Miaming is the first king under the throne of Brahma demon. His body is a bird of Miaming, and his cultivation is extremely strong. He once killed a human 9 heavenly venerable. Just one move, kill a 9 heaven venerable. Has it reached the realm of a real person?" Ning Xiaochuan took a cold breath. I don't know. Anyway, the war power of destroying the king of Mongolia is very terrible. Let's do it together. Snow Spirit Empty Way. Good. Only with the joint efforts of the two people can we fight against the king of extermination Mongolia. Ning Xiaochuan aroused the supreme body of the gods and demons and turned it into a black and white man, half magical and half sacred. With a wave of his arm, he beat out 10 9-grade Xuanqi level war swords at the same time. Poof. 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 The sword flew by, and the 3 powerful demons were killed. Ning Xiaochuan entered the emperor's house and chased the king of Miaming. Shui Lingshu's body is elegant, like a dream, just take a step forward, and then cross the void to reach the top of the head of the king of Miaming. This is the power of space. The king of Miaming was also slightly surprised and looked up at the beautiful shadow standing above. It spits out a flash of lightning, turns into a river of lightning, and rushes towards the snow spirit. Shui Lingshu's body method was extremely mysterious. He immediately changed his position to avoid the attack of the king of Miaming. Just a young generation dare to fight with this king, but it's not a small courage. The king of Miaming was arrogant and did not pay attention to Shui Lingshu at all. If he made a move at will outside the god's secret place, he could turn the snow spirit into fly ash. The road of cultivation is not to walk on the bones of our predecessors. It is a great honor to fight against the king of Mongolia in northern Xinjiang. Shui Lingshu's faint way. The king of Miaming snorted coldly, and the demon body was wrapped by thunder and lightning. A huge beast chariot was spit out of his mouth and rolled over towards Shui Lingshu. Boom! That chariot is tens of meters high, like a black hill. The virtual shadow of 100 divine beasts, Tao Tai, killing Mongolian birds, famous birds, goblins, etc., poured out of the chariot and poured out to the snow spirit. The beast chariot is also a powerful supreme weapon. It is powerful and powerful, with thunder and lightning, which is very frightening. Shui Lingshu called out the emperor's clock, slapped it on the wall, and made a bell ring through the whole ruins world. Hum. The virtual shadows of all beasts were broken and turned into smoke. Shui Lingshu held the bell of the Emperor of Heaven, turned into a graceful virtual shadow, crossed the void, and attacked the king of Miaming. Even in the face of the terrifying beast king, she still fought without fear. Don't overestimate yourself. The king's power is unparalleled in the world. Even if a real person approaches, he can't stop the king's pace. Little girl, you're looking for death. The king of Miaming's eyes turned red, and a claw slapped on the heavenly bell, knocking Shui Lingshu back again. The king of Miaming showed his extremely powerful strength, and his body was like a mountain, standing still. Even the emperor bell of the supreme emperor level could not make him retreat. His eyes stared at the demon tower and took off. She can't stop you alone. What about me? Ning Xiaochuan killed all the way, patting more than a dozen demon clan strong men to death, leaving blood and demon corpses all the way, and even his robes were dyed red into blood. He finally reached the king of Miaming, waved his magic sword and chopped down at the king of Miaming. The king of Miaming knew that Ning Xiaochuan could challenge the king of Jinyu, so he didn't despise Ning Xiaochuan, turned into a human, stood on the top of the beast chariot, rolled towards Ning Xiaochuan, and said, "Die." Bang! 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 With the power of the supreme body of gods and demons, Ning Xiaochuan made hundreds of palm prints in a row and shook with the chariots of beasts. He was as brave as a mighty giant god. Finally, the impact of the beast chariot was blocked. His last slap almost sent the chariot flying out. Ning Xiaochuan, help me. Shui Lingshu mobilized the vitality in his body and entered the heavenly bell, ready to wake up the power of the supreme imperial instrument. Ning Xiaochuan also slapped the heavenly bell with his palm, and the vitality in his body continued to enter the clock. Wow! The two shot at the same time, and finally awakened the power of the supreme imperial instrument. The heavenly bell, emitting white brilliance, woke up like a supreme, and its breath was very terrible. It automatically flew out and attacked the king of Miaming. Supreme imperial instrument, heavenly bell. The king of Miaming's face changed slightly, and immediately began to hide from the attack of the heavenly bell. In the face of the supreme emperor's weapon, even the king of Miaming should retreat and dare not touch it. After all, it's a secret place of gods. Even if his cultivation is too high, he can't really be lawless. More and more powerful people broke into the imperial house, not only competing for the demon tower, but also robbing other treasures in the imperial house. Wow! A gorgeous flame rushed out of an ancient well and made the sound of phoenix crowing. In the flames, there was a red ancient sword wrapped around it, which turned into a pillar of light and rushed straight into the sky. Supreme weapon, phoenix feather ancient sword. An old man of Li nationality rushed to the sky to seize Fingyu ancient sword. He just pinched the Fingyu ancient sword in his hand, with ecstasy on his face. Suddenly, a demon of the demon family flew out, and a claw tore his body into pieces and turned into a rain of blood. The old man of Li nationality had just died tragically, and immediately two other masters came out to fight for Fingyu ancient sword. The Holy Fish clan, such a monster clan, only has a complete supreme weapon, which shows the value of the supreme weapon. In particular, the supreme weapon in the Emperor's house is the collection of the Emperor of Heaven. It is absolutely powerful and worth their efforts. Of course, the real top powers are all coming for the Demon Tower, which is the real treasure. Not only the King of Miaming, the King of Jinyu, the Emperor of Tianshu, Ning Xiaochuan and Shui Lingshu are fighting, but also some top-level strong men fly out of the dark and want to get the Demon Suppression Tower. A huge magic hall flew into the secret place of the gods. An iron chain as thick as a bucket flew out of the magic hall, tens of thousands of meters long, like a steel dragon, sweeping through the void and beating a large number of monks away. That magic hall flew to the Emperor's house and joined the battle for the Demon Tower. Another strong man. A beast king of the Demon clan went to test the origin of the Demon Hall, but just walked within 100 feet of the Demon Hall, he was beaten out by that iron chain. Voila! The iron chain flew across the sky and broke into the 6-color Guanghua, trying to sweep away the Demon Tower. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan waved his magic sword and fell from the sky. With one sword, he cut off the thick iron chain of the bucket. In the Demon Hall, a cold hum came out. Ning Xiaochuan, you'd better retreat, or the king of this law will clean up with you. Dizong Wang Zong, Xuanji Fa Wang? Ning Xiaochuan stood in the void and stopped the Demon Hall. Knowing the taboo of the king of this law, don't retreat quickly. The voice of the mysterious king came from the Demon Hall. There are only two Dharma kings in Dizong King sect, the Dharma king of Yin Temple and the Dharma king of Xuanji. It is said that the king of Xuanji is proficient in calculation, can observe stars, has superb wisdom, and his martial arts cultivation is also unpredictable. He is the right-hand arm of the king of Earth, Tibet. Someone asked me to help clear the door. Today, I'll cut you first, and then I'll take the life of the king of Tibet another day. Ning Xiaochuan spread his arms like a big bird and flew directly to the top of the magic hall. The huge iron chain, flying out of the magic hall, was like a winding steel dragon, constantly attacking Ning Xiaochuan. When masters from all sides fight to the death. Yu Mingsong pinched a yellow bead in his hand, and immediately disappeared, sneaking towards the Demon Tower. The yellow bead in his hand is a supreme weapon called Invisible Bead. The whole north. Xinjiang, only one. As long as you hold the invisible bead in your hand, the invisible bead will emit a unique force to wrap people in it, as if it suddenly disappeared. Fight. Fight. Anyway, Jinyao Tower is already in my bag. Yu Mingsong was secretly happy and cautiously rushed to the Demon Tower. However, what Yu Mingsong didn't notice was that when he used the stealth bead, Little Red turned into a 3-inch-long dragon, turned into a red glow, flew into his pocket and hid. The dark magic hall, dozens of feet high, emits strange magic clouds. Voila! Inside the two magic doors, 2 bucket-thick chains flew out, making a huge sound of metal collision, which made people's eardrums tingle. Every iron chain has a huge force of 10 million jin. Once it touches the monk's body, it will certainly smash the monk to pieces. When the strong fight, you can't make any mistakes. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan's supreme body of gods and demons, including the supreme power of Kendo, displays extremely sharp sword chi, like a sky aurora, cutting the iron chain into one section after another. He roared, cut off with a sword and split the Demon Hall. Divide into 2 halves. Inside the magic hall, a chill rushed out. Poof! A flying sword, as fast as lightning, flew out of the cold and directly pierced Ning Xiaochuan's body. The blood-red sword tip penetrated from Ning Xiaochuan's back. Haha! Ning Xiaochuan, how dare you fight with this seat? I really think you are invincible in the secret place of the gods. The king of Xuanji sat on an iron chair, his body completely wrapped in metal, with only a pair of eyes exposed. He is not like a person, but more like a pile of black metal, cast on the iron chair. That flying sword, which is an inferior supreme weapon, passed through Ning Xiaochuan's chest. The flying sword, emitting a magical light, kept trembling, and wanted to tear Ning Xiaochuan's body with sword qi. "Give it to me." Ning Xiaochuan clenched his teeth, sending out a more terrifying demon gas in his body, and the blood of his whole body boiled up, absorbing the inferior and supreme flying sword into his body and refining it completely. Ning Xiaochuan's body made a crackling sound. After absorbing the essence and soul of the supreme weapon, the wound on his chest healed automatically. His whole body is full of strength, his body becomes stronger, and the surface of his skin flows with metallic luster. How could this happen? The mysterious Dharma king exclaimed. Being pierced by a flying sword at the supreme level, he not only didn't die, but also refined the flying sword into his body. Such a constitution is too strong. Ning Xiaochuan's momentum continued to climb, rushed to the king of Xuanji, and punched the king of Xuanji. Bang! A harsh metal impact. The steel armor on King Xuanji's body, I don't know what material it is, was hit by Ning Xiaochuan with all his strength, and there was no damage. Don't waste your strength. This armor was forged by the king of Tibet. It contains the original power of real people. Even if your power is 10 times stronger, it can't hurt me. King Xuanji slapped him in the past, and his powerful strength broke out, beating Ning Xiaochuan back more than 10 steps. The armor containing the origin of human beings is rare in the world. It can be called unbreakable divine armor, which is enough to block the full 9 strikes of the 9 heavenly lords. Although in the secret place of gods, Ning Xiaochuan can compete with the 9 heavenly lords. However, Ning Xiaochuan's true cultivation is still the 4th realm of heaven and man, Xianjing heaven. Once he leaves the secret place of the gods, his strength is still quite different from that of the 9 heaven venerable. It is also normal that the original armor of human beings cannot be broken. There is no unbreakable armor in the world. Ning Xiaochuan wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, and with a spirit in his eyes, he was ready to use the Supreme Emperor's sword to kill the mysterious king. However, at this time, great changes took place. In the center of the emperor's house, the 6 colors disappeared. The demon tower also disappeared. Someone stole the demon tower. The king of Jinyu was extremely angry and shouted, "Someone used the invisible bead to steal the demon tower." The real king has natural double pupils. Although he can't use the magic power of double pupils, his eyesight is still better than ordinary people. He can see the clues and find the traces of invisible beads. Who wants to steal the demon tower and doesn't show up immediately? The emperor of Tianshu beat out the jade seal, suspended in the void, emitting bright jade light, illuminating the whole heaven and earth. The jade seal, which has reached the level of top-grade supreme wear, breeds a weak supreme power, which can return all illusions to their original form. Even the invisible beads, illuminated by the light of the jade seal, have nowhere to hide. There was a figure standing in the suspended position of the demon tower. Ning Xiaochuan looked over and his eyelids jumped slightly. The man was actually Yu Mingsong. This guy is quite good at fishing in troubled waters. He stole the demon tower and picked up a big bargain while everyone was fighting. However, who would have thought that Yu Mingsong really wanted to scold his mother at the moment? Originally, he really wanted to steal the demon tower secretly, but when he used his secret method to get things from space, the demon tower was stolen first. Xinyao Tower, right under his nose, disappeared. Who stole it? Yu Mingsong saw human strongmen and monster overlords in all directions, and all stared at him murderously. His face became more bitter than bitter gourd, and he stammered, "Big. Everyone. Calm down first. Calm down, demon suppression. Tower. Tower flies away by itself, which has nothing to do with. It has nothing to do with me. Naturally, no one believed his words. If you think we are all fools, you'd better hand over the demon tower immediately, or you'll be in a dilemma. The Real King turned into a body, and his body was bigger than the mountains. He was ferocious and terrifying. With a fierce roar, he almost blew Yu Mingsong out. The demon tower is the treasure of the human race. It should be handed over to the emperor for safekeeping. Young man, hand over the demon tower, and the emperor can save your life," said the emperor of Tianshu. Surrounded by so many strong men, Yu Mingsong shivered all over and said, I really didn't take the demon tower. If you don't look for it anymore, you might fall on the ground. Deliberately trying to tease us and kill him. The king of extermination was determined to win the demon tower. He stood on the top of the beast chariot and held a flashing whip. With a wave of his arm, the whip swept towards Yu Mingsong. In their view, whoever can catch Yu Mingsong will get the demon tower. Emperor Tianshu, King Xuanji, and King Zhenli all shot to capture Yu Mingsong, whether dead or alive. A big war broke out again. Wow! The void behind Yu Mingsong suddenly stretched out a delicate jade hand, grabbed his shoulder and dragged him into the void. Come with me. Xuelingshu, holding Yu Mingsong in one hand and the heavenly emperor clock in the other, jumped in the space and flew away towards the gods. Thank you, Your Highness, for saving your life. Yu Mingsong was really scared to death. If it weren't for Xuelingshu to save him, he would surely die without residue under the attack of all-powerful people. At the same time, he hated the bastard who stole the demon tower and killed him so badly that he almost died without a burial place. All the strong ones, all chasing Xuelingshu, rushed out of the secret place of the gods to recapture the demon tower. Ning Xiaochuan originally wanted to catch up, but at this time, the 7 orifices demon's heart sent a sense of danger, and his hair stood up. He immediately moved sideways to the right. Boom! At the moment Ning Xiaochuan moved out, a golden arrow, as thick as his arm, flew past the position where he had just stood. If not, he moved 3 meters to the right, and that arrow could pierce his heart. Bang! The golden arrow was 2 meters long, like a long gun, burning a golden flame, hitting the ground and hitting a big pit with a diameter of 8 meters. Who? Ning Xiaochuan looked behind him. More than 10 miles away, a white-haired old man holding a long golden bow stood at the top of a hill. After being discovered by Ning Xiaochuan, the white-haired old man immediately ran away. Still want to escape? Ning Xiaochuan lifted the golden arrow on the ground, took his arm as a bow, and shot it out, sounding the sound of air explosion. The golden arrow, dragging its tail, dozens of meters long, flew past like a meteor. Poof! The golden arrow pierced the old man's left shoulder, leaving a fist-sized blood hole. Ning Xiaochuan, the Li nationality is as hostile to you as the sea. When you go out of the secret place of gods, it is your death. The white-haired old man held back his pain and shouted coldly. This white-haired old man is Li Sun, the grandfather of Li Chonglu. Li Sun knew that he was not Ning Xiaochuan's opponent in the secret place of the gods. Since the sneak attack was not successful, he immediately fled to the secret place of the gods. Li nationality. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes also showed a chill, and he completely burst out his speed and pursued it. He never took the initiative to offend the Li nationality, but the Li nationality wanted to kill him and the people around him. Finally, Ning Xiaochuan was irritated. If you still want to escape, stay with me. With a wave of Ning Xiaochuan's arm, 11 war swords flew out of his body and turned into a divine sword array. The moment before Li Sun escaped from the secret place of the gods, he killed Li Sun in the divine sword array. After refining the supreme weapon of the Xuanji Dharma king, the concrete magic power of 10,000 swords melt rain has become more powerful. The Zhenshenjian array, composed of 10 9-grade mysterious swords, is also powerful, but there is no array heart. That inferior supreme war sword is the array heart, which is like a person's backbone and the keel of a real dragon. With the heart of the array, the power of the Excalibur sword array rises another level. Li Sun's cultivation is about to reach the 7th realm of heaven and man. However, after the Excalibur sword array was crushed, Li Sun was killed in the array, and he didn't even have the strength to resist. Ning Xiaochuan took the 11 swords back into his body, glanced at Li Sun's bones indifferently, and took away the heaven and earth bracelet on Li Sun's wrist. In Li Sun's hand, he was carrying a large golden bow and 6 2-meter-long golden arrows. That big golden bow has no bowstrings, only bow bones. Arched bones, like the back of a dragon, are carved with the seals of countless ancient strange beasts, and some ancient characters, which are definitely not ordinary. This arched bone is forged with gold-grade meteorite iron and a keel. It is definitely the top soldier in the inferior supreme weapon. The voice of the Emperor's blade came from Xian Beast Jian, with excitement, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, you still owe me a supreme weapon, that's it. You think too much." Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "Although this arched bone is only a top inferior supreme weapon, if it is matched with a golden arrow, it will immediately reach the power of a middle-grade supreme weapon. Each of the 6 golden arrows is an inferior supreme weapon, which is powerful and can shoot through the defense of the 9 heavenly lords." Ning Xiaochuan lifted the golden bow and put a golden arrow on it. Wow! A very thin golden bow string automatically appears. The golden arrow and the golden bow are almost integrated, emitting a stinging golden on. With the opening of the bowstring, the breath becomes stronger and stronger, reaching the level of intermediate grade supreme weapon. Ning Xiaochuan shot an arrow, and the golden arrow turned into a golden light and flew out. Poof! More than 30 miles away, an old man of Li nationality was shot through by a golden arrow, nailed to the cliff, and dyed the whole cliff red. Originally, those strongly people wanted to take revenge on Ning Xiaochuan for Li Sun. However, after seeing the strength of Ning Xiaochuan, the king of Li immediately ordered that everyone withdraw from the secret place of the gods. In the secret place of gods, fighting with Ning Xiaochuan is simply looking for death. Ning Xiaochuan's arrow just now was just a warning, and did not want to kill all Li people. Moreover, if the Li nationality is completely angered, Ning Xiaochuan alone may not be the opponent of the whole Li nationality. The Li nationality will naturally pay a huge price if they really fight to the end, but Ning Xiaochuan can't leave the secret place of the gods alive. The golden bow and arrow are placed separately, which are inferior and supreme. However, once combined, it is the supreme weapon of middle grade, which is quite powerful. In fact, the golden bow and the 6 golden arrows were not the treasures of the Li nationality, but the treasures in the emperor's house, which were fortunately obtained by Li Sun. It was with this set of supreme weapon-level bows and arrows that Li Sun's self-confidence expanded, and he dared to take the initiative to sneak attack Ning Xiaochuan. Chi. After the strong of Li nationality retreated, Ning Xiaochuan used the demon fire to refine the golden bow and arrow, and put his heart into the golden bow. A series of golden words poured into Ning Xiaochuan's mind and turned into a scripture. Zhenwu Arrow Formula. Only by practicing arrow formula can you use golden bow and arrow at will. Ning Xiaochuan has 7 magic hearts, which can mobilize the 7 spirits to practice at the same time. It took only half an hour to complete the practice of Zhenwu arrow. Close. He stretched out a hand and spit out a word. More than 30 miles away, the golden arrow that had been inserted on the old body of the Li nationality immediately flew back and fell into Ning Xiaochuan's hands. The supreme weapons that can be collected by the Emperor of Heaven are really not ordinary soldiers. Ning Xiaochuan collected Zhenwu Bao and 6 Zhenwu arrows into the heaven and earth bracelet. A total of dozens of supreme weapons flew out of the Emperor's house, all of which were taken away by the strong of the Terrans and demons. Among them, there is even a top-grade supreme weapon, which was forcibly taken away by the king of Jinyu. Everything in the emperor's house was robbed, and even bricks, pillars, and walls were dug away by some heaven and man venerable beings. These things have divinity. If they are built, they can build a spiritual place for cultivation, and even develop into holy land and cave heaven in the future. The level of cultivation treasure land is from low to high, Daocheng, spiritual land, holy land, Dongtian. All the treasures in the secret place of gods were taken away, and the monks of demons and Terrans also withdrew from the secret place of gods, leaving Ning Xiaochuan still in it. It's not that Ning Xiaochuan doesn't want to leave, but that he doesn't dare to leave. In the secret place of the gods, he was indeed powerful and swept all the strong. However, once you leave the secret place of the gods, you will inevitably be retaliated by the strong of the major forces. It can be predicted that there must be many masters who are guarding outside now. As long as Ning Xiaochuan goes out, he will be besieged. Xue Lingshu dared to escape from the secret place of the gods, because she could mobilize the power of space and time. Once she went out, it was like a dragon flying thousands of miles and a phoenix flying 9 days, and no one could catch up with her. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't have the ability like her, so she can only think of other ways. Everything in the imperial house was taken away, but the power to suppress the magic power still exists. Where on earth did that power come from? Ning Xiaochuan felt that there were still secrets in the secret place of the gods that had not been excavated. Everything in the world must have a source. It is impossible to produce a force out of thin air, and a force cannot disappear out of thin air. Ning Xiaochuan. A little girl in red clothes, sneaking out of the forest, quietly shouted Ning Xiaochuan's name. It's Xiao Hong. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Xiao Hong, frowned slightly, and said, Xiao Hong, I didn't ask you to stay with you Ming Song. Why are you still in the secret place? I dare not. I'm afraid those people will chase me. Xiao Hong held a small tower in her hands, hid it in her little clothes, and whispered. Ning Xiaochuan saw a corner of the small tower in the red clothes, and his eyelids suddenly jumped, saying, Jinyao Tower. You Ming Song gave you the Jinyao Tower? No, how can you Ming Song give you such a top treasure? Is it true that the person who stole the Jinyao Tower is not you Ming Song, but you? Xiao Hong's eyes blinked and said, Ning Xiaochuan, I feel the Jinyao Tower shaking, and it seems that something is going to rush out. Give me the demon tower. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Xiao Hong immediately handed the demon tower to Ning Xiaochuan. A delicate tower, only 1 foot high, seems to be forged with red copper gilding, with a total of 21 floors. On the small tower, there are all fine lines with ancient characters printed. Ning Xiaochuan saw 2 marks on the tower, one is a purple sword-shaped mark, and the other is a white knife-shaped mark. Both marks are very mysterious, not just a knife and a sword. It's like 2 indomitable strong men standing in the void and confronting each other. When Ning Xiaochuan put his mind into the purple sword-shaped mark, he explored it. Wow! His mind was immediately pulled into a world full of war swords, thousands of war swords, some inserted in the ground, some flying in the sky. In the center of thousands of battle swords, there is a purple figure standing. Wearing an imperial robe, he was like a body condensed with the spirit of the universe. Holding a purple gold sword, he waved it with a wave of imperial power to destroy the sky and the earth, and cut off most of a big star outside the sky. That sword was so terrifying that people felt extremely palpitating. Ning Xiaochuan immediately withdrew his mind, sweating all over, his heart stopped, and it was difficult to breathe. That purple figure must be the Lord of the Purple and Gold Emperor. No one can be so powerful except him. The purple sword pattern is the mark left by the Purple King. Who left the white knife marks? Ning Xiaochuan probes his mind towards the knife pattern. Wow! His mind was dragged into a world full of war knives, knife mountains, knife rivers, knife seas, countless blades suspended in the void, converging into a world containing the mysterious essence of knife art. At the top of the highest knife mountain, Xuran stood the virtual shadow of a man in white, holding a war knife. It seemed as elegant as an immortal, but it also had the domineering spirit of a king. With a gentle wave of his hand, he cut out according to a mysterious track, breaking the whole world. Ning Xiaochuan took back his mind again, his forehead was full of bean-sized sweat, and he exhaled a long breath, the mark left by the Emperor of Heaven. The main sacrifice of the Purple Emperor refined the demon-suppressing tower and left his own mark on the tower. After countless years, Jinyao Tower fell into the hands of the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven is a young talent with supreme talent. Naturally, he wants to challenge the predecessors and sages, so he also left a mark on the demon tower and fought with the Lord of the Purple and Gold Emperor. Although they are not in the same era, they can compete with each other, which can be called the confrontation between the two most powerful heroes of mankind after the era of apotheosis. The mark left by the Emperor of Heaven on the Demon Tower is the strongest move earth-breaking sword in his unique skill, the formula of heaven-breaking sword. When the Emperor of Heaven has not reached the realm of the secondary god, as long as the move earth-breaking sword is displayed, any strong enemy can be killed, even a secondary god. When the Emperor of Heaven became a sub-god, the world was invincible. It was meaningless for him to have a knife or not, and the formula for opening the sky has not been handed down. The Emperor Blade added, the mark left by the Purple Gold Emperor on the Demon Tower should be the strongest move Hunyuan Ichi sword in the 8-chi sword technique. Hunyuan generates 8 chi and breaks thousands of methods with 1 chi, which refers to this sword technique. In the era of the Zijin Emperor, the children of the Zizu could fight all over the world if they could learn a move in the 8-chi sword technique. However, except for the Emperor Zijin, there is no second person who will learn Hunyuan Ichi sword. The Hunyuan Ichi sword is the most powerful sword and the essence of the Emperor Zijin's lifelong cultivation. After the death of the Zijin Emperor, the Zijin Divine Kingdom was destroyed, and the Zizu was also destroyed. The 8-chi sword was also lost and never appeared again. Ning Xiaochuan, if you can understand the strongest sword of the Emperor's heaven-breaking sword and the strongest sword of the Emperor's Hunyuan Ichi sword from the marks of the Emperor and the Emperor, it will definitely be a great opportunity for you. It is even possible to get the blessing of the divine power of the Emperor, and mobilize the power of the two gods for your own use. The power of the secondary god is extremely powerful. Although the physical body cannot last forever, the spirit does not die. The spirit of the secondary god is still filled between heaven and earth and will never disappear. The secondary god is like a big lake. Although the big lake is dry, the water in the big lake is still in the world. Some of it turns into water vapor, and some of it immerses in the earth and is scattered all over the world. Therefore, even if the secondary god dies, the divine power is still eternal. In future generations, as long as someone can match the power of the secondary god, he can mobilize part of the power of the secondary god. The power of the second god, even if it is only 1/10 of 1,000, is enough to sweep the world. For example, Shui Lingshu, who wakes up the blood of gods, has the blood of the Emperor of Heaven. Therefore, she can mobilize part of the divine power scattered in the world by the Emperor of Heaven. Once the divine power is mobilized, she can activate the supreme imperial instrument, the heavenly bell. Even if she fights with the strong of the older generation, she may not lose. After the purple smoke awakens the blood of the gods, it can also mobilize the divine power of some purple and gold emperors. As her cultivation improves, more and more divine powers can be mobilized. Groundbreaking knife represents the most powerful knife technique created by the Emperor of Heaven. If Ning Xiaochuan can understand the essence of earth-breaking knife, he will be inherited by the Emperor of Heaven. When you use this move, you can mobilize the divine power of the Emperor of Heaven scattered in the world and exert the power beyond his current realm. After all, one's strength is limited. But how terrible would it be to mobilize the power of God? Hunyuan Ichi sword represents the strongest sword of the Zijin Emperor's own sword move. If Ning Xiaochuan can understand, he can also mobilize the divine power of the Emperor Zijin when he wields this sword. Ning Xiaochuan cultivated the supreme body of gods and demons, and fused the supreme power of kendo, supreme power of life and supreme power of demon. Therefore, his understanding of kendo is more profound than that of Tao. He decided to comprehend Hunyuan Ichi sword first. The 7 orifices demon heart flew out of the 7 virtual shadows, turned into the 7 mind, immersed in the sword-shaped brand, and came to that world full of swords again. This is the brand left by the Emperor of Purple and Gold, forming the world of divine power. 7 minds sitting in 7 directions, while watching the sword-waving action of the purple figure standing in the center. That purple figure is just a mark, but it is still extremely powerful and awe-inspiring. Standing in the center of 10,000 swords, holding a purple and gold sword, it looks down at all creatures in the world. Raise your arm and cut out with a sword. Boom! Outside the sky, a huge star was cut off by the divine sword. Ning Xiaochuan watched every detail of the purple figure, the track of the sword, felt the mystery, and understood the profound meaning of kendo. Although it seems simple to just raise your hand and wave a sword, it contains the experience of Zijin Emperor's lifelong practice. If the profound meaning is written in words, 100 million words may not be able to explain it clearly. Ning Xiaochuan has read the Zixia Sutra, but the Hunyuan Ichi sword is more mysterious and unpredictable than the Zixia Sutra. Zixia Sutra is the cultivation method passed on by the Zijin Emperor to later generations, but Hunyuan Ichi sword is the strongest blow that the Zijin Emperor can exert. I watched the purple figure for 9 days and 9 nights, and I waved my sword 9 times a day. In other words, Ning Xiaochuan watched the Emperor of Purple and Gold perform the Hunyuan Ichi sword 81 times. He also waved his sword with the purple figure, constantly trying and modifying, and at least waved his sword for tens of thousands of times. However, he could only imitate the form of sword moves, and could not understand the essence of Hunyuan Ichi sword. When Sui Hanyu shows Ning Xiaochuan the 4 moves of the sword formula to destroy the world, he only needs to demonstrate it once, and Ning Xiaochuan can understand some. Then, I will slowly understand it and continue to practice it. I can always practice sword moves. However, Ning Xiaochuan watched the Purple Gold Emperor's Hunyuan Ichi sword 81 times and couldn't realize the essence of it. It's not that Hunyuan Ichi sword is better than Annihilation sword formula. It's not that Ning Xiaochuan's savvy has regressed. But because Hunyuan Ichi sword has been integrated with the lifelong cultivation of the Emperor Zijin, representing the martial arts of the Emperor Zijin. Ning Xiaochuan's understanding of Hunyuan Ichi sword is to understand the martial arts of the Emperor Zijin. Only by understanding the martial arts of the Zijin Emperor can the real power of Hunyuan Ichi sword be exerted. Otherwise, Hunyuan Ichi sword is just a sword move, but it is more clever than other swordsmanship. Zijin Emperor has integrated his martial arts into the sword formula. Hunyuan Ichi sword is really too difficult to understand. No wonder there were so many Tianjiao in the purple family at that time, and none of them could successfully practice this move. It took 9 days and failed to cultivate successfully, but Ning Xiaochuan was not discouraged, but felt very normal. When the Zijin Emperor was alive, the Zizu had the blessing of gods, a large number of geniuses and masters, but none of them successfully cultivated the Hunyuan Ichi sword. If Ning Xiaochuan succeeded in cultivating in only 9 days, the sage of the purple family would have to die of anger. Although he did not understand the essence of Hunyuan Ichi sword for the time being, Ning Xiaochuan still gained a lot, and his understanding of Jiandao and Tiandao was more profound, and the previously ambiguous places were suddenly enlightened. The number of rules in the Tao Yuan of destroying the world and the Tao Yuan of heaven and earth has increased significantly, which is a step closer to the fifth realm of heaven and man, life and heaven. Ning Xiaochuan has new experience in the application of magical powers and Taoism. These improvements are all the results of enlightenment in the past 9 days. Watching the shadow of the Emperor Zijin wield his sword moves is like a secondary god teaching Ning Xiaochuan himself. This kind of opportunity, other geniuses, is hard to meet in a lifetime. If Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation and mood can't advance by leaps and bounds, that's a strange thing. Taking Jinyao Tower with you is like taking 2 masters of secondary god level to demonstrate sword formula and sword technique for Ning Xiaochuan anytime and anywhere. In the future, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation speed must be faster. Buzz. Jinyao Tower shook violently, which made Ning Xiaochuan's fingers ache and almost flew away in the air. In the past 9 days, Jinyao Tower has not vibrated for the first time. The number of vibrations every day is becoming more and more frequent. It seems that something is rushing out of the tower. It is said that 10,000 years ago, the Emperor of Heaven traveled all over the world and collected many powerful demons in the Jinyao Tower. Is there any strong demons in the Jinyao Tower who did not die? 10,000 years, it is too long, vegetation withered, vicissitudes, even real people will die of old age, turned into bones. Not to mention in the Demon Tower? The power of the Demon Tower itself was originally to refine the demon friars and accelerate the death of the demon friars. What kind of demon can resist the 10,000-year refining of Jinyao Tower? Ning Xiaochuan was also nervous. If there were a 10,000-year demon escaping from the Demon Tower, it would be another catastrophe for human monks. The Demon Tower can't be refined to death. What a terrible demon it must be. Wow. A faint evil spirit escaped from the Demon Tower, and a hoarse, cold voice came out of the tower, like a fierce ghost roaring in hell. Ning Xiaochuan immediately used the demon fire to refine the Demon Tower and wanted to suppress the Demon Tower. However, the evil spirit was extremely strong, and the evil fire could not be stopped at all. The evil spirit that escaped became stronger and stronger. Tiandi Blade, you didn't follow the Tiandi. What demon did the Tiandi seal in the Demon Tower? Even the Demon Tower can't refine it to death? Ning Xiaochuan asked hurriedly. It should be the Demon Lord of Beihai, Kuan. The voice of a beautiful woman sounded from the horizon. The Queen of 10,000 sounds came from a distance, stepping on the clouds, stepping on the blue clouds, with the bright moon on her head. Her skin was as bright as jade, as white as snow, and the smoke of spirit swirled around her body, which was like a fairy princess falling from the sky. Countless light and rain fell from her with a charming fragrance. Bang! A powerful force poured out of her body, and with a palm pressed on the Demon Tower, she made a cold jade holy gas, turned into a jade cloud, and suppressed the escaping demon gas. Ning Xiaochuan stood beside him, and he could clearly feel the horror of that force. Even if only a trace of jade holy spirit escaped, it could turn him into a lifeless jade. Gradually, the Demon Tower calmed down and no longer vibrated. Queen Wanyin took back her strength and said, "She is worthy of being the Demon Lord of the North Sea." She was refined by the Demon Tower for 10,000 years, and she didn't die. Ning Xiaochuan held the Demon Tower in one hand, his face dignified, and said, "If you can't refine it, it will be a big trouble after all. If you let it escape, it will certainly be cruel to revenge mankind. Everything in the world has cause and effect, and I can't force it. With my power, I can only suppress Kuan temporarily, and I can't refine it." The Queen of 10,000 sounds seemed very indifferent. When Xiuwei reached her level, she had seen through a lot of things. Even if Kuan really escaped from the Demon Tower, she would only calmly face it. Is there no one in the world who can refine Kuan? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Empress Wanyin stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said meaningfully, "In today's world, the secondary gods are extinct. Unless the phoenix and the divine dragon use the phoenix real fire and the divine dragon fire, it is possible to refine Kuan to death. For hundreds of thousands of years, only the Emperor of Heaven has become a secondary god. After the Emperor left, there were no miracles in the world. In the age of godlessness, Phoenix and Dragon are the most powerful beings. But how easy is it to find Phoenix and Dragon? Although Xiaohong also cultivates the spirit to extinguish the dragon fire, her cultivation is too low to be able to refine Kuan at all. Since Kuan couldn't escape from the demon tower for the time being, Ning Xiaochuan put the demon tower away and asked, "How long did the fairy queen come to the secret place of gods?" Queen Wanyin said, "Later, God, secretly, it was to take the demon tower. But, inadvertently, he found the trace of another person, delaying time. Otherwise, how could the demon tower fall into your hands?" Ning Xiaochuan didn't ask who she found, but asked, "With the supreme cultivation of the fairy queen, if you want to suppress the demon tower, you only need a word, and the younger generation dares not to hand it in?" Queen Wanyin said faintly, "If Kuan is dead, I really want you to hand over the demon tower. The war between Demon Clan and Terran has come, and I take the demon tower has great use. However, since Kuan is not dead, the power of demon tower can't be used no matter how powerful it is. Once the demon tower is used, Kuan will escape from the demon tower. At that time, mankind will have another great enemy. Moreover, since you get the demon tower, you naturally have to bear the cause and effect of the demon tower. If Kuan escapes from the demon tower in the future, you will be the first person to kill." Ning Xiaochuan's heart was speechless for a while. Empress Wanyin said so much, which came down to one sentence: "Since you get the demon tower, you should be responsible for suppressing Kuan. If you can't suppress it, you should wait to be killed by Kuan. This is cause and effect. If it weren't for the marks of the purple and gold emperor and the Emperor of Heaven on the demon tower, Ning Xiaochuan wouldn't want the demon tower. It's too hot. Once Kuan escapes, he will die." Ning Xiaochuan finally couldn't restrain his curiosity and asked, "Whose trace did the fairy queen find before? Was it an old friend 10,000 years ago?" "It should be an old friend 10,000 years ago." Wanyin thoughtfully said, "However, my current state is very unstable. Once in the daytime I will become very weak, so I didn't catch up to find out. In fact, I'm not sure whether it was that person." Since Queen Wanyin would say so, she must have found something? People who have lived for 10,000 years may have become supreme. This news, once spread, will definitely cause a sensation in the north. Xinjiang, shaking the world. Even the strong of the demon clan will have some scruples about the Terran. After all, the existence of the supreme level, even if it's just a stamp, will make the whole north. Jiang trembled a few times. "You'd better not know about him." Queen Wanyin added, "The demon clan has declared war on mankind, and the major civilized countries in northern Xinjiang are bound to suffer from extinction. Ning Xiaochuan, you'd better return to Tiandi Mountain as soon as possible. Only by returning to Tiandi Mountain can you have a glimmer of vitality. It is estimated that in a short time, Tiandi Mountain will be closed, so you have to hurry." Ning Xiaochuan also understood the seriousness of the situation, nodded and said, "When I finish what I should do, I will go back immediately." Wanyin carried his hands on his back, like a queen of the 9 gods. His star eyes looked at the void and said, "It seems that you are in big trouble and can't leave the secret place of the gods. Do you need my help?" "I can't wait," Ning Xiaochuan said with great joy. Ning Xiaochuan is worried about how to get out of danger. Although he also has his own way, if the Queen Wanyin is willing to fight, he can get away more easily. In front of the Queen of 10,000 Tones, those people who stayed outside simply didn't see enough. The night is like a veil, covering the earth. Looking from a distance, the ancient Diwu mountain only shows a towering and huge outline, like a giant beast lying on the ground, making human beings feel small. It's been so long, but Ning Xiaochuan still hasn't come out. Is he going to hide in the secret place of the gods for a lifetime? A fire beaver monster, transformed into a human form, turned into a thin old man, stared at the Taoist temple on the top of the mountain, and said to the Holy Fish King. The Holy Fish King stood on a mountain, with his hands on his back, his eyes cold, and said, "As long as he hid in it, I will wait for him. I want to see whether he is patient or I am patient." In the secret place of the gods, the Holy Fish King was badly beaten by Ning Xiaochuan, which swept his authority and lost all his faces. The Holy Fish King wanted to break Ning Xiaochuan into pieces in order to calm his anger. Therefore, the King of Miaming and the King of Jinyu have left, but he is still waiting in Diwu Mountain, and will never leave unless he kills Ning Xiaochuan. In addition to the Holy Fish King, Li, Jin, Imperial, and Tibetans all have strong people left in Diwu Mountain. Except for the Jin clan, monks from other forces want to take Ning Xiaochuan's life. The Li nationality is the most peaceful, and Xiaochuan has the deepest hatred. In the secret place of the gods, the king of the Li nationality saw with his own eyes that the two clan elders were killed by Ning Xiaochuan town, but he did not dare to seek revenge from Ning Xiaochuan, and he simply succumbed. The hatred between the Li nationality and Ning Xiaochuan has deepened. Suddenly, the gate of the ancient Taoist temple on Diwu Mountain slowly opened. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiao Hong came out of the gate. Ning Xiaochuan stood on the high stone steps and looked very calm. Looking down the mountain, he really felt a lot of powerful murderous qi. Those monks are very powerful, and each one is a god and man who can open a large door independently. The murderous spirit erupted, so that the mysterious beasts and birds in the emperor's house mountain hide in their nests and dare not come out. Ning Xiaochuan, come out. Good. That boy really dares to come out. He's dead. Haha. The strong of the major forces no longer hide their breath. The Holy Fish King was the first to shoot out the Holy Fire Mirror at the supreme level. The brilliance of the Holy Fire Mirror is incomparably bright, just like a golden fire cloud rising from the ground. The ultra-high temperature makes the ancient trees and flowers of the whole Diwu mountain burn, turning into a flaming mountain. On the other hand, an old man of Li nationality showed his 9 thunder methods. Above the sky, a purple thunder cloud condensed, making a roaring sound, and electric pillars fell from the sky, which was like a disaster. In addition to covering obstacles, the king of Dizong stood in the clouds, gathered magic powers, and made a huge animal claw print more than 100 meters long, separated by dozens of miles away, as if to tear up the whole Diwu mountain. However, the attack of these strong men, flying 10 meters away from Ning Xiaochuan, immediately stopped, was resisted by an invisible force, and could not get close to Ning Xiaochuan's body. How could this happen? The strong of all major forces were shocked. Is Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation so strong? At the next moment, when they look out of the Taoist temple again, where is the shadow of Ning Xiaochuan? Ning Xiaochuan is missing. Boom. After Ning Xiaochuan disappeared, those soldiers and magic powers fell down, smashing the ancient Taoist temple into ruins, and the whole Diwu mountain was shaking and sinking more than 10 meters downward. After the demon tower was taken away, Queen Wanning secretly took away the whole spirit. That ancient Taoist temple had lost the blessing of the divine power, and naturally it was destroyed under the attack of all-powerful people. The Holy Fish King took back the Holy Fire Mirror with a surprised look. What happened just now? Where did Ning Xiaochuan go? Did any of you see it? Those demon friars who followed the Holy Fish King shook their heads one after another. No one saw how Ning Xiaochuan disappeared? The human friars of Li, Tibetans, and royalty are also speculating about the strange things that just happened. It's simply too strange. Ning Xiaochuan actually disappeared out of thin air? Moreover, how did Ning Xiaochuan resist their attack? Ning Xiaochuan naturally did not disappear out of thin air, but was taken away by Queen Wanning. With the cultivation of Queen Wanyin, it is not difficult to take Ning Xiaochuan away without being discovered by the strong of all major forces. If she is willing, she can even easily kill all the powerful forces. However, killing these people made no sense to her at all. It was Ning Xiaochuan's cause and effect, which had nothing to do with her. Fly thousands of miles away from Diwu Mountain and come to the edge of a big lake. Empress Wanyin Xian puts down Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong. Wanyin Xian, dressed in a scarlet robe and high bun, stood in the void, staring at Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong below, said, "Ning Xiaochuan, I can only send you here. I have other things to do, so I won't go with you. One more thing, I just opened my mind and found that the demon clan army has entered the territory of the Tianshu Empire on a large scale. You'd better return to the Tiandi Mountain quickly, otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be surrounded and killed in the Tianshu Empire by the demon clan army. Do it yourself." With these words, Queen Wanyin Xian flew away in the clouds. The action of the demon clan army is too fast, and it has unexpectedly entered the Tianshu Empire on a large scale. It seems that the end of the northern Xinjiang terrain has come. In front of the powerful demon clan army, the army of the Tianshu Empire must not resist for long. At that time, the whole Tianshu Empire will become a scorched earth, and all human monks will be killed, which is called the blood food in the mouth of monsters. Although there are many human beings, the creatures of all races of monsters are thousands and thousands of times the number of human beings. For human beings, there is no ability to resist at all. Only by hiding in the Holy Land can there be a glimmer of vitality. Ning Xiaochuan feels that time is pressing. If he hadn't promised monk Tan Qian to help you clean up the door and kill the king of Tibet, he must return to Tiandi Mountain now to reunite with Ning Shiner, Yusasai, and Zihanyan. Ning Xiaochuan, I feel the breath of another god cub, coming towards us, getting closer and closer to us. It has arrived. Xiaohong's beautiful big eyes stared at the other side of the lake, showing a nervous expression. Ning Xiaochuan also looked across the lake. Sure enough, he saw a man with an illusory body standing there. It's already here. The other party is deliberately hiding his identity, so he uses secret arts to make his body unreal, just like a ghost shadow, sometimes condensed into a human form, sometimes turned into a cloud of gas, unpredictable. People can't guess. Beside the man, there was a purple young dragon flying, 12 meters long, with towering horns and bright eyes. There were dense lightning flowing on the dragon's scales. Ow! The purple young dragon let out a low roar. All of a sudden, the situation changes. On the ground, a cold wind blew, making the vegetation rustle. Above the sky, dark clouds condensed, and countless lightning shuttled in the dark clouds, sending out deafening thunder. It didn't take long for heavy rain to fall from the sky. The cultivation of purple young dragon is indeed above Xiaohong. It has been able to cast clouds and rain, mobilize thunder and lightning, and call hurricanes. This is the other side demonstrating against Xiaohong. Ning Xiaochuan, or we'd better run away. That dragon cub has cultivated Dragon Yuan, and its combat power is comparable to the seventh realm of heaven and man. We can't beat them. Xiaohong hid behind Ning Xiaochuan, a little afraid, knowing that the other party was too strong, and wanted to escape. Ning Xiaochuan also felt great pressure, not just that purple dragon. That man with unreal body is also a top strong man, and the breath he sends out is very terrifying. At this time, we must not be timid, let alone escape. Because, the other party is also a fighting dragon emissary. Once he integrates with the dragon cub, he can have the dragon speed. Therefore, even if you escape, you can't escape. Besides, Ning Xiaochuan is not at the end of his rope yet. If he plays his cards, who may escape? Across the lake, the man with an unreal body burst out hoarse laughter. I've long found that there is a dragon cub in the Tianshu Empire, but I didn't expect that it's you. Ning Xiaochuan, your progress is really great. When you left Tiandi Mountain, you were far from so strong? How dare you know me? Ning Xiaochuan's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was slightly surprised. Secretly, the other party must also be the genius of the younger generation of Tiandi Mountain. Who is it? The man's voice, combined with the sound of wind and rain, was somewhat mysterious. Don't worry, I won't kill you now. I won't do it until your dragon cub cultivates Dragon Yuan. Haha. With these words, the man with the purple young dragon slowly disappeared into the rain. What he said before leaving was very arrogant. For the time being, he didn't want to kill Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong. He thought that Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong were too weak to be worth a shot. It's so arrogant. When they left, the dark clouds in the sky disappeared, the hurricane and rainstorm also stopped, and the horizon showed the brilliance of dawn. Xiaohong was afraid and said, "He is waiting for me to cultivate Dragon Yuan. In this way, after killing me, he can feed the purple dragon cub with the Dragon Yuan in my body, so as to make the purple dragon cub stronger. He regards us as the grain planted in the field, and will not harvest until the grain is fully mature." Ning Xiaochuan, now, what should we do? Ning Xiaochuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "You mean that taking Dragon Yuan from other dragon cubs can improve your cultivation?" Xiaohong was slightly stunned and said, "It's not that I take the Dragon Yuan of other dragon cubs, but that it wants to eat my Dragon Yuan." Ning Xiaochuan, you won't be scared, silly? Ning Xiaochuan smiled and said, "I'm not stupid. If I swallow the Dragon Yuan of that dragon cub, it can make you stronger. We can kill them now." Monk Tanqian gave Ning Xiaochuan the real Buddha relic, which can make Ning Xiaochuan's combat power reach the level of a real person in a short time. However, it can only be used once. Although it is said that this relic is used to deal with the king of Tibet. However, Monk Tanqian just asked Ning Xiaochuan to help him clean up the door, and did not say how long it would take Ning Xiaochuan to kill the king of Tibet. If there is a huge threat or huge interests, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't care about using that relic in advance. It's a big deal. It's not a breach of commitment to kill the king of Tibetans after later cultivation. Obviously, the fighting dragon envoy and the purple dragon cub are great threats, which must be eliminated, and then suffer from endless diseases. The Dragon Yuan is the origin of the dragon clan. Only the dragon clan with strong cultivation can cultivate Dragon Yuan. Taking Long Yuan really can quickly improve my cultivation. If Long Yuan is strong enough, it can even help me condense my Long Yuan in one fell swoop," said Xiaohong. "That's good. Let's get rid of them now and seize Long Yuan. Ning Xiaochuan, with a chill in his eyes, started to catch up with the direction that the fighting dragon envoy left. It's definitely worth fighting for the Dragon Yuan of a dragon cub. Xiaohong turns into a dragon and lies on Ning Xiaochuan's shoulder, sensing the direction of another dragon cub while giving Ning Xiaochuan directions. According to Xiaohong's guidance, Ning Xiaochuan chased for 3 hours and unexpectedly chased Tianshu Imperial City. He actually came to Tianshu Imperial City, which is hard to find. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the towering city not far away and frowned slightly. There is indeed mutual induction between the dragon cubs, but that induction can only feel the general orientation of each other. Once the other party enters the densely populated city, there will be many interference factors. It is not easy to find the other party again. Boom! Suddenly, the moat in the Tianshu Imperial City began to work, and hundreds of light pillars rose from all directions in the city and rushed into the sky, forming a huge array mask in the shape of a bull, which wrapped the whole Tianshu Imperial City. In the city, a roar came out, "The treasury has been stolen, stop him quickly. Ga. Break it." A lead black magic cloud rose into the sky, with a pungent bloody gas. Countless ghost shadows roared in the magic cloud and turned into the shape of a huge skeleton. Suddenly, in the magic cloud, a golden Buddha's handprint was stretched out and hit the array mask above the sky. That Buddha's handprint is simply like the palm of a god Buddha, with fingers like mountains and fingerprints like rivers. Thousands of mysterious Sanskrit flew out of the palm with a terrible force, which made the monks in Tianshu imperial city breathless. Boom! The array mask was torn out a crack more than 10 meters long by the fingerprint. The evil figure in the magic cloud immediately flew out of the crack. After he broke away from the array, he stopped and hung in the void, overlooking the Tianshu imperial city below, with a gloomy and arrogant laugh in his mouth. The mode array arranged by immortal Lingji, the founding emperor of the Tianshu Empire, can't stop this seat. The descendants of immortal Lingji are too weak to keep the royal glory. The treasury of the Tianshu Empire will be kept for you, so as not to be robbed by the demon army. Ow! 9 flying dragons flew out of the imperial palace and made earth-shattering dragon chants. The emperor of Tianshu stepped on the back of one of the flying dragons, and his whole body was golden. He rose to the sky and said in a deep voice, "The king of the earth, the resources in the national treasury, must be sent to Tiandi Mountain." "How dare you rob the treasures of Tiandi Mountain?" The monks in the city of Tianshu Emperor have long been shocked. Many people were extremely shocked. They looked up at the sky and looked at the figure in the magic cloud. He is the legendary king of Tibet. The king of Tibetans has a very strong mysterious color in the Tianshu imperial city. Some people say he is a devil, others say he is a Buddha, and in the eyes of the believers of the king of Tibetan sect, he is an omnipotent Buddha. Even the 3 ancient tribes are extremely taboo to the Tibetan king, and dare not easily offend the Tibetan king sect. The king of Tibet was wrapped in the center by a leaden black cloud. He stepped on a 9-grade black lotus under his feet, emitting golden Buddha light all over, and his voice was loud. "The treasure in the treasury is the treasure collected by all living beings in the world. Tiandi Mountain can be used, why can't this seat be used? This is an open declaration of war on Tiandi Mountain, which is absolutely not good for you." Tianshu Emperor Road. "Don't use the holy soil to pressure me. Don't think you are the emperor of the Tianshu Empire. How great it is. If I want to kill you, the holy soil can't protect your life." The king of Tibet's voice sank, and his angry eyes widened. He called out a Zen stick and shook his arm. The Zen staff sent out a wave of power that shocked the monk's mind. Boom! A Sanskrit sound came out of the mouth of the king of Tibet, and the Zen staff immediately turned into a thick gold pillar, which was several kilometers long and hit the emperor of the Tianshu. Emperor Tianshu felt the terrible power of the king of Tibet. His face changed slightly, and immediately turned into a golden streamer and returned to the emperor's palace. Boom! Although the emperor of Tianshu retreated, the 9 flying dragons were hit by the Zen stick, issued a painful wail, and fell to the ground. A large number of houses and palaces were knocked down, and many martial monks in the court were crushed to death under the dragon's body and turned into a pool of blood mud. The emperor of Tianshu is nothing more than that. Today, this building will completely turn the imperial palace of Tianshu Empire into ruins. With a sneer, the king of Tibet made a huge Buddha's handprint, broke through the moat, and pressed down on the palace buildings in the center of the imperial city. The concubines, princesses, maidens and eunuchs in the imperial palace were all frightened and trembled, and were suppressed by that force, so that they fell to their knees and could not stand up at all. They looked up and saw a golden handprint blocking the sky and the sun pressing down, making people unable to breathe, as if the sky had fallen. Just when everyone was in despair, an old man in gray clothes and holding a wooden stick came out of a cold palace in the depths of the imperial palace. Jia! The palace gate was pushed open. The old man gently stepped on the ground, and an ancient array rose automatically under the emperor's palace, blocking the handprint of the king of Dizong. That ancient array wrapped the whole imperial palace, emitting dazzling brilliance, illuminating the whole Tianshu imperial city. Haha! That old fellow of the royal family, as expected, is not dead, and finally willing to come out to meet people. The king of Tibet stood in the void and laughed loudly. Legend has it that there is an elderly real person in the royal family who is still living in the world. He is the previous generation of Emperor Tianshu, known as the supreme real emperor of the Tianshu Empire. However, the supreme Jinhuang has not appeared for hundreds of years, so everyone thinks he is dead. The king of Tibetans shot to destroy the imperial palace, just to force the supreme real emperor out. It's not good for you to take away the resources in the treasury, King of Earth. If Tiandi Mountain wants to kill you, even if you have reached the realm of human beings, you can't escape death. You should know how powerful a holy land is. The old man in grey robe stood in the imperial palace, and his momentum spread all over the whole Tianshu imperial city. All monks in the city of Tianshu Emperor can feel the power fluctuation of real people. Overnight, 2 real people appeared one after another, which made all monks feel extremely shocked. They didn't expect that there were actually 2 real people in the Tianshu imperial city. In front of the real person, all the other monks are just ants. It's like the emperor of Tianshu, who has the cultivation of the 9th realm of heaven and man, and is called the first strong in the great empire of Tianshu. However, in front of the king of Tibetans, he was not even qualified to fight. Only real people can talk to real people. The king of Tibet laughed wildly. The great holy lands and ancient god families in northern Xinjiang must be the objects of special care by the Demon Clan army. As far as I know, the territory of Tiandi Mountain has been surrounded by the Demon Clan army led by the Brahma Demon Emperor and the Moon Snake Demon Queen, and even the Tianming Demon Emperor will drive to Tiandi Mountain in person. Tiandi Mountain has been busy. Do you think you still have the strength to come to each other's seat? Now, in the Tianshu Empire, this seat is the first person and the real God Buddha. Those who follow me prosper, and those who oppose me perish. The king of Tibet stood in the clouds and looked down. Supreme Jinhuang, although you are also a real person, after all, you are old, and your blood begins to regress. You can't be our opponent. We advise you to hand over the jade seal obediently, or the whole royal family will be destroyed. Although the grey-robed old man was old, his eyes were still full of spirit, and his fighting spirit climbed up, saying, King of Tibetans, you underestimate this emperor. This emperor can mobilize the qi and earth vein of the Tianshu Empire, and you can compete with the qi of the whole Tianshu Empire? The grey-robed old man held the jade seal in his hand and injected the power in his body into the jade seal. Wow! At the bottom of the Tianshu imperial city, 8 earth veins flow, and the air of the earth pours into the jade seal, making the jade seal emit bright white light. It was a top-grade supreme weapon. How terrible the power was. After it fell into the hands of the grey-robed old man, with the cultivation of a real person, it mobilized the power of the earth vein, and finally burst out the power of the top-grade supreme weapon. It can be said that in the secret place of gods, the emperor of Tianshu didn't even exert 1% of the power of the jade seal. Only real people can truly communicate with the spirit of the top-grade supreme weapon, wake up the spirit, inject power into the top-grade supreme weapon with the help of the national destiny and the earth vein of the Tianshu Empire, and explode the attack of destroying the sky and the earth. The Tianshu Empire has been inherited for 10,000 years, and the national fortune has begun to decline, and will soon be destroyed. I want to see how much you can exert the power of the top-grade supreme weapon with the help of the power of national fortune. Fearless, the king of Dizong, with a Buddha-like smile, folded his hands and read an ancient Buddhist sutra in his mouth. A golden Buddha shadow rushed out of the king of Tibet. At first, it was only 1 foot high, and then it became 10 feet high, 20 feet high, 30 feet high, 80 feet high, 81 feet high. An 81-foot-high golden Buddha shadow stood above the Tianshu imperial city, emitting holy Buddha light, just like the Buddha's unbreakable golden body. If ordinary people see this golden Buddha shadow, they will certainly think it is the manifestation of the divine Buddha, kneel down and worship, and pray for the blessing of the divine Buddha. Buddhist magic, invincible golden body. Standing outside the Tianshu imperial city, Ning Xiaochuan could feel the power of the 81-foot-high golden Buddha shadow, which was no different from the real Buddha's manifestation. The jade seal made by the supreme Zhenhuang is also very powerful, containing the surging air of the earth. If a monk cultivates God's eye, he will find that the 8 earth veins under the Tianshu imperial city are like 8,000 of miles-long rivers, constantly injecting the air of the earth into the gray-robed old man's body and pouring into the jade seal. The 8 earth veins are the 8 dragon veins of the Tianshu Empire. The power of the jade seal is indeed extremely powerful, becoming extremely huge, like an ancient city carved from jade, which suppresses the invincible gold body of the king of Tibet, as if to break the gold body. There is so strong earth gas in that jade seal. Is it a treasure of the earth? The earth gas contained in it is also too strong, thousands of times stronger than the earth gas in the earth crystal I got. If I seize the jade seal, the earth gas and earth rules in it are enough to support me to cultivate to the 9th realm of heaven and man. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the jade seal tightly, and his eyes became extremely hot. Absorbing a piece of earth crystal can make heaven and earth Dao Yuan, and increase nearly 10,000 earth rules. However, the air and rules of the earth contained in the jade seal are 10,000 times that of the earth crystal. The jade seal, which gathers the power of the 8 dragon veins of the Tianshu Empire, has a huge number of earth rules, which can be called priceless. Seizing the jade seal is like stealing the fortune of the Tianshu Empire. We must seize the jade seal. Ning Xiaochuan took out an ebony box and opened a gap in it, which emitted soft Buddha light. He is not in a hurry to take the relic now, and is still waiting. Waiting for the Tibetan king and the Supreme Royal Emperor to fight to lose both sides, it is time for him to take action. The cultivation of the king of Tibetans is indeed terrifying. He can even compete with the top-grade supreme weapon with his physical strength, and resist the national fortune of the entire Tianshu Empire with his own strength. It is simply a little arrogant and abnormal. The battle between the two real people has torn the imperial city of Tianshu into holes. Even if there is a moat, it can't resist the power of the real person. Boom! An attack wave hit the ground, causing a section of the city wall to collapse, and countless soldiers were buried in the ruins. Many monks began to escape from the Tianshu imperial city, and did not dare to stay any longer. Some rushed out of the city gate and rushed to the distance with Shan beast mounts. Some fled to the direction of Tiandi Mountain in copper carts and escorts. Even the people of the 3 ancient tribes began to retreat. Their team was huge and there were many escorts. Jiu clan moved. It was obvious that they had long planned to leave Tianshu imperial city and were fully prepared. The battle between the king of Tibet and the Supreme Royal Emperor was earth-shattering. However, the Supreme Royal Emperor, after all, carried the chi of the entire Tianshu Empire and possessed top-grade supreme weapons, gradually occupied the top and injured the king of Tibet. If the fight continues, the king of Tibetans will surely retreat, and may even be killed by the jade seal. Ning Xiaochuan took the relic immediately after seeing the right time. Boom! A bright Buddha light surged out of Ning Xiaochuan's body and reflected every inch of his skin into gold. In his body, a sacred Sanskrit sound sounded, and a bright Buddha ring lit up behind his head. An extremely powerful force injected every drop of blood into his body. Every drop of blood is like turning into a Buddha. Ning Xiaochuan put a mask on his face and didn't want others to know his identity. He turned into a golden light, rushed to the sky, stretched out a bright palm of the Buddha's light, and took away the jade seal. Bold! Standing in the imperial palace, the old man in grey robe stared round and shouted loudly. The grey-robed old man mobilized all his strength and wanted to take back the jade seal. The jade seal erupted a violent vibration, which made Ning Xiaochuan's 5 fingers ache, the tiger's mouth cracked, and the blood gurgled. If he hadn't taken the relic, even if he had the supreme body, he would have been shattered by the jade seal. Even real people can't resist the power of top-grade and supreme tools. Ning Xiaochuan immediately mobilized the powerful power of the relic to suppress the jade seal, and must not let the top-grade and supreme weapon in his hand be taken back by others. Quack! The king of Tibet gave a cold laugh, like a ghost, fell behind the old man in the grey robe, slapped him, and pierced the old man in the grey robe. A bloody hand stretched out from the chest of the grey-robed old man. Poof! The old man in grey robe vomited blood at his mouth, and his spirit dispersed. He looked at the king of earth, Tibet incredulously, and then fell heavily to the ground. The jade seal in Ning Xiaochuan's hand no longer vibrated after the grey-robed old man was severely injured by the king of earth Tibet. The king of Dezong flew towards Ning Xiaochuan, folded his hands, and read out a Buddha's name, Amitabha. Thank you Brother Buddha for your help, so that we can defeat the supreme Xinhuang of the Tianshu Empire. I'm a disciple of Tanqian Saint Monk of the Great Sun, Tathagata Palace, the holy land of Western Buddhism. Please return the jade seal to me. The king of Tibet thought that Ning Xiaochuan was also the real Buddha of Buddhism, so he immediately reported to his family and hoped that the other party would take the initiative to give him the jade seal. Ning Xiaochuan held the seal in one hand, slightly hooked the corner of his mouth, and said with a smile, King of Tibet, Tanqian monk asked me to clean the door for him. Do you think you can live today? The king of Tibet's face remained unchanged and said, monks don't lie. Brother Buddha, the Buddha will surely blame you for fabricating a lie for a jade seal. Amitabha. Can't you believe it? Your name before becoming a monk was Wangli, right? Ning Xiaochuan rode. The eyes of the king of earth, Tibet finally changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, Who are you? Only monk Tanqian knows the common name of the king of Tibet. Since Ning Xiaochuan can say his name, it shows that Ning Xiaochuan has really met monk Tanqian. It doesn't matter who I am. The key is that you will become a dead man today. Ning Xiaochuan put away the jade seal, his eyes were burning, and beat out a Buddha's hand seal, patting the king of Xiongdi Tibet. In the palm print, with bursts of wind and thunder. The king of Tibet didn't touch the reality of Ning Xiaochuan, and didn't fight. He turned into a magic cloud and flew towards the sky. Where to go? Ning Xiaochuan's blood was vigorous, his whole body was full of strength, and his fighting spirit climbed, turning into a golden Buddha cloud, and immediately chased him. King Tibetans took away the treasury of the Tianshu Empire. How huge is the number of resources and treasures in it? It can be said that the king of Tibet is a moving treasure. Killing him is enough to make Ning Xiaochuan rich and have the wealth of a civilized country of mankind. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan must not let him escape. After the Tibetans and Ning Xiaochuan flew away, the Tianshu imperial city gradually calmed down. It's terrible to fight with real people. Moreover, 3 real people appear in a row, and each of them has earth-shattering powers. Jin Wuhuan sat on an ancient car, looking at the magic clouds and Buddha clouds that disappeared in the sky, sweating all over, as if he had just taken a bath. At ordinary times, he would bow to the clan elders at the level of Shantian Venerable. Suddenly, it was really scary to see real people. However, when he thought that now the Jin clan also has a real ancestor, the uneasiness in his heart disappeared and replaced by a sense of pride. The real person of the royal family doesn't know whether to live or die. Even if he is still alive, he may not live long. The royal family is about to decline, and it seems that we Jin family are going to rise with the trend. Jinling's jade fingers held her pointed chin, and her eyes were clear with a charming smile. In the imperial palace, all members of the royal family fell into chaos and felt panic. The only real person in the royal family suffered heavy losses, and his life and death were unknown. Even the jade seal that inherited the imperial fortune was taken away. Is it true that the Tianshu Empire is exhausted? The gate of the emperor's palace was opened. The crown prince of the emperor was dressed in a gorgeous gold robe and wrapped around a purple dragon-shaped belt. He was extremely dignified. He bowed to the emperor on the dragon chair and said, "Father, don't worry about the injury of the real emperor's grandfather." The emperor of Tianshu was a little worried and said, "The supreme royal emperor was plotted by the king of Tibet, and was seriously injured. He has taken a healing 3-soul human-level pill, but I'm afraid it only has a lifespan of 5 years. Today, the world is in chaos, and if there is no real person to protect, a big force will soon be divided up by other forces. The father and emperor rest assured that within 5 years, his sons and ministers will reach the realm of real people, protect the royal family's descendants, and re-establish a more brilliant Tianshu empire." The crown prince's eyes are sharp and his words are incisive, giving people an irresistible momentum. Emperor Tianshu nodded and said, "Your talent is really high. It's only a matter of time before you reach the realm of human beings. However, it is impossible to reach the realm of human beings within 5 years. The father emperor spent only 80 years cultivating to the 9th realm of heaven and man, but he has been cultivating in the 9th realm of heaven and man for 270 years, and still hasn't touched the threshold of the realm of human beings. To hit the real world, we need not only talent, but also luck and opportunity." The crown prince of the emperor said, "My opportunity has appeared. There is another dragon cub in the Tianshu Empire. As long as that dragon cub cultivates Dragon Yuan and takes Dragon Yuan, I have a great opportunity to impact the real world." "Is that true?" Emperor Tianshu showed his joy. "Do you need the royal family to send experts to catch that dragon cub?" "No. When it cultivates Dragon Yuan, I will naturally do it myself." The crown prince of the emperor added, "The demon army has entered the territory of the Tianshu Empire. Father, our royal family should also begin to retreat. Only by retreating to the Holy Land can we ensure the inheritance of the royal family. The monks of the royal family have been recruited back to Tianshu Imperial City and can start at any time. Don't you return to Chandi Mountain with us?" said the emperor of Tianshu. The crown prince shook his head and said, "Since the demon clan has entered the Tianshu Empire, I naturally want to experience it. Only on the edge of life and death can I stimulate my potential and make my realm breakthrough faster. If I am overtaken by another fighting dragon, then I will also become a stepping stone on his way forward." The crown prince of the emperor is a person who is prepared for danger in times of peace. Although his cultivation is temporarily above Ning Xiaochuan, he will still not relax and will always be over Ning Xiaochuan. At the last moment, take Ning Xiaochuan's life again, help him impact into the real world and achieve the road. He is confident that his talent must be higher than that of Ning Xiaochuan. After Ning Xiaochuan swallowed the relic, it was like a real Buddha attached to the body. Every hair was flashing Buddha light, the Buddha gas was spitting out of his mouth, and the Buddha cloud was stepping on his feet. A pair of eyes turned into golden Buddha eyes. With his eyes open, 2 beams of light shot out of his pupils and hit the king of Tibet hundreds of miles away. The king of Dezong immediately turned around, tied Buddhist seals on his hands, and formed a circular array with a diameter of 30 feet in front of him, blocking the 2 pillars of light. Boom! The king of Tibetans was blasted out by 2 pillars of light and crashed into a barren mountain several kilometers high, breaking through the mountain and falling onto a barren grassland. Falling to the ground, he continued to flee forward, as fast as lightning, and ghosts and gods were hard to catch up. What's the origin of that boy? At a young age, he stepped into the realm of real people. His strength is too strong. Is it the reincarnation golden boy of the Tathagata Palace? Previously, the king of Tibet and Ning Xiaochuan fought once. However, he was injured by Ning Xiaochuan after only 17 moves. Therefore, he can only choose to escape here. The king of Tibetans had been seriously injured in the previous battle with the supreme Zhenhuang of the Tianshu Empire. Naturally, he would not have thought that Ning Xiaochuan was only taking relic, and could temporarily reach the combat power of the real person level. After 3 hours, the Buddhist power of Cerizi will be exhausted, and Ning Xiaochuan will also return to the cultivation of the fourth realm of heaven and man, Xianjing heaven. Ning Xiaochuan took out the Zhenwu bow and Zhenwu arrow, stood in the void, like an unparalleled god of war, and used the Buddha's power to pull the Zhenwu bow into a full moon. Phew! Zhenwu arrow flew out of the air, turned into a golden beam, held a tail, several 10 meters long, and hit the vest of the king of Tibet. The king of Tibetans felt the spirit coming from behind him and immediately launched a rapid Buddhist 8 steps to catch cicadas. 8 steps in a row, each step is like stepping on the void, spanning thousands of feet. When the 8th step fell, he was already standing tens of thousands of meters high, such as stepping on the god ladder, to go outside. Boom! Zhenwu arrow did not hit the king of Tibetans, but hit the ground, leaving a sinkhole with a diameter of more than 500 meters and a depth of more than 100 meters. In the Tianqing, the arrow gas surged. If you throw a 10,000 gene boulder down, it will be shattered into powder by the chaotic arrow gas in an instant. It's not like human attack, like the damage caused by meteorites hitting the earth. Ning Xiaochuan was also slightly surprised. He didn't expect to use the power of real people to show Zhenwu arrow formula, which could cause such terrible destructive power that it was enough to raise a big city to the ground. This is just the power of an arrow. Ning Xiaochuan took back the Zhenwu arrows in the arrow pit and shot 6 arrows in a row, aiming at the king of Tibet above the sky, just like the mythical arrow god bending his bow and shooting at the sun. The king of Tibet was also very taboo about the power of Zhenwu arrow. He took out a black Buddha bead and squeezed it in his hand to break the Buddha's power into the Buddha bead. Wow! Cracks appeared on the surface of the Buddha bead, which gradually expanded into a black 9-grade lotus. The king of Tibet stood on the 9-grade black lotus and was wrapped in the center by a black spherical mask to resist the impact of Zhenwu arrows. Jiu Black Lotus is the strongest soldier of the king of Tibet. It took countless rare materials and hundreds of years of forging before it was promoted to the supreme weapon of middle grade. The king of Tibet folded his hands and read a volume of scripture in his mouth. Black Sanskrit words automatically appear on the Jiu Black Lotus, making the defense of Jiu Black Lotus more powerful and blocking the attack of 6 Zhenwu arrows in a row. Monk Tan Qian is too cruel. Why doesn't he kill me himself? A trace of blood escaped from the corners of the mouth of the king of Tibet. Under the attack of Zhenwu arrow, he was hurt more and more. Master Tanqian has other things to do. To deal with scum like you, my power is enough to kill you. Ning Xiaochuan did not know when he flew to the top of the head of the king of Earth Tibet, fell from the top to the bottom, and slapped down. The mouth of the king of Tibet sent out a burst, like a thunder explosion, which collapsed several mountains within a radius of hundreds of miles and flattened them. Bang! The two men's forces collided together, and a golden shock wave broke out, which scattered the clouds in the sky. The king of Earth, Tibet fled again and drove the Jiu Black Lotus. The speed was extremely fast and soon disappeared in the sky. Time is running out. It seems that we must use the power of the Emperor's blade. Ning Xiaochuan called out the Emperor's blade and poured the Buddha power in his body into the evil knife continuously. The spirit of the Tiandi blade was awakened, and the array in the blade worked, frantically absorbing the mysterious qi in the surrounding heaven and earth. In just a moment, the mysterious qi of heaven and earth within hundreds of miles of defense was sucked out. The king of Tibet also sensed the unusual breath and felt a dangerous force gathering. That power made him shudder with the cultivation of real life. Supreme. The breath of imperial instruments. With a violent shiver in his heart, the king turned around and looked behind him. Outside the sky, a knife light came and locked him completely. He seemed to be locked in the void, unable to move. It is also a real person. If anyone has the supreme imperial weapon, then he must be able to kill each other, or even seconds. The supreme imperial instrument is the emperor among the supreme instruments. Wow! The light of the knife flew over, and the head of the king of earth, Tibet, flew out, and the blood sprinkled on the sky, reddening the heaven and earth. The blood of a real person is very thick. If a real person dies, the blood will also lose cohesion. After a drop of human blood is turned into blood gas, it is comparable to the blood gas of 10,000 ordinary monks. The blood of real people spilled out, just like a rain of blood, enough to dye the red clouds and the earth. This is not exaggeration. The real person was killed, and the earth on the ground turned into blood red and turned into a piece of magic earth. Ning Xiaochuan caught up with Tandy Blade. The head of the king of earth Tibet was cut off, but he still stood on the black lotus, suspended in the void, holding a Zen stick in his hand, dead and silent, like an immortal corpse from hell. Finally killed. Ning Xiaochuan walked towards the king of Tibet, slightly relieved. If you can't kill the king of Tibet again, then it's him who runs for his life. Because the power of Sariko is almost exhausted, and his combat power is gradually weakening. Suddenly, the headless corpse moved quickly, attacked Ning Xiaochuan, waved his Zen stick and hit Ning Xiaochuan's left waist. Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect that a person's head was cut off, but he was not dead enough to attack. At such a close distance, Ning Xiaochuan didn't even have a chance to dodge. If he was hit by a headless corpse, he would definitely be doomed to death. Ning Xiaochuan's reaction speed was also very fast. He immediately injected all the remaining Buddha power into Aoki Tianyi. After absorbing the Buddhist power of Sariko, Aoki Tianyi immediately appeared from Ning Xiaochuan's skin surface, first a cyan armor, and then a gold armor. A large amount of Buddhist power made Aoki Tianyi take root and sprout in Ning Xiaochuan's body, and the defense ability was improved by another level. Aoki Tianyi is actually a Aoki seed. With the rooting, germination, vigorous growth and luxuriant branches of Qingmu, the defense of Qingmu Tianyi is also gradually increasing. According to legend, the strongest state of Aoki Tianyi can reach the level of supreme imperial wear. However, since ancient times, no one has been able to cultivate Aoki Tianyi to the level of supreme emperor with his own blood essence. Because the growth rate of Aoki is extremely slow. If you want to make Aoki Tianyi reach the level of supreme emperor, you need to make Aoki grow for at least 1,000,000 years. But which human can live for 1,000,000 years? Legend has it that someone once cultivated Aoki heavenly clothes to the level of top-grade supreme wear, and it was only a little short of reaching the level of supreme king wear. That piece of Aoki Tianyi was passed down and became the North. The supreme treasure of an ancient god family in Xinjiang. Others may not be able to cultivate Aoki Tianyi into a supreme imperial instrument, but Ning Xiaochuan may not be able to do so. Aoki Tianyi is irrigated with his own blood, and Ning Xiaochuan's blood is supreme blood, which also has the supreme power of life. Aoki Tianyi is rooted in Ning Xiaochuan's body and grows faster naturally. Ning Xiaochuan provided a small amount of his own blood to Aoki Tianyi in exchange for Aoki Tianyi's defense against himself. Each takes what he needs and is mutually beneficial. Absorbing the power of relic, Qingmu Tianyi successfully took root and sprouted in Ning Xiaochuan's body, and its defense power was more than doubled. The headless Buddha corpse smashed the Zen stick on Ning Xiaochuan and was resisted by Aoki Tianyi. In this short time, Xiaohong immediately integrated with Ning Xiaochuan and turned into a red dragon armor, covering Ning Xiaochuan's body. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan was hit and flew out, fell to the ground, and hit a human-shaped pit. That headless Buddha corpse also exhausted the rest of its strength, fell from the clouds, and turned into a cold corpse. Poof! Ning Xiaochuan crawled out of the pit with difficulty and vomited blood in his mouth. It was really dangerous just now. If Aoki Tianyi and Xiao Hong hadn't helped him resist some forces, the consequences would be unimaginable. Aoki Tianyi was damaged by the Zen stick, sank into Ning Xiaochuan's skin, and healed himself with the help of Ning Xiaochuan's blood. Even if the branches and leaves of a plant are cut off, as long as the nutrition is sufficient, it can still be revitalized and even grow more luxuriantly. Ning Xiao. Ogawa, I can't. Xiaohong was also badly injured. She was beaten back to her original shape. With blood in her mouth, she lay dying beside Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan fed a drop of Xian water and a healing advanced pill into Xiaohong's mouth to help her heal. Then, he took 3 advanced healing pills into his mouth at the same time and began to heal himself. Although the previous king of Tibet was beheaded, his mind was strong and he did not die immediately. If he doesn't attack Ning Xiaochuan, with his cultivation, even if his head is cut off, he can still live for 3 days. However, the last blow exhausted all the strength in his body. Originally, I wanted to be buried with Lanning Ogawa, but I didn't get it after all. It is said that when the cultivation is strong to a certain extent, the mind will not die. Even if the head is cut off, you can still continue to live. Of course, it's just a legend. Ordinary monks can't understand that mysterious realm at all. After Ning Xiaochuan recovered 30% of his injury, he stopped healing and left immediately with the corpse of keen Tibetans and injured Xiaohong. The battle at the human level, how earth-shaking, will definitely attract other monks. Ning Xiaochuan is injured again. If there is an accident, he can't cope at all, so he must leave immediately. Moreover, Ning Xiaochuan is most worried about the battle dragon envoy. Originally, Ning Xiaochuan went to Tianshu Imperial City to kill him, but he killed the king of Tibet first. If the fighting dragon envoy catches up at this time, Ning Xiaochuan simply cannot cope. That battle dragon envoy is in Tianshu Imperial City. Will he already know that I am the mysterious man who took the jade seal? Can he have caught up? Ning Xiaochuan's heart raised a foreboding. Dragon cubs can interact with each other, and the other party is likely to follow behind. It is only taboo that Ning Xiaochuan's power is strong, so he didn't rush. Xiao Hong, what can we do to prevent the purple dragon cub from tracking us? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Xiao Hong was seriously injured, lying on Ning Xiaochuan's shoulder, with her tongue hanging outside, and said weakly, the sensing between the dragon cubs is the sensing of blood. As long as I have the dragon's blood in my body, it will definitely be able to sense it. Moreover, the dragon cub's sensing ability is very strong, and no secret arts can cover it. Unless we can escape thousands of miles away, that dragon cub will not be able to sense us. 180,000 miles, in the dragon clan, is a boundary number unit. According to legend, an adult real dragon jumps 180,000 miles. Therefore, the sensing ability of the dragon cub is only within 180,000 miles. However, in our current state, I'm afraid we can't escape so far and will be caught up. Ning Xiaochuan, are we dead? Ning Xiaochuan, covered with blood, ran forward with Xiaohong on his back and the Buddhist staff of the king of Tibet. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan stopped and said, I have a way. The 6 monsters in Xuanzhou have all taken your dragon blood. If we release them, we will escape in 7 directions, and the other party may not know which direction we escape from. Xiao Hong's eyes lit up and said, good idea. But what if the 6 monsters were killed by each other? You don't have to worry about it. No matter how far away it is, as long as 6 Xian beasts are on the verge of death, they will automatically return to the Xian beast mirror. As long as my mind moves, they can also return to the Xian beast mirror. Ning Xiaochuan immediately released the 6 Xian beasts and ordered them to flee in 6 directions. Then, Ning Xiaochuan fled in the seventh direction. You have to escape thousands of miles to escape from the dragon cub's induction. That fighting dragon envoy is definitely a disciple of the younger generation of Tiandi Mountain. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan must not escape to Tiandi Mountain, but to the vast wilderness. A golden radiance came down from the sky to the area where Ning Xiaochuan fought with the king of Tibet, and condensed into a beautiful figure. With his hands on his back, the crown prince looked at the collapsed mountains in the distance, and the earth turned into blood and earth. The power fluctuations of real people were still left in the air, like wind blades shuttling through the air. For ordinary people, the real battlefield is a forbidden area of death. You really didn't feel wrong? How could Ning Xiaochuan be so powerful? Even if his cultivation increased 1,000 times, he couldn't have the power to fight with real people. The emperor's prince said, coldly. The purple young dragon hovered over the crown prince of the emperor and said, it's not impossible. If Ning Xiaochuan takes a relic of the real Buddha, he can obtain real person-level combat power in a short time. Buddhist relics at the level of true Buddha are generally stored in the Western Buddhist Holy Land Tathagata Palace, and it is impossible to lose them outside. How can Ning Xiaochuan get them? The emperor prince said. Purple young dragon said, if there is a Buddhist monk to support Ning Xiaochuan may not be able to get the Buddhist relics. The crown prince of the emperor clenched his fists, his eyes cold, and said, if there is really a Buddhist monk to support him, then Ning Xiaochuan's life can't be saved. The king of Tibet was killed by him, and the resources in the treasury must have fallen into his hands. He also took away the imperial seal. Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan. I wanted to save your life and help me impact the real world. Unexpectedly, you want to kill yourself, that's no wonder me. Not good. Purple young dragon rode. The crown prince asked, what's the matter? The purple dragon cub closed a pair of longans, felt carefully and said solemnly, how can there be 6 more dragon cubs? Impossible. It is already a miracle that 2 dragon cubs appear in the Tianshu Empire at the same time. The crown prince's eyes narrowed and said, Ning Xiaochuan must have sensed us at the moment, deliberately using this method to confuse your sensing ability. Can you find out which dragon cub's breath is the real dragon cub? The purple dragon cub shook his head and said, the induction between the dragon cubs is not sharp, but a faint feeling. It is almost impossible to correctly find the real body of the dragon cub from the 7 senses. The crown prince took a deep breath, frowned slightly, and his eyes were cold, divided into 7, just want to escape? He had killed Ning Xiaochuan, so he absolutely couldn't let Ning Xiaochuan escape, and immediately let the purple young dragon chase in the direction with the strongest reaction. Ning Xiaochuan took Xiaohong and ran away for 2 days and 1 night. Finally, Xiaohong didn't feel the smell of the purple young dragon anymore. She can't feel each other, and the other party naturally can't feel her. It means that they are thousands of miles away from the fighting dragon envoy, which is beyond the sensing range of the dragon cub. 2 days and 1 night of escape, so that Ning Xiaochuan did not have time to heal, but made the injury more serious. Escaping from the sensing range of the dragon cub, Ning Xiaochuan immediately arranged a guard array and began to heal with all his strength. After spending 3 days, Ning Xiaochuan finally recovered from his injury and began to count. This time, he worked hard to bring rich results. Among them, the greatest harvest is, of course, the jade seal of the Tianshu Empire. Top grade, supreme wear. You know, the king of Tibetans is a real person-level existence, and there is only one intermediate, supreme weapon. Thus it can be seen. The rarity of top-grade supreme wear. It's difficult to collect enough materials by personal strength, and it's also difficult to ask a big calciner to help you forge top-grade and supreme tools. Only by relying on the power of the whole civilized country can we collect so many resources and spend the power of the whole country. After tens of thousands of years of continuous forging, we can forge a top-grade supreme weapon. Ning Xiaochuan used the magic fire to quench the jade seal again. On the jade seal, the mark of the royal family was refined by Ning Xiaochuan and completely turned into an ownerless thing. Boom! Suddenly, the jade seal burst into a strong light, and the spirit of the instrument gave out a laugh, and even attacked Ning Xiaochuan. Human, thank you for letting me recover myself. I want to make you a slave. The power fluctuation of the jade seal is very terrible, and its breath is surging, like a top-strong man. The jade-white light, like a turbulent tide, rushed to Ning Xiaochuan, squeezing Ning Xiaochuan's body into a cluck sound, and his bones were about to break. The power of the supreme weapon is really strong. Ning Xiaochuan had been prevented and immediately called out the Emperor Blade. The Emperor's blade released a monstrous knife light and burst out, bold. How dare you show off your authority in front of the Emperor with a top-grade supreme weapon? The breath of the supreme imperial weapon emanates from the Emperor's blade and envelopes the whole space. The seal was startled by the breath sent out by the Emperor's blade, and immediately fell to the ground to converge the light. Inside the jade seal, a graceful human shadow flew out, shivering and kowtowing to the Emperor's blade. See the Supreme Emperor. All supreme instruments have spirit. When Ning Xiaochuan refined the royal seal on the jade seal, the spirit of the jade seal regained freedom, regained control of the jade seal, and had its own attack power. In other words, if a supreme weapon does not recognize the Lord, the spirit can fully control the supreme weapon and exert its own power. However, once the supreme instrument recognizes the master, it can only be controlled by the master, and the spirit of the instrument can only assist the master. How powerful the supreme instrument can play depends on how strong the master's cultivation is. Just like this top-grade supreme weapon, once it is restored to freedom, only the fighting power of the spirit of the weapon will be comparable to the monks in the ninth realm of heaven and man. Even some ancient top-grade supreme tools can fight with real people and accept human geniuses as tool slaves. If we let the Tiandi blade get rid of the suppression of the Xian beast Jian, the Tiandi blade will also become extremely powerful and become an unparalleled demon soldier, which no one can suppress. Tiandi blade is the emperor among the supreme tools. When other supreme tools see it, they will naturally feel fear and be suppressed. Just like ordinary people, just like emperors, they have to kneel down. If the jade seal is allowed to remain free, Ning Xiaochuan will be surrounded by an extremely strong person in the ninth realm of heaven and man. No real person can deal with Ning Xiaochuan. However, keeping the jade seal free is definitely a huge threat to Ning Xiaochuan. In history, there are countless examples of being killed by the supreme weapon. Even powerful as the Emperor of Heaven, he was not willing to leave the evil Emperor Blade with him. In fact, he was afraid of being eaten by the supreme weapon. Never let yourself be doomed because of temporary interests. Being strong is the most important. Although another fighting dragon envoy is likely to pursue and kill, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't want to use the power of the jade seal to kill the enemy. In case of being backfired by the jade seal, he is really dead. The destructive power of the jade seal is absolutely more terrifying than that battle dragon. Under the suppression of the Emperor's blade, Ning Xiaochuan dropped a drop of blood on the surface of the seal, and used a strong mind to suppress the spirit of the seal. The blood slowly dipped into the seal. The surface of the jade seal emitted a light blood light, and then converged back. Ning Xiaochuan spit out a word, close. The jade seal turned into a white light and flew to the Wudoxin Palace in Ning Xiaochuan, suspended in the ocean of vitality, rotating around the central, heavenly pearl. This top-grade supreme weapon contains incomparably strong earth qi and earth rules. It is suspended in the heart palace of Wu Dao and automatically absorbs the earth qi under the ground into Ning Xiaochuan's body. Earth vein, listen to my orders. Ning Xiaochuan stood at the top of a mountain, holding the jade seal in his right hand, mobilized the vitality of the whole body, entered the jade seal, awakened the spirit of the jade seal, and an extremely powerful power of top-grade supreme war burst out. Boom! 3 small earth veins rushed out from the ground and swept a large amount of yellow sand. It was like 3 big rivers rising into the sky and rushing towards Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan immediately ran the Heaven and Earth Sutra and frantically absorbed the qi of the earth in the 3 earth veins. The Tao Yuan of heaven and earth moves rapidly, like turning into a black hole. Ning Xiaochuan's pores on the skin surface completely relax, absorb the air of the earth, and condense the rules of the earth. The 3 small earth veins, all of which are only dozens of miles long, belong to the earth veins that have not formed a climate. In only half a day, they were completely absorbed by Ning Xiaochuan and transformed into 3,000 earth rules. There were originally 62,000 earth rules in Tiandi Dao Yuan, which belonged to the cultivation in the middle of Xinjing heaven. 3,000 earth rules were added, and the number of rules immediately reached 65,000. In just half a day, 3,000 rules of the earth have been improved. This kind of cultivation speed is simply horrible. You must cultivate 180,000 rules of the earth in order to break through to the 5th realm of heaven and man, life and heaven. If Ning Xiaochuan can absorb the power of the earth, it is not difficult to cultivate 180,000 rules. The mysterious qi of heaven and earth has been deposited underground for hundreds of millions of years to form earth aura. The earth aura converges into rivers and flows underground, just like the blood of the earth, making the earth fertile and the soil full of vitality. This is the formation process of the earth vein. The 3 earth veins absorbed by Ning Xiaochuan are only tens of miles long, and it is estimated that they have been deposited for thousands of years, belonging to the earth veins that have not formed a climate. The 8 earth veins under the Tianshu imperial city are at least thousands of miles long. They are the 8 dragon veins of the Tianshu Empire, which have been deposited underground for at least 100,000 years. Each will develop countless branches, covering more than half of the Tianshu Empire. Of course, the earth vein that really became the climate was almost occupied by large families and clans, and became the dragon vein of families and the spiritual vein of clans. As for the earth vein of each holy land, it has been deposited for at least 1,000,000 years, or even tens of millions of years, so that the Holy Land can surpass civilized countries and stand high, and can inherit endless years and immortality. A land vein that has been deposited for thousands of years can establish a large sect gate. A land vein of 100,000 years can support a high-level 5-level civilization. To support the air transportation of a holy land, at least a dragon vein that has been deposited for millions of years is needed. Ning Xiaochuan has studied that the supreme jade seal is forged from a small piece of ground-ridge chalcedony. The jade chalcedony of the earth's backbone is extremely precious and can be called the divine marrow of the earth's backbone. It is said that the DG chalcedony can even forge the supreme imperial ware. However, the number of DG chalcedony obtained by the Tianshu royal family is too small, only a piece as big as a fist, and it is impossible to forge the supreme imperial ware. Therefore, it took the whole country to forge a top-grade supreme weapon to inherit the national fortune of the Tianshu Empire. It is precisely because the jade seal is forged from the chalcedony of the ridge of the earth, and it breathes the spirit in the vein of the earth, so it can command and control the vein of the earth. Ning Xiaochuan originally intended to refine the jade seal, to help him impact the world of life. Since the jade seal can command and control the earth vein, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't need to refine the jade seal and waste a top-grade supreme weapon in vain. By directly absorbing the earth qi of the earth vein, he can quickly improve his cultivation realm. Ning Xiaochuan, I feel the breath of that dragon cub again. They are catching up. Xiaohong said anxiously. It's haunting. Ning Xiaochuan released the 6 monsters in the Xian beast Jian and ran away in 6 directions to attract the attention of the dragon cub. He took Xiaohong and ran away in the 7th direction. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to fight with the fighting dragon envoy until he broke through the life realm. In his current state, there is no chance of winning. It's just that the purple dragon cub is comparable to the strong one in the seventh realm of heaven and man. Only when Ning Xiaochuan breaks through the fate of heaven can he have the power of a war. It took 6 days for Ning Xiaochuan to get rid of the dragon cub again and enter the vast and unpredictable north. The vast wilderness is boundless, ancient and deep. It is full of towering peaks, unpredictable poison valleys, and demon mountains dominated by monsters. Other human friars who break into the wilderness are doomed. However, in Ning Xiaochuan's current state, as long as he doesn't enter those forbidden areas of death, ordinary monsters can't help him at all. Tiandi Mountain, you can't go back for the time being. You must strive to improve your cultivation. Only when you are strong enough to compete with that battle dragon envoy, can you return to Tiandi Mountain with a strong posture. Ning Xiaochuan knew that the battle dragon envoy must be a genius of the younger generation of Tiandi Mountain. Ning Xiaochuan guessed the identity of the other party, but there was only one chance to prove it. Ning Xiaochuan is not worried about the safety of Ningxiner, Yusasai, and Zihanyan. There is Master Mulan in Tiandi Mountain, and few people dare to deal with them openly. Besides, if the demon army kills Tiandi Mountain, it may make Tiandi Mountain disappear at any time. Demon Clan is the biggest enemy of human monks. Who would be so indifferent to create civil strife at this juncture? Maiming fellow disciples? Just like Monk Tanxian, he can be ruthless and let Ning Xiaochuan kill the king of Tibet. The high level of Tiandi Mountain will certainly be important. At a critical time, it will create people who fight within the terrain. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan is not worried about their safety. Instead, he is the most dangerous now. That fighting dragon envoy is still chasing him. If the other party catches up, he may not be able to cope with it with his current cultivation. You must break through the life boundary to have the ability to protect yourself. Along the way, Ning Xiaochuan used the jade seal many times to mobilize the earth vein in the wilderness, absorb the air of the earth, and transform it into his own accomplishments. He is taking the earth as his teacher and stealing the power of the earth at the same time. If he can cultivate his own earth vein in his body, then he is the incarnation of the earth and can carry all things and sentient beings. If he reaches that level, he can live as long as heaven. While practicing, we are on our way. After a month, Ning Xiaochuan absorbed more than 10 small earth veins with a length of dozens of miles, all of which were refined into heaven and earth Daoyuan and transformed into earth rules. Even, there is a more than 300-mile-long earth vein, which has initially formed a vein system, and has been deposited underground for at least tens of thousands of years. That earth vein, after being absorbed by Ning Xiaochuan, let heaven and earth Daoyuan directly impact the peak of Xianjing heaven. In the great wilderness, the territory is boundless and the population is rare. Many great geographical connections have been preserved. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan can find many earth veins to improve his cultivation. Most of the earth veins in the civilized countries of mankind have been occupied by clans and families, or detained by the strong with secret methods. It is difficult to encounter a slightly larger earth vein. It was also a wise decision to escape into the wilderness. All the way to escape, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation is getting higher and higher, and he is extremely close to the fifth realm of heaven and man, the life realm of heaven. When you reach the fifth realm of heaven and man, you have a 600-year longevity, and you can control your destiny. You are called the first-class strong person in the cultivation world. If Ning Xiaochuan breaks through the life realm and returns to Tiandi Mountain, he will certainly be able to be a palace master in Wanjian Palace and become a young master who can talk to the older generation of strong men. Escaping into the depths of the wilderness, Ning Xiaochuan completely left the battle dragon envoy thousands of miles away, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now, you can start counting the treasures in the heaven and earth bracelet of the King of Earth, Tibet. My God! The wealth of a real person is too huge, and the wealth of 100 heaven and man venerable persons can't be compared with the wealth of the King of Tibet. Ning Xiaochuan put his heart into the heaven and earth bracelet of the King of Earth, Tibet, and was shocked by a large number of treasures and basalt. Ning Xiaochuan is not a person who has never seen the world, but there are too many treasures of the King of the Earth, including Xianchi, Xuanqi, miraculous medicine for channeling, human-level pill, martial classics. All kinds of treasures, and all of them are top-level treasures, none of which is inferior. There are more than 800,000 pieces of ground basalt alone. A piece of ground-grade basalt is equivalent to 1 million pieces of inferior-grade basalt. A low-grade basalt is equivalent to 100,000 copper coins. It can be said that the total wealth of a country with 3 grades of civilization is only worth a piece of ground-grade basalt. Of course, real people have existed as gods, 4 friars, in the 3 civilized countries. Naturally, they cannot imagine the amount of wealth possessed by the gods. Not to mention the 3rd-level civilized country, even the emperors of many 5th-level civilized countries should look up to the real person and kneel down to worship the real person, just like seeing a fairy coming to earth. Once, Ning Xiaochuan had to work hard for a piece of ground-grade basalt. However, there are more than 800,000 pieces in a real person's heaven and earth bracelet. For heaven and man, this is an astronomical number. Let alone other precious treasures, Ning Xiaochuan took out an iron block weighing more than 80 kilograms from the heaven and earth bracelet, emitting purple, red and green light. This is a kind of precious material for forging supreme utensils, called geocentric cloud iron, which is invaluable and worth at least 20,000 pieces of ground-grade basalt. In the heaven and earth bracelet of the King of Earth, Tibet, there are at least dozens of treasures of this level, such as geocentric cloud iron. Ning Xiaochuan was very excited. This time he was really rich. It was like digging a treasure. With so many resources and wealth, he can cultivate to the 9th realm of heaven and man, and even establish a family, a sect and a civilized country by himself. These treasures are only the wealth of the Tibetans and the Tibetans. The treasures in the treasury of Tianshu Empire must be more, stronger and larger. The Tianshu Empire is a high-level 5-grade civilization. The king of Tibet took away the treasury of Tianshu Empire. Where did he hide the treasures in the treasury? Ning Xiaochuan searched for the corpse of King Tibetans. Instead of finding the treasure in the treasury of the Tianshu Empire, he found a black Buddha bead the size of a fist. Hey! This is... Ning Xiaochuan pinched the black Buddha beads in his hands and felt that the black Buddha beads contained spirituality, and the lavender Buddha light flowed on the surface of the beads. Chi. Ning Xiaochuan released the demon fire of extermination, refining the breath of the King of Tibet left on the black Buddha beads. Wow! On the surface of the black Buddha beads, there are cracks, which turn into a palm-sized black lotus, emitting wisps of light black light, which seems to have the smell of Buddha and magic. This is the middle class and supreme weapon of the King of Tibet, 9 grades of black lotus. Ning Xiaochuan held Halian in one hand, with a look of great joy on his face. Get another piece of medium-class supreme. However, Jiopin Black Lotus is damaged. The spirit fell into deep sleep and could not be awakened at all. Jiopin Black Lotus was cut by the blade of the Emperor of Heaven. Although it is a medium-grade supreme weapon, now it can only play the defense of the inferior supreme weapon at most. Although the King of the Earth collection is a real person, there is only one intermediate supreme weapon, and it is also a defense type. Although the Dezong Emperor sect is powerful in the Tianshu imperial city, compared with the 3 ancient families and royal families, it still has insufficient foundation. On the body of King Tibetans, there is also an inferior supreme weapon, a golden Zen stick, which is as thick as an adult's arm, and is extremely powerful. It has reached the top level of inferior supreme weapon. Ning Xiaochuan, you already owe me 2 inferior supreme weapons. This Zen stick is a top inferior supreme weapon, barely worth 2 ordinary inferior supreme weapons. Tiandi Blade Road. Although this Zen stick is also a supreme treasure, it is of no use, to Ning Xiaochuan. I absolutely mean what I say. I give you this supreme tool-level Zen stick. With a wave of Ning Xiaochuan's sleeve, the golden Buddhist staff flew to the Tiandi blade. Haha. I knew you were a man of your word. The Emperor Blade was so excited that he immediately began to refine the golden Zen staff, to absorb the soul and essence of the supreme weapon to improve his grade. To cultivate into a sub-god war soldier, Tiandi Blade needs to devour the soul and essence of countless war soldiers. Its path of cultivation, among the supreme tools, also belongs to the devil way, which improves itself by continuous plunder. Where did the king of Tibet hide the treasures in the treasury of the Tianshu Empire? Ning Xiaochuan did not find other stored magic weapons on the king of the earth. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan's expression moved and slapped on the heart of the king of Tibet. Pa! The heart of the king of Tibet cracked, and a golden bead the size of a glass bead flew out, suspended in the void, emitting a bright brilliance, with a strong Buddha spirit. The light emitted by the golden beads affects the surrounding flowers and trees, making them grow crazily. The golden beads are the martial heart palace of the king of Tibet. Buddha Pearl Heart Palace. The Wadoksan Palace of the king of Tibet is shaped like a Buddha bead, with a Buddha statue printed on it, emitting Buddha chi and treasure light. No wonder monk Tanqian will take him as an apprentice. The king of Tibetans is simply a natural Buddha. Inside the Buddha Pearl Heart Palace, there is a tiny red light spot. Ning Xiaochuan forcibly took the red light spot out of the Buddha Pearl Heart Palace and turned it into a red box closed on 6 sides. The surface of the box is full of array lines, completely closed, without a gap or keyhole. The treasure in the treasury of Tianshu Great Empire was indeed hidden in the Heart Palace of Wadoksan by the king of Dezong. Haha. Ning Xiaochuan was so happy that his hands holding the red box trembled. No way, just the wealth of the king of Tibet has been far beyond Ning Xiaochuan's imagination. How much wealth and cultivation resources are there in the treasury of Tianshu Empire? The treasury of the Tianshu Empire is actually an inferior supreme weapon, called Heaven and Earth World, that is, the red box in Ning Xiaochuan's hand. The 6 sides of the universe are all arrays. The person who burned the array was the Lingji Immortal, the founder of the Tianshu Empire. Legend has it that immortal Lingji once followed the Emperor of Heaven. Among the real people, they are extremely powerful. How powerful should his array be? Ning Xiaochuan tried many methods, but he could not open the world of heaven and earth. The world of heaven and earth is like a solid piece of stubborn iron, which cannot be cut by a knife or burned by fire, and even the power of the heart and God cannot be penetrated. The array burned by real people can only be broken by the power of real people. If you use the Emperor's blade to break the array forcibly, it is likely to shatter all the treasures in the heaven and earth world. Ning Xiaochuan finally did not use the Tiandi blade. Anyway, the wealth in the heaven and earth bracelet of the Tibetan king is enough for me to use now. It's not too late to open the heaven and earth world after I become stronger in the future. Ning Xiaochuan took the heaven and earth world into the Heart Palace of Martial Arts. The Buddha Pearl Heart Palace of the king of Tibet, suspended in the void, emits golden Buddha light, like a golden star, whose light is so hot that it is difficult to open your eyes. In the Heart Palace of Buddha beads, there is the Daoyuan of the king of earth Tibet, with the breath of a real person, a Buddha spirit, like a dragon, flying around in the void. If you use a real person's martial heart palace to refine pills, you may be able to refine 3 soul-level pills. There are 5 levels of human-level pill, 1 soul human-level pill, 3 soul human-level pill, 7 soul human-level pill, 3 soul 7 soul human-level pill, and holy product human-level pill. Ning Xiaochuan is now a source-level heart-nourishing master, and can only refine the lowest level 1 soul human-level pill. There is only 1 Dan soul in the pill. However, if the elixir can be refined with the real person's martial heart palace, with the help of psychic magic drugs, it is very possible to refine the 3-soul human level elixir, containing the 3 elixir souls. If Ning Xiaochuan can refine the 3-soul man level pill, then it marks that he has reached the level of soul level great spiritual master. You know, a holy land has only a handful of soul level mental health masters. Moreover, most of them are white-haired elders, highly respected spiritual masters and sages, who are respected by countless people. If Ning Xiaochuan wants to refine the martial heart palace of real people, he must first have the Shenhua that can refine the heart palace of real people. Although Ning Xiaochuan has Yin-Yang open fire, the grade of Yin-Yang open fire in the dark fire is not high, and it is impossible to refine the real person's martial heart palace. The most important thing for a heart-nourishing master is the grade of the heart-nourishing tripod and the grade of the flame. He made a bold decision to integrate the world-destroying magic fire and the heart-nourishing real tripod, and use the world-destroying magic fire to refine the elixir. The evil fire of destroying the world has fused a variety of mysterious fires, including even the evil fire of annihilation and the holy fire of immortality. The demon fire of extermination has reached a very high level, which is far higher than the level of Shenhua accepted by other great spiritual masters. If we can integrate the evil fire of destroying the world and the true tripod of nourishing the heart into one, and become the original fire of refining the elixir, we will certainly be able to refine the martial heart palace of the real person, and even let Ning Xiaochuan improve a large part on the road of becoming a great heart-nourishing master. Since the decision was made, Ning Xiaochuan acted immediately. The evil fire of destroying the world is originally the flame cultivated by Ning Xiaochuan. It shares the same origin with the power of Ning Xiaochuan. It is easier and more ingenious to control than the Yin-Yang open fire. First of all, the first step is to use the demon fire to refine the Yin-Yang open fire, so as to replace the Yin-Yang open fire. This step is not difficult for Ning Xiaochuan. After absorbing the Yin-Yang open fire, the grade of the world-destroying magic fire was raised again, which made Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation improve a bit. However, it did not break through the 5th realm of heaven and man. The second step is to completely integrate the evil fire of destroying the world and the true tripod of nourishing the heart. This is a long process, which requires time to nourish. Let the flame and the cauldron run in and fit with each other, and finally integrate into one. This is also the hardest step. After all, the demon fire is a destructive flame with strong destructive power. Ning Xiaochuan's heart-nourishing tripod has not reached the level of supreme weapon, and the slightest carelessness will be destroyed by the world-destroying demon fire. The lightest consequence will also lead to that Ning Xiaochuan will never be able to refine pills in the future. The most serious consequences will even be burned by the magic fire, and there will be no residue left. Ning Xiaochuan sat in the forest and let Xiaohong and 6 monsters protect the Dharma for him. He was extremely cautious and didn't even dare to move his fingers. This is 7 days and 7 nights. On the 7th day, Xiaohong became restless, because it sensed the breath of the dragon cub again. She can sense each other, and the other party can naturally sense her. That dragon cub rushed to Ning Xiaochuan and her direction, getting closer and closer. From the initial 18,000 miles, the distance continued to shorten, 90,000 miles, 80,000 miles, 50,000 miles. The closer it was, the clearer its breath was. If Ning Xiaochuan doesn't wake up again, the other party will hunt down here at most half a day later. However, Xiaohong did not dare to disturb Ning Xiaochuan, so she could only wait silently. When the breath of the dragon cub was only 10,000 miles away, Xiaohong finally made a difficult decision and immediately ordered 6 monsters to flee in 6 directions, while she fled in the 7th direction. That dragon cub sensed her breath, not Ning Xiaochuan's breath. As long as she and the 6 monsters leave, Ning Xiaochuan is safer. However, once she and the 6 monsters left, no one would protect Ning Xiaochuan. If Ning Xiaochuan was disturbed by the mysterious beast in the wilderness, the consequences would still be unimaginable. If she and the 6 monsters stay, everyone will die. They will lead the dragon cub away, at least there is a chance of life. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect that it would be so difficult and take so long to integrate the world-destroying demon fire and the heart-nourishing real tripod. Moreover, I didn't expect that the fighting dragon envoy would catch up so soon. Dada. In the forest, the sound of light footsteps crushed the thick leaves. A nun in a white Buddhist robe, spotless, holy, and dignified, slowly walked to Ning Xiaochuan. Her figure is slender, white as snow, her skin is crystal clear, her figure is concave and convex, outlining a charming curve, holding a Buddha bead in her hand, and her body emits a faint sandalwood. Nun's body, surrounded by Buddha light, is extremely sacred, but she has a charming and beautiful face, slender eyebrows, ruddy lips, pointed chin, and Danfang-like eye waves. Even if she just glances at the man lightly, she will also hook away the man's 3 souls, which will destroy the Taoist monk's calm state of mind. Obviously, she is a nun, but she is like a witch who charms all living beings. If Ning Xiaochuan didn't melt the world's demon fire and heart-nourishing tripod at the moment, he would definitely recognize this nun. It is the treasure of the earth of the king of the earth. In Bao Zhudizong's eyes, there was no emotional fluctuation. He stretched out a flawless jade hand and slapped it on Ning Xiaochuan's head. However, when her hand slapped on Ning Xiaochuan's head, suddenly, it seemed to think of something. It could have ended Ning Xiaochuan's life with one palm, but she slowly took back her hand. Bao Zhudizong walked to a stone platform not far away, sat on it, and slowly closed his eyes with a pair of jade hands with Buddhist seals. It took half a month for Ning Xiaochuan to integrate the evil fire of destroying the world and the true tripod of nourishing the heart. Finally successful. When Ning Xiaochuan opened his eyes, his heart gave birth to an ominous foreboding. In the jungle, the bodies of Xian beasts were everywhere, but there was no trace of Xiaohong and 6 demon beasts. You finally wake up. The voice of an extremely beautiful woman sounded like the sound of nature. Even if you just hear her voice, you can guess that the other party must be a gorgeous and beautiful woman. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the stone platform not far away and saw the female nun in white sitting on the stone platform. He calmly said, "Treasure trove. I didn't expect that we could meet in the wilderness. This encounter is not a coincidence." With bright eyes and bright teeth, Bao Zhudizong's voice was soft and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, I specially entered the wilderness to find you. Are you here to kill me? Revenge for the king of Tibet?" Although Ning Xiaochuan is still very calm, the blood in his body is already moving rapidly and ready to fight at any time. Bao Zhudizong said, "If I want to kill you, do you still have a chance to speak now? It seems reasonable." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Bao Zhudizong said, "Instead, you should thank me, because if I hadn't protected the Dharma for you, you would have died in the mouth of the mysterious beast in the wilderness." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Would you be so kind? Although I am a Buddhist cultivator, I can't universalize all living beings. Naturally, I won't be so kind." Bao Zhudizong said faintly, "Ning Xiaochuan, you are very dangerous now. Not only does a fighting dragon envoy want to kill you, but also the other 4 Dizong and Xuanji Dharma kings of Dizong King sect have chased into the wilderness and want to take your life." Ning Xiaochuan's expression moved slightly and said, "How do the people of Dizong Wangzong know the direction of my escape? Moreover, how do they know my identity?" Without Bao Zhudizong's answer, Ning Xiaochuan had guessed the reason. "Is that a fighting dragon envoy who told the people of Dizong King sect my whereabouts and identity?" Bao Zhudizong gently nodded and said, "Do you know the identity of the fighting dragon envoy? Some guess, it should be the favored son of the royal family?" Ning Xiaochuan had already guessed that the battle dragon envoy was probably the crown prince of the emperor, but he was short of a chance to prove it. Bao Zhudizong said, "Yes, it's the crown prince." The Crown Prince will never let you go if you take away the Jade Seal and treasury of the Tianshu Empire. I'm afraid your current cultivation is not the opponent of the Crown Prince. Ning Xiaochuan did not refute, saying, "You seem to hate the Crown Prince?" Bao Zhuodizong's eyes became cold, and a cold air rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan, completely freezing the ground into solid ice. However, the frost automatically disappeared when it spread within 3 meters of Ning Xiaochuan. Everyone in the royal family of the Tianshu Empire should die. Bao Zhuodizong roared. Ning Xiaochuan said, "It's said that the treasure of the king of Dizong, was once a princess of a civilized country. Because that civilized country was broken by the Tianshu Empire, her family was destroyed and her family died. Only she escaped alone and became a nun in a nunnery. Was it true that all the rumors are true?" The eyes of Bao Zhuodizong were extremely cold, like 2 ice pools that will not melt for 10,000 years, and said, "You'd better leave some things alone." She didn't hide her hatred for the Tianshu Empire at all, which was unforgettable. "Ning Xiaochuan, relying on your strength alone, you can't deal with the Emperor's Crown Prince and all the powerful people of the Tibetans. However, I can help you." Ning Xiaochuan seemed to hear the funniest joke in the world and said, "Will you help me deal with the friars of the Tibetans?" Bao Zhuodizong glanced at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "It doesn't matter to tell you that after the death of the king of Dizong, the king of Dizong sect has been scattered and can't become a climate. Do you know the reason why those strong men of the king of Dizong sect chased you? Do you really think they want to revenge for the king of Dizong?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "They are, for the huge wealth and cultivation resources left by the king of Tibet." That's right. The wealth of the king of Tibetans is the wealth accumulated by the king of Tibetans for nearly 1,000 years. The number is incomparably huge, comparable to a treasure. After the death of the king of Tibetans, everyone of the king of Tibetans wants to get that huge wealth. Bao Zhuodizong stood up, graceful and clean, just like a beautiful picture. Ning Xiaochuan was still sitting on the ground, not because he didn't want to stand up, but because there were 6 inferior supreme weapons suspended above his head, forming the 6 reincarnations, which blocked all his retreats. As long as he moved slightly, the 6 inferior supreme weapons above him would immediately kill him. Ning Xiaochuan glanced slightly at his head and said, "Don't you want to get the wealth left by the king of Tibet? Don't you want to get the treasury of the Tianshu Empire? Don't you want to get the Jade Seal, the strongest soldier of the Tianshu Empire?" Bao Zhuodizong said, "Compared with those wealth, I want the life of the Crown Prince more. But with your cultivation, you can never kill the Crown Prince." Ning Xiaochuan suddenly seemed to understand something. He also said, "All the strong men of the Tibetans are greedy and evil people in the devil's way. In their eyes, only shanshur and cultivation resources are the most important, and it is impossible to help you kill the Crown Prince of the Emperor. Moreover, it is estimated that no one dares to kill the Crown Prince of the Emperor. If you irritate the real person of the royal family, even the current first expert of the Tibetans, King of Xuanji, will die. That's why you came to me and wanted to use me to help you kill the Crown Prince. Because only I dare to kill the Crown Prince, and only my cultivation is strong enough to pose a threat to the Crown Prince." Bao Zhuodizong stressed, "It's not utilization, it's cooperation. Since it is cooperation, you must show some sincerity?" Ning Xiaochuan glanced slightly at the 6 supreme instruments above his head, revealing a sneering smile. The Tianshu Empire is indeed suffering from internal and external troubles. The only real person was seriously injured. The time is not long. Even the imperial seal and the national treasury were taken away, plus the attack of the monster army. In the eyes of the world, the Tianshu Empire is about to perish. However, Bao Zhuodizong knows that as long as the Crown Prince of the Emperor does not die, the Tianshu Empire will certainly rise again and even become stronger. Because the Emperor Prince's talent is really amazing, and there is also a dragon cub, the future North. Jiang must be the stage for the Crown Prince of the Emperor. Few young monks can compete with him. No time is easier to destroy the Tianshu Empire than now. Therefore, the crown prince of the emperor must die and never let him grow up. This is the obsession in Bao Zhudizong's heart. If she can't see the demise of the Tianshu Empire with her own eyes, the obsession will haunt her practice forever, and even become her magic barrier and turn into a heart demon. For Buddhist monks, the most terrible thing is the demons. With a wave of the sleeve of Bao Zhudizong, he took the 6 supreme instruments back to the heart palace and said, "Are you sincere enough now?" Wow! Ning Xiaochuan turned into a streamer, pointing to the treasure point in the past, fast as lightning, moving like thunder. With a slight wrinkle, the daime of Baozhu earth turned into a white Buddha light, just like a meteor, into a slender column of light, straight into the sky. Her graceful posture, even when flying, is full of attractive beauty. 2 completely opposite temperaments appeared on her at the same time. One is enchanting and charming, and the other is icy and pure. Ning Xiaochuan caught up and played 11 swords in a row, forming a sword array. Standing in the clouds, the treasure of the earth is sacred and ethereal. It beats out the Buddha bead of all sentient beings, and fights with the Excalibur sword array. However, the battle between the two soon ended. Ning Xiaochuan took back the Excalibur array, stared at Bao Zhudizong in surprise and said, "Have you broken through to the 6th realm of heaven and earth?" The treasure bead treasure also took back the Buddha bead and suspended it in the palm of his hand, saying, "People will always make progress, and your realm can be broken through." Why can't my realm be broken through? Just now, Ning Xiaochuan was just testing the cultivation level of Bao Zhudizong to see if she was qualified to be the enemy of the crown prince of the emperor. It was not a real fight. If they really fight, with their current state and the power of the supreme weapon, they will definitely fight earth-shattering, which is impossible to be so calm as now. Ning Xiaochuan took a deep look at Bao Zhudizong and said, "With your talent, even in the Holy Land, it is also one of the top existence. Even if you are not crowned as a goddess, you are at least a saint. If it doesn't fit with Xiaohong, Ning Xiaochuan can't defeat her." "How do you know I'm not a disciple in the Holy Land?" "My Highness Lingzi of Tiandi Mountain, my position in the Holy Land may not be lower than you." Bao Zhudizong rode. "Oh. Are you the disciple of that Holy Land?" Ning Xiaochuan is quite curious. Bao Zhudizong didn't answer Ning Xiaochuan's question, saying, "We're just cooperating now. I'll never ask more about you. I hope you don't ask about me. If you really want to know, you can check it yourself." Ning Xiaochuan, in our current state, even if the two work together, they may not be the opponent of the crown prince of the emperor. The crown prince of the emperor was originally the top hero of the young generation. He had the talent of young gods. Since childhood, he had a large number of resources of the royal family to cultivate him, which was not comparable to Ning Xiaochuan and Bao Zhudizong at all. In addition, the crown prince of the emperor is already older than Ning Xiaochuan and Bao Zhudizong. His cultivation is naturally unpredictable, and he may have entered the 7th heaven of heaven and man. Bao Zhudizong said, "The 6th weight of heaven and man is one Jingshan. Everything means everything, representing all sentient beings. The 7th weight of heaven and man is God in heaven. God transcends all things and surpasses all sentient beings. One is on the earth and the other is in heaven. It can be said that among the 9 realms of heaven and man, God and heaven are a watershed. Monks who enter the realm of God can immediately become the top strength in the cultivation world. Countless monks who do not enter the realm of God have much lower combat power and influence than monks in the realm of God. If the crown prince of the emperor really enters the realm of God, even if we work together, there is absolutely no chance of winning. The treasure trove is not exaggerated. Secondly, Shinjingshan is indeed a watershed. Even in the demon clan, it is the same. Only monsters that enter the realm of God can be called king of beasts. Under the throne of Brahma demon, the cultivation of 36 animal kings are all above the divine realm. Baozhu Dizong said, Ning Xiaochuan, should you also show some sincerity? Ning Xiaochuan said, what sincerity do you want? Baozhu Dizong said, I want to hide the real body of the king. Why? Ning Xiaochuan wrote. The human remains are also very important to Ning Xiaochuan. Baozhu Dizong said, I have the 6 reincarnation heart palace, and I need to practice a total of 6 kinds of Zen sutras to make the 6 reincarnation great perfection. The 6 kinds of Zen sutras are, Soul Zen Sutra, Golden Robbery Zen Sutra, Killing Zen Sutra, Joy Zen Sutra, Dead Soul Zen Sutra, and Non-Death Zen Sutra. When the 6 reincarnation great perfection, we can build the salvation true, and achieve the real person road. I have practiced the Zen Sutra of Soul, the Zen Sutra of Golden Robbery, and the Zen Sutra of Killing Animals to great perfection. Now I'm practicing the Dead Spirit Zen Sutra. If I can get the real body skeleton of the King of Earth Tibet, I can use the Dead Spirit Chi in the real body to practice the Dead Spirit Zen Sutra to great perfection, and hit the 7th realm of heaven, man, and God at one stroke. A Zen Sutra is equivalent to a martial sutra cultivated by martial artists. Monks like Ning Xiaochuan, who practice 2 kinds of scriptures at the same time, are already very rare. At the same time, cultivating 6 kinds of Zen sutras can only be achieved by Tianjiao, who has the 6 samsara heart palace. Of course, it's not that the more scriptures you practice, the more powerful you are. Just like Shuelingshu, only practicing the Heaven and Earth Sutra can still be invincible to the young generation. If Baozhu Dizong wants to get the real body of the King of Dizong, it is entirely possible to kill Ning Xiaochuan and easily seize the real body while Ning Xiaochuan is practicing. Since she didn't do that, she showed considerable sincerity. For Ning Xiaochuan, the Wadoksan palace of the King of Tibet is more precious than the skeleton of the King of Tibet. Now that you have obtained the martial heart palace of the King of Tibetans, it's not a big deal to give the corpse of the King of Tibetans to Baozhu Tibetans. Secondly, Ning Xiaochuan really wants an ally, even if it is only a temporary ally. Okay. I can give you the human skeleton of the King of Earth, Tibet. But you have to tell me Xiao Hong's whereabouts first? Ning Xiaochuan wrote. A charming smile appeared on Baozhu Dizong's gorgeous face and said, your dragon cub has been captured by the crown prince in order to help you draw away strong enemies. But don't worry, the crown prince won't kill her. The crown prince will not only use her to lead you out, but also wait until she cultivates Long Yuan, plunders Long Yuan, and impacts the real world. Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath and pinched her fingers tightly. She wanted to go to the crown prince of the emperor now and save Xiao Hong. However, he kept telling himself that even if he went to the crown prince of the emperor, there was no chance of winning before he broke through the destiny. The evil fire of destroying the world and the true tripod of nourishing the heart have been completely integrated. Now I can use the Wadoksan palace of the King of Tibet to refine the 3-soul human level pill. The 3-soul human level pill refined with the real person's Wadoksan palace will definitely help me reach the 5th realm of heaven and man, and even the 6th realm of heaven and man in a short time. After Ning Xiaochuan handed over the real corpse of the King of Tibetans to Baozhu Tibetans, the two began to practice in seclusion at the same time. Treasure beads are hidden in the practice of the Death Spirit Zen Sutra, while Ning Xiaochuan is refining the 3-soul human level pill. Refining the 3-soul man level pill is the symbol of becoming a soul-level great spiritual master. Ning Xiaochuan turned the evil fire into the original fire of alchemy, which greatly improved his attainments in alchemy. However, in the research of pharmacology, drug properties, and Dan's soul, Ning Xiaochuan still has a big gap with other soul-level great spiritual therapists. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan did not immediately refine the 3-soul human level pills, and planned to refine several 1-soul human level pills to accumulate experience. The first human level pill refined by Ning Xiaochuan is called 3-turn Huanyang pill. This is a kind of healing human level pill. No matter how badly the monk is injured, as long as he takes the 3-turn Huanyang pill, the injury can be recovered immediately. It can be said that carrying a 3-turn Huanyang pill on your body is equivalent to one more life. If the 3-turn Huanyang pill is auctioned in a large auction house, it can definitely sell at a sky-high price. Of course, for real people, the effect of the 3-turn Huanyang pill will be much lower. Because the physique of the real person has returned to nature, which is not comparable to ordinary people. It is far more than other monks, and it is almost not easy to be injured. Once a real person is seriously injured, even the 3-turn Huanyang pill can only control the injury. If you want to completely recover from the injury, you must take the 6-turn Huanyang pill, or even the 9-turn Huanyang pill. Sanjuan Huanyang pill belongs to the grade of 1 soul level pill. The 6-turn Huanyang pill belongs to the grade of 3 soul man level pill. Jiuzhuan Huanyang pill belongs to the grade of 7 soul person level pill. Now, Ning Xiaochuan only wants to refine the 3-turn Huanyang pill. As for the higher level healing human pill, it may not be impossible to refine it. However, the rate of Dan formation will be very low. Forced refining will only waste precious materials. Sanjuan Huanyang pill requires 3 kinds of miraculous drugs as the main medicine: 1000-year mulberry bud, golden lotus seed, abyss dragon tendon. The 3 kinds of magic drugs are extremely precious, with thousands of years. They can be transformed into people, birds, animals, and insects. They are full of spirituality, and even have given birth to their own wisdom. It can be called that plants become essence and medicinal materials become demons. In a sense, psychic magic medicine is actually a kind of demon. If in the past, Ning Xiaochuan would certainly have refined all the 3 psychic miracles, and would not think whether they also had life. However, after visiting Baichaoyuan, Ning Xiaochuan found that the relationship between the heart-nourishing master and the miraculous medicine was not hostile. He could also be friends and benefit each other. To refine pills, it is not necessary to quench the whole psychic magic medicine. You can also collect only the leaves, or some roots, and a small amount of bark on the psychic magic medicine. After picking and watering with dark water, the picked miraculous medicine can naturally grow new buds quickly, and even grow better than before. For the heart cultivator, if the miraculous medicine can cooperate, the medicine of the picked medicine will be more energetic and spiritual, and the probability of becoming a pill will be higher. Of course, many great mental health practitioners have no intention of making friends with psychic miraculous drugs at all. In their view, psychic miraculous drugs are their prey and the material for alchemy. Ning Xiaochuan has long formed the habit of making friends with psychic miracles, and put all psychic miracles in a heaven and earth ring. There is a huge space in the heaven and earth ring, which contains spiritual earth and opens up a medium-sized medicine field for the survival of psychic miraculous drugs. All the miraculous drugs collected by the King of Earth, Tibet, were stored in that heaven and earth ring by Ning Xiaochuan, and there were dozens of them. Ning Xiaochuan's refining of 3 conversion pills was surprisingly smooth. It didn't take long. A furnace of human-level pills was completed, with a total of 6 pills. Later, Ning Xiaochuan began to refine the 2nd human-level pill, Tyrannosaurus rex, blood pill. This is a kind of human-level pill that can burn the blood in the body in a short time, turn into a Tyrannosaurus rex, and make your cultivation soar a lot. However, this kind of human-level Dan also has side effects. Once the Dan Qi of Tyrannosaurus rex blood Dan is exhausted, its strength will be beaten back to its original form. Moreover, monks will also have a 3-day period of weakness due to excessive blood loss. In order to make up for the side effects of Tyrannosaurus rex blood pill, Ning Xiaochuan used human blood to refine a furnace of true blood pill, which was specially used to restore the blood gas of monks. The blood of human beings is naturally extracted from the skeleton of the King of Earth, Tibet. Baozhu Dizong only uses the spirit of the death of the Dizong king. Ning Xiaochuan can completely take away part of the blood and use it to refine pills. Moreover, Ning Xiaochuan has also promised her that she will also take part in the successful refining of the elixir. After successfully refining the 3-turn Huanyang pill, Tyrannosaurus Rex blood pill and True blood pill, Ning Xiaochuan finally decided to start refining the 3-soul human level pill. For the first time to refine the 3-soul human level pill, Ning Xiaochuan also has great pressure. If the refining fails, it is equivalent to wasting a real person's martial heart palace. In the future, it will be extremely difficult to get the real person's martial arts heart palace. According to Ning Xiaochuan's research on the Dan Sutra, it is necessary to refine the real person's martial arts heart palace into a 3-soul human level pill to improve cultivation, and 6 kinds of psychic miracles should be added. The difficulty of refining is much greater than that of refining a soul human level pill. Ning Xiaochuan put the golden heart palace into the heart-nourishing tripod. Chi. The evil fire flew out, turned into a ball of fire, completely wrapped the heart-nourishing tripod, and began to refine the heart palace of the King of Tibet. Since it is the martial heart palace of the King of Tibet, naturally with the breath and will of the King of Tibet, this powerful breath and will must be completely refined before it can be taken by Ning Xiaochuan. When refining the heart palace of the martial arts of the Tibetan king, Ning Xiaochuan took out the demon tower and observed the sword-shaped mark left by the purple gold emperor on the demon tower. The strongest sword of Zijin Emperor Hunyuan Ichi sword. If he can successfully cultivate Hunyuan Ichi sword, Ning Xiaochuan will be able to mobilize the power of the gods, and his combat effectiveness will increase rapidly to a horrible level. Refining the 3-soul human level pill is a slow process. Cultivating Hunyuan Ichi sword is more slow and needs to be understood bit by bit. Even though Ning Xiaochuan's understanding of Kendo has been quite profound, he still can't understand the essence of Hunyuan Ichi sword. Hunyuan Ichi sword is too broad and profound. It is a summary of the spiritual cultivation of a secondary god. A whole month has passed. Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation has made great progress, but he still hasn't reached the 5th realm of heaven and man, and he still hasn't successfully cultivated Hunyuan Ichi sword. In the heart-nourishing tripod, the heart palace of martial arts of the King of Tibet has been almost refined. The breath and will of the King of Tibet were refined, and the heart palace of martial arts was like a golden Buddha bead, emitting a surging and pure Buddha spirit. Standing next to the heart-nourishing tripod, you can clearly feel the quiet and peaceful power. From the medicine tripod, you can vaguely hear a sound of Devanagari, which can purify people's hearts. Ning Xiaochuan's mind was taken back from the demon tower, and immediately opened the heart-nourishing tripod and began to refine the 3-soul human level pill. 6 kinds of miraculous psychic drugs are continuously put into the heart-nourishing tripod. Then more than 10 kinds of spiritual extracts of heaven and earth, stone stalactites, yin and yang springs, basalt jade essence, were put into the heart-nourishing tripod. After half a month of cultivation, the medicine fragrance in the heart-nourishing tripod became thicker and thicker, turning into wisps of golden spiritual smoke, like small rivers suspended in the void. It's Dan. On. Ning Xiaochuan slapped on the top of the heart-nourishing real tripod, and the tripod cover opened with a bang, which emitted a golden glow, illuminating the whole cave. A golden elixir flew out of the heart-nourishing tripod, turned into a streamer, and even wanted to break through the air and fly away. Ning Xiaochuan was not surprised but happy, and laughed. What a powerful spirit! It seems that it is really the grade of 3-soul human level Dan. The spirituality of the 3-soul human level Dan is much stronger than that of the 1-soul human level Dan. It has bred simple wisdom. It is unwilling to be accepted and wants to escape. Come back. Ning Xiaochuan stretched out a big hand, took back the flying 3-soul human level pill, swallowed it directly into his mouth, sat on the ground and began refining. This 3-soul man level pill contains the essence of a real person's cultivation and Buddhist rules. It's like robbing a real person's cultivation, which is better than other 3-soul man level pills. Ning Xiaochuan sat on the ground, emitting Buddha light all over, and the sound of 10,000 Buddhas chanting in his body. The Dan Qi of Sanhunan level Dan constantly injects blood, flesh, tibia, 5 internal organs and 6 Fu organs to improve Ning Xiaochuan's body. At the same time, the heaven and earth Daoyuan in the middle of the eyebrow and the world-destroying Daoyuan in the magic sword are also absorbing the medicinal power of the 3-soul human level pill, directly absorbing the power of rules into Daoyuan. Boom! Only absorbed 1/10 of the power of the 3-soul human level pill, Ning Xiaochuan broke through the bottleneck and reached the 5th realm of heaven and man, the 5th realm of life. Ning Xiaochuan continued to cultivate and strive to completely refine the Dan Qi of the 3-soul human level Dan, impacting the 6th realm of heaven and man. The number of rules in Daoyuan has increased rapidly, from the initial 180,000 rules to 200,000, 210,000, 200,000. Almost every day, Ning Xiaochuan's body will increase 100,000 rules of extermination and 100,000 rules of the earth. Only by cultivating 1.8 million rules can we reach the 6th realm of heaven and man, Wanjing heaven. 3 days later, the number of rules in the Daoyuan reached 500,000. The number of rules in Tiandi Daoyuan also reached 500,000. 10 days later, the number of rules in the Death Daoyuan reached 1.2 million, and the number of rules in the Heaven and Earth Daoyuan also reached 1.2 million. Half a month later, the number of rules in the 2 Daoyuan in Ning Xiaochuan's body reached 1.7 million at the same time. So far, the number of rules in Ning Xiaochuan's body has increased 10 times compared with that before taking the 3-soul human level pill, reaching the peak of the 5th realm of heaven and man. Just a little, we must hit the 6th realm of heaven and man. Ning Xiaochuan's heart is extremely eager. Once he reaches the 6th realm of heaven and man, he will enter a new height. The number of rules cultivated by the friars at the peak of the 5th realm of heaven and man may be only a few hundred or thousands compared with some friars at the beginning of the 6th realm of heaven and man, but the gap is quite large, not the same level. The QQ interest tribe of God Demon Tianzuan has been opened. You can find it by collecting God Demon Tianzuan from the QQ interest tribe of mobile phone. With the continuous improvement of Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation, the medicine of the 3-soul human level pill has been consumed almost, getting thinner and thinner, and the cultivation speed of Ning Xiaochuan is getting slower and slower. It seemed that it was going to hit the 6th realm of heaven and man at one stroke, but it was blocked outside the 6th realm of heaven and man and could not reach that realm. If other Shantian venerable masters take a real person's martial heart palace, they can improve at least 3 realms after complete refining. However, Ning Xiaochuan's physique is too strong and his physical body is extraordinary. If he wants to improve his cultivation, he will spend 10 times or even dozens of times as many resources as monks in the same realm. Even if he refined the real person's martial arts heart palace into a 3-soul human level pill, he only improved a realm and reached the peak of the 5th realm of heaven and man. It can be called the God of Destiny. If he doesn't refine the real person's martial heart palace into a 3-soul human level pill, it is estimated that he can only reach the middle of the 5th realm of heaven and man at most, and it is impossible to reach the peak of the 5th realm of heaven and man at all. Although the Supreme Body is invincible in the same realm and can even kill monks 1 or 2 higher than himself against the sky, it is 10 times or dozens of times more difficult for him to break through one realm than other monks. Shuelingshu can cultivate so quickly, not only by the awakening spirit blood, but also by the full support of the Emperor Zhong and the White Cloud Cave left by the Emperor. Dongtian, beyond the Holy Land, can only be opened by the gods using their divine power. Practicing in Baiyun Cave for a day is equivalent to practicing outside for a year. The reason why the Crown Prince of the Emperor can cultivate so quickly is that with the strong support of the royal family behind him, he doesn't worry about any cultivation resources at all. He has masters to accompany him at any time and has been taught by famous teachers since childhood. However, Ning Xiaochuan can only rely on himself. He began to cultivate at the age of 16. Just starting, he was more than 10 years later than other geniuses. If you want to taste basalt, you must fight with your own life. If you want martial arts classics, you need to look in the Death Jedi. If you want to swallow pills to improve your accomplishments, you can only spend a lot of time refining them yourself. It can be said that from entering the road of cultivation, Ning Xiaochuan relied on himself, and only on himself. Just stop? Ning Xiaochuan's heart is very unwilling. No matter what, it will impact the sixth realm of heaven and man. He needs more powerful power to save Xiaohong. Go to fight with the crown prince of the emperor, and you will have more chances of winning. He took out a green gourd and opened its cover. An intoxicating fragrance escaped from the gourd and filled the whole cave. Ning Xiaochuan swallowed the 9-flower nectar and continued to refine it. With the help of the 9-flower nectar and the residual power of the 3-soul human-level pill, he had to impact the sixth realm of heaven and man. 9-flower nectar, each drop is like a 1-soul human-level pill. Taking a SIP is like swallowing dozens of 1-soul human-level pills. Boom! After swallowing 9-flower nectar, the huge alcohol and drug gas immediately burst out, just like bombs exploding in Ning Xiaochuan's body. A gust of alcohol, from the 5 internal organs, penetrated into the blood and rushed directly to the brain. Ning Xiaochuan wants to suppress that wine power with his strong cultivation and supreme body power. However, after only 3 minutes of suppression, Ning Xiaochuan's brain became dizzy and finally fell drunk on the ground. Bang! He fell to the ground and fell asleep. Monks who have not reached the realm of heaven and man will be drunk for 3 years after drinking a mouthful of 9-flower nectar. Even the 9th heaven venerable of the 9th realm of heaven and man will be drunk for 3 months after drinking 9-flower nectar for the first time. However, Ning Xiaochuan has the supreme body and has taken 9-flower nectar for many times, which has produced a certain resistance to 9-flower nectar. He woke up after only sleeping for a month. As expected, it has reached the 6th realm of heaven and man, and 10,000 realms of heaven. Ning Xiaochuan's body became as strong as a bat, every skin was delicate and white, every bone was as hard as divine iron, and every hair was flowing with dark light. With his eyes open, 2 sharp lights shot out of his pupils, penetrating the whole cave. Boom! The 2 pillars of light flew out and hit a mountain in the distance, leaving 2 large holes with a diameter of more than 30 meters on that mountain, which pierced the mountain correctly. This is not Ning Xiaochuan's deliberate attack, just because his cultivation suddenly increased too much, making it difficult for him to control and retract freely. Bao Zhudizong stood on the top of a snow mountain in the distance. His skin was whiter than snow, and he was surrounded by wisps of white spiritual smoke. He was holy and ethereal. Looking at the 2 columns of light rising on the ground, his beautiful eyes coagulated slightly. The real person's Wu Daoxin Palace is indeed the supreme treasure, which has raised Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation to such a terrifying level. Ning Xiaochuan's potential is indeed extraordinary, and may even be above the crown prince of the emperor. After Bao Zhudizong successfully practiced the Death Spirit Zen Sutra, his cultivation became more profound and unpredictable, just like the Buddha fairy standing on the cloud overlooking all sentient beings. Every action has a mysterious Buddha rhyme, which is consistent with the nature of heaven and earth. Of the 6 Zen Sutras she practiced, there are still the last 2, Happy Zen Sutra and Immortal Zen Sutra. Among them, the most difficult and dangerous is the Immortal Zen Sutra. Although it is said to be undead, death is everywhere, and the slightest carelessness will be irreparable. Therefore, Bao Zhudizong plans to leave the Immortal Zen Sutra for the final practice, so next, what she wants to practice is the Happy Zen Sutra. Joyful Zen Sutra, in fact, is a kind of Buddhist double cultivation method. The founder is the joyful Buddha, the two great gods of Buddhism. Happy Zen Sutra is not an evil cultivation method. According to Buddhism, the combination of the two sexes of yin-yang is the cause of the creation of all things in the universe. The male body representing law and the female body representing wisdom have sex. Combination is only a symbolic appearance of a certain meaning, which can make use of empty and happy to produce emptiness and achieve the purpose of controlling desire with desire. Even in the Western Buddhist Holy Land, the Great Sun Tathagata Palace, there are statues of joyful Buddha. Joyful Buddha is not one person, but two people, a man and a woman, representing law and wisdom, representing the yin and yang of the beginning of all things and the origin of the universe. To practice the Happy Zen Sutra, Baozhu Dizang must find a double cultivation partner with extreme talent, also known as Buddha Yang body. It is not easy to find a suitable Buddha Yang body. First of all, the talent level can't be lower than her. If the talent of Buddha Yang body is too low to keep up with her cultivation pace, when yin and yang are harmonious, the other party will absorb her cultivation. In that case, Buddha Yang body will only become a fetter on her cultivation path. In Buddhism, it stresses the equality of all living beings, regardless of dignity or inferiority. Practicing the Joyful Zen Sutra is the same, and the cultivation of Buddha Yang body and Buddha Yin body has always maintained the same state. When the cultivation of the Buddha Yang body exceeds the Buddha Yin body too much, the Buddha Yin body will absorb the power of the Buddha Yang body when the two are combined. The same is true when the cultivation of the Buddha Yin body exceeds the Buddha Yang body too much. Therefore, Bao Zudi must find a young Tianjiao with no less talent than her before practicing the Happy Zen Sutra. She herself is a talent level of 10,000 years level, and it is extremely difficult to find another young Tianjiao of 10,000 years level. Within the territory of Tiandi Mountain, only the crown prince of the emperor can have that level of talent and meet the conditions of Buddha Yang body. However, she hated the people of the imperial family of the Tianshu Empire. How could she find the crown prince of the emperor to double repair? Therefore, she first practiced the other four Zen Sutras, and planned to save the Happy Zen Sutra and the most dangerous Immortal Zen Sutra for the final practice. Ning Xiaochuan's appearance is definitely an accident. He meets all the conditions of Buddha Yang body. He has the talent comparable to the crown prince of the emperor. He is a pretty good candidate. However, whether it is really necessary to choose Ning Xiaochuan as the Buddha Yang body, and the treasure trove will continue to test Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan, I hope you are the Buddha Yang body I am looking for. Standing on the top of the snow mountain, Baozhu Dizang's eyes show a thoughtful look, beautiful and moving, just like an elf in the snow. She turned into a slim figure and disappeared at the top of the mountains. It took another 3 days, and Ning Xiaochuan was finally able to control the surge of cultivation at will, with an earth-shaking roar in his mouth. Boom! He rushed up, flew out of the mountain and fell to the bottom of a waterfall at the foot of the mountain to wash the dirt on his body. After being closed for several months, I was covered with mud and dust. Ning Xiaochuan stood at the bottom of the waterfall. Suddenly, his heart felt a little. He looked at the distance, and the corners of his mouth slightly turned up, saying, "Do nuns like to peek at men bathing?" Sha. Baozhu Dizang came out of the woods. His long white skirt was dragged on the ground, leaving an intoxicating fragrance on the leaves. 2 slender were exposed outside the skirt, very slender. A pair of snow-white jade feet were shining on the void 3 inches above the ground, and walked to the side of the waterfall. She still stared at Ning Xiaochuan under the waterfall, her beautiful eyes smoky, with a shallow smile. All creatures look at the surface, and the flesh is originally a skin bag. Ning Xiaochuan was stunned when she saw the treasure trove. It was so amazing that she looked at her again from tiptoe to hair. You re-right. Baozhu Dizang actually grew hair, full of green hair, dragged from the top of the head to the heels, dark and bright, as if bathed in rouge milk. Moreover, the Buddha clothes on her body were also changed, wearing a moon-white women's dress, with lace sewn on her chest, revealing a snow-white and full gully, incomparably fragrant and charming. A silver belt, tied around the waist, makes the waist more slender, and outlines a charming curve with the plump and. Ning Xiaochuan can be sure that in the past, Baozhu Dizong must have used breast wrapping, otherwise, it would not suddenly become so choppy. A holy and dignified nun suddenly changed into a feminine dress with long hair and sex. Sense demon. Rao, coupled with the treasure trove, is already very beautiful, like a fairy standing under the moon. Let alone Ning Xiaochuan, I'm afraid it's difficult to control his desires even if he is a monk with pure heart and few desires. Look. Baozhu Dizong stood by the waterfall, beautiful and dusty, with black silk swaying in the wind, and a pair of bright eyes staring at Ning Xiaochuan's naked upper body, said, "Have you seen enough?" Voila! The cold water waves flew down from the mountains and hit Ning Xiaochuan's head. Ning Xiaochuan didn't look back and said, "It seems that I should say this. Have you seen enough?" Baozhu Dizong slightly sideways, staring at the Menghuang Mountains in the distance, and no longer staring at Ning Xiaochuan. After washing, Ning Xiaochuan put on a clean white robe, walked to her, stared at her long hair behind her head, and said, "I'm curious, how can your hair suddenly become so long in just a few months?" For heaven and man, the blood gas is strong. As long as the blood in the body is operated, it seems that it is not difficult to grow hair overnight. The light way of treasure land. Hair, known as blood tip, is the tip of blood. The human body has 4 tips, the tongue is the meat tip, the tooth is the bone tip, the claw is the tendon tip, and the hair is the blood tip. The blood gas of heaven and man has been quite strong, and the grade of blood is very high. As long as the blood is operated and injected into the hair can grow quickly. Ning Xiaochuan was more curious and said with a smile, "For Buddhists, hair is dust, and hair is tiresome. Why do you suddenly grow long hair again? Don't you plan to practice Buddhism?" Baozhu Dizong stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply and said softly, "When the Buddha's mind reads life, 3,000 green silk will disappear. When the mind moves, 3,000 green silk will return. So, are you moved?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Baozhu Dizong walked towards Ning Xiaochuan, stared at Ning Xiaochuan's eyes and said, "Yes, I really moved my heart and wanted to return to the secular world. For him, I can keep my long hair, for him, I can wear women's clothes. Do you want to know who he is?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "I didn't want to know, but I want to know by saying so. But I won't tell you." After saying this, Baozhu Dizong showed a bright smile, immediately turned around, walked towards the dense vegetation from the jungle, leaving only a faint fragrance. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Baozhu Dizong's graceful back, charming figure, touched his chin and said, "I think it's more charming when you're still bald." Baozhu Dizong immediately stopped, and an angry look flashed through her beautiful eyes. It was to test Ning Xiaochuan's determination that she deliberately kept her long hair and put on women's clothes. I thought that with my stunning appearance, I would be able to fascinate Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan was indeed fascinated when he saw her, but Baozhu Dizong could see that Ning Xiaochuan had no desire in his eyes, just pure appreciation. She thought that her charm was not enough and her temptation was not deep enough, but she didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan actually liked nuns more. "Do you like beautiful nuns very much?" Baozhu Dizong rode. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly stunned, immediately shook his head, and said, "It's not true. But I've seen a lot of beautiful women, some holy and ethereal, some charming, some pure and lovely, but you are the only beautiful woman I've seen." Baozhu Dizong was more annoyed and said, "Am I not as beautiful as the woman you have seen before?" "Not at all." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Baozhu Dizong added, "I see. It must be that they will strip naked in front of you, but I won't. Right? Not to mention it. There are indeed many women who are willing to strip naked in front of me, but I despise the women who are really willing to strip naked in front of me. Because she can strip naked in front of us and in front of other men. Ning Xiaochuan said, you should understand that men prefer to take off women's clothes by themselves. Bao Zhudizong smiled with teeth and said, good, good. What do you mean? Ning Xiaochuan showed a puzzled look. He always felt that there was something wrong with Bao Zhudizong today. In normal times, although Bao Zhudizong is seductive and cruel, most of the time, you can't see her emotional fluctuations. She doesn't want to be so superficial, and her mood is extremely high, giving people a feeling of ethereal elegance away from the secular world. However, today, Bao Zhudizong is obviously tempting Ning Xiaochuan. Even his eyes are extremely charming, which is like a different person. Bao Zhudizong said, when you were closed, I had detected the whereabouts of the crown prince of the emperor. He received the order from the Emperor Mountain and rushed to the Holy Land of Light. Why did he go to the Holy Land of Light? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Bao Zhudizong said, it's not just the emperor's prince who went to Guangming Holy Land. All the great holy lands and ancient aristocratic families in Xinjiang sent outstanding talents to Guangming Holy Land to jointly discuss ways to fight against the demon army. This is the gathering of the top forces in North Xinjiang, which is rare to meet once in 1,000 years. All the holy lands were besieged by the demon army, and the losses were heavy. The strong of the older generation couldn't leave at all. Only the young heroes were sent to the meeting. The representative sent by Tiandi Mountain was the crown prince of the emperor. I heard. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes coagulated and said, what did you hear? It is said that an ancient aristocratic family in northern Xinjiang, the Tang clan, has been broken by the demon and beast army, and even the king of the Tang clan has been killed. Most of the masters of the Tang clan have been captured and will be sent to the White Bone Altar to worship the demon god. Only a few of the Tang clan talents escaped from heaven. The eyes of Bao Zhudizong became dignified. How can it be? So soon the ancient aristocratic family was broken? Ning Xiaochuan didn't believe it. North. There are only a few ancient aristocratic families in Xinjiang, each of which governs dozens of 5-level civilizations, with a deep foundation and masters like clouds. The ancestors of every ancient aristocratic family have been born earth-shattering figures, opening up a Holy Land-level cultivation territory for the family, standing in the north. Xinjiang has survived for hundreds of thousands of years and millions of years. Those ancient aristocratic families have experienced many catastrophes, but they still survived and were not destroyed in the catastrophes. The Tang clan, also one of the ancient aristocratic families, has a very long history. The records of the genealogy alone have a history of millions of years, which is north. One of the oldest forces in Xinjiang. According to legend, the ancestor of the Tang nationality was also a secondary god, who was once invincible in the north. Jiang, let all creatures in the world tremble for it. Has such a long-standing clan really been exterminated? Bao Zhudizong said, although the struggle between demons and Terrans has never stopped, this outbreak of war is more tragic than any in history. All the monks are saying that the Tianming demon emperor took the action himself, used the Zhenren Tower, exerted the power of the supreme imperial instrument, and broke the defense array arranged by the secondary god. Someone saw with his own eyes that the king of the Tang clan was taken away by the Zhenren Tower and died in the tower. It is also because of the impact of this event that the major holy lands in northern Xinjiang were afraid and decided to meet in the Holy Land of Light to discuss how to fight the demon clan. Ning Xiaochuan took a breath and said, even the array arranged by the secondary god can't stop the Tianming demon emperor. It seems that the great holy lands in northern Xinjiang are really dangerous. Tianming demon emperor is too strong. Once the Zhenren Tower is shot, all the holy lands can't resist it. In just a few months, an ancient aristocratic family was exterminated to the north. It is definitely bad news for the Terran friars in Xinjiang, which will make everyone feel desperate. Bao Dizong added, the great empire of Tianshu has also been completely occupied, and even the city of Tianshu has turned into a desolate ruins. The once bustling ancient city has become a desolate ghost city. In a few hundred years, it will also become a part of the great wilderness, where trees will grow, cover the city, and cover all traces of human activities. A high-level Wuping civilization will completely disappear in the wilderness. After tens of thousands of years, it is estimated that no one knows that it was once an ancient civilization of mankind. There was no trace of sadness in Bao Dizong's eyes, but a hint of excitement. She finally saw the complete destruction of the Tianshu Empire and became a desolate and populous death place. Once hundreds of millions of people, now they are either the blood food in the belly of monsters, or they are escorted to Demongs and become the sacrifices of the demon clan to the demon god. This is a one-sided war. Under the leadership of the Tianming Demon Emperor, the 9 demon emperors and the 9 demons declared war on mankind at the same time. In just a few months, countless human civilizations have been broken, countless human beings have died miserably, and countless human beings have become sacrifices. Even the Holy Land was not spared and turned into ruins under the attack of the demon clan. Who can resist the pace of the demon clan? Ning Xiaochuan's heart was very heavy, and he said, the Terrans in northern Xinjiang will not be extinct. There will always be some hermits who will stand up against the demon clan. Even if the Tianming Demon Emperor is powerful, it is impossible to be truly invincible. Bao Dizong said, if someone in northern Xinjiang can resist the Tianming Demon Emperor, then the Terran will not be so passive. Go to the Holy Land of Light first. Ning Xiaochuan is very worried about Xiaohong's safety. He can't care about the life and death of other human beings, but he will never allow his relatives and friends to be hurt. Ning Xiaochuan and Bao Dizong walked all the way through the wilderness to the Holy Land of Light. Guangming Holy Land and Tiandi Mountain are very far away, and one is located in the north. In the middle of Xinjiang, one is located in the north. The north of Xinjiang. It is also a holy land, but the inheritance of the Holy Land of Light is longer and deeper, and the number of civilized countries under its jurisdiction is more than that of the civilized countries under the jurisdiction of Tiandi Mountain. There are only 4 high-level 5-level civilizations under its jurisdiction. Each one is stronger than the Tianshu Empire. Ning Xiaochuan and Bao Dizong are the top masters of the younger generation. They are on their way day and night and show the fastest speed from the north. In the north of Xinjiang, rush to the north. In the middle of Xinjiang, it crossed millions of miles and finally entered the civilized country under the jurisdiction of the Holy Land of Light. Huiyun Empire, one of the 4 advanced 5-level civilizations under the jurisdiction of Guangming Holy Land, was also attacked by demon and beast armies. The frontier fortress has been broken. Walking into a frontier fortress city, there was no one, the streets were full of blood, and only crows flew on the branches, making a bleak shriek. Roar! A beast roared. A saber-toothed wolf with black hair all over rushed out of a heart-nourishing hall, stretched out 2 sharp claws, and rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan. Poof! Ning Xiaochuan didn't even look at it, but just waved and beheaded it, and the wolf with 5 Xian beast knife teeth broke into 2 pieces and fell to the ground. Bao Dizong flew up and fell on the top of a broken ancient tower. He was as white as snow, with long hair floating. He used a mysterious magic to look into the distance and said, the Huiyun Empire is located in the north. In the middle of Xinjiang, it is powerful, and there was a war with the monster army for several months. However, not long ago, the frontier fortress of the Huiyun Empire was finally broken by the demon army. The demon army has been killed towards the hinterland of the Huiyun Empire. If the Holy Land of Light does not send experts to rescue the Huiyun Empire will fall completely in 3 years at most, and become a ruin like the Tianshu Empire. The history of Huiyun Empire is much older than that of Tianshu Empire. In the territory of the Huiyuan Empire, there are many large sects, ancient tribes, and monks that have been inherited for tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, and have formed a complete cultivation world. It is also a high-level 5-level civilization. The overall strength of Huiyuan Empire is more than 10 times that of Tianshu Empire. The 3 most powerful ancient tribes of the Tianshu Empire are only 10,000 years old. The monster army can break the Tianshu Empire with the speed of destruction, but it is not easy to break the Huiyuan Empire. Moreover, around the Huiyuan Empire, there are 3 other high-level 5-level civilizations, dozens of low-level 5-level civilizations and intermediate 5-level civilizations, all under the jurisdiction of the Bright Holy Land, which can support each other and resist each other. Dozens of 5 civilizations and tens of thousands of 4 and 3 civilizations together form a huge defense network to resist the attack of the demon and beast army. Tonight, let's live in this ancient frontier fortress. The monster army has invaded the hinterland of the Huiyuan Empire, and should not come here again. Even if it appears, it will not be a large-scale monster. Baozhu Dizong Road. As long as it is not a large-scale monster legion, the cultivation of Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong can be easily dealt with. Recently, Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong have been traveling at full speed day and night, which consumes a lot of body. Even Ning Xiaochuan can't bear it. He must take a rest and adjust his life to its full bloom in order to cope with the next battle with the crown prince of the emperor. This war is inevitable. Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong walked side by side into a magnificent and dilapidated mansion. This used to be the mansion of the ancient city of the frontier fortress, but now you can't even see a living person. You can only see yellow leaves and white bones all over the ground. In the pond, the body of a mysterious beast floated on the water, with its head cut off and blood rolling in its neck. The originally clear water turns into blood. Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong found a relatively clean room, respectively, and began to rest. Ning Xiaochuan arranges a defensive array outside his room. Once someone breaks in, he will wake up immediately. The 2 people's rooms are adjacent, and once the powerful demon clan intrudes, they will take care of each other. At midnight, Ning Xiaochuan felt the fluctuation of the array, immediately opened his eyes and wanted to sit up from the bed. Just as he was about to sit up, a slender jade hand pressed on his chest, with a soft and numb force, and pushed Ning Xiaochuan back to the bed. It's a long night. How can you sleep well alone? The owner of that jade hand is a young girl dressed in sexy clothes, about 17 or 8 years old, standing by Ning Xiaochuan's bed, with bright eyes, slender eyebrows, a curved corner of her mouth, and staring at Ning Xiaochuan with a smile. Although, she just gently put her hand on Ning Xiaochuan's chest, as if touching Ning Xiaochuan's body. However, only Ning Xiaochuan knew that the terrorist power, contained in her hand, was like a 5-finger mountain pressing on Ning Xiaochuan. If Ning Xiaochuan had a slight change, that beautiful hand would immediately collapse Ning Xiaochuan's chest. Ning Xiaochuan remained calm, his face unchanged, and said, "The girl is so strong that she can actually walk into the array I arranged without knowing anything. It's really admirable." Ning Xiaochuan did notice the fluctuation coming from the array, but he was a step slower, and the other party had entered the array at that time. If you want to sneak into the array arranged by Ning Xiaochuan, the other party must have practiced some special magic if he doesn't have the cultivation of Shenjing Tianwei. It is definitely the top strength of the younger generation. That woman was wearing a dress embroidered with peach blossoms, which was as thin as a layer of yarn. She could clearly see the pink bra under the gauze, the snow-white attractive skin, and the full and round. Standing beside Ning Xiaochuan's bed, she exuded an attractive fragrance and said with a smile, "I don't like men admire my accomplishments very much, but I prefer them to praise my beauty. Do you think I'm beautiful? Nature is beautiful. Ning Xiaochuan is telling the truth." She leaned down gently, almost touching Ning Xiaochuan's face, with a very soft voice. She exhaled in Ning Xiaochuan's ear and said, "Is it me, or the female nun in the next room?" Ning Xiaochuan's eyes shrunk slightly and said, "I see. You're looking for treasure trove, not me." "Treasure trove?" Hee hee. Didn't she tell you her real name? And her other identity? The enchanting woman standing by the bed laughed like a silver bell. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Of course not. If you are willing to say, you can also tell me." "Good. Then I'll tell you, she actually." Suddenly, the enchanting woman in tulle stopped, and her voice seemed to detect something. It was like a beautiful enchanting spirit snake. She got into Ning Xiaochuan's bed, and her slender jade fingers turned into claws, clasping Ning Xiaochuan's neck. Her nails, sharp as a knife, can cut Ning Xiaochuan's neck with a little force. She hid behind Ning Xiaochuan, spit out her sweet tongue, added her lips, stared at the treasure trove that broke into the room, and showed a gloomy smile on her face. "Your Highness, you are a little late, and the man you hook up has fallen into my hands." Hee hee. Bang. Bao Zhu broke the wall, stood in Ning Xiaochuan's room, stared at Ning Xiaochuan on the bed and the enchanting woman in tulle, and said, "Tang Shuyao, do you really think you can hold him? Hasn't he been caught by me now?" The enchanting woman named Tang Shuyao had a charming smile on her oval face and gently stroked Ning Xiaochuan's cheek with her fingers. Two full jade peaks in front of her chest were pressed on Ning Xiaochuan's back, and her plump and delicate body was close to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan could clearly feel the softness of the two balls on his back, and the tip of his nose could smell the fragrance of Tang Shuyao. Tang Shuyao is simply a beauty. Even if she pinches her neck, it is also a beautiful thing. Ning Xiaochuan acted very calmly and said with a smile, "Miss Tang, I've offended." Wow. Ning Xiaochuan's speed was as fast as lightning, and he clasped Tang Shuyao's wrist. When Tang Shuyao just reacted, 5 purple lightning bolts were released from Ning Xiaochuan's fingers, making a crackling sound, rushing to Tang Shuyao's wrist. Tang Shuyao was slightly surprised and immediately showed the body method of fish swimming too empty. Her delicate body turned into a fragrant and beautiful white fish and escaped from Ning Xiaochuan's hands. Bang! She turned into a white light arrow, broke through the roof and fell on the top of an 18-foot-high residual wall in the city lord's mansion. Her voice was vague, "It's worthy of being the holy daughter of the Nine-Heaven Pavilion." Unexpectedly, she found such a powerful young talent. My sister congratulated Her Highness first. The cold night wind made Tang Shuyao's long skirt flutter with the wind, revealing 2 slender, pink fur pants just covered the root of his thighs, giving a feeling of infinite temptation. Ning Xiaochuan took out the Zhenwu bow and Zhenwu arrow, put a 2-meter-long golden ancient arrow on the golden bow, and aimed at Tang Shuyao standing on the residual wall. Not good. Tang Shuyao's face changed, and he felt that he was locked by a destructive force. His body seemed to fall into the mud, and it was very difficult to move his fingers. Wow! A golden arrow light flew out of the city lord's mansion, with a harsh wind, dragging a tail dozens of meters long, and rushed towards Tang Shuyao. Tang Shuyao shot very quickly and immediately beat out a real person ancient picture and suspended in the void. The scroll unfolded, and the virtual image of a sacred and solemn old man appeared, with white hair and a strong spirit, just like a real person walking out of the void. The ancient picture of a real person, emitting 1,000 feet of blue light, resisted the Zhenwu arrow for a moment. After a flash, the virtual image of the real person was punctured by Zhenwu arrow, and was broken with a bang. Just at that moment, Tang Shuyao had fled, turned into 18 spiritual smoke, rushed into the night sky, and disappeared without a trace. Close. Ning Xiaochuan took back the Zhenwu arrow, which was stained with a drop of blood. It can be seen that although Zhenwu arrow did not kill Tang Shuyao, it also injured her. At such a close distance, she was able to escape under the Zhenwu arrow. It seems that she is another top young master. Ning Xiaochuan rode. She ranks third in the younger generation of Jiu Dang Pavilion and is called Jiu Dang Ling. She should be the representative of Jiu Dang Pavilion. She should also go to Guanming Holy Land to attend the gathering of the top experts of the younger generation to discuss the matter of dealing with the demon clan army. Baozhu Dizong Road. Ning Xiaochuan put away Zhenwu arrow and Zhenwu Bao and said, "Are you also a disciple of Jiu Dang Pavilion?" Baozhu Dizong didn't deny it and nodded. Ning Xiaochuan said, "I heard that Jiu Dang Pavilion only accepts female disciples, and each of them is charming and beautiful. In terms of cultivation talent, they are no worse than the top heroes in northern Xinjiang. The Tianjiao of each holy land is proud to be able to marry the female disciples of the Jiu Dang Pavilion. In particular, the three most beautiful and powerful Tianjiao women in the Jiu Dang Pavilion, the goddess, the saint and the spirit, are all women like immortals. However, I'm curious. As a Buddhist monk, why do you want to worship Jiu Dang Pavilion? Although it sounds good, Jiu Dang Pavilion is a sacred place for female disciples. However, for many people, the woman in Jiu Dang Pavilion is actually a prostitute who attracts men with her beauty. What Jiu Dang Pavilion stresses is not seclusion, but entry into the world. Of course, the woman in Jiu Dang Pavilion is not what you want to see. They usually make friends with the top heroes of the younger generation of the Holy Land. Ordinary geniuses can't get into their eyes at all. The Tianjiao of each Holy Land and each ancient aristocratic family are also very willing to make friends with them. If they can capture their hearts with their talents, it is also a capital worth showing off. North. Many famous figures in Xinjiang had an affair with the Tianjiao girl of Jiu Dang Pavilion when they were young. Even the amazing Emperor of Heaven, when he was young, once traveled with the goddess of the generation of Jiu Dang Pavilion. However, the aspiration of the Emperor of Heaven is the supreme way of heaven, not the love of children and girls. After spending a night with that goddess, he resolutely left and went to the ocean to practice. Until the Emperor of Heaven became a god, he never went to the Jiu Dang Pavilion again, nor saw the goddess of the Jiu Dang Pavilion again. Some people may say that the Emperor of Heaven is fickle, but for Jiu Dang Pavilion, they have got what they want. Everyone knows that the relationship between the Emperor of Heaven and the goddess of Jiu Dang Pavilion is just this layer of relationship, which has made all creatures in the world fear Jiu Dang Pavilion and dare not easily provoke Jiu Dang Pavilion, so that Jiu Dang Pavilion has gained countless benefits. In the north. In the history of Xinjiang, the first beauty of almost every era came from Jiu Dang Pavilion. And the Tianjiao girl of Jiu Dang Pavilion can always be with the north of that era. The strongest overlord in Xinjiang left a love history. It can be said that every leader of the Holy Land must have had a love affair with the Tianjiao girl in Jiu Dang Pavilion when he was young. It is for this reason that the relationship between Jiu Dang Pavilion and each Holy Land is very good, so it is in the north. Xinjiang can always stand and develop into a top power at the Holy Land level. Baozhu Dizong said, "Why can't Buddhists worship Jiu Dang Pavilion? Do you look down on the woman in Jiu Dang Pavilion?" Of course not. It's just that I heard that the gifted and proud women in Jiu Dang Pavilion have a task. They must find a top young talent as a double cultivation partner when they are the youngest and most beautiful. For a Buddhist practitioner, doesn't it necessarily violate the cultivation rules? Ning Xiaochuan Road. Can't Buddhists double practice? Baozhu Dizong raised his chin, his eyes deep, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan. Would you like to be my double cultivation partner?" Ning Xiaochuan's heart jumped and said with a smile, "We are just allies. Can't we make our relationship further?" Baozhu Dizong came to Ning Xiaochuan's body, and his soft and delicate body was almost completely attached to Ning Xiaochuan's body. Her jade arms were slowly hooked on Ning Xiaochuan's neck, slightly raised her head and stared at Ning Xiaochuan's eyes. Her rosy and crystal lips are less than an inch away from Ning Xiaochuan's lips. Baozhu Dizong's lips are very sexy. They are more charming than those of any woman Ning Xiaochuan has ever seen. They are not thick or thin. They are as red as vermilion and shaped like cherry. People can't get tired of seeing them all. They want to hold her vermilion in one bite. This is a magnificent jade face, which is enough to make countless men crazy. As long as he moves forward slightly, he can kiss Fang's and taste the wonderful taste that countless men want to taste. To say that Ning Xiaochuan is completely unmoved is a lie, the desire in his body. Wang has long been stimulated by Tang Shuyao and Baozhu Dizong. Tang Shuyao and Baozhu Dizong have their own beauty and temptation. Tang Xuyao's body is an extremely feminine, delicate and charming. She is absolutely a beauty that any man wants to dump her on the bed. There are two different temperaments in Baozhu Dizong, including the charm of Tang Shuyao and the purity and sanctity of Buddhists. If you make out with her, it's a thrill of tasting the forbidden fruit. Your hair is gone again. Ning Xiaochuan's stomach raised a evil fire, and even his breathing was a little hurried. Baozhu Dizong's long hair did disappear again. Her head was extremely smooth and crystal clear, but her facial features were particularly delicate. Her eyelashes were long and curved, and she was like a beautiful nun who had just come out of a nunnery. As long as you like, I can return to the secular world for you and shave you. I can put on the Buddha clothes for you and take off the Buddha clothes for you. The pearls hide the soft voice of the Tao. Ning Xiaochuan said, "You should know that I don't like active women." Ning Xiaochuan's lips were blocked by two soft red lips hidden in Baozudi. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, after tasting it, Baozhu Dizong turned into a slim white shadow and rushed out of the room. What a wonderful taste! Ning Xiaochuan gently touched his lips and could smell the residual fragrance. Standing in the center of the courtyard full of fallen leaves, Baozhu Dizong turned his back to Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, you must not think that I am a woman who can kiss a man casually. I really like you. I think you have the talent to surpass other geniuses, and I think you will become a master and dominate northern Xinjiang in the future, so I will take the initiative." Take the initiative. Actively seduce me? Ning Xiaochuan's face showed a smile and said, "The world says that all the women in the Jiu Dang Pavilion are masters of seducing men, but I think you're very bad, and you're far inferior to Tang Shuyao, the spirit woman in the Jiu Dang Pavilion. I said earlier that you shouldn't worship the Jiu Dang Pavilion." Baozhu Dizong turned his back to Ning Xiaochuan and said, "You don't understand at all. When your family is broken and people die, when you are desperate, there are only two ways in front of you. One way is to sell your body and become the lowest prostitute. The other way is to sell your soul and become a disciple of Jiu Dang Pavilion." At that time, I could only choose to become a disciple of Jiu Dang Pavilion, cultivate martial arts, make myself stronger and control my destiny. Not only for revenge, but also to survive in the cruel competition. However, later I learned that to become a disciple of Jiu Dang Pavilion, you have to sell your body and choose a man. The difference is that you can choose the man you like or sleep with only one man. The premise is that this man must be gifted and can become the umbrella of Jiu Dang Pavilion in the future. Jiu Dang Pavilion has only such a purpose, to cultivate us. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, "So, the man you picked is me." Baozhu Dizong laughed through tears and said, "At least your talent is really high, and it's not so annoying. However, don't think I'm already yours. I can be the saint of Jiu Dang Pavilion. As long as I put a word out, there are definitely not a few men who want to pursue me." "Whatever you want." Ning Xiaochuan smiled slightly. After saying this, he returned to the room and continued to rest. Baozhu Dizong is very speechless. As long as those other Tian's Hegio women in Jiu Dang Pavilion want to find a guest of service, they will certainly become an explosive message, spread across all major human civilizations, and attract countless young heroes. Even if you are extremely talented and have a strong family, you may not be able to get an interview with the Tianzhijio girl of Jiutian Pavilion. The initiative of selecting guests of the staff has always been firmly in the hands of women. Baozhu Dizong is not only the saint of Jiutian Pavilion, with an extraordinary status, but also has a stunning face. However, in front of Ning Xiaochuan, she is always in a passive state, as if she was begging Ning Xiaochuan. What a powerful arrow, at least it's the power of the middling supreme weapon. Yao Pan of the Tang dynasty sat in a cave to recuperate, emitting a faint blue light, forming a vortex above his head, absorbing the mysterious air between heaven and earth. Her speed of absorbing the mysterious qi of heaven and earth reached 1,600 times. Ning Xiaochuan cultivated into the 11th layer of the mysterious qi of heaven and earth, and only then did he reach the absorption rate of 1,024 times. Tang Shuyao has an extraordinary physique. Although she does not reach the talent level that is difficult to meet in 10,000 years, her combat power is not weaker than the genius that is difficult to meet in 10,000 years. Although he was wounded by Zhenwu arrow, he soon recovered. Wow! A golden brilliance, condensed out, suspended in the void 3 feet above the ground, condensed into a great and handsome man. Tang Shuyao, with your strength alone, you can't deal with the 9th heaven saint and Ning Xiaochuan. The man in gold armor was suspended in the void, like a young emperor, giving people a kind of oppressive temperament. If Ning Xiaochuan were here, he would be recognized. He is the crown prince of the emperor, to be exact, a thought body of the crown prince of the emperor. Tang Shuyao said, "Who are you? I can help you." The emperor's crown prince's thought body said. Tang Shuyao sneered and said, "Do you know my identity? I need you to help me." The emperor's thought body said, "Your cultivation is indeed at the top level in the younger generation, and you are the 3rd most favored woman in Jiutian Pavilion, but you can't stop Ning Xiaochuan's arrow. But, do you know that Ning Xiaochuan has no power to fight back in front of me, and the crown prince wants to kill him, such as slaughtering pigs and dogs? Do you think I can help you? Cooperating with me will be a great opportunity for you. I can not only help you kill the saint of Jiutian Pavilion, but also suppress the goddess of Jiutian Pavilion, so that they can become your slaves." Who can't boast? Tang Shuyao gave a cold smile. When her voice fell, a beautiful virtual shadow rushed out of Tang Shuyao's body, like a soul out of the body, attacking the crown prince of the emperor. She showed the body method of fish swimming too empty, showing 77 and 49 shadows, just like a girl. In the blink of an eye, she had attacked the crown prince of the emperor. Tang Shuyao's real body still didn't move, sitting quietly on the ground. The phantom flying out of her body is not her soul, but her condensed mind, which is equivalent to 1/10 of the strength of her real body. The mental body of any monk is 1/10 of his real cultivation. Since the crown prince of the emperor appeared in the form of mental body, Tang Shuyao naturally used mental body to test his cultivation. The emperor's crown prince's mind-body hung in the void, his body was powerful, his eyes looked down, his mouth was a little smiling, and his body emitted a dragon roar. Ow! A purple dragon shadow, with a length of tens of meters, flew out from the back of the crown prince of the emperor. The dragon scales, horns, claws and eyes were clearly visible, emitting a faint spirit of dragon, attacking Tang Shuyao's mind. The purple dragon shadow hovered in the void, and the 2 dragon claws, with lightning, were like a real dragon, emitting cold air. Sharp dragon claws waved from Tang Shuyao's neck. Wow! The powerful smell of purple dragon shadow did not affect Tang Shuyao. Her body method is extremely excellent, her physique is extraordinary, just like a white mermaid, her waist is bent, her long hair is elegant, and in a clever arc, she shuttles between the claws of the purple dragon chant, pointing to the heart of the crown prince of the emperor, with a gorgeous cyan sword light on her fingertips. It was a powerful sword formula, with a sharp sword spirit, which made the space hollow, as if it was about to collapse. Bang! The emperor's crown prince's protective gongqi was punctured by the sword qi. The crown prince of the emperor was very calm, looking at Tang Shuyao's finger sword stabbing, but with a wave of his palm, a huge sound of wind and thunder sounded, and Tang Shuyao's mind-body was smashed by him, turned into blue dots, and disappeared in the void. Tang Shuyao's real body flashed slightly, and his eyes showed a surprised look. He stared at the emperor's mind and said, "Have you reached the divine realm? My strength is far beyond your imagination. Even if your real body moves, it may not be the opponent of my mind." The crown prince of the emperor was full of domineering and confident, staring at Tang Shuyao from a commanding position. Tang Shuyao was also very confident in herself. Moreover, she had reservations just now and didn't use her full strength. Therefore, she didn't believe that the crown prince of the emperor was strong enough to defeat her with mind and body. However, the crown prince of the emperor is indeed very powerful, in the north. Few of the younger generation in Xinjiang can compare with him. Among the young talents she has met, only Ning Xiaochuan may be able to fight the crown prince of the emperor. If you can use the hand of the crown prince to deal with the saints and goddesses in Jiu Dang Pavilion, it is also a quite good choice. Tang Shuyao showed a soft smile on her face. Her delicate body was soft, like a weak willow. She stood up and said, "Okay. I can cooperate with you, but at least you should tell me your identity first." The crown prince of the emperor said, "The son of Tiandi Mountain. The man beside the Virgin of 9 days is the spirit son of Tiandi Mountain, whose name is Ning Xiaochuan. The son of Tiandi Mountain. With your cultivation, I thought you were the son of Tiandi Mountain. Hee, I didn't expect that there were so many young talents in Tiandi Mountain. It's not enough to have a Ning Xiaochuan. Unexpectedly, there are still people who can press you." Tang Shuyao laughed. The crown prince of the emperor carried his hands on his back, his eyes burning, and said, "If I want to sit in the position of the Son of God, no one can press my head. In the cultivation world, if I don't know how to hide, what's the difference between me and a reckless man?" The crown prince of the emperor always felt that if he shot, he would be able to defeat Xuelingshu. This is a kind of confidence to win. However, if he had a war with Xuelingshu, he would certainly expose all his cards, including the secret of fighting Dragon Envoy. In that case, it won't do him any good. Moreover, there is an extremely powerful existence in Tiandi Mountain, which will never allow the descendants of Tiandi to be defeated, which is disrespectful to Tiandi. That extremely powerful existence is the most loyal believer of the Emperor of Heaven, who regards the Emperor of Heaven as the Supreme Master. It is precisely because of the shelter of this extremely powerful existence that no one dares to disrespect Xuelingshu in Tiandi Mountain, and no one dares to harm Xuelingshu secretly. Young generation, once someone defeats Xuelingshu, it will certainly make that extremely powerful existence very unhappy. The crown prince of the emperor knew this, so he took the initiative to give up fighting with the descendants of the emperor. Not only can he show his respect for the emperor, but also no one will think that he is really inferior to the descendants of the emperor. Tang Shuyao said, "I have fought with Ning Xiaochuan. But I can feel that Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation doesn't seem to be much weaker than you. If it's a real fight between life and death, you may not be able to win him. I know Ning Xiaochuan better than you. His most powerful card has been controlled by me. However, my card has not been revealed, and you don't know it at all. Once I play my card, I can defeat him within 10 moves. The Emperor's Prince is extremely confident." Tang Shuyao said, "Since you are so strong, why should you cooperate with me?" The Crown Prince said, "It seems that you haven't made clear what I said. I mean, I can help you deal with the saints and goddesses in the Jiu Dang Pavilion, but you must tell me the treasure place of the Tang clan." Tang Shuyao's eyes flashed a different color and said, "I don't understand. What are you talking about?" "You know what I'm talking about. The Tang clan was defeated by the Tianming Demon Emperor. The strong of the older generation in the clan almost died. Few of the young children who escaped were strong. Although you are a child of the Tang nationality, you have been admitted to the Jiu Dang Pavilion, so you have escaped a disaster. In the young generation of the Tang nationality, you are already a top-level existence. If you don't know the treasure land of the Tang nationality, that's a strange thing. Am I right? The Emperor Prince said. Tang Shuyao showed a charming smile and said, after the Tang clan was attacked by the Tianming demon emperor, all the treasures in the clan have been robbed by the demon clan, and even the ancestral tombs of the ancestors of the Tang clan have been stolen. Where is there any treasure ground? The Crown Prince shook his head and said, you can deceive the demon clan, but you can't deceive the Crown Prince. The Tianshu Empire was also attacked by the demon clan, and even the treasury was robbed. However, the real wealth of the Tianshu Empire was hidden in another secret place, and it was not lost. As long as you survive the catastrophe, open the treasure house, and use the wealth inside, you can soon build a huge empire. The Tang clan is more than 100 times stronger than the Tianshu Empire, and it has been inherited longer than the Tianshu Empire. I don't believe that the Tang clan didn't hide the treasures in the clan in advance. Tang Shuyao said with a smile, even if the Tang clan really has another treasure trove, it is also an absolute top secret, which is not known by my younger generation. You should understand that even if the demon clan breaks the sacred land of the Tang clan, there are still many powerful old people in the Tang clan who survive, but they are all hidden in the dark. These old people are still there. How can I know that kind of high-level secret? Crown Prince of the Emperor, if you only want to cooperate with me for the treasure of the Tang clan, I'm really sorry to disappoint you. A trace of murderous spirit flashed in the eyes of the Crown Prince, but this trace of murderous spirit was quickly restrained by him, revealing a sunny smile. It doesn't matter. Even without the treasure of the Tang clan, we can still cooperate. After all, we have a common enemy. Besides, any young monk hopes to have a sweet love history with the Tianzhijio girl of the Jiutian Pavilion. It must be a very wonderful thing to be able to cooperate with the spirit girl of the Jiutian Pavilion. Tang Shuyao smiled and said, I have quite a lot of admirers, many of whom are heirs of the Holy Land. With your strong cultivation, there is still a good chance. The Crown Prince and Tang Shuyao have their own plans. In fact, in their hearts, they don't completely trust each other at all, but are just using each other. Who can take advantage of cooperation? Who will lose everything in the cooperation? It depends on which of them can be better. After a night's rest, Ning Xiaochuan's spirit returned to its best state and his cultivation improved. From the north of Xinjiang to the middle of Xinjiang, it took a month on the way. Ning Xiaochuan didn't stop practicing. He took a lot of pills and spiritual extracts from the Heaven and Earth bracelet of the King of Tibet. The number of rules in the Heaven and Earth Daoyuan and the world-destroying Daoyuan is close to 2 million, and 10,000 rules can be added almost every day. This speed of cultivation is entirely due to the help of the cultivation resources collected by the King of Tibet. Only 1 month's cultivation is equivalent to the 10-year cultivation achievements of other monks. However, Ning Xiaochuan is still far away from the 7th realm of heaven and man. To break through the 7th realm of heaven and man, we need to cultivate 18 million rules. For many monks, they can't reach that realm in their whole life. I feel the smell of Xiaohong, in the imperial city of Huiyuan Empire. Ning Xiaochuan stood on the top of a broken building, pointing in a direction beyond the void. There is Xiaohong's dragon vein in the martial heart palace of Ning Xiaochuan, which is closely connected with Xiaohong's lifestyle, so you can feel Xiaohong's breath. How do you know where the imperial city of Huiyuan Empire is? Baozhu Dizong holds the Buddha beads of all living beings in his right hand and forms a Buddha seal in his left hand. He walks out of the house with his feet off the ground, just like crossing in the air. Last night, her kiss to Ning Xiaochuan was like a spring dream, which did not affect her mood. After seeing Ning Xiaochuan, she looked very calm. Ning Xiaochuan said, every civilized country has a land vein under the ground. The place where the earth vein meets is definitely the location of the imperial city of the Huiyuan Empire, and it is also the most prosperous place of the entire Huiyuan Empire. Ning Xiaochuan's research on the Earth's vein is not deep, but the spirit of the Jade Seal can clearly feel the direction of the Earth's vein. That should be right. The imperial city of the Huiyuan Empire is only a day away from the Holy Land of Light, very close. The crown prince of the emperor should have deliberately waited for you in Huiyuan Imperial City, so he didn't rush to Guangming Holy Land immediately. Baozhu Dizong added, the crown prince of the emperor is so confident that he is too confident. Ning Xiaochuan hugged his chest with both hands and showed a puzzled look, saying, if he wants to recapture the Jade Seal and the treasury, he can only lead me to Huiyuan Imperial City. No matter whether he has laid a snare there or not, I must rush. Huiyuan Imperial City is not his territory after all, and it may not be my opponent by his own strength. Baozhu Dizong shook his head and said, that's not necessarily true. Those strong people of Dizong Emperor clan have not appeared until now, and they are likely to be with the crown prince of the emperor. In that case, Huiyuan Emperor City is really a snare for you and me. Ning Xiaochuan is not a reckless man. On the contrary, his mind is meticulous, he doesn't like adventure, and he likes to plan before moving. Ning Xiaochuan said, at least we have one advantage. I can clearly perceive Xiaohong's position, but the crown prince cannot accurately know when I will arrive at Huiyuan Imperial City. We are in the dark, and he is in the light. As long as we probe clearly, we will not make mistakes. Baozhu Dizong said, there's another big trouble. The mysterious king of Dizong's sect is proficient in calculation. Our breath is too strong, and it's easy for him to calculate our whereabouts. From now on, we must restrain our breath and become two ordinary people in order to avoid the mysterious magic eye of the mysterious magic king. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, King Xuanji is really a big trouble. Try not to disturb him. The battle between the demon beast army and the army of the Huiyuan Empire is in full swing. There are many powerful demon beasts of all ethnic groups, and there are as many as 12 army commanders at the Beast King level alone. The number of ORC commanders at Demon Zun level and 9 Xian Beast level is as large as Crucian carp crossing the river, which cannot be counted. There are also many strong men in the Huiyuan Empire. Martial arts masters from all major sects and families, combined with the imperial army, formed a Terran army and killed countless monsters. The biggest advantage of the monster races is their large number, which is dozens of times, hundreds of times, that of the human army. In terms of the number of top masters, it is human beings who dominate. Although monsters have a longer lifespan than humans, they also have a quite obvious weakness, that is, their cultivation speed is far lower than humans. The reason why all races of monsters unite to suppress the Terrans is in large part because human cultivation speed is too fast, and the probability of cultivating into a god is also very high, causing them great panic. That's why all the monster races will unite to suppress the Terrans and even destroy the Terrans. In the great empire of Huiyuan, all the major fortresses and gates were caught in the flames of war. The bones of Xian beasts, monsters, and human beings piled up into mountains, turning the river red into a river of blood. However, Huiyuan Imperial City is adjacent to Guangming Holy Land, but it has not been affected by the war. Because of the war between monsters and humans, many human monks rushed to Huiyuan Imperial City, which made it more prosperous and lively. On the streets of the Imperial City, you can see powerful martial monks everywhere, and even occasionally the existence of the level of heaven and man venerable. Monks at the level of heaven and man venerable, in other civilized countries, belong to the top level of existence, and will not easily intervene in worldly battles, and will not easily appear in front of ordinary monks. Seeing the prosperous scene of Huiyuan Imperial City, people have to sigh the strength of Huiyuan Empire. 3 days later, the Jiutian Pavilion of Huiyuan Empire will auction dragon blood. This news, with a lightning speed, spread throughout the Huiyuan Imperial City, and received the attention of countless monks. Ning Xiaochuan stopped the nun in the secularity, who spread the news and asked, who is going to auction dragon blood in Jiu Dang Pavilion? Where does dragon blood come from? That monk in the refined realm is a rather beautiful woman, who is a disciple of Jiu Dang Pavilion. She looked at Ning Xiaochuan. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan was wearing simple clothes and had only the first cultivation in the secular realm, she looked a little arrogant in her eyes and said, I'm a disciple of the Holy Land. What are you? Get out of here immediately. Once I kill you, you'll lose your life. Ning Xiaochuan didn't have so much patience and was ready to use the power of the 7 orifices demon heart to peep into her heart. Ba. Bao Dizong first stepped out, and Ran walked to the female disciple of the Jiu Dang Pavilion and took out a colorful token from his sleeve. Seeing the token in Bao Dizong's hand, the female disciple of Jiu Dang Pavilion was startled and immediately knelt on the ground, with some trembling words. The maid has eyes, but does not know the true face of the saint, please punish Her Highness. Her heart was very afraid, and she was very clear about the end of offending the high-level officials of Jiu Dang Pavilion. Although the disciples of Jiu Dang Pavilion are all women, women are the most cruel to women, and the hierarchy is very strict. Whoever dares to commit the following crimes will surely end up worse than death. At the same time, her heart is also guessing Ning Xiaochuan's identity. The man who can walk with the saint can't be as simple as the first cultivation in the secular realm. Put away the token, and on the face of Bao Dizong, a layer of illusory brilliance slowly dispersed, revealing a flawless fairy face, and said, I ask, and you answer. Who is presiding over the Jiu Dang Pavilion in Huiyuan Imperial City? It's Your Highness. The female disciple said cautiously. Bao Dizong said, how can dragon blood be auctioned in Jiu Dang Pavilion? Who sent dragon blood to Jiu Dang Pavilion? This? I don't know. Your Highness, forgive me. Your Highness is humble. I really don't know who sent the dragon blood to the Jiu Dang Pavilion. By the way, it's not the dragon blood that's sent to the Jiu Dang Pavilion, but a dragon cub. It's a mysterious person who sent it to the Jiu Dang Pavilion. Only Your Highness knows his identity. The female disciple said. The daime in Baozhu ground wrinkled slightly and said, Tang Shuyao. Is it? She looked thoughtful and said, the auction will be held in 3 days? Yes, at that time, the dragon blood will be drawn directly from the body of the dragon cub at the auction until the dragon blood in the body of the dragon cub is drained. Said the female disciple. After hearing this sentence, Ning Xiaochuan's body sent out cold air, and his 5 fingers tightened slightly. The crown prince is looking for death. Bao Dizong said, I've finished asking. Get up. The female disciple finally breathed a sigh of relief, slowly stood up and said, Thank you, Your Highness. Poof. With a wave of Bao Dizong's arm, a white sword light flew out of her fingertips and cut off the neck of the female disciple. The female disciple covered her bloody neck, widened her eyes, and seemed to want to say something, but in the end, without saying anything, she fell heavily to the ground, twitched twice, and died completely. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the body on the ground and said, You didn't have to kill her. Bao Dizong said indifferently, You're wrong. If I don't kill her, the news that I came to Huiyuan Imperial City with you will immediately reach Tang Shuyao and the crown prince of the emperor. Killing is to silence. Only a ruthless person can become a person who takes the initiative. Chi. She ejected a flame and fell on the body of the female corpse on the ground, burning the female corpse into fly ash and completely disappearing into the world. It is worthy of being a woman who has practiced the Buddhist sutra of killing animals. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Bao Dizong showed a beautiful smile, like a beautiful and holy fairy, and said, I think you are more like a compassionate Buddha, and I am more like a witch who escaped into the devil's way. However, the fact is just the opposite, you cultivate the devil's way, and I cultivate the Buddha's way. I will not pity others, but I will never kill innocent people. Ning Xiaochuan wrote. Although Baozhu Dizong practices Buddhism, he has his own principles of doing things, and will not be confined to one grid. He said, according to the current situation, Tang Shuyao and the crown prince of the emperor have joined hands. They chose to auction the dragon blood in the Jiu pavilion, and they must want to take this opportunity to lead you out. If I'm not mistaken, the branch of Jiu pavilion in Huiyun Emperor City has been completely controlled by Tang Shuyao. Even if I take out the saint token, those monks in Jiu pavilion won't listen to me. Ning Xiaochuan said, that is to say, if we go to save Xiaohong, the monks of Jiu pavilion will also attack us. Baozhu Dizong nodded and said, the crown prince of the emperor is an extremely smart person. His move is tantamount to hiding himself from the light to the dark and using the power of Jiu pavilion to deal with us. We are in a passive again. Ning Xiaochuan said, how powerful is the Jiu pavilion in the sub-pavilion of the Huiyun Empire? Baozhu Dizong said, there is a strong man in the 9th realm of heaven and man in every advanced 5-level civilization in Jiu pavilion. If that strong man in the 9th realm of heaven and man has supported Tang Shuyao, then even if I go to Jiu pavilion myself, I'm afraid I can't save your dragon cub. Ning Xiaochuan said, what if you rush to sell before the auction? Baozhu Dizong shook his head again and said, impossible. We can't have any chance if a strong man in the 9th realm of heaven and man sits down. Ning Xiaochuan said, I'm talking about fighting against the crown prince and Tang Shuyao. As long as you kill the crown prince and Tang Shuyao before the auction, will that strong person in the 9th realm of heaven and man in Jiu pavilion give you the face of the saint? The battle between Tang Shuyao and Baozhu Dizong is, in the final analysis, the battle between the leaders of Jiu pavilion. Jiu pavilion is about to select a new leader, and Jiu Ling, Jiu Sheng and Jiu Shen are all qualified to compete. Although the cultivation of Baozhu Dizong is a bit stronger than Tang Shuyao, their talents and physique are not much different. Moreover, there is a behemoth behind Tang Shuyao. Ancient aristocratic family, Tang nationality. Although the Tang clan was defeated by the Tianming demon emperor, with heavy losses and a large number of masters, the Tang clan was not really destroyed. 100-footed insects die without stiffness. Even with the remaining power of the Tang nationality, it is still far more than the influence of a high-level 5-level civilization. Coupled with the wealth, resources, basalt and secret treasures secretly transferred by the Tang nationality, as long as the catastrophe is over, after hundreds of years of development, it can completely reproduce the brilliance of the ancient aristocratic family again. Therefore, there are residual masters of the Tang nationality behind Tang Shuyao. Tang Shuyao has a bigger chance to become the next leader of Jiu pavilion than Baozhu Dizong. If the Jiu pavilion sub-pavilion of Huiyun Imperial City has been controlled by Tang Shuyao, even if Baozhu Dizong goes as a saint, it will not be able to mobilize the monks of Jiu pavilion at all, but will be violent. Show yourself. The appearance of the dragon's blood can be said to have caused thousands of waves with one stone, causing a huge shock in Huiyun Imperial City. It is said that taking dragon blood can increase the longevity of monks, and it is even possible to understand the dragon's natural powers from the blood. In the secret land of an ancient people that has been handed down for more than 100,000 years, 2 white-haired elders stood beside a sparkling silver spirit pool, staring at a person whose whole body was wrapped in white robes floating in the pool. That person, who didn't know whether he was dead or alive, sent out a cold breath and constantly absorbed the water in the silver spirit pool into his body. After a while, the man floating in the pool like a mummy made a hoarse voice and said, "Take the dragon's blood at all costs." "No, it's the dragon cub. I have to see the living dragon cubs. Only by refining the whole dragon cubs can I cultivate into Jiulong real body. In that case, I can have 1,000 more years of longevity, protect the Lin clan for another 1,000 years, lead the Lin clan through the disaster of the war between Terrans and demons, and create a more brilliant clan. Two white-haired elders standing by the silver spirit pool bowed at the same time and said, "Don't worry, we will seize the dragon cub and hand it over to the grandfather." The Lin clan belongs to the top clan in the Huiyuan Empire, but the most powerful real ancestor of the clan is about to fall. They must seize the dragon cubs and renew their ancestors' lives. At the same time, other big forces are also preparing in full swing. Some are preparing Shanshur and want to buy dragon blood, some are planning to take the dragon cub from Jiutian Pavilion. It is said that even the royal family of Huiyuan Empire are interested in the dragon cub, and have sent experts to negotiate with the high level of Jiutian Pavilion to buy the dragon cub. That's a dragon cub, who has a great chance to cultivate into an existence comparable to the secondary god. People of the royal family will definitely be moved. The royal families of the other three empires, even Guanming Holy Land, have learned the news, and have sent strong men to Huiyuan Imperial City, and are also negotiating with Jiutian Pavilion. They all want to get a living dragon cub. The outstanding heirs of the great holy lands in northern Xinjiang have also been disappeared, and they will come to Huiyuan Imperial City in the past 2 days. They have been summoned by the school. Even if they can't get the live dragon cubs, they must shoot and buy some dragon blood. For those holy lands, dragon blood is priceless. The heirs of each holy land were supposed to go to Guangming Holy Land on behalf of the school, to discuss the matter of dealing with the demon clan army. After the news of the dragon cub came out, it was also very normal for them to rush to Huiyuan Imperial City. Ning Xiaochuan and Bao Zidi hid in the Fire Cloud Emperor City and heard a lot of news about the dragon cubs. The attention of these news even exceeded the news of the monster army from the border. Last night, someone broke into Jiutian Pavilion and tried to take away the dragon cub. However, he failed and was killed by the experts of Jiutian Pavilion. Ning Xiaochuan and Bao Zhudizong changed their appearance and sat on a bustling attic in Huiyuan Imperial City, where they could get all kinds of news. Many martial monks, with the same thoughts as Ning Xiaochuan and Bao Zhudizong, also drink and practice in the attic, waiting for more and updated news. At this time, someone came with the latest news. The spirit woman of Jiutian Pavilion will personally preside over the auction, and will choose her double cultivation partner at the auction. Boom! After the news came out, it caused a lot of vibration again. Those young and promising geniuses rushed to the Fire Cloud Emperor City one after another, not only wanting to see the legendary dragon cub, but also like to see the demeanor of the 9 heavenly spirit woman. If you are lucky enough to become the double cultivation partner of the 9 heavenly spirit girl, it is absolutely the envy of all talents in the world. A middle-aged man in his 30s said, "If I can become the double cultivation partner of the 9 heavenly spirits, even if I am asked to go to the monster battlefield to fight with the monster, I am also willing." Cut. The spirit girl of Jiutian Pavilion must have higher eyes than the top. Except for the top 10 young talents in the Holy Land, I'm afraid it's difficult for other monks to even see her. Ning Xiaochuan put on a smile at the corners of his mouth and said, "After being tossed about by the crown prince of the emperor and Tame Shuyao, the top talents of the young generation in northern Xinjiang will meet in Huiyuan Imperial City in advance." Bao Zhudizong said, "The more monks who pay attention to Jiutian Pavilion, the more difficult it is to save the dragon cub. We must start as soon as possible. After tonight, our chances will become more slim." Ning Xiaochuan's eyes became more and more firm and said, "That's tonight. There is hardly any chance of success, just relying on the strength of the 2 of us. We need more people." Bao Zhudizong said. Ning Xiaochuan glanced slightly and said, "Where can I find someone?" Bao Zhudizong said, "Please kill. As long as there are enough basalt, you can definitely invite a killer." "You're right, I forgot that. Ning Xiaochuan's most important thing now is Shanshur. As long as he can save Xiaohong, no matter how much Shanshur he spends, he will never feel distressed. Every civilized country and city, with its bright side, must have its dark side. Monks living in the dark world rarely appear in front of the living people, but their power is still quite large. When it is strong enough, darkness will even devour light, turning a civilized country into a dark civilization full of darkness and killing. Ning Xiaochuan once established Ghost Mountain Manor, and Baozhu Dizong was once the top level of Dizong King sect. Both Ghost Mountain Manor and Dizong King sect are dark forces. Therefore, they know very well about monks living in darkness, and it is naturally not difficult to find them. Ning Xiaochuan, do you know the largest killer organization in Tianshu mainland? Baozhu Dizong Road. Kill God list. It is said that only the top-level killers in the organization are qualified to stay on the list. All killers that can be recorded on the list of killing gods are extremely vicious and have never missed, which makes all holy lands feel afraid. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes coagulated and said, has the power of this killer organization extended to northern Xinjiang? The influence of the killing list is mainly in the Middle Earth of Tianshu continent. It has been established since the era of gods, and has been inherited until now. Legend has it that when the list of gods was at its strongest, more than one secondary god was killed. The role of the list of killing gods is forged from 9 sub-god skins, surpassing the Supreme Emperor's tools and turning into a powerful sub-god war soldier. North. Xinjiang, Central China, Western Territories, Eastern Barbarians, and Southern Barbarians together form the Tianshu continent. Among them, only Middle-earth is completely controlled and ruled by the Terrans, and has established the only 6th-grade civilized country in Tianshu continent, which is called Middle-earth world. As for North Xinjiang, Dongyi, Nanman, the vast majority of the territory are occupied by all races of monsters, and human influence is quite small. In the eyes of the monks in the Middle-earth world, these 3 places belong to uncivilized barbarians, which can't be compared with the Middle-earth at all. Baozhu Dizong said, in fact, the power of Shashanbang has already extended to northern Xinjiang. I once fought with a young killer of Shashanbang, and nearly died in his hands. Ning Xiaochuan is very clear about the cultivation of Baozhu Dizong. There are only a few talents who can compete with her in the younger generation, and it is even more difficult to kill her. A young killer sent casually by the killing list almost killed her. This kind of great power, which has been inherited from the era of gods, has a deep foundation. No one knows how terrible they have become. According to my investigation, the list of killing gods is in the north. The largest stronghold in Xinjiang is in Huiyuan Imperial City. Baozhu Dizong said. The Holy Land of Light is located in the north. The central part of Xinjiang occupies the most fertile territory, and Shashanbang wants to expand its influence to the north. In Xinjiang, the best place to establish killer organization strongholds is Huiyuan Empire. Baozhu Dizong was assassinated by the killer of the murderous gods list. Naturally, he checked the murderous gods list and soon brought Ning Xiaochuan to a contact point. This contact point was established in a very secret position. However, Ning Xiaochuan did not see the killers in the killer list, only a row of wordless tablets. Baozhu Dizong said, the people on the killer list are very cautious. If you want to invite them, you must first write down your price on the wordless tablet. If your price is too low, they won't see you at all. If your price makes them interested, they will naturally send someone to contact you. When Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong were talking, a slight fluctuation sounded outside the killer's stronghold. Then, a white-haired old man with a mask came in from the outside. The white-haired old man walked past Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong without touching the ground, as if stepping on the void. He glanced slightly at Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong, and then walked towards one of the wordless steels. Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong both used secret methods to hide their accomplishments and change their appearance, just like 2 ordinary monks in a refined world, which did not attract the attention of the white-haired old man. Shua shua. The white-haired old man walked to the side of the wordless monument and directly engraved words on the monument with his fingers. His fingers shook very fast, like a knife. When the white-haired old man took back his fingers, there was only a pile of stone powder on the ground, but there was an extra line of words on the wordless tablet. 100,000 pieces of ground-grade basalt. Next to this line of words, write a small word Lin. That's the white-haired old man's last name. The white-haired old man turned around, looked at Ning Xiaochuan and his two people, and gave a hoarse cold laugh. Young man, I advise you to go to another killer organization. The killer of the killing list is not something you can afford. In the eyes of the white-haired old man, the cultivation of Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizang is too low, and they don't look like people with a big background. Such a person, even with all his wealth, can't see the contact person of the killing list. Ning Xiaochuan said, the elder seems to have too much control. The white-haired old man's cultivation is strong. Although he deliberately hides his breath, he has also shown the strength of the level of heaven and man with the magic power of crossing in the air, just now. Just a cultivation in a refined state, dare to talk to the venerable God and man like this? The white-haired old man's eyes shrunk, and a mind surged out of his body and explored Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's most powerful is his mind. He immediately exerted the power of the 7 orifices demon heart palace to block the white-haired old man's mind 3 meters away from his body. The white-haired old man failed to test Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation, but let Ning Xiaochuan peek into his cultivation realm. The 7th realm of heaven and man is the realm of God. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was slightly surprised. Monks of this level are rare even in Huiyun Imperial City. They are comparable to an animal king. They are really powerful people, which is very rare. Of course, in Ning Xiaochuan's current realm, he will not be afraid of the venerable of God realm. The white-haired old man took back his mind. As a result of the exploration, Ning Xiaochuan was still the first cultivation in the secular realm. It seems that this young man did not hide his accomplishments. The white-haired old man relaxed his vigilance and said with a high attitude, young man, I sincerely advise you, and I don't mean to look down on you. The list of killing gods is the most powerful killer organization in Tianshu continent, and ordinary tasks can't move them at all. For tasks, with less than 1,000 pieces of ground xianxue, their contacts can't be seen at all. Ning Xiaochuan ignored the words of the white-haired old man and went straight to another wordless monument. Shua shua. Fingers are carved on the stone tablet, and lime keeps falling. After a while, Ning Xiaochuan turned around and said to Baozhu Dizang, let's go. I believe the contact person of Shashanbang will find us soon. After Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizang left, the white-haired old man looked at the stone tablet and was startled. His eyes were about to jump out of his eyes. I saw that a line of vigorous and powerful words were carved on that stone tablet. Each stroke seemed to be a kind of sword meaning, some domineering, some evil, some clever, and some possessed magic. 200,000 pieces of ground-grade basalt. Although the white-haired old man engraved 100,000 pieces of ground xianxue on the stone tablet. However, the 100,000 pieces of ground product basalt were not produced by him, but by the ancient clan behind him. 200,000 pieces of ground-grade basalt are also a huge wealth for a god. It takes a lifetime and it may not be able to accumulate so much wealth. The white-haired old man did not doubt whether Ning Xiaochuan could get such a huge amount of xianxue, because, from ancient times to the present, all those who dared to tease the killing list would die. Few people would do such a stupid thing. When the white-haired old man chased out, he couldn't see Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizang, and sighed helplessly, look out of the way, there are actually 2 peerless strong men. They can hide their accomplishments to a level that I can't even detect. If they don't have extraordinary physique, they must have accomplishments beyond the 7th realm of heaven and man. When did Huiyun Emperor City have 2 more such powerful monks? Are they heirs of Holy Earth? The white-haired old man first thought of the heirs of the Holy Lands. The heirs cultivated by the Holy Lands have strong physiques that ordinary people cannot understand. Among them, there are even Tianjiao with a talent level of hard to meet in 10,000 years, reincarnated gods, descendants of gods with blood resuscitation, and some natural gods. Each of them is extremely powerful and can kill opponents across the realm. In other times, there may not be a genius with a talent level that is difficult to meet in 10,000 years. In the era of the Emperor of Heaven, the Emperor of Heaven was the only Tianjiao that could not be seen in 10,000 years. No one in his generation could compete with him. However, in this era, geniuses come forth in large numbers only in the north. Xinjiang has already produced 7 Tianjiao, which are rare in 10,000 years. They are famous all over the world and are called North. The Big Dipper, 7 stars in Xinjiang. In addition to 7 rare talents, there are also several geniuses who hide their talent levels, and also have talents no less than those rare in 10,000 years. For example, the descendants of Tiandi Mountain, the reincarnated gods of Guangming Holy Land, and the divine son Zuantianji of Xixiang Holy Land. These people all have extraordinary strength, but they have not announced their talent level. However, everyone suspects that they also have a talent level that is hard to meet in 10,000 years. The crown prince of the emperor voluntarily gave up fighting with Xue Lingxiu during the Tianmen examination. Not long after, he announced his talent level of 10,000 years of difficulty to build momentum for himself, so that everyone subconsciously felt that he was stronger than Xue Lingxiu, and only because he respected the Emperor of Heaven, he took the initiative to give up the competition. Therefore, the crown prince of the emperor is also one of the Big Dipper mourning, which is north. The 7 leading figures with the highest talent of the younger generation in Xinjiang are ranked among the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. This is a great era of the rise of many geniuses and ghosts. The strong of the older generation will become a stepping stone on their way forward, and they can't stop their pace at all. Excuse me, is this child surnamed Ning? A Haitian, only 1 meter tall, stopped in front of Ning Xiaochuan with a stiff smile on his face. Ning Xiaochuan looked him over and said warily, "How can you know me?" The Haitian old man laughed and said, "With the strength of our killer list, is it difficult to find an employer?" It turned out to be the contact person of the killing list. Ning Xiaochuan left his surname on the wordless tablet. If the other party is a murderer, he will naturally know his surname Ning. This Haitian looks very old, like a slovenly little old man. Haitians are also a kind of human race, with an average height of no more than 1 meter. Haitians are rare in Tianqiu. It is said that the civilized country of Haitians is built on a certain kind of big island overseas. Only the strong Haitians can cross the ocean and come to Tianqiu continent to continue their cultivation. Although Haitians are very short, their talent is not weak, and their physique is a little stronger than that of the primordial people. They are especially good at hiding, exploring the earth's veins, minerals, stealing tombs, and looking for the spiritual essence of the earth. Ning Xiaochuan, Tianshu Empire and Huiyun Empire, the vast majority of human beings belong to the primordial race. To be exact, the primordial race, which accounts for more than 90% of mankind, is the original form of mankind and the most original human blood. Most of the other human races are affected by climate, environment, earth vein, soil, earth evil spirit, extraterrestrial essence, ancient spirit, and so on. After a long time of reproduction, they gradually become different from the primitive race. Some human bodies have undergone serious changes, turning into towering giants, fish people with human bodies and fish tails, and winged people with back wings. There are also some souls that have changed, turning into translucent people, into crazy bloodthirsty blood people, into war families that have no 7 emotions and 6 customs, and only know how to cultivate and fight. However, their most original blood is still the Protoss. However, many of the high-level Terrans don't recognize this, thinking that they are superior, and the protons are only the lowest race. Haitians are in a weak position in the human race. Although their physique is a little stronger than that of the primordial race, their reproductive ability is very low, and their ethnic groups are scarce, so they are excluded from the main races of the human race. However, the Haitian who blocked Ning Xiaochuan's way was not weak. Although he deliberately hid his cultivation, Ning Xiaochuan still felt a strong breath on him, like a hot sun in his body, which could explode the power of destroying the sky and the earth at any time. Ning Xiaochuan had to admire the strength of the killing list. With his current cultivation, how fast he was. After leaving the contact point of the killing list, he launched his strongest body method to get rid of the white-haired old man. However, he and Baozhu can get rid of a god, but they can't get rid of the contact of the killing list. I was found by the other party so soon. Awesome. Ning Xiaochuan clasped his hands and said from the bottom of his heart. This is not a place to talk. With a wave of the arm of the Haitian old man, a curtain of light rolled Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong. With a sudden pull, a strong force acted on Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong. Wow! The three men sank into the ground at the same time and disappeared in the busy street. No one found out how they disappeared at all. When Ning Xiaochuan was swept by the power of Haitian elders, Ning Xiaochuan immediately summoned 11 swords in his body to break the power of the other party. The Haitian old man laughed and said, "Don't worry, young Master Ning. Our god-killing list has been the first force in the killer world since the era of deification. It depends not only on strength, but also on our reputation. No matter how rich the employer is, we only take commission, and we will never do anything that damages the interests of the employer. Of course, the premise is that the employer doesn't do anything that damages the interests of our god-killing list first." Ning Xiaochuan took the 11 swords back into his body, still guarding against the other side, and said, "Where are we going?" The Haitian old man said, "Young Master Ning is our big employer. Naturally, we should treat him as a VIP." Before long, the Haitian elderly came to a palace deep underground with Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong. On the periphery of the palace, inscrutable array patterns are arranged, completely wrapping the palace in the center. Looking in from the outside, I couldn't see the inside world at all. I thought it was a huge rock sinking under the ground. Moreover, this kind of underground palace can also change its orientation at any time. Even if the old man of Haiti nationality brings Ning Xiaochuan here, when Ning Xiaochuan comes again, this underground palace must have moved elsewhere. This is a stronghold of the murderous list in the Huiyuan Empire, of course, and it is not the only one. What Child Ning wrote on the wordless tablet is 200,000 pieces of ground-grade xianxue, which seems to have met a tough character. The Haitian elderly sat on an ice chair, slightly motioned to Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu, and asked them to also sit down. Immediately after the three sat down, a woman in black and a silver mask brought up the tea. Ning Xiaochuan naturally wouldn't drink the tea brought by the murderer list, and said, "I really met a very powerful role, but I don't know whether the murderer list can be killed." The Haitian old man smiled and said faintly, "There is no one in the world who can't be killed by the list of killing gods. As long as the price is appropriate, even the leader of Guangming Holy Earth may lose his life." Of course, to kill the leader of Guangming Holy Earth, the price of people of that level is also an astronomical figure. Ning Xiaochuan took a cold breath, and his breath was too big. The leader of Holy Earth dared to kill him. Ning Xiaochuan took out a note with the names of the emperor's crown prince and Tang Shuyao and handed it to the Haitian elderly. After reading the name on the note, the Haitian old man thought about it for a moment, put the note back on the table and said, 200,000 pieces of ground basalt can only kill 1/3 of the people on the note. 1/3? Baozhu Dizong smiled coldly and said, "As far as I know, the total wealth of a god is less than 20,000 pieces of ground product, basalt." Even some god Tianzuan with noble status and deep background will not exceed 100,000 pieces of ground product basalt. The Haitian old man shook his head with a smile and said, "It's different, it's different. The price of the young generation of God and the old generation of God must not be the same. Let's first say that the crown prince of the emperor can be regarded as the top and first-line hero in the whole northern Xinjiang. He has the talent level of the human limit and is also the fighting dragon envoy. It's only a matter of time before he breaks through the realm of real people. In the future, he even has a great chance to become the supreme of a generation. Young talents at this level are strong and powerful, and have the aura of the divine dragon. They have great potential, and their future achievements are unlimited. They are naturally very different from other gods. If there are less than 1 million pieces of ground-grade basalt, we will never make a move." Say again, Tang Shuyao. She was originally the spirit girl of the Jiutian Pavilion. Killing her will definitely cause a master of the Jiutian Pavilion, which is not a small trouble. In addition, she is one of the only young descendants of the young generation of the Tang nationality. She must be protected by the older generation of the Tang nationality, which is not a small trouble. Of course, these troubles are not a big deal for our god-killing list. However, the price of Tang Shuyao is different. We will never sell less than 600,000 pieces of ground-grade basalt. It's too expensive. The king of Dizong spent 1,000 years and accumulated only 800,000 pieces of Daipan basalt. Kill god list, kill a person, it takes hundreds of thousands of ground products basalt. Shanshur is too easy for them to come, which is even faster than robbing. Of course, in addition to more than 800,000 basalt stones, there are also a large number of rare treasures, worth far more than 800,000 basalt stones. The Haitian elder laughed and said, "This is a big era, with a large number of geniuses. All the Holy Lands protect their outstanding talents very closely. It is absolutely no less difficult to kill the son of the Holy Land than to kill a nine-heaven venerable. Just like Prince Ning and the girls around Prince Ning, you are followed by a top master behind you to protect your way. I also spent a lot of effort to get rid of him." "What? Someone is following me?" Ning Xiaochuan was slightly surprised. Baozhu Dizong was also slightly surprised. Obviously, she didn't know that someone was protecting herself behind her. The Haitian elder seemed to have seen through the identities of Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong for a long time, and said with a smile, "Both of them are outstanding heirs of the Holy Land. It's normal to have a protector behind you." However, in order to experience his young disciples, the Holy Earth naturally won't tell you the existence of the Taoist protector. Otherwise, once you encounter a life-and-death war, your heart will only think that a Taoist protector will come out to save you. In that case, the purpose of experience will not be achieved at all. Ning Xiaochuan has long known that the existence of the Taoist protector is dedicated to protecting the top-ranked monks in the Holy Land. The higher the talent of the young disciple, the higher the cultivation of the person who protects the Tao for him. However, Ning Xiaochuan thought that his mind was strong and his perception was sensitive. Even if the 9 heavenly venerable followed behind him, he could detect it. Therefore, he thought he had no guardian at all. What Ning Xiaochuan doesn't know is that the Taoist protector not only has strong cultivation, but also has practiced special secret methods, and is extremely good at hiding himself. Only when the protected person is really in the most dangerous time will they appear. At ordinary times, most of them are still self-cultivation, and will not interfere in the affairs of the protected people. Of course, the existence of a Taoist protector is only a guarantee. After all, death is only a moment. Most of the time, the people who are guarded have died tragically before the defenders have time to save each other. There is no way. The duty of a Taoist protector is only to provide a better experience environment for young monks, eradicate some too powerful enemies in advance, or lead them elsewhere. For example, the Taoist protector would not intervene in the struggle between Ning Xiaochuan and the crown prince of the emperor. Because this is a fight between the heirs of the Holy Land, it is their own business, and has nothing to do with the guardians. If anyone fails in the competition, it only shows that his competitiveness is not strong enough to become the future ruler of Tiandi Mountain. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was extremely shocked. If Tiandi Mountain really sent a top strong man to guard himself behind his back, did that strong man already know his secret? Ning Xiaochuan is most worried about the existence of Tiandi Blade. Will it have been exposed? The Tiandi Blade is the Supreme Emperor's weapon. I'm afraid the Palm sect in the Holy Land will be moved. Since leaving Tiandi Mountain, Ning Xiaochuan has used the Tiandi Blade twice, once in the Holy Kingdom of the Demon Clan, and once when killing the King of Tibet. That Taoist protector, no matter how powerful, could not enter the demon holy country. Naturally, it was impossible to know that Ning Xiaochuan had used the blade of the Emperor of Heaven. As for the fight between Ning Xiaochuan and the King of Tibetans, at that time, Ning Xiaochuan and the King of Tibetans were both human-level accomplishments. That Taoist protector certainly did not dare to get too close, and it was impossible to know that Ning Xiaochuan had used the blade of heaven. Unless, that Taoist priest also has real-life level cultivation. A human-level Taoist protector? People at the level of real people, each of whom has a great magic power, can't delay their practice, just to protect a young talent. As Shuelingshu, it is possible to get the protection of a real person. The guardians of Ning Xiaochuan and the crown prince of the emperor can never be real people. Thinking of this, Ning Xiaochuan's mind was a little fixed. As long as the supreme imperial instrument is not exposed, the existence of the Taoist protector is definitely good news for Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the Haitian old man and said, "I want to ask you a question. If the other person is not an outstanding successor of the Holy Lands, but a god without identity background, how much does it cost?" The old man of Haiti nationality laughed and said, "Even a god with no identity background needs to analyze many factors. Of course, the price is much cheaper. It is between 50,000 pieces of ground product basalt and 100,000 pieces of ground product basalt. God. 10 times cheaper. If you spend 600,000 pieces of ground-grade basalt, just kill a Tang Shuyao, which makes Ning Xiaochuan feel very unworthy. Spending 1 million pieces of ground-grade basalt to kill the crown prince of the emperor made Ning Xiaochuan feel flesh ache. Forget it. So many xianxue are enough to support Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation to the 9th realm of heaven and man. There is no need to ruin himself for 2 enemies. Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Can I understand it in another way? That is to say, at the cost of 50,000 to 100,000 pieces of ground basalt, you can hire a killer in the 7th realm of heaven and man?" The Haitian old man seemed to have guessed that Ning Xiaochuan would say so, laughing, "Of course. However, they can only be employed for 1 day. Moreover, they will only guard by your side and protect your safety, and will not be driven by you. A killer in the 7th realm of heaven and man, who employs 100,000 pieces of ground basalt a day, is the most reasonable price." "Okay. I want to." Ning Xiaochuan rode. The Haitian old man patted his hands gently, and 2 ghostly figures flew in from outside the hall, standing straight in the hall, with his armor translucent, as if they would disappear at any time. The Haitian old man said, "Blood 6, blood 7, from now on, you follow Ning Xiaochuan's side. Wherever Ning Xiaochuan goes, you go. Whoever threatens Ning Xiaochuan's life safety, you kill whoever." "Subordinate, yes." The 2 translucent figures bowed slightly to the Haitian elderly, and then bowed to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan is now their employer. Ning Xiaochuan stood up, smiled and said, "I don't think I hired 2 killers, but more like 2 bodyguards." The Haitian old man laughed and said, "If Ning Child is willing to add 200,000 more xianxue, they can also become two super killers driven by Ning Child. Just don't know, Ning Xiaochuan is not willing to give up the xianxia on his body? Of course not. Ning Xiaochuan rode. With two super killers in the seventh realm of heaven and man around, Ning Xiaochuan can break into many places without hindrance. Besides, Ning Xiaochuan must go to Jiu Dang Pavilion to save Xiaohong in person and let the two killers save people. Ning Xiaochuan himself is not at ease. Lin clan, one of the oldest families in the Huiyuan Empire, is entrenched in the Huiyuan imperial city like a Fulong, with masters like clouds and strong ones like Christian Carp crossing the river. That night, headed by the king of the Lin clan, all the elders of the major lineages gathered in the ancestral house of the Lin clan. A large number of masters of the Lin clan are guarding outside the ancestral house, with a wind and rain coming. The king of the Lin clan is an extraordinary old man. Although he is hundreds of years old, he has no feeling of aging at all. He is full of energy, and his eyes are slightly concave, showing two sharp lights. It is said that when the king of Lin nationality was young, he was a spiritual son of Guanming Holy Land and had the opportunity to compete for the position of leader of Guanming Holy Land. Of course, that was hundreds of years ago. The king of the Lin clan glanced at dozens of elders present, and his voice was slightly heavy, saying, "The old ancestor's life yuan is about to run out, and he has only the last 3 months of life. If we lose the protection of the old ancestor, and in the great disaster of the war between the Demon clan and the Terran, I'm afraid our Lin clan will soon decline, become a small family, and even be exterminated." A white-haired old man stood up and said, "We all know that the reason why the Lin nationality can stand magnificently in the Huiyuan Empire in the past 2,000 years is all due to the influence of the old ancestors. If the old ancestors fall, it will be a fatal blow to our Lin nationality. Clan King, if you have anything to say, just say it. For the sake of our ancestors, our descendants of the Lin clan must do their best to go through fire and water." Good. A sharp color flashed in the eyes of the Lin King. As we all know, the old ancestor cultivated the true dragon formula. As long as he cultivated it into the 9-dragon body, he can live another 1,000 years, or even longer. What we have to do is to capture the dragon cub of the 9-heaven pavilion. As long as he refined the dragon cub, the old ancestor can cultivate it into the 9-dragon body, and he has the hope to surpass the old antique of the royal family and become the first strong man of the Huiyuan Empire. If the old ancestor becomes the first strong person of the Huiyuan Empire, then our Lin clan will usher in a more brilliant era. A clan old man was worried and said, "Lord Clan King, Jiu Dang Pavilion is holy land after all. We go to Jiu Dang Pavilion to forcibly seize the dragon cub. If it irritates Jiu Dang Pavilion, we..." The king of the Lin clan waved his sleeve and said, "Since you want to break into the Jiu Dang Pavilion, all the dispatched people must be the elite of the clan, and all wear dragon-scale ancient armor. No matter how high the other party's cultivation is, we can't detect our identity. If you are caught by the experts of the Jiu Dang Pavilion, you must immediately take the corpse-melting pill. Even if you commit suicide, you can't reveal your identity. Moreover, I have sent Chu Zhu Lao to hire more than a dozen top killers in the killing list. If these killers act, they will definitely cause great panic to the monks of Jiu Dang Pavilion. This is second-hand preparation." The white-haired Chu clan old stood up and said, "That's right. I believe everyone knows the strength of the killers in the killing list very well. One killer is enough to kill 3 or 5 masters in the same realm. This time, all the super killers employed by our Lin clan are above the 4th realm of heaven and man. I believe everyone should understand how powerful that is." This Chu clan old man is the white-haired old man wearing a mask whom Ning Xiaochuan and Bao Zidi met at the contact point of the murderous list. "For the sake of our ancestors and the future of the Lin nationality, we fought hard. You must take the dragon cub." The king of the Lin clan nodded with satisfaction and said, I have arranged all the arrangements in advance. I will start on time tonight at midnight. Another secret place in Huiyuan Imperial City is a manor rented by Ning Xiaochuan. This manor is very close to Jiu Pavilion. Ning Xiaochuan spent a lot of xianxue to rent it. At midnight tonight, do it on time. Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong discussed with each other and made such a decision. Baozhu Dizong said, in the Jiu Pavilion, there is a super master in the 9th realm of heaven and man. If you can't lead that super master out, it's impossible to save your dragon cub. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were firm and said, I'll lead him out. Baozhu Dizong shook his head and said, no. The friar of the 9th realm of heaven and man is too strong. With my current cultivation of the divine realm of heaven, it is not easy to escape in the hands of the strong at that level. Although your physique is strong, after all, you have not reached the divine realm of heaven. Well, I'm responsible for leading out the super strong man in the 9th realm of heaven and man. You led 2 killers in the 7th realm of heaven and man into the 9th pavilion and rescued the dragon cub. After all, I'm the saint of the 9th pavilion. That super strong man in the 9th realm of heaven and man, even if he has stood on Tang Shuyao's side, he doesn't dare to kill me. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Baozhu Dizong deeply and said, thank you. Don't thank me, we are allies now, and we may even be double cultivation partners in the future. Baozhu Dizong smiled, with a bit of seductive charm on his face. Ning Xiaochuan immediately said, let's talk about this later. As night fell, the whole Huiyuan Imperial City was illuminated by lights. Red clouds rushed from the ground to the sky, like red waterfalls leaking from the sky. It was the excess breath of the earth vein at the bottom of the Huiyuan Imperial City, which escaped to the ground and formed a vision of air connecting the clouds. It can also be seen that the feng shui of Huiyuan Imperial City is excellent, and its qi is strong, and it has not declined because of the attack of the demon army. Among them, the Jiutian Pavilion at night is the most prosperous and lively, with bright lights and strange animals flying around, just like a heavenly palace in the red earth. The night is getting deeper and deeper. Midnight is coming. It's almost time. I'll send a summons to the venerable of the 9th realm of heaven and man in Jiutian Pavilion now, and let her meet me outside the city. As the saint of Jiutian Pavilion, I believe she will definitely go. Wearing white Buddha clothes, Baozhu Dizong stood in the night wind, ready to rush out of the city. Ning Xiaochuan seemed to find something. His eyes looked into the darkness and said, wait a minute. Standing behind him, the 2 killers of the 7th realm of heaven and man seemed to feel something, and their translucent bodies appeared from the void, staring into the depths of the darkness. Baozhu Dizong stopped and heard a slight wind in the night. It was not the sound of the night wind, but the sound made by the monks when they were flying fast. And, more than one person. Is there another group of people who want to break into Jiutian Pavilion? Baozhu Dizong rode. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes narrowed slightly and said, the temptation of the dragon cub is not ordinary. It is sure to attract many masters, and it is estimated that there will be more than one group of people. We will wait and try again, maybe we can take advantage of the chaos to save Xiaohong. Wow. Suddenly, a flash of fire flew up from the ground, and it looked particularly bright under the night sky, like a python rushing into the sky. It was like a signal sent out, only a huge roar was heard in the Jiutian Pavilion. All of a sudden, the ground around Jiutian Pavilion shook for dozens of miles, and array halos rushed out of the ground and wrapped the city. Boom! In the Jiutian Pavilion, one of the most magnificent halls collapsed and turned into waste. Countless monks and nuns who were drinking and singing were buried under the ruins. A beautiful figure rushed out of the ruins, hung in the void, looked at the night sky, and shouted, where did the evil spirit dare to come to the Jiutian Pavilion? This woman is an elder of Jiutian Pavilion, who has the cultivation of heaven and man. The voice just fell. Shua. A black thin sword, stabbed out of the void, penetrated the heart of the 9 Heaven Pavilion elder, and blood gushed out. When the elder of Jiu Pavilion died, he didn't see who killed her. The body fell from the void and gradually became cold. Those monks in Jiu Pavilion felt their bodies cold, and one of them exclaimed, "It's the killer of the killing list." Poof! The monk had just finished half a sentence when his neck was cut off and his head flew out like a watermelon. Run away! The killer of the killing list appears. It must be because of the dragon cub. Jiu Pavilion is a big deal. The people were scared out of their wits and immediately fled from the Jiu Pavilion. The masters of Jiu Pavilion flew out one after another, and Tang Shuyao also stood in it. However, she didn't panic. It seemed that she had expected someone to break into Jiu Pavilion tonight. She immediately ordered, "Open the guard formation, and anyone who dares to break into the formation will be killed." When the guard array of Jiu Pavilion is about to open, suddenly, in the night sky, the overcast wind was blowing. A sword light with a length of dozens of miles flew out of the darkness, which was like a huge river of swords. It killed more than a dozen monks in the Jiu Pavilion, and also smashed the protective array of the Jiu Pavilion, turning it into particles of light. The array collapsed, and the Jiu Pavilion lost its guard completely. Kill! In the dark, there was an earth-shaking roar, like a dull thunder. Monks wearing dragon-scale ancient armor rushed out of the darkness and rushed into the Jiu Pavilion, gradually breaking the defense of the Jiu Pavilion and rushing towards the depths of the Jiu Pavilion. These friars wearing dragon-scale ancient armor are all top masters, and their moves are extremely fierce. Even those beautiful Tianzhigio women in Jiu Pavilion can't be mistaken. Who on earth are you, daring to break into Jiu Pavilion? Tang Shuyao captured a monk wearing a dragon-scale ancient armor and wanted to ask the other party's origin. However, as soon as she caught the monk immediately bit the corpse pill in his mouth and melted his body into a pool of poisonous blood. Tang Shuyao frowned slightly and retreated immediately, afraid to get poisoned blood. In Tang Shuyao's calculation, Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong are bound to sell tonight, so she has already made arrangements, waiting for Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong to enter the network. However, she didn't expect that the people who want to get the dragon cubs are not only Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong, but also the big forces of Huiyuan Empire. If in the Taiping era, no one dares to break into the Jiu Pavilion, and no ancient people will easily offend a holy land. However, Tang Shuyao forgot that now the demon army is fighting against all the holy lands of mankind. The catastrophe of mankind is coming, and all the forces that once were distributed will be reshuffled. The world is no longer the original world, and the deterrence of holy lands is not as strong as before. As long as there are enough attractive interests, it is enough to make the big forces that have been suppressed by the Holy Land take risks. The Crown Prince of the Emperor deliberately promised many benefits to the Jiu Pavilion, which was intended to use the dragon cub to lead Ning Xiaochuan out. At the same time, he also used the Jiu Pavilion and Tang Shuyao to let the Jiu Pavilion resist the attacks of major forces. And he himself just need to be a bystander. As long as he waits for Ning Xiaochuan to appear, he can achieve his goal by taking Ning Xiaochuan forcefully. Those high-level officials in Jiu Pavilion are too conceited, thinking that no one dares to deal with a powerful holy land. However, I don't know that this time is different from the past. In front of the demon army, even a holy land may disappear overnight. Who cares if you are a holy land? Whose fist is big is the truth. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the manor not far from Jiu Pavilion, closed his eyes, completely released his mind, and sensed the hidden breath in the dark. There are really many people peeping in the dark. Ning Xiaochuan felt a lot of powerful breath, but he did not find the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince of the Emperor must be hiding in the dark, and he must be looking for Ning Xiaochuan at the moment. Ning Xiaochuan has a jade seal and the treasury of the Tianshu Empire, and they are both fighting dragon envoys. They are natural enemies. For the crown prince of the emperor, no one is more threatening than Ning Xiaochuan. Deep in the Jiu Pavilion, there was a burst of drink. Those who break into Jiu Pavilion, die. Wow! A golden fire wave rushed out of an ancient temple and rushed in all directions. All monks who were stained with fire immediately burned up, and even wearing dragon scale ancient armor could not resist the burning of the fire. The flame penetrated through the gap of the dragon scale and burned the monk's body. It's hell fire. Ah! My bones burned. The ground was burned into magma. Those monks who wore dragon scale ancient armor and went to the Jiu Pavilion were ignited by the fire, screamed incessantly, and soon burned to ashes, leaving only a dry dragon scale ancient armor, like iron bags, emitting disgusting burnt blood gas. Only a few of the top masters survived the fire and became survivors. The golden flame incinerated everything, even the stones were burned, the ground within a radius of more than 10 miles was completely melted, and half of the Jiu Pavilion turned into a golden rock lake. The heat wave was rolling, full of destructive power. It's horrible. The earth turned into magma, all the ancient buildings were melted, and nothing could resist the infernal fire. He is definitely a nine-heaven venerable. Other monks have absolutely no such powerful destructive power. In the air, invisible forces are shuttling around, making a schwa sound, forming a vortex of isolated space. An old man wearing a dragon scale ancient armor, who is a strong cultivator of the Lin clan, carrying a spear, wants to cross the rock lake and kill the hall in the middle of the rock lake. However, as soon as he made his move, he was caught in a whirlpool and immediately burned into fly ash. Only a dry dragon scale armor fell down and fell into the golden red magma. The golden flame was extremely terrifying, but in the center of the golden flame was a temple, wrapped in a light mask, which was not swallowed by the flame. Almost all the monks in Jiu Pavilion have retreated to that temple and are guarded in the center by layers of golden flames. A beautiful woman in palace clothes came out of the flame, embroidered with pictures and texts of real dragons and real phoenixes on her clothes, and her eyes were extremely sharp, like two golden pillars of light. She looked into the chaotic night sky and said, "The Jiu Pavilion is the holy land, and no snacks are allowed to make trouble. Old man, there is no mercy for killing." Her voice is sonorous and powerful, like the explosion of wind and thunder, like the roar of a dragon. Hand over the dragon cubs, otherwise, let the monks of Jiu Pavilion become corpses all over the ground. In the dark, an ancient sword more than 60 meters long flew out and suspended in the void. The shape of the sword body is like a black python, making a measuring sound. That ancient sword is a powerful weapon, and the sword light emitted will envelop the whole Jiu Pavilion. Previously, it was this ancient sword that defeated the Jiu Pavilion guard array, showing unparalleled terror. The beautiful woman in Jiu Pavilion snorted coldly, "If you have the ability, you will come out in real life. Do you think that using a war sword is like killing all the people in Jiu Pavilion?" Above the sky, the voice came again, "We are only interested in the dragon cub. Handing over the dragon cub can save the great disaster of Jiu Pavilion. Otherwise, tonight is bound to be a river of blood." Arrogance. In the body of the beautiful woman in Jiu Pavilion, the sound of dragons and phoenixes roared, and every inch of her skin turned golden. A golden flame, spitting out from her mouth, turned into a hell of fire cloud, rushing towards the darkness. That 60-meter-long ancient sword is a powerful supreme weapon. Absolutely not inferior supreme. The spirit revived, chopped out a sword gas dozens of miles long, broke the golden flame, and cut down towards the temple in the middle of the flame. Bang! In the temple, a war sword also flew out, turned into a blue war dragon, meandering and roaring, and defeated the sword gas falling from the sky. The strong man in the dark was hurt by the hell fire, and his mouth uttered an exclamation, "How can there be two Nintendons in the Nintendo Pavilion?" In the temple in the middle of the fire, out came an old woman in purple, whose body was stronger than some barbarians who practiced martial arts, whose arms were as thick as men's thighs, carrying a blue war sword, and said, once again, no one can think of the naive idea of the divine dragon. When the old woman in purple came out, she shocked the monks who were surrounded outside the Jiu Dang pavilion, and everyone couldn't help but step back. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the burning golden flame, with a fanatical look in his eyes. Hellfire finally appeared. Hell golden fire is one of the three main mysterious fires for cultivating the world-destroying magic fire. If he can absorb the golden fire of hell, Ning Xiaochuan can immediately make his cultivation go up to a new level. However, the beautiful woman in palace who showed hell's golden fire was definitely a super strong person in the ninth realm of heaven and man. It was extremely difficult to kill her and absorb the hell's golden fire in her body. Some powerful people in the ninth realm of heaven and man can even escape in the hands of real people. Bao Zhuizong looked at Ning Xiaochuan, and just stared at the beautiful woman in palace clothes, and said, she is the first strong person of Jiu Dang Pavilion in the Huiyuan Empire, named Jilua. In the general pavilion of Jiu Dang Pavilion, she is a famous strong person, and her cultivation has reached the ninth realm of heaven and man. Moreover, she accepted the legendary Hell Golden Fire, with amazing destructive power, and the general Jiu Dang venerable person is not her opponent. Ning Xiaochuan naturally knew that he was far from being the opponent of the Nine Heaven Venerable. Staring at the old woman in purple, he asked, how can there be a second Nine Heaven Venerable in the Nine Heaven Pavilion? Bao Zhuizong said, that old woman, named Yi Caitua, is the person in charge of the Nine Heaven Pavilion in the Yanlong Empire. Both the Yanlong Empire and the Huiyuan Empire belong to the two high-level 5-level civilizations under the rule of the Holy Land of Light, which are very close to each other. Tang Shuyao must have expected that the dragon god cub would cause the prying eyes of all major forces, so he invited Yi Caitua to come to help. At the same time, there were two Nine Heaven worshippers, showing the strong strength of the Nine Heaven Pavilion, so that those monks who were hiding in the dark and were ready to rob the dragon cubs began to retreat. The nine heavenly beings, however, stand on the top of heaven and man. No one can compete with a real person. For those ancient families, it is not difficult to contain one Nine Heaven Venerable, but it is too difficult to deal with two Nine Heaven Venerable at the same time. Those who hide in the dark don't fight together. Who can get the dragon cub will be able to cultivate a guardian dragon comparable to the secondary god in the future. In the dark, an old voice sounded. Sure enough, those strong people who hide in the dark are all ready to move. The temptation of dragon cubs is too great. Even if they don't need to be refined, they can also be used to cultivate secretly. If an ancient clan can cultivate a guardian dragon comparable to the secondary god, then dominate the north. Xinjiang and even the whole Tianshu continent are just around the corner. The dragon cub is the spirit of heaven and earth. Whoever dares to auction the dragon's blood is disrespectful to the dragon family and heaven and earth. I can't tolerate it first. A righteous old voice sounded. Although it's high-sounding, everyone knows that he also came for the dragon cub and wants to take the dragon cub as his own. As soon as the words fell, an old man wearing a ghost mask flew out of the clouds, holding a yin-yang bowl in his hand, threw it towards the Jiu Dang Pavilion, and immediately collected the 7 monks of the Jiu Dang Pavilion into the bowl and refined it into blood. The old man wearing a ghost mask picked up a bowl full of blood and drank it in one gulp. Immediately, the whole body emitted bleeding light, and his mouth sent out a measuring laughter. The blood of the female disciples of the Jiu Dang Pavilion is more pure and fragrant than that of other monks. Where did the old ghost come from? If he practices the Blood Demon Sutra, he must die without a burial place. A Nine Heaven Venerable in the Nine Heaven Pavilion, Yikechuo, soared into the air, turned into a purple shuttle, and flew towards the old man wearing a ghost mask. The Cyan Ancient sword on Yikechuo's back automatically flew out, turned into a cyan dragon, and beheaded at the old man wearing a ghost mask. The old man wearing a ghost mask laughed wildly, and beat out the Yin bowl again, turning it into a huge bowl as big as a hill. It spun rapidly in the void, buckled down, and formed a huge vortex. He even wanted to put Yikechuo into the bowl. Phew! Knight Saitua showed a rapid skill, turned into a light arrow, flew out of the bottom of the Yin bowl, retreated far away, stared at the old man wearing a ghost mask, and said, "It's another 9 heavenly venerable, who are you? Hand over the dragon cub, and I'll tell you." The old man wearing a ghost mask has high cultivation and his body is shrouded in a cloud. He can't see what he looks like? I can only see that he is bleeding all over, and there are ghosts floating behind him, giving people a creepy feeling. When Yitsaitua was fighting with the ghost-face old man, the old sword, which was more than 60 meters long, was cut down again, sweeping another 9 heaven venerable Jila in the 9 heaven pavilion into the sword chi. Overnight, 9 deities appeared at the same time, turning the Huiyun imperial city into a battlefield. People who didn't know it thought it was the demon army that attacked the Huiyun emperor city. They were frightened and didn't dare to go out of the door. The 2 masters of Jiutian Pavilion were restrained, but the temple in the center of Jiutian Pavilion was wrapped by hell fire. Ordinary monks could not break in at all. Once they were stained by hell fire, they would immediately be burned out. Right now, the 2 9 heaven worshippers in the 9 heaven pavilion are all restrained. Now is the best opportunity. Ning Xiaochuan put a golden mask on his face, hid his breath, took off from the ground, and went to kill Jiutian Pavilion. The 2 super killers in the 7th realm of heaven and man in the list of killing gods, urged the secret method, and their bodies became invisible and completely disappeared in the air. However, Ning Xiaochuan could feel that they were still behind him, but their breath was very weak. With Ning Xiaochuan's mind, if you don't check carefully, you can't find their traces. The killers of the killing list are really terrible, especially the hidden secret skills they cultivate, which are too subtle to be prevented. The 2 super killers followed closely behind Ning Xiaochuan. No matter how fast Ning Xiaochuan's body method is, they can immediately follow up. Other monks did not dare to rush into the golden fire of hell, including the 2 super killers hesitated for a moment, but Ning Xiaochuan was not afraid and rushed directly into the golden flame. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan ran the cultivation skill of the world-destroying magic fire, opened the pores of his body, and suddenly took a breath to absorb all the hell fire into his body. Hell gold fire ran through the pores and drilled into Ning Xiaochuan's blood. Crackle crackle. Ning Xiaochuan's whole body seemed to be pricked by gold needles. His whole body was hot, his blood was boiling, and his flesh seemed to be burning. This is the danger of practicing the world-destroying demon fire way. If you are careless, you will die. Hell golden fire is also really terrible. Ning Xiaochuan has cultivated the supreme body, but he still has a feeling that he can't resist it. Give it to me. The overwhelming chi of destruction poured out of Ning Xiaochuan's body and poured into every blood vessel, wrapped the hell fire and began to refine. In just 3 breaths, Ning Xiaochuan refined the infernal fire absorbed into his body into strands of tame fire and the demon fire of extermination. Ning Xiaochuan can clearly feel that his cultivation has been improved, and the evil fire has become more powerful. Hell demon fire is still too few, otherwise, I can hit the 7th realm of heaven and man at one stroke. If you want to get enough hell demon fire, you can only absorb it from the body of the 9 heaven venerable Jilua in the 9 heaven pavilion. However, with Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation, it's no different from fighting with the 9 heaven venerable head-on. After refining the hell fire, Ning Xiaochuan immediately went to the temple in the center of the Jiutian pavilion, and urged his body method speed to the extreme, which was like turning into a 7-color light shuttle. Bold! Jiutian Pavilion Forbidden Area, Intruder, Die. The masters of Jiutian Pavilion rushed out to intercept one after another. The 2 strong men in the 6th realm of heaven and man rushed in front of them, which were the existence of the two elders of Jiutian Pavilion. The two elders are women in their 30s, dressed in blue robes, plump and charming. It can be imagined that when they were young, they must also be the proud women of Jiutian Pavilion. However, they are now a thing of the past. They are over 300 years old. If they hadn't taken pills to maintain their youth, they would have been old. The two elders had just witnessed that Ning Xiaochuan absorbed the hell fire into his body and refined it. They had long been stunned. At this moment, they are very careful against Ning Xiaochuan, and regard Ning Xiaochuan as a great enemy. Poof. Poof. Although the two elders had been extremely cautious, they were still cut off by two swords, and their blood spilled all over the ground. The most important thing is that Ning Xiaochuan didn't do anything from beginning to end. The necks of the two elders seemed to be cut off by the wind, giving people a very strange feeling. Killing is invisible. How can it be? All the monks in Jiutian Pavilion were frightened, and they were all in a cold sweat. The two elders of the sixth realm of heaven and man, why are they so powerful? Even facing the seventh realm of heaven and man, the god of heaven can't die so fast. The god of the seventh realm of heaven and man can easily defeat the Wantianzan of the sixth realm of heaven and man, but it is not easy to kill a Wantianzan. Who can cultivate to the level of Wantianzan has few ways to protect his life. Naturally, those monks in Jiutianj didn't know that Ning Xiaochuan was accompanied by two invisible super killers. Killers pay attention to killing with one blow. Not to mention the two elders of the sixth realm of heaven and man, even the two gods and venerable beings who are also the seventh realm of heaven and man, they still only have one move. If one move can kill each other, it means success. If one move cannot kill the other party, then even if the assassination fails, you must run away immediately. This is the horror of the super killer. You have already died under his sword before you use the means to protect your life. Ning Xiaochuan had felt the breath of Xiaohong and went straight to the temple. All monks who dared to block Ning Xiaochuan's progress were beheaded in advance by two invisible swords, leaving only corpses on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan, you finally come. Wearing a thin white gauze dress, Tang Shuyao flew out of the temple. Her body is light, charming and moving, and her skin is as delicate as a newborn baby. Although Ning Xiaochuan wears a mask and deliberately hides his breath, Tang Shuyao has a strong constitution, his heart palace is different from ordinary people, and his perception is extremely sensitive to judge Ning Xiaochuan's breath. Colluding with the crown prince of the emperor will only be a dead end. Ning Xiaochuan's voice was cold and he didn't like Tang Shuyao at all. Wow! The red magic sword, which automatically appeared in Ning Xiaochuan's hand, sent out a cold demonic gas of destruction, and cut it at Tang Shuyao. Although Ning Xiaochuan just waved it casually, he had a sense of imperial sword, giving people an overwhelming momentum. Ning Xiaochuan has been comprehending the Hunyuan Ichi sword of the Emperor Zijing recently. Although he did not comprehend the essence of Hunyuan Ichi sword, it made him have a deeper understanding of kendo. Just now, Ning Xiaochuan's move of lifting the sword and waving and cutting down is to imitate the posture of the purple and gold emperor's sword waving. Every action is exquisite to the extreme. Even if he does not display the essence of Hunyuan Ichi sword, the power of this sword is still not trivial. At the moment when the magic sword was waved and cut down, Tang Shuyao felt that he was completely locked by the sword chi and had nowhere to escape. It was like being tied to the ground, and he could only wait for the magic sword to be waved down and cut off her head. Boom! Tang Shuyao's brain rushed out a blue light, which turned into dozens of blue lines, like dozens of green rivers suspended on her head, resisting Ning Xiaochuan's sword. What a terrible sword! Tang Shuyao stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply. He didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation had reached such a terrible level. She immediately retreated into a beautiful shadow and retreated into the temple. There are real rules in her body. Just now, the dozens of cyan lines on Tang Shuyao's head are the rules cultivated by real people. Every rule is like a cyan river, and dozens of rules of real people rushed out of her body, almost hurting Ning Xiaochuan. Unexpectedly, a real person is willing to give her the rules he has cultivated. Ning Xiaochuan thought for a while and immediately relieved that Tang Shuyao is, after all, one of the few young Tianjiao of the young generation of the Tang nationality, and will definitely focus on cultivation. If the Tang nationality wants to rise again, it can only rely on the young generation. It is also reasonable for a real person to give Tang Shuyao some of the rules he has cultivated. Ning Xiaochuan chased outside the gate of the temple, hesitated slightly, and immediately chased in. Even if there is a tiger's den inside, today, he has to break through. After Ning Xiaochuan absorbed the hell fire outside the temple into his body, all the monks who were thinking about dragon cubs rushed to the central temple. Among them, there are many top masters. Several of them rushed into the temple, even one step ahead of Ning Xiaochuan. That temple is as big as half a football field and is very magnificent. It stands on 32 carved phoenix copper pillars with a diameter of 2 meters, which support the temple. All the monks guarding the Jiutian pavilion in the temple were killed by the monks who broke in first, leaving only a dozen female corpses. In the middle of the temple, there is a downward passage, which is dark and very deep. Ning Xiaochuan is about to break in, but the Seven Orifices Demon Heart Palace receives a dangerous message. The message from Xiaohong. Since Ning Xiaochuan can feel Xiaohong's position, Xiaohong can naturally feel that he has come to Jiutian Pavilion. Therefore, Xiaohong sent a dangerous message to Ning Xiaochuan, telling Ning Xiaochuan not to break into the underground channel. There is a very terrible danger below. 9 Heavenly Masters. Ning Xiaochuan's face changed dramatically and he immediately stepped back. Xiaohong told him that there were 9 heavenly beings in the deep of the underground channel. No wonder Xiaohong passed on the dangerous information to Ning Xiaochuan. If Ning Xiaochuan rushed down rashly, he would really fall into the trap and cannot escape. With Jila and Dukechuo who have already appeared, doesn't it mean that there are 9 heavenly lords sitting in the 9 heaven pavilion? Ning Xiaochuan understood in an instant that there was a 9 heaven venerable sitting in every high-level 5-level civilization in the 9 heaven pavilion. The Holy Land of Light just managed 4 high-level 5-level civilizations, and the 4 high-level 5-level civilizations were very close to each other. No matter how arrogant Jiutian Pavilion is, it must attach great importance to the emergence of divine beasts at the level of dragon cubs. Therefore, the first masters of the 4 advanced 5-level civilizations will be gathered here to ensure that the childish dragon will not be taken away by others. I don't know what benefits the crown prince of the emperor has promised to the Jiutian Pavilion, but he was able to invite 4 Jiutian Zuns. Is the emperor's prince going to give the dragon cub to Jiutian Pavilion? It's not impossible. The crown prince is most concerned about the jade seal and treasure on Ning Xiaochuan. If these 2 things can be recovered, I believe the crown prince is willing to pay no matter what the price. For 9 gods. Jiutian Pavilion has become an iron wall. Unless a real person takes action, it is impossible to save Xiaohong. At the bottom of the ground, there was a woman's roar. Do you really think Jiutian Pavilion is not prepared for you? A holy land is so easy to offend? Since you came, you can stay. Oh, no. I fell into the trap. Jiutian Pavilion. And the existence of Jiutian Venerable level. Run away. Worthy of being a holy land, masters are like clouds. All monks who broke into the underground passage first regretted it and rushed to flee. However, none of them escaped, and all of them were frozen into ice blocks by a biting cold, turning into ice sculptures. One of them, the god of heaven, had fled to the exit of the passage, but was caught up by the cold, his back began to freeze, and his body gradually became stiff. He widened his tiger eyes, stretched out a hand and asked Ning Xiaochuan for help. Me. Pa. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly, but still made a decisive move, slapped on the left shoulder of the god, and shattered the ice on his back. Bang! The cultivation of that god is also very deep, and he has his own means to protect his life. After the cold ice on his back breaks, red blood veins appear on his skin, stepping 3 feet away in one step, completely escaping the erosion of the cold. Thank you for saving your life, brother. You'd better leave quickly. The Jiu Dang Pavilion is too powerful. Under the underground passage, there is at least one strong person in the 9th realm of heaven and man. The god was very grateful to Ning Xiaochuan, so he gave a piece of advice. Even the deity of God, in front of the strong in the 9th realm of heaven and man, is also difficult to escape. 2 strong men in the 9th realm of heaven and man sit under the channel. With Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation, it is almost impossible to save Xiaohong. Leave Jiu Dang Pavilion first and plan. Ning Xiaochuan made a decision. Boom! Below the passage, a cold breath came out, and a white cold current rushed up from below, entangled Ning Xiaochuan's waist, which was about to retreat, and dragged him down to the ground. In just a moment, Ning Xiaochuan's waist was frozen into ice, and his blood flow became slower and slower, and his body flew uncontrollably towards the entrance of the underground passage. Ning Xiaochuan immediately released the demon fire to destroy the world, melted the ice on his body, and almost fell into the underground passage. He was so shocked that he was in a cold sweat that he immediately stopped his body, turned into a streamer, and rushed out of the temple. Since I came to Jiu Dang Pavilion, I still want to leave? Jilo. Ning Xiaochuan's heart sank to the bottom of the valley, and was unexpectedly blocked by a 9-heaven venerable. It seems that he is dead. Not only Ning Xiaochuan, but also the god who was saved by Ning Xiaochuan did not escape and was blocked back by Jilua. However, Ning Xiaochuan is not waiting to die. Even in the face of the 9th heaven, he should dare to fight and inspire the power of the supreme body. Half of his body turns black and half of his body turns white, just like a yin-yang saint. When Jilua's handprint fell, Ning Xiaochuan noticed something wrong, because the power of this handprint was obviously much weaker than that of the real 9 heavenly lords. Ning Xiaochuan has seen more than one 9 heavenly venerable, which is a powerful pressure, like the collapse of the earth, irresistible. Although the power played by Jilo is also extremely strong, it is much weaker than those 9 heavenly masters. It is not a power level at all. This is just a thought of Jilo. Yes, the beautiful woman in palace dress who stopped Ning Xiaochuan's way was not Jilua's real body, but a thought body or separation condensed by Jilua's heart and God. A monk can only condense a body of respect, which is equivalent to 1/10 of his own accomplishments. Only genius with special constitution can condense 2 and 3 honorific thoughts at the same time. For example, Ning Xiaochuan's 7 orifices magic heart palace has a total of 7 minds, which can condense 7 honorific thoughts at the same time. Although it is only a thought body of Jilo, it is still very powerful, comparable to a god realm god in the peak realm. Moreover, she has Jilua's martial spirit and martial experience, which is much more terrible than a god realm friar at the peak. It's not the real body of the 9 heaven venerable, it's just a mental body of the 9 heaven venerable. Together, we can kill her mental body and escape. This sentence, Ning Xiaochuan is not only telling the god, but also to the 2 super killers hidden in the dark, so that they can cooperate with themselves to find a suitable opportunity to kill Jilua's mind and body. It was just a mental body. The god who was saved by Ning Xiaochuan also breathed a sigh of relief, at least not as desperate as before, and saw a glimmer of vitality. If the true body of a 9 heaven venerable comes, there is no need to fight at all, and there is no hope of escape. It's very easy for me to kill you both, even if I'm just thinking about it. Jilua stopped the exit of the temple and said in a deep voice. War. Ning Xiaochuan roared, fully developed his mind power, raised himself to the best state, called out all the soldiers, and fought all the 11 concrete magic war swords, and Yangxin Jinding to resist the attack of Jilua. Just a genius of Wan Jingshan, who wants to compete with this seat. It seems that you don't know how far there is between Wan Jingshan and the 9 heavenly venerable. Inside Jilua's body, there was a sound of dragons singing and phoenix roaring, which patted all the soldiers played by Ning Xiaochuan out. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan mobilized the power of the supreme body of the gods and demons and fought with Jilua. Jilua also didn't know what miraculous skill, scripture, she was practicing. In her palm print, she took the power of dragon and phoenix, just like the real dragon hitting the dragon's claw, and the real phoenix hitting the phoenix's claw, driving Ning Xiaochuan back. Ning Xiaochuan's blood gas rolled all over his body, and his viscera were in pain, and his arms were extremely sore, so it was difficult to lift them. Jilua was slightly surprised, but he didn't expect that the boy opposite him had received his dragon and phoenix treasure seal, but he didn't get hurt? How is this possible? You should know that although she is only a mental body now, she still has 1/10 of the power of this one and displays the dragon and phoenix seal. Even ordinary spiritual friars will be seriously injured or even slapped to death. Can't kill a young genius in Wan Jingshan? If it is indeed an era of genius, is your excellency one of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper? Jilua can only guess that Ning Xiaochuan is a rare Tianjiao in 10,000 years. Otherwise, how can he exert his strength beyond his cultivation realm? What are you doing with so much nonsense? War. Ning Xiaochuan, with a heart-nourishing tripod in one hand and a magic sword in the other, was extremely brave and fought towards Jilua. The god who was saved by Ning Xiaochuan also followed. His body was already very tall. After the blood tendons burst out, his body expanded a circle and became 4 meters high. His skin was like steel, with the sound of wind and thunder, and he punched Jilua on the chest. Cultivation can reach the 7th realm of heaven and man. Naturally, it is not trivial. It can be regarded as a top master level, and its combat effectiveness is much stronger than that of the monks in the 6th realm of heaven and man. The 7th realm of heaven and man is the realm of God. Reaching this level, the monk's mind will undergo earth-shaking changes, and the mind power will be directly increased by 10 times. Can control the blood in the body to the extreme, more perfect, be able to fit in with nature and feel the changes of water, stone, grass and wood, automatically absorb the mysterious chi of heaven and earth at a speed of 1,800 times. This is the reason why the celestial friar of the divine realm is far more powerful than the celestial friar of the universal realm. Reaching the 8th realm of heaven and man and the 9th realm of heaven and man, there are more wonderful changes, gradually moving closer to the real person, surpassing the cognition of ordinary heaven and man, and even surpassing the category of martial arts. Only when we reach that realm can we understand the mystery. I have just reached the divine realm, and I dare to fight with you. Jilua snorted coldly, stretched out a jade-white finger, and pointed it out like lightning, depressing the chest of the god. Bang! The mouth of the god sent out a muffled sound, immediately retreated, and his chest was pierced by the guidance of Jilua just now. There was a blood hole the size of a bowl, and even the lungs in his body were crushed. Poof! Jilua slashed with a palm knife, and with the golden fire of hell, cut off the war soldiers played by the god. The golden palm knife waved from the neck of the god, leaving a deep bloodstain. That god's neck kept gushing blood, with an unwilling look in his eyes, and finally fell heavily to the ground, and the blood dyed the whole temple red. If in other places, the god, even if he can't win Jilua's mind, at least he still has a great chance to escape. However, in this temple, the space is too narrow, and Jilua blocked the only exit, and there is no escape at all. Even a god can only die unwilling. Kill a god so soon? Ning Xiaochuan was secretly surprised, and he had a new understanding of the cultivation of monks in the 9th realm of heaven and man. Jilua's palm was covered with golden hell fire, and her eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan coldly, saying, "This is the end of trespassing into the Jiutian pavilion. Jilua is really terrible, even if it's just a mental body, but he has the martial spirit and martial experience of the 9-heaven venerable level. He killed a god-level venerable in less than 3 moves, causing great pressure on Ning Xiaochuan." Wow! Jilua took his hand as his knife, and the golden light flashed, cutting out 3 golden knife lights in a row. Ning Xiaochuan gathered all his mind into the magic sword. In his mind, the smooth movements of the Zijin Emperor holding the sword, lifting the sword and waving the sword emerged. The sword goes at will. Ning Xiaochuan's actions almost completely coincided with those of the Zijin royal family. With a strong sword rhyme, a sword cut towards Jilua. Ning Xiaochuan has used this trick more than 10,000 times, but no one is more fluent and smooth than this time. It seems that he is only a little short of playing the essence of Hunyuanichi sword. Wow! The magic sword cut Jilua's waist and cut Jilua's body in 2. Of course, Ning Xiaochuan was also hit by one of the knife lights cut by Jilua, leaving a half-foot-long blood hole on his left shoulder, making half of Ning Xiaochuan's body numb. Jilua's body was cut off by Ning Xiaochuan and soon reunited, but her breath was obviously weaker. She is only the mental body, not the real body, unless the mental body is completely broken up, or the self dies. Otherwise, she is almost indestructible. This sword. Where did you learn this sword? Jiluo's silent way. Ning Xiaochuan's sword just now is really amazing. It can be called the extreme of kendo. It is more exquisite than any sword formula that Jiro has seen. Ning Xiaochuan tried to control his injury, bit his teeth and said, "Now, do you still think you can kill me?" Jilua sneered, "I'm a mental body, which can be called immortal. Even if you master a subtle sword formula, you will never escape from this temple." What about the mental body? As long as I kill you a few more times, your strength will gradually weaken, and you can't pose any threat to me at all. Ning Xiaochuan also has his own plan in mind. If Ning Xiaochuan wants to cultivate into a world-destroying demon fire path, he must refine hell's golden fire. However, with his cultivation, it is difficult to deal with Jilua's mind and body, let alone Jilua's real body. Jilua's mental body, although only 1/10 of Jilua's real cultivation, still contains hell fire. As long as Jilua's mind and body are captured, Ning Xiaochuan can get a lot of hell fire, and can further improve his cultivation. Do it together. Ning Xiaochuan said to the 2 super killers hidden in the dark. Is there anyone else? Jilua was slightly surprised and looked into the temple. Wow! Behind Jilua, a strange sword light flew out and crossed Jilua's neck. Jilua had the martial arts experience of the 9 heavenly lords. How fast he reacted, he immediately moved to the left at the moment of the sword light. However, at the moment she moved out, another strange sword light came out and stabbed her chest. Killer of the killing list. She was just scared and hid the second sword. On her left, a red magic sword pierced her body. The strength of her mental body is weak again. What a powerful sword formula. Even the 2 super killers hidden in the dark were startled by Ning Xiaochuan's sword formula. How wonderful. It's faster than the top stabbing sword formula in their killing list, and it's impossible to prevent. What Ning Xiaochuan just showed was the 4th move of the Annihilation sword formula, Annihilation without sword, which was as fast as a startling rainbow. He could hardly see the track of the sword, so he could puncture Jilua's body. With the cooperation of the 2 super killers, Ning Xiaochuan succeeded one after another, killing Jilua's mind and body 12 times. Jilua's mental body has begun to become illusory, and its strength has greatly weakened. She also knew that it was impossible to kill Ning Xiaochuan with the power of her mind and body, and she was going to disperse her mind and body. Once the mind-body dissipates, it will automatically become the mysterious chi of heaven and earth. Jilua, I'm afraid I won't agree if I want to disperse my mind. Ning Xiaochuan called out the heart-nourishing tripod and forcibly suppressed Jilua's mind and body into the heart-nourishing tripod. The heart-nourishing tripod is suspended in the void. Jilua hit the attack means in the tripod, making the heart-nourishing tripod constantly vibrate. In the tripod, Jilua's cold voice came, "Young generation, do you think that if you put the mind-body into the heart-nourishing tripod, the mind-body can't dissipate? How powerful the mind of the nine heavenly venerable, only by passing a mind-will to the heart-nourishing tripod, the mind-body will automatically disperse." Really? Then why haven't you dispersed yet? Ning Xiaochuan roared. How can it be like this? How can it be like this? Is your mind stronger than the nine heavenly beings? An uneasy voice came from the heart-nourishing tripod. Ning Xiaochuan's current mental strength, even if it does not reach the level of a real person, is at least the level of the nine heavenly venerable. Ning Xiaochuan's mind is guarding the Yangxin Jinding. Jilua's real body can't transfer the mind-will to the Yangxin Jinding at all. She can only watch her mind-body be taken away by Ning Xiaochuan. Poof. After Jilua's mind and body were taken away by Ning Xiaochuan, Jilua's mind was also severely damaged, and a mouthful of blood was spit out of his mouth, and his spirit was depressed. She was fighting with another nine heavenly venerable, and had already won the upper hand. However, after her mind was hurt, she was immediately suppressed by the other party and could only keep retreating and defending. Quack, 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 quack. A huge sword more than 60 meters long made an old sound in its body. This huge sword is just a supreme weapon. However, the man who controls the giant sword is a super strong man, who has been hidden in the dark and never appeared from beginning to end. The light of the sword soared, and its strength more than doubled, killing Jilua and flying out. Phew! A tall and thin shadow flew out of the darkness, grabbed the huge sword, and flew towards the temple in the center of the Jiutian pavilion. The giant sword, after falling into the hands of its owner, immediately shrunk and became only 7 feet long, emitting cold sword light. You finally showed up. Jilua suppressed the injury and caught up with it. His eyes were very cold and sharp. He clapped his palms at the same time and hit 2 pillars of hell's golden fire to block the path of the tall thin shadow. The tall thin shadow gave a cold hum in his mouth, and a sword waved and cut out, sending out a schwa-schwa sword sound. The sword light is like a Milky Way, sweeping towards Jilua. Jilua's arms shook, and a big sound of dragons and phoenixes came from his bones, displaying the dragon and phoenix treasure seal. A dragon shadow and a phoenix shadow rushed out of her arms, plus hellfire, and immediately turned into hellfire dragon and hellfire phoenix. The monks of the whole Huiyun imperial city heard the sound of dragons and phoenixes singing at the same time. How strong! The tall and thin shadow immediately retreated, avoiding the fire dragon and fire phoenix, and hid in the dark again. Jilua stood in front of the temple in the center of the Jiutian pavilion, straight, glancing at the chaotic night sky around him, and said in a deep voice, "What other demons and ghosts appear together?" Ning Xiaochuan collected Jilua's mind and body into the Yangxin Jinding, and was about to escape from the temple immediately. However, as soon as he rushed to the door, he saw Jilua's real body standing outside, and she also repelled another powerful 9 heavenly venerable. This woman is too abnormal. Ning Xiaochuan immediately retreated back, cold all over. If Jilua's real body broke in, he had nowhere to escape and could only wait to die. What should I do? What should I do? Jilua stood outside, naturally knowing that Ning Xiaochuan was still trapped in the temple, and deliberately did not want to let Ning Xiaochuan escape. Dare to suppress her mind. She has sentenced Ning Xiaochuan to death. It's really not good. We can only rely on the power of the Emperor's blade, and there may be a glimmer of vitality. Ning Xiaochuan's palm has been pinched with sweat, and he is ready to call out the Tiandi blade and kill the Jiutian pavilion at any time. Even if the supreme imperial weapon is exposed, it will not hesitate. Now, I can't worry so much. At this time, Jilua, who was standing outside, suddenly turned pale and vomited a mouthful of blood. Boom! Her body flew back and hit a copper pillar outside the temple, shaking the temple. If it were not for the strong array protection, the whole temple would have collapsed. Jilua, clutching his bloody chest, slumped on the ground and coughed up blood in his mouth. Really? People. Wheezing. Ning Xiaochuan didn't see who Jilua was beaten to fly at all. He just felt a dark wind blowing in from the outside, which made his blood almost freeze. Only to see, a man wrapped in white cloth flew into the temple, directly broke into the underground passage, and disappeared in an instant. Although Ning Xiaochuan only saw a shadow, the man wrapped in the white cloth still left an indelible image on him, just like a mummy, emitting the een of death all over. It's hard to judge. Is he dead? Or alive? It's him. Who hurt Jilo? A 9 heavenly being was beaten out. Was it a real person coming? Phew. Phew. After the figure like a mummy broke into the underground passage, Jila and Ikechuo also immediately returned, rushed into the temple, and flew directly into the underground passage to catch up with the mummy. When Jilua rushed into the temple, she naturally noticed Ning Xiaochuan standing in the temple, but she didn't have time to deal with such a small role as Ning Xiaochuan. Their current enemy is the fierce mummy. The 4 9 heaven worshippers of the 9 heaven pavilion poured into the underground passage, apparently to jointly deal with the mummy wrapped in white cloth. That's their real enemy. The QQ interest tribe of God Demon Tianzuan has been opened. You can find it directly by searching God Demon Tianzuan. Interested book friends and those who play QQ can pay attention to it. What is discussed in it is the plot. If you ask some questions, Lao Jiao may also choose some of them to answer uniformly. Thank you. In addition, it's almost the end of the month, and Lao Jiao also comes to ask for a monthly ticket. Whether to take the opportunity to escape from the danger, or to fight desperately to enter the underground channel to save Xiaohong? Ning Xiaochuan just hesitated a little, then clenched his teeth and flew into the deep, dark underground passage. Maybe you can take advantage of the chaos and save Xiaohong. He can only gamble. Success is luck, failure is death. If there are only 4 9 heaven worshippers in the underground passage, or only one mummy wrapped in white cloth, Ning Xiaochuan will surely die without life if he rushes down. However, in Ning Xiaochuan's calculation, the cultivation of that mummy wrapped in white cloth is quite strong and has a rich breath, which is far better than the 9 heavenly beings. Maybe one enemy 4 can contain the 4 9 heavenly beings in the 9 heavenly pavilion. Only in this case can Ning Xiaochuan have a chance to save Xiaohong. Even if there is only a chance, Ning Xiaochuan will never let go. Entering the underground passage, it becomes extremely cold, like entering a bottomless ice cave. The underground space has become more and more open. On the ground, there are all corpses, not a living person. This is the first floor under the ground. There should be a second floor, a third floor. Ning Xiaochuan accelerated his pace, did not dare to delay, and rushed to the depths of the ground. The entrance on the second floor was originally a 3-meter-thick copper wall with dense array lines. However, when Ning Xiaochuan arrived at the entrance of the second floor underground, the array had already been broken, and even the 3-meter-thick copper wall was hit with a big hole in the shape of a human. At the edge of the big hole, there was black rot, which was very similar to the smell of the mummy wrapped in white cloth. Only people of that level can easily break the copper door full of array lines. Ning Xiaochuan continued to chase down. From the second floor underground, the ground was full of the bodies of nuns. Their bodies became charred, and some were corroded into a pool of black blood, leaving only a white withered bone. Obviously, all the female disciples of Jiu Dang Pavilion were killed by the mummy wrapped in white cloth. It is conceivable that the powerful mummy rushed in directly, and no one could stop his pace. Wherever he passed, there were only dead bodies on the ground, and no one alive could be found. The third floor, the fourth floor, and the fifth floor are all the dead bodies of the disciples of the Jiu Dang Pavilion, without a living mouth. Moreover, the array arranged by the 9 heavenly masters of the 9 heaven pavilion under the ground was also broken. It can be said that Ning Xiaochuan came unimpeded to the 6th floor under the ground and the last floor under the Jiu Dang Pavilion. The space on the 6th floor is very vast, completely covered by ice. In the center of the space, there is a huge Jiu Dang array. The 4 9 heaven worshippers of the 9 heaven pavilion sat in 4 directions of the array, trapping the mummy wrapped in white cloth in the center and fighting. Sitting in the northern part of the array, Yikachuo, with thousands of stars floating above his head, said coldly, "Ancestor of the Lin clan, you dare to break into the Jiu Dang Pavilion. Even if you have reached the realm of a real person, you can't live today." That mummy wrapped in white cloth turned out to be the ancestor of the famous Lin clan of the Huiyuan Empire, an antique that has lived for 2,000 years, and is known as one of the most powerful existence of the Huiyuan Empire. People at this level are even greedy for the dragon cubs, and come to seize them with their real bodies. The mummy stood in the center of the array, unable to see his eyes, nose, and mouth. He looked like a shroud, with a strong smell of death on his body. His voice was hoarse and said with a smile, "You are too naive. The realm of a real person is not understandable to you. Do you think you can suppress me with a 4-elephant array arranged by a real person?" Jilua, sitting in the east of the array, appeared the empty shadow of Fire Dragon and Fire Phoenix above his head, with blood stains on the corners of his mouth, and his face was a little pale. "Lin Zhu, do you think you are still in your heyday? Your longevity has long been exhausted, and your blood gas has dropped to the lowest point. You are just renewing your life, with the help of some secret methods of the evil sect. With your current cultivation, combined with the strength of the 4 of us, and the 4-elephant array arranged by real people, it is enough to kill you. Ga. In my opinion, you are just 4 little girls." That mummy laughed wildly. His whole body was full of evil qi, and the fine electric light flowed out of the gap of the white cloth. Slap out with a palm, hit a silver light as thick as a bucket, sent out a Een dragon howling, and hit Jilua who was sitting in the east of the array. Jilua was already seriously injured. The eastern array she guarded was the weakest position of the 4-elephant array. Mummy saw this, so he cut her first. Wow! With the help of the power of the real person array, Jilua resisted the blow of the mummy. Fully mobilize the power of the 4-elephant formation to kill the old monster, Jilua said as she vomited blood. The 5 masters launched a fierce battle on the 6th floor of the underground, collapsing the ground and shaking it constantly, making people unstable. This is the time. Ning Xiaochuan felt the smell of Xiaohong and rushed in the direction of the smell of Xiaohong. "Come on! Come on! Come on! We must save Xiaohong before the 5 masters decide the outcome." Xiaohong was imprisoned in the center of a cold pool, with 4 black iron locks tied to her body, locking her hands and legs, respectively. On the surface of the iron lock, runes were flowing, suppressing the power in her body so that she could not escape. "Ning Xiaochuan, you really have the courage to break into the underground forbidden area of Jiu Dang Pavilion." Tang Shuyao stood by the cold pool, slim and charming, with a charming smile on her face. "Do you think your cultivation can stop me?" Ning Xiaochuan held the magic sword in his hand, with a chill in his eyes. "I won't stop you, nor can I stop you." Tang Shiyao's face was still with a charming smile. After saying this, he immediately retreated and flew towards the ground. Tang Shuyao took the initiative to withdraw, but Ning Xiaochuan was slightly surprised. She actually withdrew. Ning Xiaochuan, I'm looking forward to your fight with the Crown Prince. Tang Shuyao rushed out of the door of the passage, with a silver bell-like laughter in her voice. At this point, the monks of Jiutian Pavilion almost died cleanly. Tang Shuyao naturally understood that he was used by the Crown Prince, so he no longer stopped Ning Xiaochuan, but planned to let Ning Xiaochuan leave and let Ning Xiaochuan and the Crown Prince fight for life and death. Whether Ning Xiaochuan died in the war, or the Emperor's prince died in the war, it was a very cathartic thing for Tang Shuyao. It would be great if they both lose. Hua. 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 Ning Xiaochuan directly summoned the Tiandi blade and cut off the 4 iron locks that locked Xiaohong with the sharpness of the Tiandi blade. Ning Xiaochuan, I thought you wouldn't come to save me. Most of the dragon's blood in Xiaohong's body was released, and she looked very weak. A pair of white and tender arms wrapped around Ning Xiaochuan's neck and gently laid on Ning Xiaochuan's body. Every drop of dragon blood is the essence of her body. When a large number of dragon blood is released, it naturally hurts her vitality. The Crown Prince of the Emperor released a large amount of dragon blood in my body to improve his own cultivation, and then he sent me here, saying that he would send me to the Jiutian Pavilion. I heard. He would continue to put my blood, Ning Xiaochuan, I don't have much blood. Xiaohong lay on Ning Xiaochuan's shoulder, with tears in her big eyes, and said very weakly. Ning Xiaochuan clenched his fists, bit his teeth and said, It's okay. It's okay. If he dares to put the blood on you, I'll put it back 10 times from him. Xiaohong is really exhausted and turns into a body, like a red belt wrapped around Ning Xiaochuan's waist. Ning Xiaochuan pulled down his robe and covered Xiaohong's body, trying not to be found. You can't stay here long. After rescuing Xiaohong, Ning Xiaochuan immediately rushed to the ground. Just about to rush to the exit, a huge force surged down from above. It was a dragon's claw wrapped in purple lightning. The claw was very sharp, and there was a roaring thunder and lightning, which made people's eardrums ache. Ning Xiaochuan's body twisted, forcibly reversed, and immediately returned to the ground to avoid the attack of the thunder and lightning dragon's claw. It was really dangerous just now. If he was half a minute slower, he would definitely be hit by the dragon's claw. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Crown Prince, I know you are up there. Ning Xiaochuan stood at the bottom of the passage, with cold anger in his eyes and a deep roar. Above the ground, there was the proud voice of the Crown Prince of the Emperor. Ning Xiaochuan, you are really full of courage, and you dare to break into the underground forbidden area of the Jiutian Pavilion. Unfortunately, you are still a little short. With this prince here, today, you can't escape. Crown Prince, do you think you are really invincible? Ning Xiaochuan stood under the underground passage, the first floor of the underground, looked up, and the passage was more than 30 meters high, and the more he went up, the narrower it became. At the exit of the passage, it is the narrowest, and almost only one person can pass alone. The Crown Prince of the Emperor just guarded the exit of the passage and completely blocked Ning Xiaochuan's way out. The Crown Prince of the Emperor stood above, holding his chest in his hands, with a faint smile on his face. I don't need to do it myself at all, just press you down so that you can't escape from the underground passage. When the 9 heavenly venerable masters of the 9 heaven pavilion and the old ancestor of the Lin clan decide the victory, your death will come. Ning Xiaochuan said, don't you want the jade seal and the treasury of the Tianshu Empire? When you die, everything on your body naturally belongs to me. You don't have to wait for the 9-day saint to save you. Tang Shuyao has led her to a death place, and she will definitely not survive tonight. The voice of the Crown Prince of the Emperor had an incomparable firmness, as if it had been determined that Ning Xiaochuan would die. Ask for a monthly ticket. In that case, fight. Knowing that time was precious, Ning Xiaochuan took out the Zhenwu bow and Zhenwu arrow and pulled them into a full moon. The power of the bow and arrow was fully integrated into one, and the power gradually rose, and finally broke through the boundary of inferior supreme weapons to reach the level of intermediate supreme weapons. Jump! The bowstring exploded like thunder. Phew! 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 Ning Xiaochuan's movements were extremely smooth, shooting 6 arrows in a row. 6 golden lights rushed from the ground, dragging their long tails and flying out of the underground passage. The powerful Zhenwu arrow made the crown prince also want to avoid the sharp edge for a while, and immediately burst back to avoid the arrow of the 6 golden arrows. Ning Xiaochuan followed closely behind the 6 Zhenwu arrows, successfully rushed out of the underground channel, came to the temple in the center of the 9-heaven pavilion again, and fell to the ground. Close. Ning Xiaochuan took back 6 golden arrows, and 11 concrete magic swords flew out of his body, forming a sword array, and beheaded the crown prince of the emperor. 11 war swords, with one supreme weapon level war sword as the center, and the other 10 9-grade Xuanqi level war swords rotate around the central axis, and the sword qi turns into a cage, rolling the crown prince into the sword array. The crown prince of the emperor didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan rushed out of the underground channel so quickly, but he didn't panic at all. His hands were spread out, and the golden light poured out of his body. The virtual shadow of 9 golden dragons rushed out of his body, guarding him in the center. Ow! Kowloon roared, emitting a vast dragon spirit, forming a huge golden cocoon. The crown prince of the emperor stood in the center of the golden cocoon, glanced at the golden bow and arrow on Ning Xiaochuan's back, and said with a slight arc on the corner of his mouth, "It is worthy of being a dragon envoy of fighting war. With the aura of the dragon, he has a lot of treasures." In the view of the crown prince, even if there are many treasures on Ning Xiaochuan, they will still be in his bag in the end. Ning Xiaochuan's body was full of anger, and almost all of his hair stood upside down. He exuded a magical momentum and said, "There must be a war between us, whether you die or I die." In the center of his eyebrows, the mark of heaven appeared, flashing constantly. All the mysterious qi between heaven and earth converged towards Ning Xiaochuan, condensed to the center of the eyebrows and injected into the seal of heaven. The crown prince's face gradually became serious, his hands clasped, and a light ball wrapped by 9 golden dragons condensed between his palms, like a dragon ball, with the power of lightning. "I've long wanted to try how strong is your mark of the emperor?" Ning Xiaochuan didn't say anything, and the index finger of his right hand pointed to the crown prince's eyebrow. Wow! A white column of light flew out of Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows, shaking the void. That white light, like the first light beam at the beginning of the world, opened the world and illuminated the whole world. The crown prince of the emperor beat out the 9 dragon golden beads in his palm and turned them into 9 golden dragons. The 9 golden dragons wound into a bucket-thick golden light column and hit the white light column. Boom! The 2 pillars of light collided together, like the collision of 2 rivers of heaven, which made the temple shake violently and make a crashing sound. This magnificent temple can't bear the impact of the 2 forces, and cracks appear one after another. This temple, which was blessed by the 9 heavenly lords with an array, fell apart with a bang, and the top, walls and copper pillars of the temple collapsed one after another, flying in all directions. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan and the crown prince rushed out of the ruins at the same time, turned into 2 pillars of light, and rushed into the night sky. Bang! Bang! Ning Xiaochuan called out the jade seal, mobilized the strength of heaven and force of the whole body, injected the jade seal, and awakened the spirit of the jade seal. Originally, the jade seal, which was only the size of a fist, sent out a stinging white light, and expanded more than 1,000 times. It was as huge as a hill. It was like a giant seal, constantly hitting the crown prince of the emperor. The power in Ning Xiaochuan's body is endless. It's like swinging a hill and constantly hitting it downward. The blood in the crown prince of the emperor was exuberant, just like a human-shaped real dragon. His skin turned golden and kept making big fingerprints to resist the jade seal that Ning Xiaochuan hit. Crown Prince, why don't you integrate with the purple dragon cub? Ning Xiaochuan followed closely, smashing the jade seal while beating out 11 war swords and beheading the crown prince of the emperor. The crown prince of the emperor showed a lightning speed, and every step was accompanied by lightning and thunder. Body method speed is as fast as lightning. Pi. A circuit flashed across the sky, and the crown prince of the emperor moved sideways to 100 meters away, sneering, Ning Xiaochuan, your realm is too far from mine. Even if you master the jade seal of the top-grade supreme wear level, you can't make up for the deficiency in the realm. This crown prince doesn't need the power of the dragon cub at all to defeat you. You are too conceited. Ning Xiaochuan turned into a colorful rainbow and caught up. The crown prince said, to tell you the truth, after I refined the blood in your dragon cub, my cultivation has been further, and the gap between us is even greater. Today I will show you my real strength. The crown prince of the emperor fixed his body and stood in the void. His momentum was rising and his strength was becoming stronger. It was like a lake. Suddenly, it turned into the sea, giving people a deep feeling. Boom! The emperor's crown prince tiger's body shook and punched out, and a huge golden fist shadow condensed from the position tens of meters away from his fist. The golden fist shadow scattered the sword array, composed of 11 swords, and all the 11 swords flew back. This punch was really terrible. Ning Xiaochuan stood hundreds of meters away and was shocked by the fist wind and retreated more than 10 steps. It was like a hurricane, which could blow people out. Crackle! The crown prince turned into a flash of lightning, rushed to Ning Xiaochuan in front of him in an instant, and hit Ning Xiaochuan in the chest with another punch. If you are hit by this boxing, not to mention Ning Xiaochuan's body, even a mountain will be pierced and a stone cliff will collapse. Ning Xiaochuan immediately summoned the jade seal back and exerted the power of a top-grade supreme weapon to collide with the crown prince's fist. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan felt like he was hit by an iron mountain, and his arms became numb instantly. A huge force came from his arms, and his body was thrown back uncontrollably. Before Ning Xiaochuan stood firm, the crown prince caught up again and hit the third punch. It's over. This punch hit Ning Xiaochuan directly on the head. Ning Xiaochuan felt that terrible fist wind, with the sound of thunder and lightning, with the howling of dragons, as if to shatter his skull. Once you are hit by this boxing, you will definitely die. No. I can't die, absolutely not. Ning Xiaochuan's body erupted a strong will to survive, stimulating his own potential. The white bone beads that had been silent in the heaven and earth Daoyuan in the center of his eyebrows jumped rapidly, spewed out a lot of vitality, and turned into a huge spiritual cave. Absorb the vitality emitted by the white bone beads, and the mark of the god becomes brighter. Wow! The white bone beads flew directly from the center of Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows and smashed the shadow of the emperor's fist. The white bone bead, like an extraterrestrial meteorite, was indestructible and hit the crown prince's fist. Poof! The golden glove on the crown prince's right hand was hit with a crack by a white bone bead, and his body immediately stepped back 3 steps. Drops of blood flow out of the glove. The golden fist cover, however, is a low-grade and supreme weapon-level battle treasure, which is very precious and invaluable. It is with the blessing of this golden fist that the crown prince of the emperor displayed the Avalanche Thunder Fist, which will have such a powerful power. Avalanche Thunder Fist is one of the top 10 martial arts magical powers in Tiandi Mountain. Few people can learn it, and its attack power is very strong. It was created by the eldest disciple of the Emperor of Heaven. Once the fist technique is used, it will shock the 8 methods. With the human body, it will kill the adult real dragon with 1 punch. The crown prince of the emperor trained into a burst thunder fist, coupled with this specially forged inferior supreme level golden fist, so he can give full play to his power. Let alone Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation in the 6th realm of heaven and man, even a deity in the 7th realm of heaven and man will be torn apart by the Crown Prince. Ning Xiaochuan's ability to catch the Crown Prince's 3 moves of Avalanche Thunder Fist has been far beyond the Crown Prince's expectation. However, Ning Xiaochuan actually had a card, cracking the golden fist of the inferior supreme weapon level that he specially forged, which almost broke his magic power. Even if he exhibits Avalanche Thunder Fist again, the power of Avalanche Thunder Fist will be greatly reduced. If you can kill the King of Earth, Tibet, I guess there must be an extremely powerful treasure hidden in you. I didn't expect that it was hidden in the mark of the Emperor in the center of your eyebrows. The Crown Prince looked at the blood on his fist, and his eyes were a little crazy. Such a powerful treasure is probably more precious than the Jade Seal, which makes the Crown Prince very excited. White bone beads, flying back to the center of Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows, suspended in the center of heaven and earth Daoyuan. This bone bead has an extremely mysterious origin. So far, Ning Xiaochuan has not completely understood its secret. I only know that it once fell into the hands of the Emperor of Heaven, who learned the cultivation method of heaven and earth Xuanqi on the white bone beads, and then spread it to the world. On this white bone bead, the cultivation skills of each layer of the mysterious qi of heaven and earth are recorded. Ning Xiaochuan can only guess now that this white bone bead is probably brought out by the Emperor of Heaven from the God's Cave, and it is a relic of the God's Cave. As for its origin, it is completely unknown. Just now, Ning Xiaochuan was pushed to the edge of life and death by the Crown Prince of the Emperor, and stimulated the potential in his body. Unexpectedly, he unexpectedly broke through to the 12th layer of heaven and earth Xuanqi, and the speed of absorbing Xuanqi reached 2048 times. It must have a lot to do with the white bone beads to break through the 12th floor of the mysterious qi of heaven and earth. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. He decided that he must take time to study the white bone bead carefully to see what secrets it was hiding. Of course, Ning Xiaochuan's current enemy is the Crown Prince of the Emperor. If he can't pass this level, tonight, he is likely to hate in Huiyun Imperial City. The power of the Crown Prince of the Emperor, beyond Ning Xiaochuan's expectation, is definitely the cultivation of the 7th realm of heaven and man, and it is not as simple as just reaching the 7th realm of heaven and man. How far is the gap between the 6th realm of heaven and man and the 7th realm of heaven and man? Ning Xiaochuan's Daoyuan of destroying the world has cultivated more than 2 million rules of destroying the world, which belongs to the early stage of the 6th realm of heaven and man. However, the number of rules in the Daoyuan of the Emperor's Crown Prince is definitely more than 20 million, and even 30 million, 40 million. The more rules you cultivate, the deeper your understanding of martial arts. Even if Ning Xiaochuan has double Taoism, it is difficult to make up for the gap in realm. If in the same realm, Ning Xiaochuan can suppress the Crown Prince with the power of the supreme body of gods and demons. However, a difference of one realm is like a gap, which is difficult to cross. Even in the era of apotheosis, those teenagers who cultivate the supreme body can only be invincible in the same realm. Across a realm, it is difficult to be invincible, because there were too many geniuses in that era. Just as it happens, now is a great era comparable to the era of apotheosis. There are many geniuses. Even the supreme body has enemies, and reincarnated gods may also be beheaded. No one dares to say that he can be invincible in the same realm. Ning Xiaochuan tried to adjust his state, took a deep breath, his eyes became more and more sharp, and said, "Continue, fight. It's foolish to want to fight the Crown Prince even though you know you will lose. If you run for your life, there may be a chance." With a sneer on his face, the Emperor wanted to defeat Ning Xiaochuan psychologically. If Ning Xiaochuan really can't bear the pressure and turns around to run for his life, his fighting spirit will disappear. If even the will to fight and morale are lost, it will become easy for the crown prince to kill Ning Xiaochuan. Moreover, Ning Xiaochuan can't escape, because the crown prince of the emperor can integrate with the dragon cubs and show the speed of the dragon, which is enough to compete with the monks in the ninth realm of heaven and man. Xiaohong is so weakened that she can't integrate with Ning Xiaochuan at all. With each passing day, the gap between the two is even greater. Ning Xiaochuan naturally knew that the emperor's crown prince wanted to break his psychological defense line, so he stuck to his original heart and said with indomitable determination in his eyes, "It's just a lower level than you, and it's not necessarily impossible to kill you against the sky." The crown prince laughed and said, "If the gap between the martial arts realm is so easy to be broken, then the division of the martial arts realm is meaningless, and the martial arts realm is not necessary at all." Ning Xiaochuan, we all know that the higher the cultivation is, the more difficult it is to fight beyond the realm. If I am in the divine body realm and refined realm, I can also cross 4 or 5 realms and kill my opponents. However, if you want me to fight with the venerable of the 8th realm of heaven and man now, I have no absolute grip to win. He said these words. In fact, he also wanted to defeat Ning Xiaochuan psychologically, so that Ning Xiaochuan's mind could not defeat him. Once Ning Xiaochuan's heart produces such an idea, it will be much easier for the crown prince to defeat Ning Xiaochuan. Anything you say has no effect on my state of mind. Today, I just want to fight with you. Even if the state is very different from you, I am confident that you will pay a heavy price. Ning Xiaochuan's body has a momentum of going all out. Even if he knows that he will die in the war, he will also drag the other side to take the back. It's a big deal to go to the Yellow Spring, to hell, and then fight who is the ghost hero? The crown prince frowned slightly, knowing that Ning Xiaochuan's mind was firm as a rock. He stopped talking, and his eyes became sharper and sharper, like turning into 2 burning stars. Avalanche Thunder Fist. The crown prince of the emperor once again hit the magic power of boxing, and countless boxing shadows attacked Ning Xiaochuan. However, at the moment when the crown prince punched, a faint wave appeared in the void behind the crown prince. A war sword, stabbed out of the void, with a torrent of murderous spirit, stabbed the crown prince's vest. Killer of the killer list. Prince Ben knew you were hiding in the dark. Since you came out to die, Prince Ben will send you on the road. The emperor's crown prince hit him with a backhand punch. The power of the avalanche thunder fist suddenly erupted and directly hit the tip of the sword. Pa! The sword is broken into 5 pieces. 5 pieces of broken sword fly back upside down, stab into a translucent super killer's body, and make 5 blood holes. When the assassination failed, the super killer whose cultivation reached the 7th realm of heaven and man immediately started to run quickly and fled to the distance. However, the crown prince of the emperor was faster. In an instant, he caught up with the super killer in the 7th realm of heaven and man, and slapped him on the top of the super killer in the 7th realm of heaven and man. Pa! The head of that super killer in the 7th realm of heaven and man exploded like a watermelon. The body, falling from the sky. It's shocking to kill one of the top killers in the killer list with just 2 moves. Wow! Just when the crown prince killed the super killer of the 7th realm of heaven and man, another super killer of the 7th realm of heaven and man flew out of the crown prince's head and stabbed the crown prince's head with a sword. Ning Xiaochuan also immediately hit the Jade Seal, mobilized the earth vein under the Huiyun imperial city, and used the power of the earth to launch an attack on the crown prince of the emperor. Skyfire Palm. The crown prince of the emperor made a big palm print of fire, which turned the whole sky red, and the clouds seemed to burn, turning into a big hand of fire as big as a mountain. Poof! The super killer who wanted to sneak into the crown prince just stabbed the crown prince's right shoulder, was pinched by the flame big hand, refined into a white bone, and fell from the void. The second killer in the 7th realm of heaven and man was also killed by the crown prince of the emperor. The crown prince just suffered some minor injuries, and the blood gas in his body worked, and the wound on his right shoulder healed automatically. It's worthy of being the killer of the killer list, and it can actually hurt me. Unfortunately, the Crown Prince has been cultivated into a Skyfire palm. In the same realm, no one is my opponent, and the killer of the killer list can't kill me. Both Avalanche Thunder Fist and Skyfire Palm are the top 10 martial arts powers in Tiandi Mountain. Among them, Tianhua Palm ranks third, second only to the first divine power Emperor's Seal of Life and Death and the second divine power Dao Mia Sword Formula of Tiandi Mountain. The Crown Prince stared at the flying jade seal and hit the palm of heaven fire again. Red clouds rolled over the sky. The monks of the whole Huiyun imperial city were shocked by it, and felt that the temperature between heaven and earth was rising rapidly, like a sky fire was about to fly down from the 9 days. The imperial palace of the Huiyun Empire. Huiyun Emperor, with his hands on his back, stood on hundreds of steps and looked at the sky. I saw the red sky fire burning, constantly pressing down towards the ground, sometimes turning into a giant palm, sometimes turning into a claw, as if to turn the whole world into a furnace. Skyfire Palm. That's the top 3 magic power of Tiandi Mountain. Since ancient times, there are no more than 10 monks who can successfully cultivate Skyfire Palm. It's really amazing. The Emperor of Huiyun sighed very much, with deep eyes and deep thoughts in his heart. In his heart, he compared the Skyfire Palm with the royal family's first magic power Fire Cloud Forbidden God method, but found that the Skyfire Palm was more terrifying and powerful than the Fire Cloud Tight God method, just like the palm print of the God of Fire. Li Huanjun, the national master of the Huiyun Empire, stood in the center of the hall, looking at the pieces of Huiyun above the sky, and said with some worry, "Emperor, the war of the Jiutian Pavilion has spread more widely. Do you want the royal family to suppress it?" Huiyun Emperor shook his head and said, "It's a fight between the 2 heirs of Tiandi Mountain. We'd better not interfere in the internal affairs of the Holy Land. It's really just 2 descendants of the younger generation fighting. How can I feel like 2 venerable elders of the older generation fighting? Their combat power is not like the power that the younger generation of monks should have." Li Huanjun said. The Emperor of Huiyun sighed, "The times are different. In today's world, which of the heirs of all the sacred lands is not an earth-shattering hero? In a few years, the world will be theirs. It's really awesome. The 2 top killers in the killer list were killed, and no one in the same realm is expected to be their opponent." Li really sighed. Although the Battle of Jiutian Pavilion was powerful, it was still controlled within a certain range and did not spread too widely. However, the battle between Ning Xiaochuan and the Crown Prince of the Emperor spread to the whole Huiyun imperial city, from ground war to sky, from real space war to different space, and was inseparable. Countless monks are paying attention to this battle. At first, they thought it was 2 venerable elders of the older generation fighting. However, the latest news came that it was 2 Holy Earth descendants of the younger generation fighting Dharma. Too strong. They are also geniuses of the younger generation, but those 2 people have the strength to kill the elders. When can I reach that level? A young talented man stood in the middle of the empty street, looking up at the sky, clenching his fists tightly, feeling the blood all over his body spraying. The heirs of the Holy Land are indeed not comparable to ordinary people. In a few years, who else is their opponent in northern Xinjiang? A white-haired old man was sitting in the bow of a small boat, holding a cigarette pole in his hand, lamenting the full vitality of young people. Of course, there are also some other Holy Earth descendants who came to Huiyun Imperial City and silently paid attention to this war. The heavenly fire palm displayed by the Crown Prince of the Emperor is really terrible. If it was a different opponent, I'm afraid it would have been burned to ashes or beaten to pieces. However, Ning Xiaochuan has cultivated the world-destroying demon Fire Wei, which is enough to compete with the Skyfire Palm. The gap in realm cannot be filled. Ning Xiaochuan took the human-level pill, Tyrannosaurus blood pill, and forcibly improved his combat power. The blood in his body seemed to burn, and his flesh turned into a Tyrannosaurus rex, and his strength climbed to a level that was enough to compete with the crown prince of the emperor. Ning Xiaochuan, even if you take pills to forcibly improve your strength, you will never last long. When the pills run out of power, you will be weaker. At that time, I will kill you, and it will be effortless. The crown prince of the emperor hit the avalanche thunder fist. In a moment, thunder and lightning flashed, and a huge shadow of the fist rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan. The monument of the god of destruction. Ning Xiaochuan raised his hands, and a vastly black magic cloud condensed above his head, with strong destructive power. A huge god monument, wrapped with countless iron locks, flew out of the magic cloud. Bang! The stone tablet of the god of destruction flew out, smashing the thunder-smashing fist hit by the emperor's crown prince, and the huge tablet was crushed towards the emperor's crown prince. The crown prince of the emperor had previously experienced the power of the stone tablet of the god of destruction, and did not collide with the stone tablet of the god of destruction. He immediately retreated, waved and beheaded, opened the door of the different space, and directly hid into a ruins world. When the power of the monument dissipated, he rushed out of the ruins again, with an additional bronze halberd in his hand, stabbing Ning Xiaochuan's vest at a thundering speed. Ning Xiaochuan's mind was strong, and he predicted the danger in advance. His body suddenly sank and fell to the ground, avoiding the inevitable blow of the crown prince. The crown prince immediately shook his arm, guided the bronze halberd and stabbed it to the ground. The bronze halberd is not an ordinary soldier. It has an ancient charm. It seems to have a history of hundreds of thousands of years. Each engraved pattern emits a faint spirit. Ning Xiaochuan, the halberd in the crown prince's hand, is a war soldier once used by a secondary god, reaching the level of the supreme king's weapon. However, that bronze halberd was cut in two by me, and the crown prince only got half of it. Although it can't exert the power of the supreme king's instrument, it is still more terrible than many top-grade supreme instruments. You should be careful. The voice of Emperor Blade sounded. Supreme King instrument. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was slightly shocked, and he looked at the bronze halberd in the hands of the crown prince of the emperor. I saw that the bronze halberd was only 2 meters long, and there was really a broken gap, which was not a complete Supreme King's instrument. The whole north. In Xinjiang, there are only 7 Supreme King weapons, which are held in each holy land and are the most powerful soldiers. If the crown prince of the emperor really gets a complete king's instrument, even if he has the courage to lend it, he won't dare to use it in front of everyone. Joking, a complete king's instrument is enough to make real people work hard for it. If you are watched by real people, even if there is a strong Taoist protector behind the crown prince of the emperor, I'm afraid you can't protect him. Like Ning Xiaochuan, in Huiyuan Imperial City, he didn't dare to use Tiandi blade at all. Once the Tiandi blade is exposed, it will definitely shake the whole north. Jiang, even if the crown prince of the emperor doesn't kill him, he will never escape from Huiyuan Imperial City. Although the crown prince of the emperor only holds half of the supreme king's weapon, it is still terrible to the extreme, and its combat power has reached a very terrible level. He fell from the sky, stabbed by a long halberd, and burst out a faint breath of the supreme king, locking Ning Xiaochuan completely. With a cruel smile on his face, he said, "Ning Xiaochuan, you can force me to display the supreme king's weapon. Even if I am nailed to the star halberd, I can smile." In the view of the crown prince of the emperor, Ning Xiaochuan must be in Huiyuan Imperial City if he displays all the supreme king's tools. The crown prince of the emperor displayed the star halberd, which caused a great sensation in Huiyuan Imperial City. It's a supreme weapon. Although it's incomplete, it's still very powerful. It's not comparable to ordinary top-grade supreme tools. A top-grade supreme weapon is enough to suppress the fate of a great empire and ensure the prosperity and immortality of a great empire for 10,000 years. Half of the Supreme King's wear is certainly more precious. Is it really a star halberd? According to legend, it was an ancient divine weapon brought out of Guizhou, which later fell into the hands of a supreme master in northern Xinjiang. Later, the supreme master was killed by the Emperor of Heaven, and even this Supreme King weapon-level soldier was cut in two. Even if it's only one part of the Supreme King's instrument, it's also the supreme treasure. I didn't expect that the Emperor's crown prince's luck was so great that he found one part of the star halberd. If he found the other half of the star halberd and combined them into one, there would be another Supreme King's instrument in northern Xinjiang. The crown prince of the Emperor even displayed the Supreme King's tools, and I'm afraid the victory will be won soon. In the face of the Supreme King's weapon, Ning Xiaochuan not only did not have timidity, but also became more aggressive. He beat out the jade seal, woke up the spirit of the jade seal from the instrument, and held it on his head. Unexpectedly, he attacked against the sky to resist the attack of the Supreme King's instrument. Boom! The star halberd struck the top of the jade seal, hitting down and hitting the ground. The ground was hit with a big pit with a diameter of more than 40 meters, and the dust billowed, so I couldn't see how deep the bottom was. All around the pit were cracks, and countless ancient buildings were collapsed and turned into ruins. The crown prince fell to the edge of the pit, took back the half of the star halberd, pinched it in his hand, shot 2 golden mans from his pupils, and looked at the bottom of the pit. Has it turned into ashes? Boom! In the middle of the wide street, a fast-moving figure flew out of the broken stone and rushed into the sky. Holding up the huge seal like a hill with both hands, he waved it down to the crown prince of the Emperor. The crown prince of the Emperor was slightly surprised, and immediately turned around. The vitality in his body gushed out like a tide and entered the star halberd. A halberd stabbed into the void. Bang! The stone streets at the foot of the Emperor's crown prince were all broken, and the ground slowly sank downward. The power of the jade seal is really too powerful, heavier than a mountain, crushing the streets of Huiyun Imperial City. The pavilions and stone walls on both sides of the street continue to collapse, and are still spreading far away. Ning Xiaochuan was covered with blood, and his mouth kept panting, completely breaking the power in his body into the jade seal. The crown of the crown prince's hair was shattered, and his long hair was scattered, looking a little embarrassed. He laughed as he resisted the power of the jade seal. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. You could catch the Supreme King's weapon and survive. It's a pity that you were born a few years later than me, otherwise, you must be my enemy. Boom! The crown prince's arms shook violently, and the half-star halberd sent out a bright light like the stars, lifting the jade seal and Ning Xiaochuan out together. As soon as Ning Xiaochuan was lifted out, he immediately stopped his body, lifted the jade seal, and rushed out of the burning Yundi city. The Emperor's prince holds half of the Supreme King's weapon in his hand. If he doesn't borrow the power of the Emperor's blade, he is definitely not his opponent. He must be led outside the city. As long as he gets outside the city and borrows the power of the Emperor's blade, he can compete with him. In the war just now, Ning Xiaochuan has been seriously injured. Moreover, he felt that he was getting weaker and weaker, and the medicinal power of Tyrannosaurus Rex blood pill was gradually disappearing. Once the medicine power of Tyrannosaurus Rex Dan completely disappears, his cultivation will fall back to the original state. Because of the massive consumption of blood and gas, there will be a 3-day weak period, and the combat effectiveness will drop to the lowest point. Ning Xiaochuan, you can't escape. The crown prince of the Emperor turned into a flash of lightning and quickly caught up with the sound of wind and thunder. You can only take one real blood pill first. Ning Xiaochuan used the real blood of the Tibetan king and several kinds of psychic miracles to refine the real blood pill, which reached the level of human blood pill, which can quickly recover blood gas and temporarily make up for the side effects of taking Tyrannosaurus Rex blood pill. However, it is only temporary. True blood pill can only delay the onset of side effects of Tyrannosaurus rex blood pill. Once the power of true blood pill is exhausted, Ning Xiaochuan will still fall into a 3-day weak period. If you want to gain strength beyond yourself, you must pay a price. Ning Xiaochuan directly smashed through the wall of Huiyun Imperial City with his body, leaving a huge circular hole in the wall. Break it! The crown prince of the emperor chased up, waved the star halberd in his hand, and cleaved to the wall. Boom! The wall, more than 120 meters high and more than 20 meters thick, was cut off by the star halberd and collapsed, and the ground shook slightly. The crown prince flew out of the collapsed city wall and continued to catch up. The two chased hundreds of miles in front of each other and reached a big river. The crown prince finally chased Ning Xiaochuan in front of him and blocked his way. The night is dark and the cold wind is hunting. Ning Xiaochuan stood by the bank of the river, with blood dripping from every hair, and his robe had already been soaked with blood and sweat. He held the magic sword in his hand, and the evil spirit rolled on the surface of the sword. Ning Xiaochuan held his breath, clenched his teeth, and stared at the crown prince standing in the middle of the river. The crown prince of the emperor stood on the water with his long hair spread out, glanced at Ning Xiaochuan cynically and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, if you don't use the white bead in the center of your eyebrows, I'm afraid you can't catch my next blow in your current state." Naturally, the crown prince of the emperor can see that Ning Xiaochuan's state is very bad, and his body is almost broken, which can only be supported by strong willpower until now. The only taboo of the crown prince is the white bead in Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrow. Previously, it was that white bead that smashed the fist of the inferior supreme level. Fight! Ning Xiaochuan's body burst out with black and white light, half of which emitted white light and half of which emitted black light. The magic sword in his hand had long disappeared and was replaced by a monstrous short knife. The sword has become a knife. The emperor's eyes shrunk and he felt the crazy growth of the power in Ning Xiaochuan's body. Moreover, the blade in Ning Xiaochuan's hand is also very strange, emitting a blade light that destroys the sky and the earth, not like a mortal blade, like a butcher's knife in the hand of an evil god. The half of the star halberd felt the breath of the emperor's blade, and kept trembling, as if it was going to fly out of the hands of the crown prince. Is this the supreme imperial instrument? The crown prince's face changed dramatically and said, "Purple dragon, fit." He was aware of the danger and felt that Ning Xiaochuan's power was not as simple as raising a realm. Ow! The purple dragon cub soared out, turned into a purple cloud, and fused with the crown prince of the emperor. The crown prince of the emperor was immediately covered with a layer of purple dragon armor, with sharp barbs on his head and a pair of purple dragon wings on his back. The surface of each dragon scale was flowing with wisps of lightning. After the purple dragon cub merged with the crown prince, wisps of dragon gas emitted from the crown prince's body and rushed to the sky. Affected by the dragon chi, the sky is covered with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. It didn't take long for a thunderstorm to fall. In the rain, accompanied by a strong wind. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan carried the Tiandi blade, and fully integrated the power of the Tiandi blade, and chopped it down with a knife. On the river, huge waves swept up, tens of meters high. The crown prince of the emperor stood at the top of the water wave, condensed the power of the dragon cub, stabbed the broken halberd into the sky, and burst out the power of the supreme king's instrument. The two forces collided, and finally Ning Xiaochuan was better. The crown prince of the emperor was cut by the knife chi of the emperor's blade. A huge blast of knife gas, across the dragon armor, hit the crown prince's chest and burst him out. The purple dragon cub roared miserably, and it was obviously injured by the emperor's blade. It's really the supreme imperial weapon. The crown prince stared at Ning Xiaochuan standing in the sky, his teeth clenched, and his eyes seemed to spray flames. What about the supreme imperial weapon? I have dragon armor and dragon speed. How can you get me? Although the supreme imperial instrument is powerful, the crown prince has no fear in his heart, because he firmly believes that Ning Xiaochuan has been seriously injured and will not last long on the edge of collapse. The crown prince of the emperor changed his tactics, flapped his wings on his back, and used the speed of the divine dragon to avoid the attack of the emperor's blade, instead of fighting head-on with Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan didn't hit the trick. He stood in the void, closed his eyes, and held the Tiandi blade in his hand. He didn't waste any strength. In his mind, a mysterious picture emerged, which was the knife-shaped mark left by the Emperor of Heaven on the demon tower. The Emperor of Heaven waved a knife and chopped the earth. Earth-breaking saber, the strongest saber technique created by the Emperor of Heaven, represents the summary of the Emperor of Heaven's lifelong cultivation. Although Ning Xiaochuan has been comprehending the Hunyuan Ichi sword of the Purple and Gold Emperor, he occasionally contemplates the groundbreaking sword of the Emperor of Heaven, from which he understands the truth of martial arts. At this moment, he was very hurt, and he was on the edge of life and death. He unexpectedly realized the true meaning of earth-breaking knife in the dark. You know, he has the supreme body of Kendo, and he has spent a lot of time understanding the Hunyuan Ichi sword of the Purple and Gold Emperor, but he has not yet understood the true meaning of Hunyuan Ichi sword. However, he did not cultivate the supreme body of Tao, nor spend a lot of time to understand the Emperor's first groundbreaking Tao, but first realized the true meaning of groundbreaking Tao. Is the way of the Emperor of Heaven easier to understand than the way of the Emperor of Purple and Gold? Obviously not. Perhaps, Queen Wanyin and Tiandi Ren guessed correctly that Ning Xiaochuan and Tiandi really have some unusual connection, but he doesn't even know it. Otherwise, why could he understand the Tao of the Emperor of Heaven so quickly? Groundbreaking knife. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes suddenly opened, and the knife walked at will, feeling the ethereal rhyme. With a single-hand knife, cut down with a knife. When the sword was raised, an invisible divine force converged towards Ning Xiaochuan, between heaven and earth. The crown prince of the emperor stood below and looked up to the sky. He saw a huge imperial shadow behind Ning Xiaochuan, which was very similar to the portrait of the emperor hanging in the ancestral hall of Emperor Mountain. However, the emperor's shadow behind Ning Xiaochuan is very illusory, which makes people unable to see clearly. It seems that it will dissipate when the wind blows. Impossible. The crown prince of the emperor was shocked beyond measure, but he still tried to condense the strength in his body and display the most powerful tactics to block the knife cut by Ning Xiaochuan. Knife light, cut to the crown prince's waist. Even the dragon armor could not stop this knife, and was cut by the knife gas. However, the crown prince of the emperor used the dragon's speed to avoid the key. Poof! Tiandi blade cut off the legs of the crown prince from his thigh. A pair of bloody broken legs fell into the river, turning the river scarlet. The purple dragon cub also gave a terrible roar and was cut into serious injuries by the Emperor of Heaven. The crown prince lost his legs and uttered a scream. It was too late to take away his two short legs, so he immediately found a pair of dragon wings and fled to the sky. It's horrible. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized divine power and the power of the Emperor of Heaven. After using this knife, the Emperor's shadow behind Ning Xiaochuan dispersed, and the strength in his body was almost completely exhausted. With a bang, he fell to the ground and fell into the muddy water. The blade of the Emperor of Heaven turned into a white light and flew back to the Xian beast mirror. It's dangerous. Ning Xiaochuan was lying in the muddy water, with sharp pain all over, and it was very difficult to even move his fingers. Although the crown prince of the emperor lost his legs, his combat power was still there. As long as he waited a little longer, Ning Xiaochuan could not support him and could only be slaughtered by him. However, he was frightened by Ning Xiaochuan's knife just now, and he didn't dare to stay any longer. He was afraid that Ning Xiaochuan still had strength. Can't sleep, can't sleep. Must leave here. How clever the crown prince is. Once he finds that Ning Xiaochuan has not caught up, he will definitely feel strange. If the crown prince of the emperor returns, it will be very dangerous for Ning Xiaochuan to stay here. Moreover, the battle between Ning Xiaochuan and the crown prince of the emperor has attracted the attention of many monks. It is certain that other monks will catch up with Huiyun Imperial City. If Ning Xiaochuan is found by those monks, it is estimated that it will be a blessing in disguise. In the cultivation world, few people are willing to help you when you are in trouble. However, when you are weak, there are many people who give you a knife. Ning Xiaochuan used the last power in his body to call the Taisui beast out of the Xian beast Jian and let the Taisui beast carry him and escape from the ground. Escaping from the ground will leave some traces, but these traces are not easy to find. Even if it is found, with the speed of the Taisui beast underground, few people can catch up with it. The crown prince of the emperor has the talent of 10,000 years of difficulty, which can be called the ultimate talent level of mankind. His physical body is naturally very strong, far beyond other monks in the same realm. After Ning Xiaochuan cut off his legs, he immediately sealed the blood vessels of his legs to prevent the loss of blood. However, before he escaped far, he immediately stopped. No. Why didn't Ning Xiaochuan catch up? The crown prince quickly suppressed the panic in his heart and restored calm. In an instant, countless thoughts passed through his mind. Ning Xiaochuan must be at the end of his power, and he has no strength to continue to catch up and kill me. He can actually mobilize the divine power left by the emperor in the world, and he must be my great enemy in the future. Today, if he is not removed, it will be more difficult to remove him in the future. The crown prince looked at his broken legs. If he didn't treat them in time, he was afraid that he would become disabled forever. If you want to kill Ning Xiaochuan, you can only give it to the people of the Tibetans. With a wave of the sleeve of the emperor's crown prince, he played 5 jade runes in a row, which turned into 5 streamers and flew towards the sky. He sent a message to the masters of the Tibetans and told them to hunt down Ning Xiaochuan. After all this, the crown prince flew away again, looking for a secret place to recuperate from the injury and strive to regenerate the broken leg. He is a very proud person, and will never allow himself to become disabled. Ning Xiaochuan lay on the back of Taisui beast, clenching the tip of his tongue, and kept himself awake in a painful way. Taisui beast is the royal family of the underground creatures. Under the ground, its speed is quite fast. 2 days later, Taisui beast has taken Ning Xiaochuan away from the Huiyun Imperial City and reached the territory far away from the Huiyun Imperial City. When it bore Ning Xiaochuan out of the ground, it appeared on an empty field, which was not far away from Huiyun Imperial City, and it was temporarily safe. Fortunately, the 3-turn Huanyang pill was refined in advance. Otherwise, such a serious injury could not heal so quickly. Ning Xiaochuan jumped down from the back of Taisui beast, fell to the ground, and spit out a long mouthful of turbid gas. Although the injury has healed, the side effects brought by taking Tyrannosaurus rex, Dan, have not completely disappeared. The body is still in a weak period, the blood vessels of the whole body are pricking, and the cultivation has fallen to the lowest point. Weak period, there is still 1 day. As long as I survive this day, my cultivation will completely recover. Ning Xiaochuan looked around the field, and there was a desolation around him, even the larger trees could not be seen. Under the ground, there is no trace of the earth vein, and the soil is very barren. Obviously, this field is a remote place, and there will be no monks and Xian beasts coming here to practice, which is just suitable for Ning Xiaochuan to hide. The emperor's crown prince's legs were cut off, and he will definitely go to find a soul-level mental health master to heal him first. Only a soul-level mental health master can help him regenerate. He has no time to chase me now. Ning Xiaochuan's heart just emerged this idea. In the distance, there was a strange cry, like a bird, like a beast, and the people who listened to it were creepy. Ning Xiaochuan looked in the direction of the strange sound, and saw a black big bird flying from the horizon, with a huge body and the brilliance of flame flowing on its feathers. When the black big bird flew close, I saw that it actually had a human head, and its wings were more than 80 meters long, casting a huge black shadow on the ground. In addition to the seal, Dizong. Ning Xiaochuan's heart sank slightly and recognized the identity of the big bird. Catch up so quickly. One of the 6 underground collections of the Emperor of the Underground Collection, in addition to the sealed underground collection. It is said that he is a half-human and half-demon. He has both human blood and ancient animal blood in his body. His flesh is powerful, and he can lift mountains to the west by waving his wings, and cut rivers by waving his claws. In addition to the seal hiding above Ning Xiaochuan's head, the cold and biting wind blew over the whole field, and his mouth sent out a Yin Tut's laughter, gaga. Ning Xiaochuan, you think you can't find you if you escape from the ground? It's naive. My ancestor, the seal ancient beast, is not only the overlord of thousands of birds in the sky, but also the king of all major beast families under the ground. Ning Xiaochuan kept calm and said, in addition to sealing and hiding, you are too brave. Even the crown prince almost died in my hands, and you dare to catch up, really don't die? If you were really so strong, you wouldn't run away. If you guessed correctly, you have been seriously injured in the war with the crown prince of the emperor, and now you haven't recovered? In addition to the seal, Dizong laughed. Ning Xiaochuan said, it's really stupid. Don't you know that I'm a soul-level great spiritual trainer? Even if I'm seriously injured, 2 days is enough to heal my injury. You actually listen to the rumors of the crown prince and really catch up. It's like killing yourself. A few words are like scaring this seed away. Ning Xiaochuan, you'd better hand over all the treasures of the King of Tibet, the Jade Seal and the treasury of the Tianshu Empire, or this seat will make your life worse than death. In addition to sealing, Dizong is indeed a little afraid of Ning Xiaochuan. After all, Ning Xiaochuan is really strong and almost kills the crown prince of the emperor. Death. Ning Xiaochuan stopped talking, showed his strong side, took out the Zhenwu bow, put a 2-meter-long golden Zhenwu arrow on the bow, and shot up to the sky. A golden arrow, with a roar, rushed from the ground. Poof. Zhenwu arrow shot through the left wing of Dizong except for seal, and then flew back to Ning Xiaochuan's hand. Dozens of black feathers fell from the sky. Each feather weighed dozens of kilograms and was stained with blood. In addition to seal, after being wounded by Zhenwu arrow, Dizong immediately reduced his body to the size of a normal human, and did not want to become a live target of Ning Xiaochuan. He still has a blackbird's body, a human head, and a pillar of fire spit out of his mouth. Wow! The whole field burned, and a moment later, dozens of miles around it turned into a fire. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the fire field and wrapped his body with the demon fire of extermination. No matter how powerful the flame is, it can't hurt a hair of him. Phew! 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 3 Zhenwu arrows were shot in a row, and they flew hundreds of meters away. When the 3rd Zhenwu arrow hit, it finally broke through a protective Jioping Xuanqi of Dizong. In addition to seal, Dizong's face changed greatly. I didn't expect Ning Xiaochuan to be so fierce. Has his injury really healed? At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan's 4th arrow flew in front of him. The golden arrow, with a tail of tens of meters long, is quite powerful, just like penetrating a layer of paper, puncturing the protective vitality hidden in addition to seals. Poof! In addition to the seal, Dizong was pierced by Zhenwu arrows, and his body was hit and flew more than 100 meters away. There was an extra blood hole with the size of a bowl in his chest. Too strong. In addition to seal, Dizong didn't dare to fight with Ning Xiaochuan anymore. His black feathers turned into pieces of scales to cover his body, just like a huge gopher, and instantly went underground. I can't escape. Ning Xiaochuan used all the remaining strength in his body to pull Zhenwu Bao into a full moon and shoot an arrow to the ground. Bang! The golden arrow light, hitting the earth, shot towards the land except seal. Underground, there was a scream except for the seal of Dizong. Ning Xiaochuan, King Xuanji, and 3 other Dizong are on their way. You are dead. The Zhenwu arrow flew back from the ground and fell into Ning Xiaochuan's hands. The long arrow with drops of hot blood, crimson blood, fell from the golden arrow feather to the ground, and dyed the grass leaves red. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan stepped on the ground and shook the body of Dizong except for seal out of the ground. A spark popped out of his finger and burned the body of Dizong except seal into ashes. To deal with the Tibetans in Mingtianjing, it is unexpectedly necessary to use Zhenwu arrows and Zhenwu bows. The combat power is less than 2 levels in its heyday. Ning Xiaochuan clearly judged his strength and knew that he was still in a weak period. If 2 Tibetans found him at the same time, he might not be able to deal with it. The most powerful person in the Tibetans is the king of Xuanji, the existence of the 9th realm of heaven and man. In my current state, once he finds me, I don't even have a chance to escape. After shooting Dizong, Ning Xiaochuan immediately left the field and fled to the north. Not long after Ning Xiaochuan left, 3 figures flew from a distance and fell on the field where they had just fought. The earth on the ground is still very hot, and the battle has just ended, no more than an hour. One of the figures, wrapped in black fog, showed his true face. He was an old man in a Taoist robe. The old man in Daopao is one of the 6 Tibetans of the king of Dizong. Yangguang Dizong holds a rui bead in his left hand and a dharma seal in his right hand. There is always a gloomy smile on his eyebrows. Another figure also showed his true face. He was burly, with a tiger back and a bare waist. Every hair was like a steel needle, and his voice was like a sullen thunder. In addition to the seal, Dizong has been killed. Has Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation been completely restored? That's not necessarily true. There have been fierce battles here, which shows that it's not easy for Ning Xiaochuan to kill Dizong except seal. In addition to the cultivation of seal Dizong, it ranks second to last among our 6 Dizong. It takes Ning Xiaochuan so long to deal with him. If the 3 of us work together, we can definitely easily kill Ning Xiaochuan. The sun hid his eyes with a cold look. Another thin middle-aged woman, who was holding the ground to hide, said, "The Taoist protector of Tiandi Mountain has been restrained by the king of Xuanji Dharma. Now is the best time to kill Ning Xiaochuan. It's best to find the bitch of Baozhu ground to hide, who dares to join hands with an outsider, to pay us. If I catch her, her life will be worse than death." Nico hid a gloomy smile and said, "Your Royal Highness, the spirit girl of Jiutian Pavilion, joined hands with the strong men of the Tang clan, and has led the bitch to a death place. The bitch may have died in the hands of the strong men of the Tang clan." The burly man said, "It is said that Ning Xiaochuan's hand not only holds the Zhenwu jade seal of the Tianshu Empire, but also a mysterious supreme imperial instrument. This matter has caused great shock in the Huayun Empire. Many powerful monks have been sent out, and everyone is looking for him. Most of it is true. Otherwise, with the cultivation of the crown prince of the emperor and half of the supreme king's where, how could it be defeated by Ning Xiaochuan? It's said that even the creatures of the demon clan have sent out and are determined to get the supreme emperor's weapon. We also need to speed up the collection speed. If Ning Xiaochuan is found by other masters first, then his treasures will be others." The faces of the 3 Tibetans of the Tibetan's king clan showed a look of greed, which was a supreme imperial instrument, a treasure that the Holy Land did not have. If you let them get a supreme emperor's weapon, martial arts cultivation will definitely advance, by leaps and bounds. In the future, even in the face of a Holy Land, don't be afraid. Ning Xiaochuan fled all the way north, and finally escaped from the vast wilderness before nightfall. In front of his eyes, a long and narrow ancient river appeared. The river has changed its course 10,000 years ago, but it forms a huge river valley here, extending far away, and I don't know how long it is. The bottom of the river valley is very deep, and it is covered by fog all the year round. Over time, it turns into a highly toxic miasma, and few living creatures dare to enter the river valley. However, Ning Xiaochuan has a special physique and is not afraid of poison barriers. He flies directly into the river valley and moves all the way along the bottom of the river valley. The king of Xuanji is proficient in calculation and can choose the position of the monk according to the monk's breath. The poison barrier in the river valley can just cover my breath and avoid being caught up by the king of Xuanji. Ning Xiaochuan sat on the back of the double-headed stone beast, holding a ground product Xianqi in his hands respectively, and ran the heaven and earth Xuanqi, absorbing the pure Xuanqi in the ground product Xianqi into his body at a rate of 2048 times. He had to spend every minute to recover his cultivation. He had a hunch that the next battle would be more dangerous. The cultivation of the double-headed stone beast has reached the fourth realm of heaven and man. Every stone on its body is as hard as iron, and even grows dragon scale-like lines. It took Xiaohong's dragon blood, and after the refining of Xinqi dragon fire, the stone body changed greatly. Its constitution is no longer much weaker than those divine beast cubs with strong talents. If it is bred in the Xian beast Jian for a period of time, it will definitely be able to fight with divine beast cubs in the future. The origin of the Xian beast Jian is as mysterious as the white bone bead. It has a quite wonderful ability, which can imperceptibly improve the constitution of the Xian beast, and even help the Xian beast understand the way of heaven. Double-headed stone beasts, Kylan ghost bat beasts, golden dragons, six-armed Tyrannosaurus rex, Tai-Sui beasts, and white-headed nine-clawed eagles have all benefited a lot from the Xian beast guide. They get rid of the original ordinary demon body and evolve towards the physical evolution of divine beasts. After taking a real blood pill, Xiaohong's blood gas has recovered a lot. She stood on the top of the double-headed stone beast, guiding the direction for the double-headed stone beast, obviously in high spirits. Her cultivation seems to have improved, and every inch of her skin is bright, just like a body made of glazed precious crystals. Suddenly, the double-headed stone beast stopped, looked restless, and shouted at the front. Xiaohong touched her pink little chin, and two flames shot out of her round big eyes, saying, "Who is it? Don't get out." Jia Jia. In the dark fog, a ghostly figure flew out. Gradually, the figure showed its true face. It was a thin, ugly middle-aged woman with deep sunken eyes and a strange smile on her face. "Ning Xiaochuan, you can't escape." Ning Xiaochuan, who was sitting on the back of the double-headed stone beast, slowly opened his eyes and looked at the woman. He seemed to say to himself, "Are all the people of your Tibetan king sect dogs? They caught up so soon. This seat is the possession of the king of Dizong, Dizong. I came to you to avenge the master of the king of Dizong. Ning Xiaochuan, stretch out your neck yourself, and this seat will give you a good time." The ugly woman sneered. Ning Xiaochuan sneered, "I think you want to hide the treasures left by the king? When you die, all your treasures will naturally be mine." Her eyes are green, like practicing some kind of evil scripture, making her body become evil. Even the soil under her feet was corroded into black by the evil spirit. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Qi Dizong deeply and said, "You look up to yourself too much. You don't need my hand at all. A war pet can take your life. Qi Dizong, if you die here today, don't blame me, blame yourself for being too greedy." Six-armed Tyrannosaurus rex. Ning Xiaochuan broke a piece of Tianwu vitality into the Xuanzhou Jian, carefully communicated with the six-armed Tyrannosaurus rex in the Xuanzhou Jian, and called the six-armed Tyrannosaurus rex out. Roar. A dragon's song resounded through the whole valley. The six-armed Tyrannosaurus rex flew out of the Xian beast's mirror, like an iron hill. The dragon scale was harder than iron, with infinite power and amazing explosive power. Its mouth roared and rushed up. 6 arms waved at the same time, and the 6 dragon claws took turns to pat down the ground. Feeling the strong dragon chi on the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex, holding the ground, Hid slightly surprised, immediately stepped on the 9-step body method, flashing 9 times in succession, avoiding the claws of the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex. She didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan actually accepted a 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex as a war pet. This is the Dragon Clan. Moreover, the cultivation of 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex has reached a very strong level, and it must have a high position in the Dragon Clan. How easy is it to subdue it? 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex, known as the most powerful Dragon Clan, is very strong, and every muscle and bone of his body contains destructive power. Bang! When the dragon's claw waved down, it left a claw print of tens of meters on the stone wall of the river valley, causing the rocks to overturn and the cliff to vibrate, forcing the ground to hide and dodge. The cultivation of 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex ranks first among the 6 monsters in the Xian Beast Manual. It is not only powerful in flesh, but also amazing in defense. When holding the ground to hide and fighting the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex, Ning Xiaochuan slowly closed his eyes, released his mind power, and explored in all directions, trying to find out if there were any other strong people catching up. As soon as his mind was 800 meters away, he noticed the breath of the 2 monks. Sure enough, there are 2 other masters hidden at the bottom of the river valley. The cultivation of those 2 masters seems to be a bit stronger than that of GD possession. Although they are well hidden, how can they escape the exploration of Ning Xiaochuan's mind? It must be the other 2 Tibetans of the King of Tibetans. Because they don't know my real strength now, they don't dare to rush out. They just let the land-holding Tibetans come out first to test my falseness and reality. The arrival of the 3 Tibetans of the King of Tibetans at the same time really caused great pressure on Ning Xiaochuan. No, why are there other strong ones? Ning Xiaochuan found the 3rd breath, which was also hidden at the bottom of the river valley. The owner of that breath is better hidden than the 2 Tibetans of the King of Tibetans, and is almost completely integrated with the environment at the bottom of the river valley. The man's cultivation is also more powerful, and his secret arts are very clever. He almost deceived Ning Xiaochuan's mind. Is it the King of Xuanji Dharma? No, if the King of Xuanji Dharma has arrived, with his cultivation, there is no need to hide in the dark and watch. Who is the owner of the 1st breath? What degree of cultivation has it reached? Ning Xiaochuan originally intended to unite Xiaohong and 6 monsters to directly hide the 3 lands of the Tibetans to Zhensha. Although the membership fee is a mess, Ning Xiaochuan believes that he has that strength. However, after discovering that there was another more powerful monk in the dark, Ning Xiaochuan decided to change his strategy. Ning Xiaochuan closed his eyes again and mobilized the power of the 7 orifices demon heart. Blood orifices and heart orifices revolve around the heart rapidly, making the 7 orifices of the 7 orifices of the 7 orifices demon heart extremely bright, like 7 circular halos covering the heart. The 7 minds condensed into 7 human shadows exactly like Ning Xiaochuan, sitting in the center of the 7 orifices of the heart respectively. Wow! Wow! Among them, 2 human spirits flew out of Ning Xiaochuan's body, silently. Just like the soul out of the body, the 2 human spirits flew towards the hidden directions of the 2 Tibetans of the King of Tibetans. Ning Xiaochuan is worthy of being the spirit son of Tiandi Mountain. He not only has a dragon cub, but also accepts a 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex. If his cultivation has really fully recovered, even if the 3 of us work together, we are not his opponent. Sun Jizong squinted his eyes and touched the beard on his chin. He was still a little afraid of Ning Xiaochuan. Baoyin Dizong's body was like an iron tower, strong and burly, with a poisonous look in his eyes, and he snorted coldly, "Is the crown prince weak?" If the 3 of us Dizong shot at the same time, I'm afraid they would all be slapped by the crown prince to death. Ning Xiaochuan and the crown prince must have been seriously injured in the war, so I don't believe he will be stronger than the crown prince. Sunlight and Baoyin are hidden in the dark to observe the deficiency and reality of Ning Xiaochuan. Suddenly, two cold winds blew, rotating around the two of them, condensing into two powerful heart-god-human shadows, like two ghost shadows, hitting them respectively and directly drilling into their bodies. No, Ning Xiaochuan launched a mind attack. Baoyin Dizong immediately sat on the ground and completely restrained his mind back to the heart palace of martial arts, blocking the human mind. It's too confident to dare to let the mind enter our body to attack. Nico Dizong was not panic, but just closed his eyes, kept making marks with his hands, and beat the marks towards his body. He wanted to disperse the human mind that had entered his body with the mark of Daofa. However, the human mind was stronger than expected, and it was not dispersed by the shock. Instead, it surged along the blood vessels, towards his heart. How is it possible? Nico Hideki's face changed dramatically. I can't imagine Ning Xiaochuan's mind was so strong. He immediately sat on the ground, mobilized the concrete magic power in his body, condensed into a sword, and tried his best to resist Ning Xiaochuan's human mind. In the cultivation world, mind attack is not common. Because the farther the mind is from the Buddha, the weaker it will be. Unless your mind is more than 10 times stronger than the other party's mind, otherwise, you use your mind to enter the other party's body to attack, that is to die. If your mind is more than 10 times stronger than the other party, and your martial arts cultivation is certainly many times stronger than the other party, you can kill the other party with one punch. Why should you take the risk of being defeated by the other party to attack your mind? Wan Xinchen was defeated by the concrete magic in the other party's body, which not only hurt his mind, but also his strength. Therefore, if you can kill your opponent with martial power, few people will use mental power to defeat your opponent's spiritual defense line. At this moment, Yangguang Dizong and Baoyin Dizong are using the concrete magic powers in their bodies to attack the mind power invading their bodies, trying to break the powerful human mind. However, the power of that human mind is extremely strong, and they can't resist it if they go in and out of no one's territory. Has Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation reached the realm of the 9 heavenly venerable? The cold sweat kept coming from the forehead of Guangri Dizong, and every muscle was trembling. Ning Xiaochuan's spiritual power is too terrible, stronger than the 9 heavenly lords. If it is only the mind of monks in the 7th realm of heaven and man, they are still sure to use the concrete magic power in their bodies to defeat each other's mind power. However, Ning Xiaochuan's mind is much more terrifying than that of the friars in the 7th realm of heaven and man, and they can't resist it with their strength. After a fight, the minds of Yangri Dizong and Baoyin Dizong were finally broken by Ning Xiaochuan. The two people were subdued by the 7 orifices demon heart. In the silence, the two strong cultivation of Dizong had become Ning Xiaochuan's spiritual slaves. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't want to use the 7 orifices demon heart to subdue some useless people. The more spiritual slaves you accept, the heavier the burden on your heart, and the greater the drag on his cultivation. The 7 orifices demon heart is like a galloping carriage. Anyone who is taken into the carriage must obey Ning Xiaochuan's orders. However, the more people take in the carriage, the heavier the burden, and the slower the carriage runs. Therefore, the purer the heart, the more able it is to focus on cultivating the road. People who pack too much in their hearts will be more fettered, but they are not as fast as people with pure hearts. Shuelingshu is pure in heart, focused on the way of heaven. Therefore, it can travel thousands of miles a day, and the realm is far beyond that of its contemporaries. Although Ning Xiaochuan's heart is strong, he pretends too much and drags himself down. Those spiritual slaves who were accepted by him were like impurities in his heart. Although they helped him to a certain extent, they virtually hindered his cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan subdued Nico Dizong and Baoyin Dizong, and just wanted to use their power to deal with the master who had been hidden in the dark. Holding Dizong, who was fighting with the six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex, didn't know that his two companions had become Ning Xiaochuan's servants. This is the strength of the seven orifices demon heart. Bang! The six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex's claws slapped on the chest of Qi Dizang, beating Qi Dizang's body bloody, like a broken kite, and throwing it back. Holding the ground to hide fell to the ground, his mouth kept gushing blood, covered his chest, staggered back, and said with a ferocious face, "Sunshine to hide, treasure to hide, still don't appear?" Sun Dizang and Baoing Dizang came out of the miasma. Although they had become Ning Xiaochuan's spiritual slaves, they were still covered with evil spirit and deliberately pretended to be hostile to Ning Xiaochuan. The sun hid coldly, "Friend hidden at the bottom of the river valley, since you have come, why don't we fight against Ning Xiaochuan together?" Holding the face of the ground to hide slightly changed, looking at the sun to hide, said, "In addition to us and Ning Xiaochuan, there are other strong people hiding nearby?" Yangguang Dizang smiled, nodded, and continued, "Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation is powerful. Only with the strength of all of us can we take him down. Friend, let's join hands for a while. After Jin kills Ning Xiaochuan, we will take half of his treasure. What do you think? At 12 o'clock in the morning tonight, I will burst into several chapters. Don't ask me why, willful." At the bottom of the river valley, it was covered by severe miasma and silent. Suddenly, a footstep sounded. A tall and thin figure in white bone armor came out of the deep valley. He wore a skull mask on his face, which covered his face and could not see his face clearly. What are you? Do you deserve to work with me?" The tall and thin figure in white bone armor gradually approached and stood opposite Ning Xiaochuan, without paying attention to the three Tibetans of the King of Tibetans. In his eyes, only Ning Xiaochuan. "You are too arrogant." Qi Dizang was very dissatisfied with the figure wearing white bone armor. Anyway, their 6 hiding places in the Tianshu Empire were also well-known evil figures. When had they been so despised? Moreover, the people who catch up here must also be to seize the supreme imperial weapon on Ning Xiaochuan. For Qi Dizang, the figure wearing white bone armor is not a friend, but an enemy. However, this person is even more arrogant than Ning Xiaochuan, and must have strong cultivation. Wow! With a wave of his arm, the arm was wrapped by evil light, and hit the figure wearing white bone armor with a big handprint. Holding land and hiding, just want to test each other's cultivation, not really launch an attack. However, the figure wearing white bone armor thought that she was provoking, and her heart was angry, and her mouth gave a cold hum. He raised his arm and pointed to the void. A force 10 times stronger than the evil gas on Qi Di's hide flew out of his fingertips, and with a puff, he punctured Qi Di's head. A blood hole the size of a finger was pointed out in the middle of the eyebrow of Holding the Ground. Holding the ground and hiding the body, standing rigidly in place, motionless. Red blood and white brain flowed from the blood hole in the middle of the eyebrow. The cultivation of the 5th realm of heaven and man should be a good ghost. The figure in white bone armor walked to the body held in the ground, pressed his palm on the top of the body, and pulled out a struggling ghost from the body. He skillfully suppressed the ghost into an inky black bottle, and then put the bottle away. This scene is very strange and creepy. Both Yangguang Dizang and Baoing Dizang seemed to be frightened, holding their breath and staring at the figure wearing white bone armor in shock. The figure wearing white bone armor just glanced at them with scorn, and didn't pay attention to the small rolls of Tu Dizang at all. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, "Are you Tsang Minghai, the heir of the ghost family?" "Yes, I'm the spirit of the ghost family, Yan Huan." "Ning Xiaochuan, I've heard your name, the spirit of Tiandi Mountain. Even Yan Wen's eyes were blinded by you. Your skill is really great." Yan Huan's voice was smiling, but his voice was very hoarse and harsh. Ning Xiaochuan said, "That's a misunderstanding. Yan Wen's eyes were really not blinded by me." "It doesn't matter. Anyway, Yan Wen, the younger generation of our ghost family, is also ranked outside the top 10. Even if he blinds his eyes, it's not much skill. Yan Huan said indifferently. Ning Xiaochuan said, you seem very confident in yourself? Before killing, always be confident. Otherwise, you can't kill people. Yan Huan was still laughing, but his laughter was much colder. Ning Xiaochuan, I heard that you have a supreme imperial instrument on your body. I'm very curious, and want to borrow it to watch it. I don't know, will you? The news really leaked out. It must be the Emperor's prince who deliberately spread the news that I have the supreme imperial instrument, so that everyone's eyes can be focused on me, and he can have a lot of time to heal. Ning Xiaochuan's secret way. Ning Xiaochuan smiled and said, another greedy man. Hey. Yan Huan also grinned, and his laughter was very cold. The pores on his back, emitting wisps of dark ghost fog, intertwined, sticky, like ink. In the ghost fog, a huge figure appeared, which was a fierce ghost with a green face and fangs, up to 7 feet high, with 3 heads and 6 arms, and his face was particularly ferocious. Ding ding. Yan Huan took out a purple bell, shook the bell, formed fingerprints on the index finger and middle finger of his right hand, pointed to Ning Xiaochuan, and spit out a word in his mouth, body. The fierce ghost seemed to sense something. With a long whistle, it flew towards Ning Xiaochuan. The 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex wanted to intercept the fierce ghost, but the fierce ghost had no real body. The unreal body penetrated the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex's body, hit a ghost palm and patted Ning Xiaochuan's head. Yan Huanzhua stood on the boulder in the distance, shook the bell, and said with a smile, this ghost king is refined from the ghosts of 3 powerful people in the 7th realm of heaven and man. Among the countless ghost kings raised by the ghost family, it is also a very powerful one. It took me 7 years to feed it with 9,000 pairs of boy and girl blood before I gradually accepted it. Ning Xiaochuan, don't let me down. Yan Huan didn't underestimate Ning Xiaochuan from beginning to end. When he decided to deal with Fu Ning Xiaochuan, he immediately released the most powerful ghost king he raised. The ghost king rushed straight over with strong yin qi, instantly making the space cold and pressing. Countless ghost howls echoed in Ning Xiaochuan's ears, like turning into a ghost land. Wow! Xiaohong spits out a god-extinguished dragon fire in her mouth, which turns into a red fire cloud and rushes towards the green-faced and fanged ghost king. Physical attack has no effect on ghosts. Only by using Daofa and Shintong can ghosts be traumatized to a certain extent. The ghost king, who has been refined by the ghost family, has long been baptized by Taoist methods and magical powers. He specially calcines ghost bodies in the ghost king stove, which is not comparable to ordinary ghosts at all. They are born for war. They are powerful, and their ghost bodies are solid. General Taoism and magical powers can't hurt them at all. However, God extinguishes the dragon fire, which can only be cultivated by the dragon cub, and its power is not trivial. Chi. Being attacked by the god-extinguishing dragon fire, even the ghost king was burned. Its ghost body was burned to smoke, and even half of its head was burned. The 3 mouths of the 3 heads of the ghost king emitted a roar at the same time, emitting 3 different ghost sounds. It immediately retreated 2 steps, the ghost gas flowed around the body for a week, and the burnt half of the head immediately grew again. However, its ghost body was slightly shallow. Sure enough, a dragon is naive. Under Yan Huan's skull mask, a pair of red pupils appeared, with excited light in his eyes, and laughed, God helps me. If the dragon cub falls into my hands, even the godson of the ghost family is not my opponent. Who else can fight with me in the whole North Xinjiang young generation? Ghost King Bone Armor. Yan Huan threw his arm and threw out a white bone armor. The white bone armor automatically wears on the Ghost King and protects the Ghost King's ghost body in the armor. The white bone armor was forged from the bones of countless heavenly and human venerable beings. On each bone, there are real people of the ghost family, burning ghost marks. Such a white bone armor is specially used for the Ghost King. It belongs to the treasure level in the ghost family. Only the first 3 armor of the young generation can get one. After the Ghost King wears the Ghost King's bone armor, his defense is greatly improved and his immunity to Taoism and magical powers is stronger. When the god extinguished the dragon fire rushed to it, black ghost patterns appeared on the Ghost King's bone armor, which unexpectedly resisted the god extinguished the dragon fire. Damn, if I cultivate Dragon Yuan, I will definitely be able to burn through the bone armor. God extinguishes the dragon fire and cannot stop the Ghost King's pace. Xiaohong watched the Ghost King keep approaching, and her heart was very anxious. Ning Xiaochuan was still very calm. He took out the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, lifted his arm and cut it with a knife. Although he is now in a weak period, he can still mobilize the divine power of the Emperor of Heaven. Behind him, there is a magnificent imperial shadow, with an inviolable spirit of evil. Groundbreaking knife. With a flash of knife light, the domineering knife gas broke the ghost pattern recorded by the real person. Bang! Bang! The Ghost King's bone armor was cut into a half-meter-long crack, and a large amount of ghost gas escaped from the crack. Unexpectedly, it's just a crack. Ning Xiaochuan was very dissatisfied with this knife. He thought that the power of the gods was enough to split the Ghost King's bone armor in 2. It seems that he is still too weak. After waving the knife, Ning Xiaochuan immediately sat down and immediately recovered. That knife, just now almost exhausted the strength of Tianwu in his body. After the Ghost King's bone armor was broken by a crack, it could no longer stop the god extinguishing dragon fire. The god extinguished the dragon fire pouring in from the crack, burning. The Ghost King screamed repeatedly, and had to retreat immediately. What a powerful knife, even the ghost patterns burned by real people can't stop. Ning Xiaochuan definitely borrowed the power of the gods. Is Ning Xiaochuan also the descendants of the gods? Yan Huan was shocked by Ning Xiaochuan's knife just now. The ancestor of their ghost-raising family was a secondary god. Among the later generations, there are heroes who are awakened by the blood of gods. They can use the divine power left in the world by their ancestors to burst out terrorist forces beyond their own realm. Although Yan Huan was shocked, he also saw Ning Xiaochuan's falseness and reality from the move just now. Ning Xiaochuan was seriously injured in the war with the crown prince of the emperor, and just a knife exhausted his vitality. Yan Huan sneered and immediately ordered the Ghost King to contain the dragon, cub and 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex. And he himself shot to give Ning Xiaochuan a fatal blow when he was weakest. Just when Yan Huan was ready to fight in person, Sun Dizong and Baoing Dizong, who had not been paid attention to by him, suddenly attacked him and hit Yan Huan unprepared with the most powerful attack means. 2 mole ants, how dare you! Yan Huan was so angry that he slapped Bao Yindizang on the chest. However, he didn't expect that Baoing Dizong had no fear, did not dodge, and directly hit his palm. It's like death. Isn't it? Xiaohong widened her eyes, and her eyelashes flashed. Ning Xiaochuan gently shook his head and said, I feel an extremely strong breath, coming in this direction. It should be the mysterious king of the King of Tibet. Yan Huan should also feel that strong breath, so he chose to retreat decisively. We must leave immediately. Ning Xiaochuan gave orders to Guangri Dizong and Baoing Dizong to stay and hold back the king of Xuanji. Carrying Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong on their backs, the double-headed stone beast immediately set out and ran at full speed along the bottom of the river valley. Ning Xiaochuan, why don't we escape from the ground? Xiaohong asked. Ning Xiaochuan said, our whereabouts have been exposed. There is no difference between escaping from the ground and escaping from the ground. Escaping from the ground, we can't go far. Although the speed of Tai Sui beast in the ground is very fast, it is also relatively speaking. If the Tai Sui beast is running underground and the double-headed stone beast is running on the ground, then the forward speed of the Tai Sui beast is far less than that of the double-headed stone beast. Although the king of Xuanji is still thousands of miles away, the strong mind of the ninth realm of heaven and man is extremely powerful. Even if it is thousands of miles away, it can lock Ning Xiaochuan's breath. After the two-headed stone beast ran for 2 hours, the 7 whole gods and demons made 2 soft sounds in their hearts, like 2 lifelines were broken. Guangri Dizong and Baoing Dizong are dead. Ning Xiaochuan sensed that the spiritual power of Guangri Dizong and Baoing Dizong dissipated. Needless to guess, they must have died in the hands of Xuanji King. The mysterious Dharma King will definitely catch up soon. Ning Xiaochuan looked up at the sky, and a blue glow appeared on the horizon, with the brilliance of the sun shining from the glow. It's almost dawn. As long as he holds out for another hour, he can pass the weak period and his cultivation will be fully recovered. Come on. Come on. Ning Xiaochuan fed a Tyrannosaurus rex blood pill into the mouth of the double-headed stone beast. With a bang, the pill exploded in the double-headed stone beast's body, and the thick Dan gas completely wrapped the double-headed stone beast. Crackling. The cultivation of the double-headed stone beast continued to rise, and the 2 huge heads degenerated into the shape of a dragon head. A dragon's song came out of his mouth, and his running speed suddenly doubled. Not fast enough. Then, Ning Xiaochuan's palm stretched out, and a fist-sized seal emerged from the palm, emitting a jade light suspended in his chest. Earth vein, listen to my orders. Ning Xiaochuan pressed his hands on the jade seal, woke up the spirit of the jade seal, mobilized a 10-mile-long earth vein under the ground, and entered the double-headed stone beast. The double-headed stone beast is originally a natural stone body. It absorbs the aura of the earth, breathes stone blood, and produces wisdom. Therefore, the double-headed stone beast can absorb the power of the earth vein and supplement the energy consumption. The earth vein entered the body of the double-headed stone beast, and immediately increased the speed of the double-headed stone beast by a large part. Before long, the double-headed stone beast rushed out of the ancient river and into a hot desert. This desert is at the end of the ancient river. At a glance, there are all bare sand dunes and vast sand sea, and you can't see any green vegetation. What's more strange is that the sand in the desert is actually light red. The deeper into the desert, the redder the sand is, and the hotter the desert surface is. It's so weird. Stop first. Ning Xiaochuan felt that this desert was very strange, dry and hot, with no grass growing. Under the thick red sand, he often made strange sounds, like some unknown creature living. This is not like a good place. Because the ground is full of red sand, which makes the sky red. Every cloud is a bloody ghost face. Xiaohong didn't feel the danger at all, but was very excited and said, Ning Xiaochuan, I feel that there is an ancient fire field in the deeper part of the desert. I seem to have seen the raging fire sea, which is really great. If it is really a fire field left over from ancient times, it will be of great help to me. Maybe it can condense the god fire dragon Yuan in one fell swoop. Xiaohong is a dragon cub with fire attribute, which can be called fire dragon body. The dragon cub of the crown prince of the emperor is the thunder and lightning attribute. The dragon Yuan cultivated belongs to the thunder and lightning dragon Yuan. Ning Xiaochuan also felt the extremely high temperature in the depths of the desert, which may really be 1,000 miles of fire. However, he always felt that this desert was not simple, and it seemed to hide a huge danger, which made people feel uneasy all the time. Since we can help you gather Dragon Yuan, let's go and try. Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation has been completely restored, and naturally, he is fearless. Even if he is a Jedi of life and death, he dares to break through. Take the double-headed stone beast back to the Xian beast's mirror, and go to the depths of the desert. However, Ning Xiaochuan stopped every time he went far. A bucket-thick iron chain, like a dark iron dragon, flew out of the void, sent out a roaring wind, and attacked Ning Xiaochuan. The air, like a water curtain, was shaken out in circles of ripples. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan had been aware of it for a long time, and immediately moved tens of meters to the right to avoid the attack of the iron chain. The escape speed is fast enough. Now, why don't you escape? A gloomy voice came from the horizon. A huge magic palace, flying from the horizon, wrapped in a magic cloud, looks like a magic palace outside the sky. Just now, the thick iron chain of the bucket flew out of the magic hall. Ning Xiaochuan was very calm, looked at the sky and said, "King Xuanji, my cultivation has been restored. Even if you catch up, you can't help me." What a big tone. Do you really think it's in the secret place of the gods? How dare you not pay attention to me? Today, I'll let you see how far you are from the ninth heaven. King Xuanji was very angry. Although it is said that the constitution of the heirs of the Holy Land is indeed very strong. However, Ning Xiaochuan, after all, is only a monk in the sixth realm of heaven and man. It is absolutely a capital crime to dare not to look at a nine-heaven venerable, just like a civilian who does not look at the princes. Too arrogant. Ning Xiaochuan is really not arrogant. His cultivation has been restored now, even if he can't fight the Xuanji king, but if he combines with Xiaohong and displays the divine dragon speed, even the Xuanji king may not catch up with them. In that case, Ning Xiaochuan naturally doesn't have to fear the king of Xuanji. Wow! Above the sky, two thick chains flew out of the demon hall at the same time, like the two arms of a giant, attacking Ning Xiaochuan. Little Red, fit. Ning Xiaochuan drank heavily. Xiaohong immediately turned into a red dragon scale armor, completely wrapped Ning Xiaochuan, and a pair of red dragon wings grew on her back. The dragon's wings fluttered, raising a strong wind. Ning Xiaochuan's speed is as fast as a dragon, turning into a red streamer, holding a long flame tail, shuttling between two iron chains. The two chains controlled by King Xuanji could not hurt Ning Xiaochuan at all. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan pulled away the Zhenwu bow, shot a golden Zhenwu arrow, and hit the magic hall in the magic cloud. Attacked by Zhenwu arrow, the magic hall shook violently, and a large piece of black magic iron was shot out. A corner of the demon hall fell to the ground. Medium-grade supreme wear. In the demon hall, the angry voice of the mysterious Dharma king sounded. The king of Xuanji Dharma has been cultivated to the ninth realm of heaven and man, and there is only one inferior supreme weapon. However, Ning Xiaochuan randomly took out a piece of war soldiers, which are all intermediate, supreme weapons. For the king of Xuanji, it is not a bad thing. Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation is not strong yet. As long as he can kill Ning Xiaochuan, the treasures on Ning Xiaochuan naturally belong to him. Hua! 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 The other 6 iron doors of the magic hall also opened, and out rushed 6 vast magic gases, which were wrapped in 6 iron chains, each of which was the thickness of a bucket and was several kilometers long. Add the previous 2 chains, a total of 8 chains. The 8 iron chains were all wrapped by magic gas, with infinite power and amazing destructive power. Gently waving them, a sand dune turned to the ground. Ning Xiaochuan's pressure doubled, and he was almost hit by the iron chain several times. He no longer fought with the king of Xuanji, spread out a pair of dragon wings, and flew to the depths of the desert. I can't escape. The demon temple above the sky caught up. Ning Xiaochuan, while flying at a high speed, opened the Zhenwu bow and shot Zhenwu arrows at the magic hall. Bang! Zhenwu arrow was covered by the god-extinguished dragon fire, turned into a red pillar of fire, flew from the sky, and severely bombarded the demon hall. Bang! Bang! Each arrow will make a huge hole in the magic hall. Ning Xiaochuan shot 16 arrows in a row, shooting the magic hall full of holes, like a honeycomb. The king of Xuanji was furious, but he couldn't help Ning Xiaochuan, so he had to catch up with Ning Xiaochuan and keep chasing into the depths of the Red Desert. After the combination of Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong, the dragon flew at a fast speed, even a little faster than the king of Xuanji, crossing thousands of miles and rushing into a burning fire in the depths of the Red Desert. The flame rises from the ground, and the outermost part is a yellow flame, but the deeper flame has turned red. In Tianqiu continent, there are many strange territories left over from ancient times, such as the blood soil that exudes blood in the soil, the fire field that emits flames in the soil, the ghost field that emits yin in the soil, the thunder soil that is covered by lightning all year round, and the treasure land with basalt in every stone, etc. Deep in the Red Desert is thousands of miles of fire, which has been left over from ancient times. So far, no one knows the secret of the birth of this fire. Ning Xiaochuan and Xuanji Dharma King entered the Red Desert not long ago, and then there were some powerful monks who chased the edge of the Red Desert. There are masters of the major forces of the Huiyuan Empire, some heirs of the Holy Land, and even monsters who came to the wilderness. They all came for the supreme imperial weapon on Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan actually escaped into the Big Blood Desert. Li Huanzhen, the national master of Huiyuan Empire, wearing purple and gold official robes, stood on a sand dune, looking at the Red Desert in the distance, slightly frowning. Li Huanzhen was not only the first national teacher of the Huiyuan Empire, but also the contemporary king of the Li clan. Hearing the news of the supreme imperial weapon, he left the Huiyuan imperial city at the first time to track down the whereabouts of Ning Xiaochuan. However, he was still a step late and fell behind the king of Xuanji. Grandpa Taizu, the Great Blood Desert is a fierce place left over from ancient times. I heard that there was a real person who couldn't come out of it after entering the Great Blood Desert. A young talent of the Li nationality said with taboo. Li Huan really nodded and said, "The Great Blood Desert is indeed a murderous place. We can't rush in at will. Let's wait and see outside. If Ning Xiaochuan escapes from it, it's not too late to take action." The old guys of Lin and Xia have also arrived, and it's estimated that they won't rush in. The news of the supreme imperial instrument spread all over the empire, even shaking the Holy Land of Light. Its influence is still expanding, and the news has spread to the north. In other holy lands in central Xinjiang, a large number of masters are coming to the Great Blood Desert. The demon clan also had strong people coming, but they didn't show their true body. They hid in the periphery of the Great Blood Desert and were also watching the development of the situation. Those strong men knew the danger of the Great Blood Desert, so they didn't rush in and guard the periphery. Some of them arranged the array of imprisoning the void to lock the periphery of the whole Blood Desert, so as not to let Ning Xiaochuan escape. "Your Highness, you fought with Ning Xiaochuan. You should know Ning Xiaochuan very well. This son is really so powerful that he defeated the crown prince of the emperor?" A thin old man inquired. The bright saint, with her veil, covered her exquisite and beautiful fairy face, stood on the edge of a lake on the edge of the Great Blood Desert, overlooking the Red Desert in the distance. Her voice was extremely sweet, like the sound of nature, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan and I were just competing for medicine and alchemy that day, and we were not very clear about his martial arts cultivation. However, the crown prince of the emperor has a talent that is difficult to meet in 10,000 years. He is known as one of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, and is definitely the top hero of the young generation. If Ning Xiaochuan can really defeat him, it would be quite amazing. His attainments in heart cultivation and alchemy have reached the acme of the younger generation. His attainments in martial arts practice have also reached the top level of the younger generation. I'm afraid his future achievements will be quite amazing." The old man sighed. The bright saint's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light, and said, "If he really holds a supreme imperial instrument in his hand, then the whole young generation in northern Xinjiang, it is estimated that no one is his opponent." Shua. A vigorous figure flew over from a distance, half kneeling in front of the bright saint. Tell your highness the saint, your highness, the Son of God has arrived in the great blood desert. He even came. The saint of light was slightly surprised. According to the news from the Holy Land, the temple of the Son of God has been cultivated into the 5 Qichaoyuan Sutra, and the 5 parts are one, and the cultivation has reached a higher level. The light saint's eyes are more dignified. No one knows the horror of the light god better than her. She has successfully practiced the legendary 5 Qichaoyuan Sutra, which is simply an existence against the sky. Even if it's just one of his 5 parts, he definitely has the top combat power of the younger generation. Now, his 5 parts have returned from training in the wilderness and become one. How terrible will his cultivation be? He should also come for Ning Xiaochuan. I don't know what the result will be if he fights with Ning Xiaochuan. The bright saint's heart is looking forward to it. After entering the fire field, Ning Xiaochuan immediately displayed the demon fire, which turned into a spherical flame cover and wrapped his body. In the fire field, the blood in Ning Xiaochuan's body seemed extremely excited, even automatically absorbing the flame in the air. Naked eyes can see that wisps of flame drill into Ning Xiaochuan's pores and absorb into the body. Xiaohong was more excited, and a pair of dragon wings grew on her back, turned into a red streamer, and rushed deeper into the fire. She kept swallowing the flame into her body, and it seemed that she really planned to condense Dragon Yuan in the fire field. The king of Xuanji didn't chase into the fire realm. At the periphery of the fire realm, he stopped, hesitated for a long time, and didn't chase into it. In fact, King Xuanji did not have a real body, but a soul, which was sealed in the demon hall by the king of earth, Tibet, with a great magic power. It can be said that the magic hall is the coat of the mysterious king. However, once entering the fire realm, the demon hall will be at risk of being refined by the fire. If the magic hall is refined, the king of mystery will also be terrified. The king of Xuanji naturally did not dare to break in. The deeper into the fire, the higher the temperature, and the color of the flame becomes more red. The flame even condensed into the virtual shadow of some ancient beasts and ran in the fire field. However, the body of these virtual shadows of ancient beasts was not solid, and often dissipated automatically after running for several miles. If there is really an ancient beast virtual shadow that can be preserved forever, it may be born into a spirit and become a flame demon, also known as fire spirit. Every fire spirit is as rare as a human being. The king of Xuanji didn't chase in. He should be afraid of the fire. It's really great. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the distance. Xiaohong had stopped and sat on the ground, constantly inhaling the flame into her body and condensing to the center of her eyebrows. In the center of her eyebrows, a reddish light spot condensed. That spot of light is getting bigger and brighter, like a vast sea of fire. She is actually absorbing the essence of fire and condensing Dragon Yuan. If Xiaohong condenses the divine fire Dragon Yuan, her cultivation will definitely increase by a large part, which is comparable to the cultivation of the 7th realm of heaven and man. Since the king of Xuanji didn't catch up, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't get out for a while. Fortunately, he also practiced in the fire area. Anyway, Ning Xiaochuan was not in a hurry at all. If the Xuanji Dharma king chased in, he immediately fled to the deeper part of the fire. If the king of Xuanji doesn't follow in, he will cultivate with the help of the fire in the fire field, and his cultivation ability will be strong by 1 point. Of course, he didn't dare to close the door like last time, just shallow cultivation. In case the mysterious king really caught up, it would be over. The fire in the fire field is of great help to the cultivation of the world-destroying demon fire path. Heart nourishing is really wonderful. Ning Xiaochuan sat on the ground, summoned the heart-nourishing tripod out of his mind, turned it into a big tripod, and suspended it 3 meters above the ground. The separation of the 9 heavenly venerable Jilua in the 9-heaven pavilion was suppressed in the heart-nourishing tripod. Jilua's part also breeds hell golden fire, which is of great help to the cultivation of the world-destroying demon fire path. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan began to refine Jilua's separation by taking advantage of the unique natural advantages of the fire field and the world-destroying magic fire. It took Ning Xiaochuan 2 days to turn Jilua's avatar into a fist-sized inferno. It took another whole day for Ning Xiaochuan to completely absorb the hell fire and completely integrate it with the world-destroying demon fire. After absorbing the hell fire, Ning Xiaochuan's death rule in the Death Dao Yuan has increased by 2 million. The total number of rules of extermination has reached more than 4 million. In the world-destroying Dao Yuan, there are all dense rules, like bright thin lines, which sometimes converge into rivers, sometimes turn into huge eddies, and sometimes turn into regular oceans. Although Ning Xiaochuan now has many rules in his body, he must have 18 million rules to cultivate to the 7th realm of heaven and man. Ning Xiaochuan is still far away from the 7th realm of heaven and man. The hell fire contained in a part of Jilua's body is less than 1/10 of his real body. If he can get the hell fire of Jilua's real body, it is just around the corner to break through the 7th realm of heaven and man. Ning Xiaochuan and Jilua have no hatred. If they want to break through their own realm, they will try their best to take her life. That is completely contrary to the principles that Ning Xiaochuan has always adhered to. In Jiutian Pavilion, Ning Xiaochuan suppressed Jilua's separation, of course, because he wanted to use her separation to absorb hell's golden fire and help himself cultivate. However, it was also because Jilo regarded him as an intruder and wanted to take his life, so he took action to suppress Jilo's separation. Since I have refined part of the hell fire into the world-destroying magic fire, it can also be regarded as meeting the conditions for cultivating the world-destroying magic fire path. As for the impact on the 7th realm of heaven and man, there are always other ways, and it is not necessary to refine more hell fire to break through the realm. Ning Xiaochuan suppressed the greed in his heart and maintained peace of mind. The more greedy you are, the more you will become a demon over time. After absorbing the golden fire of hell, the temperature of the demon fire of extermination rose by a large margin, and it was as hot as a small sun. Ning Xiaochuan took out a 6th-grade Xuanqi level war sword. Just as the war sword touched the world-destroying magic fire, the sword tip had melted into molten iron, dripping on the ground, burning the red sand to a wheezing sound. I don't know how strong it will be to cultivate the evil fire path to Mahayana. Ning Xiaochuan looked forward to it. He took the evil fire back into his body and condensed it into a purple gold flame tripod, which was completely integrated with the heart-nourishing tripod. The purple golden flame tripod and the heart-nourishing tripod rotate in the heart at the same time, forming a whirlwind. The purple golden flame tripod is the center of the whirlwind. It constantly absorbs the flame in the fire field into Ning Xiaochuan's body and integrates with the world-destroying demon fire. This is a kind of practice method close to plunder, which makes the rules of annihilation in Ning Xiaochuan's annihilation Dao Yuan grow crazily. On the 7th day, Ning Xiaochuan heard a phoenix cry in his ear, coming from deeper in the fire. At first, Ning Xiaochuan thought he had heard wrong. However, before long, another phoenix's cry sounded, and it was clearer than the previous one. Ning Xiaochuan stopped practicing, stood up and looked into the depths of the fire. What the hell is going on? Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly. He glanced at Xiaohong in the distance and saw that she was still practicing, so he didn't disturb her. Ning Xiaochuan called out the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex and the double-headed stone beast and asked them to stay and guard Xiaohong. Then, he cautiously walked deeper into the fire, trying to find out. Is this fire field the nest of a phoenix? Ning Xiaochuan's heart is both uneasy and excited. In Tianqiu continent, the trace of phoenix is very rare, and it is called the legendary divine bird. However, if Ning Xiaochuan wants to cultivate the world-destroying demon fire path to Mahayana, he only needs to refine the fire of Phoenix Nirvana. If you can't find the fire of Phoenix Nirvana, you will never be able to successfully cultivate the world-destroying demon fire path. Although the depths of the fire are dangerous, it is also an opportunity for Ning Xiaochuan. When Ning Xiaochuan walked more than 1,000 miles into the depths of the fire, the temperature of the fire was so terrible that he almost burned his body. He will destroy the world demon fire and the power of the supreme body of gods and demons, and at the same time, he can only barely resist the fire. You can't go any further. If you go further, you may be burned to ashes by the fire. Ning Xiaochuan put the jade seal on top of his head, and white jade light came out of the jade seal and wrapped him in the glittering white jade light. Even so, he still felt burning pain, and the flesh and blood seemed to burn. Even if the 9 heavenly beings come here, I'm afraid their bodies will spontaneously ignite. Just as Ning Xiaochuan was preparing to walk back, suddenly, the ground shook violently. Boom! A red mountain, hundreds of meters long, flew out from a distance. No, it was not a red mountain, but a huge red Jiao. Jing Jiao also belongs to the Jiao clan, but compared with this big Jiao, it is unknown how many times worse. This big Jiao is definitely a Jiao king. Each scale is as big as a dustpan. With one breath, it can be turned into 2 strong pillars of fire. Its body rolled, the whole space was shaking, and it had the magic power of destroying the sky and earth. Ow! That Jiawang also didn't know how many years he had lived. His breath was surging and amazing, and a roar came out of his mouth, immediately forming a terrible flame hurricane. The flame hurricane, like a huge wave in the sea of fire, blew Ning Xiaochuan out hundreds of miles away, blowing away for dozens of miles before falling to the ground. Ning Xiaochuan's viscera are in pain, and every pore of his body is emitting blood beads. Fortunately, his physique is strong, otherwise he will be shocked to death by the flame hurricane just now. It's terrible. There is such a powerful fire dragon king alive in the fire field. Just spit out a breath and almost kill me. If Ning Xiaochuan had been a little closer to the fire dragon king just now, the breath of the fire dragon king would definitely have burned Ning Xiaochuan out. However, such a powerful fire dragon king is running away at the moment. Jia! A deafening call of the phoenix sounded, waving its red wings, sending out a myriad of rays, flying down from the sky. A pair of golden phoenix claws caught the fire dragon king and directly lifted the fire dragon king to the sky. The fire dragon king's mouth sent out a painful roar, trying to get rid of the phoenix's claws. However, the phoenix's claws directly tore up its jiaodo and dug out a red bone as big as a water tank from the jiaodo. The red bone, like a hot sun, glows and emits extremely dazzling light, making the temperature in the fire area even hotter. The sky seems to have a red sun. What a thrill! Ning Xiaochuan was so shocked by this Jiafeng war that he couldn't even breathe. It was like 2 ancient gods fighting, toppling mountains and seas, as if he could break the sky. Boom! The corpse of the dragon, hundreds of meters long, fell from the sky and shook the earth violently. The phoenix hovered above the sky, swallowed the red Jiawang Yuanzhu in his mouth, and then hovered down and flew towards Ning Xiaochuan. Phoenix, turned into a beautiful woman, slim and graceful, fell to the ground. A pair of bright star eyes looked at Ning Xiaochuan, slightly surprised, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, how did you come here?" When seeing the phoenix swooping down, Ning Xiaochuan thought he was dead. After all, it was a divine bird that could tear up the fire dragon king. However, after seeing the phoenix turn into a human, Ning Xiaochuan's face immediately showed a look of surprise and joy. How could it be you? The woman in front of her is graceful and graceful, her skin is white, her peaks are full, her jade waist is thin, her body is covered with a layer of cloud gauze, her feet are covered with a piece of red cloud, and she has long black hair. Every hair is flowing with a trace of flame. It was the mysterious woman that Ning Xiaochuan met at the Tiandi Academy. It has been nearly 10 years since Ning Xiaochuan first met her. However, her face has not changed at all. She has become beautiful and gives people a vague and ethereal feeling. This mysterious woman, who once taught Ning Xiaochuan to practice for a year, can be said to be half of Ning Xiaochuan's master. That year's practice had a great help to Ning Xiaochuan's later cultivation path. It can be said that she really led Ning Xiaochuan into the door of cultivation, which was a little more responsible than the master who shook hands with Sui Hanyu. However, after teaching Ning Xiaochuan for a year, she left the Jade Haze Empire and left only a phoenix feather for Ning Xiaochuan. At that time, Ning Xiaochuan guessed that she was probably a phoenix, but she had never seen her real body, so she didn't dare to conclude. Moreover, which phoenix will go to the primary 5-level civilization of Yulan Empire? This question has always surfaced in Ning Xiaochuan's mind. Ning Xiaochuan tried to adjust his excitement, paid a gentle bow to the phoenix girl, and said, "In the emperor's palace, the elder suddenly left, so that the younger generation has not had time to ask the elder's taboo?" The phoenix girl stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply, meditated for a moment, and said, "My last life is called Fengyueshi." This life. It is also called Fengyueshi. 2 lives? Ning Xiaochuan's heart moved, suddenly thought of something, and said, "Master Feng, have you heard of Fengshen's cave?" There was a ripple in Feng Yueshi's eyes, and he said, "You actually know Fengshen Cave, so it seems that you should have been to Fengshen Cave. Your cultivation is still too low, and you'd better not go there." Hearing Feng Yueshi's words, Ning Xiaochuan can finally conclude that Feng Yueshi, like Wanning Fairy Queen, must have been reborn against the sky in Fengshen Cave. Therefore, after their rebirth, they will appear in the Yulan Empire. A pair of star eyes, like the wind and moon, seemed to be able to see through Ning Xiaochuan completely, saying, "It is worthy of being the successor of the world-destroying Tao, and you have actually been cultivated into the supreme body by you. It seems that your future achievements are still above the second and third generations of ancestors of the world-destroying Tao, and there is hope to pursue the steps of the first generation of ancestors of the world-destroying Tao." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Master Feng, it seems that he knows the way of destroying the world very well." Feng Yueshi said faintly, "When I was a child, I once saw the second generation of the founder of Mishidao. She was a very terrible and cruel person. She once destroyed a star field with the stone tablet of Mishidao and nailed more than one god with the sword of Mishidao. Unfortunately, she didn't step into the final situation in the end. She couldn't resist the strangulation of time and died of Shouyuan exhaustion. Speaking of it, you have a deep relationship with our ancestors of Feng family." Ning Xiaochuan, the 3 most powerful magic soldiers of the world-destroying road, the world-destroying god monument, the world-destroying magic sword, and the crystal red ghost ship. If you can get one of them, the world is so big that you can't go anywhere. The 10th magical power cultivated by Ning Xiaochuan is only the shadow of the stone tablet of the world-destroying god. The magic sword in Ning Xiaochuan's body is only a sword spirit of the world-destroying magic sword. It can be imagined from this that if we find the noumenon of the stone of the god of destruction, the noumenon of the demon sword of destruction, what a terrible war soldier it will be. As for the crystal red ghost ship mentioned by Feng Yueshi, Ning Xiaochuan has never heard of it, and Sui Hanyu has not mentioned it to him. If Sui Hanyu appears again, you must ask her about these 3 magic soldiers. After all, Ning Xiaochuan is the 4th generation successor of Mishidao and has the right to know about the 3 divine soldiers. Ning Xiaochuan asked curiously, "How did Master Feng appear in this ancient fire field?" Feng Yueshi's eyes were quite blurred, as if he was recalling something, and said, "In the last life, a piece of my phoenix bone fell here. In this life, I came here to retrieve the phoenix bone." She stretched out her jade white palm, which held a red bone. On the bones, the light shines brightly, emitting a powerful breath, which is like a glass god bone. It was the bone she dug out of the head of the fire dragon king, but now it has become as big as a thumb. Ning Xiaochuan could clearly feel the strong power of fire contained in the phoenix bone. If he reached out and touched it, the whole hand would be burned to ashes. Ning Xiaochuan's heart is muttering. Isn't it because a piece of her phoenix bone fell here that it turned into a red desert and turned into an ancient fire field thousands of miles away? This idea really startled Ning Xiaochuan. However, it is really possible. Feng Yueshi put the phoenix bone away and said, that fire Jiao, originally an ordinary monster in this desert, swallowed the phoenix bone and turned into the king of fire Jiao. It took me a lot of effort to kill it and recapture the phoenix bone. The huge corpse of the Jiaowang was like a mountain lying in front of them. I have recaptured the phoenix bone. After refining the phoenix bone, I will have the fifth nirvana. The demon yuan and blood of the fire dragon king are of great use in my nirvana. However, the dragon bone, tendon and skin of the fire dragon king are also rare treasures. Then you can take them away. The wind and moon come together. Ning Xiaochuan's heart is full of joy. This is a Jiaowang. I don't know how powerful his cultivation has reached. Even if it's just a scale, it's definitely a treasure. Not to mention, the Jiaojin and Jiaogu of the Fire Dragon King are the most valuable weapons for refining weapons, which can be encountered but not sought. Of course, what Ning Xiaochuan cares more about is the fire of Phoenix Nirvana. Ning Xiaochuan said, Master Feng, when you are in Nirvana, can you let me take a ray of Nirvana fire? Feng Yueshi didn't feel strange at all, and said, are you practicing the world-destroying demon fire? That's right. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Feng Yueshi congealed for a moment and said, okay. I'll give you a ray of Nirvana fire when I have the fifth Nirvana. One more thing, don't call me Master Feng in the future. If it's really about seniority, I'll call you Master Feng if you want to destroy the relationship between the second-generation founder of Tao and our ancestors of Feng family. Women always don't like being called old by others, even if she is a phoenix. Ning Xiaochuan smiled and said, how should I call you in the future? Whatever. The wind and moon come together. The two most embarrassing words in the world are as you please. Feng Yueshi seemed to notice, looked towards the direction of the periphery of the fire area, his eyes narrowed slightly, and said, you seem to have caused a lot of trouble? She has felt that there are many strong people outside the Big Blood Desert, and it is definitely Ning Xiaochuan who provoked them. Otherwise, those monks would not come to the Great Blood Desert for no reason. Ning Xiaochuan naturally understood that after the news of the Supreme Emperor's weapon was spread, it would certainly attract many strong people, and there would be no peace in the future. Feng Yueshi nodded and said, it's normal. The heirs of the way to destroy the world have always been enemies all over the world. This is your destiny. Ning Xiaochuan, come out with me and drive them away. Thank you for your help, Miss Feng. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Feng Yueshi stared at him and said, it's not entirely for you. I'm afraid of being disturbed by them when I'm in Nirvana. It's not bad to clean them up in advance. Little Red is still condensing Long Yuan in the fire, while Ning Xiaochuan and Fenji Wexi are walking towards the periphery of the Great Blood Desert. Ning Xiaochuan didn't see the king of Xuanji, and the old monster seemed to have quit the Blood Desert. Ning Xiaochuan came out. I don't know who shouted first, and they immediately looked in the direction of the Great Blood Desert. In the vast red desert, a man and a woman, two figures, slowly came out of the Great Blood Desert, leaving two long footprints on the desert. One of them is Ning Xiaochuan. People have been waiting outside the Great Blood Desert for 8 days, and many of them have been impatient. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan take the initiative to come out from the depths of the Great Blood Desert naturally makes everyone excited. It's said that the Great Blood Desert is a fierce place, and Ning Xiaochuan's ability to get out of it safely is not small. If he hid in the depths of the Great Blood Desert honestly, he might be able to muddle along and live a few more days. But he dared to come out. Hey, I bet he would be dead in the desert within half an hour. Before Ning Xiaochuan completely walked out of the desert of blood, a group of monks, wearing unified military uniforms, came from the same family, each of whom was a strong martial artist, blocking Ning Xiaochuan's way. Ning Xiaochuan just glanced at these people, and from their breath, he judged that they were monks of the ancient Lin clan, the giant of the Huayun Empire. Ning Xiaochuan, the ancestors of our Lin clan appreciate your dragon cub very much and want to help you raise it for a few days. An old man of Lin nationality came out and stood opposite Ning Xiaochuan with a gloomy smile on his face. All the monks of the Lin clan surrounded. Some of the strong practitioners of Taoism beat out the array plates one by one, fell into the desert, and set the whole space to prevent Ning Xiaochuan from escaping. In the other direction, a ghost fog came. Boom! In the fog, 3 white bone ghost cars, pulled by 3 huge ghost kings, ran quickly, with a harsh ghost howl, stopped in the other direction of Ning Xiaochuan, and blocked the other one of Ning Xiaochuan. Behind the 3 skeleton ghost cars, stood dozens of disheveled elders, pale, holding wooden sticks, giving people a feeling of ease. I don't know who they are. Or a ghost? Yan Huan stepped down from one of the skeleton ghost cars, glanced at Ning Xiaochuan coldly, and said with a smile, Ning Xiaochuan, you didn't expect that we would meet again so soon? Ning Xiaochuan said faintly, I really didn't expect it. Yan Huan glanced at Ning Xiaochuan like a dead man and said, to tell you the truth, our ghost family is only interested in the supreme imperial weapon on you. If you know the current affairs and give the supreme imperial weapon to our ghost family, maybe our ancestors will save your life and make you a servant of our ghost family when they are happy. Ning Xiaochuan felt funny and said, what if I don't want to hand over the supreme imperial instrument? Yan Huan showed his snow-white teeth and sneered, if you are so ignorant of current affairs, no wonder we are cruel. Oh. You're just a loser. I'll see how cruel you are. Ning Xiaochuan seems to be indifferent. Do you think I was really defeated by you that day? Yan Huan was very angry. In the white bone armor, wisps of cold ghost gas escaped from the body and wrapped between the 5 fingers, making the fingers like ghost claws. If you are really unconvinced, it's a big deal to give you another chance to prove your strength. Ning Xiaochuan roared. Haha. That's what I want. As soon as the words came to an end, Yan Huan had sacrificed a 10,000 ghosts array and fought against Ning Xiaochuan. All of a sudden, the ghost gas was like clouds in the sky, and thousands of ghosts appeared from the void, constantly roaring, crying, laughing, some hair, some teeth and claws, some holding bone soldiers. Into a huge array. This picture of the 10,000 ghosts array was refined by Yan Huan using the ghost sacrifice of 10,000 monks, some of which are weak and some have reached the realm of heaven and man. Ghost King Tactics. Yan Huan saw that Ning Xiaochuan was trapped in the 10,000 ghosts array, so he immediately integrated with the Ghost King with 3 heads and 6 arms. He also grew 3 heads and 6 arms, carrying 6 black ghost swords, and killed into the 10,000 ghost array. It's already the 27th today. Lao Jiu continues to ask for monthly tickets. There are also book friends who want to vote for Lao Jiu. The 10,000 ghosts array is not only a killing array, but also a powerful supreme weapon. The monks who fall into the array are like falling into the netherworld, with sinister qi, and ghosts pouring in from all directions. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the 10,000 ghosts array, without any panic. He called out the evil fire to turn it into a purple fire tripod, and collected all the ghosts that rushed into the fire tripod, wheezing and refining into wisps of smoke. Hua hua. Yan Huan and the Ghost King were integrated, and 6 ghost arms grew on his back. He waved and chopped 6 black ghost swords, forming a sword gas vortex hunting by the Yin wind, and hit Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan smiled coldly, took out the jade seal and turned it into a huge jade seal, like a temple. I don't know how many kilograms it weighs. It hit out. Before it hit Yan Huan, it had already collapsed the ground under Yan Huan's feet. Bang! Yan Huan was directly blown out and fell hundreds of meters away. The Jade Seal is a top-grade and supreme weapon. It is the Zhenghua magic weapon of the Tianshu Empire. After the spirit of the weapon recovers, its power is so terrible that Yan Huan can't resist it at all. However, Yan Huan was integrated with the Ghost King and protected by the Ghost King's bone armor. He was not seriously hurt and immediately entered the 10,000 ghost array. The Ghost King's bone armor on his body was refined by the elders of the ghost family to repair the gap. It was intact, and even the ghost patterns on the bone armor were burned again. Yan Huan combined the 6 ghost swords into one and turned them into a 7-meter-long giant sword. A column of sword qi rushed out of the sword tip and chopped down towards Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan did not dodge, strode forward, his legs flashing colorful light, smashing the jade seal again. Bang! Yan Huan was blown out again, and even the huge sword in his hand was broken into 6 ghost swords and fell to the ground. How is that possible? How can Ning Xiaochuan's strength be so strong? All the elders of the ghost family were shocked and felt incredible. Ning Xiaochuan is just the cultivation in the early stage of the 6th realm of heaven and man. No matter how strong his physique is, how can he defeat Yan Huan, who has reached the 6th peak of heaven and man? You should know that the difference between the initial stage of the 6th realm of heaven and man and the peak of the 6th realm of heaven and man is not a bit, which is equivalent to the difference between the 2 small realms. Moreover, Yan Huan is also the top Tianjiao of the young generation. The top 3 young masters of the ghost family, together with the power of the 10,000 ghosts array and the Ghost King, are enough to kill some elders of the 7th realm of heaven and man with one hand. In the view of the elders of the ghost family, even if Ning Xiaochuan can defeat the crown prince, he must rely on the power of the supreme emperor. However, Ning Xiaochuan didn't use the supreme imperial weapon now. No matter how strong he was, he shouldn't beat Yan Huan without fighting back. But the fact is right in front of us. It's impossible for people not to accept it. Bang! Bang! Ning Xiaochuan's internal strength seems to be inexhaustible, constantly collapsing Yan Huan. Click! Yan Huan's ghost bone armor finally couldn't bear the power of the jade seal. The ghost pattern on the bone armor was wiped out, and the bone armor was broken into a large piece and deeply sunken. Poof! Yan Huan's 5 internal organs seemed to be shattered, and he was in pain. He was beaten and thrown out, falling on the ground and rolling, like a gourd rolling on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan had already killed, put away the 6 ghost swords inserted on the ground, and fought against Yan Huan. 10,000 ghosts array. Yan Huan half knelt on the ground and sprayed a mouthful of blood on the array. The 10,000 ghosts array immediately flew back and blocked Yan Huan's body, blocking the 6 ghost swords. Ning Xiaochuan slapped out, and his palm was wrapped by the fire of annihilation, which punctured the 10,000 ghosts array, severely hit Yan Huan on the chest, and burst out of Yan Huan again. Under the refining of the world-destroying demon fire, the 10,000 ghosts array burned, and countless ghosts burst out of the array and fled in all directions. This ghost map, which was refined by tens of thousands of monks, finally fell apart and turned into ashes. Seeing that the 10,000 ghosts array that he spent countless efforts to refine was destroyed by Ning Xiaochuan, Yan Huan's mood was almost like a dead wife. His originally handsome face suddenly became extremely ferocious. Ning Xiaochuan, you dare to destroy my 10,000 ghosts array. I want to refine you into a ghost slave, enter the hell of the world of mortals, and never be born again. Unfortunately, you didn't have that chance. Ning Xiaochuan lifted the jade seal, like a jade mountain, and suppressed it towards Yan Huan. Since he has offended the ghost-raising family, Ning Xiaochuan has no fear and plans to kill Yan Huan completely. Young man, you are too brave. Finally, an old man of the ghost family couldn't stand it anymore. He would not allow the extremely talented person who was painstakingly cultivated by the ghost family to die in the hands of Ning Xiaochuan. Wow! The old man of the ghost-raising family showed a fast body method, like shifting shape and changing shadow, and in a flash stopped Ning Xiaochuan in front of him, stretched out a dry finger and pointed to Ning Xiaochuan's heart. The old man, whose cultivation has reached the middle of the seventh realm of heaven and man, has cultivated more than 90 million rules in his body, and his breath is extremely thick, just like a magnificent sea of rules. Finger points out, spins, and even if there is endless force of rules, it springs out of the heart palace of martial arts, passes to the arm, and condenses at the fingertips. His fingers became sharper than the spear, faster than lightning, as if to pierce the void. He could almost predict that this finger would surely break Ning Xiaochuan's body into pieces and his flesh into a shower of blood. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan just hit the fingertip of the old man of the ghost family with a punch, and the old man was blown away for more than 20 meters. Ka! The old man's finger was directly broken, and the whole arm was almost dislocated. How could it be so strong? This is really just a heaven worshipper in the sixth realm of heaven and man? The old man of the ghost family had numbed his whole arm and wanted to continue to stop Ning Xiaochuan, but it was too late. Poof! Ning Xiaochuan swung the jade seal and, with a strong means, tore Yan Huan's body into pieces, turning it into pieces of flesh and blood. Those old monks of the ghost family were all extremely angry. How hateful! The ghost family is an ancient family, comparable to the Holy Land. So many strong people were present that the younger generation actually killed the spirit son of the ghost family. If this news is spread, the ghost family will be disgraced and become the laughingstock of other ancient families. In the distance, on the top of a sand dune, there are many powerful figures. Tang Xiao stood in the center, with a look of surprise on her pretty face. Hee, Ning Xiaochuan is too brave to really dare to kill the spirit son of the ghost family. Nearby, an old man of the Tang clan said, the ghost family is famous for its ruthlessness. Once a powerful disciple of the ancient clan killed a young talent of the ghost family, and it didn't take long before the ghost family brutally retaliated. The whole ancient clan was exterminated overnight, with no chickens or dogs left, and even the servants were killed. The king of that ancient clan was sacrificed and refined into ghost slaves, and was sent to the mortal hell refined by the ancestors of the ghost-raising family. Even the ancestors of that ancient clan were retaliated, and all ancestral graves were dug up. Ning Xiaochuan killed Lingzi of the ghost family, which will definitely make those old guys of the ghost family furious. Hey! Ning Xiaochuan is still too aggressive and does things too violently. Since there is no strong backing, he should learn to bear it, otherwise his relatives and friends around him will be implicated. Tang Xiao gently touched Shuabai's chin and said with a smile, I wonder if Tiandi Mountain will continue to protect Ning Xiaochuan at the risk of offending the ghost family. What if Tiandi Mountain sheltered Ning Xiaochuan? Far water can't save near fire. Does the third miss think that Ning Xiaochuan can still get today? The old man of the Tang nationality smiled and shook his head. Tang Xiao also gently shook his head. Ning Xiaochuan is indeed doomed today. She can't think of any possibility that Ning Xiaochuan can escape. Even if the ghost family spared Ning Xiaochuan, the other forces were all masters, and the strong gathered. Any force can tear Ning Xiaochuan to pieces. On the edge of a small lake on the edge of the Big Blood Desert, the bright saint was also paying attention to the battle just now. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan actually killed Yan Huan, she also shook her head gently. Too aggressive. She sighed softly. Originally, she had always been very optimistic about Ning Xiaochuan. After learning that Ning Xiaochuan had a supreme imperial instrument, she wanted to attract Ning Xiaochuan to the Holy Land of Light, and it was worth paying any price. Today is a good opportunity. As long as she helps Ning Xiaochuan out of the most dangerous situation, I believe Ning Xiaochuan will be grateful to her. Even if it is to let Ning Xiaochuan join the Holy Land of Light, it is not difficult. Moreover, she also believes that with her special identity and status in the Holy Land of Light, everyone will definitely give her that face. After all, this is the territory of Guangming Holy Land. No one dares to openly oppose Guangming Holy Land on the territory of Guangming Holy Land. However, Ning Xiaochuan recklessly killed Lingzi of the Ghost family, making the contradiction between him and the Ghost family irreconcilable. If the Ghost family is determined to kill Ning Xiaochuan, let alone the bright saint, even if a real person arrives in person, he may not be able to protect Ning Xiaochuan. Your Highness, now the demon clan is fighting against the Terrans, and the pressure on Guangming Holy Land is not small. There is no need to offend the ghost-raising family for a Ning Xiaochuan. An old man from the Holy Land of Light said. The Saint of Light said, I know how to be measured. Not only the monks of Guangming Holy Land and Tang nationality are concerned about the life and death of Ning Xiaochuan, but also those monks of other forces are talking about it one after another. Without the support of strong people, he dared to be so arrogant. Did he really think that Tiandi Mountain could protect him? If he is the illegitimate son of the immortal leader of Tiandi Mountain, maybe the Ghost family really dare not touch him lightly. After today, Tiandi Mountain and the Ghost family are completely torn apart. The spirit sons of the two holy lands have been killed. Such hatred may not melt for decades. Everyone believed that Ning Xiaochuan was dead. Ning Xiaochuan, you are in great trouble. The old man of the Ghost family who was interrupted by Ning Xiaochuan's fist stared at Ning Xiaochuan in surprise and anger, and his whole body was trembling with anger. Yan Huan, the spiritual son of the Ghost family, is deeply loved by an old ancestor of the family. Ning Xiaochuan simply ate bear bile and dared to kill Lingzi of the ghost-raising family. All the old people standing in the ghost fog were so angry that they smoked on their heads. In the ghost fog, under the pull of a huge ghost king, a skeleton ghost car slowly came out. An old voice came from the car, with a frightening chill, young generation, you cut yourself. Bang dang. In the skeleton ghost car, he threw a bright short knife and fell in front of Ning Xiaochuan's feet. The Ghost family wants to force Ning Xiaochuan to kill himself. He not only wants Ning Xiaochuan to die, but also wants Ning Xiaochuan to die in humiliation. Only in this way can the face of the Ghost family be saved. Sitting in the skeleton ghost car is an expert of the ghost-raising family, who has a very thick breath. At least, he is the venerable of the ninth realm of heaven and man. Ning Xiaochuan, you'd better cut yourself down quickly. Use your own life to atone for the stupid things you have done, so as not to harm your family. An old man of Lin nationality stood not far away, with a cold smile without any human touch on his face. In the distance, other powerful forces also laughed. Ning Xiaochuan, this is the last chance for you from the strong of the ghost-raising family. Just letting you decide yourself is very humiliating. There are many monks who come to the Great Blood Desert, including the older generation of clan kings and patriarchs, as well as the younger generation of talented heroes and proud women. Some of them, with the mentality of watching the excitement, are very happy to see a top genius die here. There are also some people who feel sorry for Ning Xiaochuan. He could have become king for the first time in the future, but today he will be forced to death by the Ghost family. The old man of the Ghost family who was broken by Ning Xiaochuan was a little impatient and said coldly, Ning Xiaochuan, don't you start? Ning Xiaochuan stared at these people coldly, and his hatred for the Ghost family became stronger and stronger. If he didn't meet Phoenix today, I'm afraid he would really be driven to death by the Ghost family. The ancestor of the Ghost family is also a generation of heroes who fought all over the world and were invincible. However, his descendants are really disappointing. You really humiliate your ancestors. The voice of a very beautiful and sweet woman came from the void. However, what came out was not a woman, but a handsome man with a Confucian scarf and a cocked hair crown. Hua Qinglian is dressed in a blue robe. Her facial features are extremely exquisite. Her skin is more white and delicate than that of women. She is like a dust-free immortal lotus coming from the desert. Little girl, who are you? Dare to criticize our ghost family, don't you want to live? The old man with a broken finger said in a deep voice. Hua Qinglian's voice was sweet and more pleasant than the female voice, saying, first of all, I'm not a woman, secondly, the ghost-raising family is an ancient family after all, and its reputation is widely spread throughout the Tianshu continent. Don't you allow others to say a few words of justice? The battle between Ning Xiaochuan and Yan Huan belongs to the struggle of the younger generation. Yan Huan died in Ning Xiaochuan's hands. He can only blame him for his poor learning. However, a group of elders of your ghost family joined hands to deal with a young man. You don't feel ashamed, and I'm ashamed of you. Bold. The old man with severed fingers roared loudly, raised his palm, carried thousands of Taoist rules, and slapped Hua Qinglian with one palm. However, the palm of the old man with severed fingers had not yet patted Hua Qinglian, but he flew out first, was beaten hundreds of meters away, and was upside down in the yellow sand. Hua Qinglian was still standing there, as if she had never moved. Many people didn't see what was going on, but Ning Xiaochuan saw it clearly, and secretly said, Brother Hua's cultivation has reached such a state, I'm afraid it has broken through the divine realm. Ning Xiaochuan is growing, and others are also growing. Besides, Hua Qinglian is still a reincarnated god, and the cultivation speed is naturally far faster than ordinary people. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan's heart is still very moved. Now he is besieged on all sides, and the whole world is enemy. Everyone wants to kill him and seize the supreme imperial weapon on him. In such a time of crisis, Hua Qinglian can still stand up and speak for him, and even do not hesitate to offend the ghost family. This kind of affection is the most valuable. Brother Hua, you shouldn't have come. Ning Xiaochuan smiled faintly. Hua Qinglian also smiled slightly and seemed indifferent. Young Master Ning, we are friends who lived and died together. Can I hide from you when I see you in trouble? In the distance, on the bank of the lake at the edge of the Great Blood Desert, the bright saint's face showed surprise again and said, how can they have friendship? Behind her, an old man from the Holy Land of Light also showed a surprised look. It's really unexpected. Their friendship seems to be extraordinary. The bright saint thought of some rumors about Hua Qinglian, and her face suddenly became a little wonderful. In the white skeleton ghost car, there was an angry voice, there is another kid who doesn't want to die. No matter what your identity, since you dare to stand with Ning Xiaochuan, go to death with Ning Xiaochuan. Feng Yueshi, who had not spoken for a long time, finally opened his mouth and said in a cold voice, have you said enough about your ghost family? If you said enough, listen to me. Now, get out of here immediately and immediately. Otherwise, as many people as I let you come, so many people will be buried here. Boom. Who is this man? Are you even more crazy than the people of the ghost family? At this time everyone noticed that there was a gorgeous woman standing next to Ning Xiaochuan. It's okay if you don't look at it. After watching it, many people showed amazing looks. It was simply too beautiful. Their clothes were like mist, their bodies were exquisite, their eyebrows were slender, and their lips were as ruddy as vermilion, just like fairies coming out of the painting. However, the people of the ghost family did not appreciate her beauty, and everyone was furious with Feng Yueshi. The ghost family is an ancient family, but today it has been repeatedly provoked, which made the strong of the ghost family completely angry and decided to really kill two people in order to restore the dignity of the ghost family. You all have to die today. Boom. The white skeleton ghost car rushed out of the thick ghost fog and turned into a ghost cloud. In the ghost cloud, lightning and thunder, countless huge ghosts holding bone soldiers flew in the fog sea, and rushed to Ning Xiaochuan and others with the ghost car. Ning Xiaochuan gently shook his head, pulled Hua Qinglian, and automatically stood behind Fenji Wexi. Hua Qinglian was about to ask Ning Xiaochuan. After all, he didn't think that Feng Yueshi could block the 9 heaven venerable of the ghost family. However, just when he was about to ask the exit, he saw Feng Yueshi slowly raise a finger and point towards the white bone ghost car. Wow! The white skeleton ghost car immediately burned, and an old scream sounded in the ghost car. With a bang, a figure rushed out of the top of the ghost car, all burning flames, and his mouth made a sad cry. As soon as he flew more than 10 meters high, he fell silently to the ground and was burned to ashes. Silent. It's terribly quiet. Everyone stared at the wind and the moon, and their eyes were staring out. This is too exaggerated. Just point out a finger and burn a 9 heaven venerable of the ghost family. It seems effortless to kill a 9 heaven venerable. Damn, together, I don't believe she's really that strong. The elders of the ghost family are all top-level existence, and dozens of masters unite to form a Sunluo formation. Under the protection of dozens of ghost kings, the Sunluo formation pushed towards the wind and moon. Feng Yueshi looked very calm. With a gentle wave of his jade arm, he directly tore the Sunluo formation apart. Poof! The dozens of elders of the ghost family were all spitting blood and flying out of the broken formation. However, before they fell to the ground, a flame hurricane blew towards them. It's just a breath of wind and moon. With her cultivation, even if she just breathed out a breath, it was like divine fire, gang qi. In just a moment, the bodies of dozens of powerful ghost kings were broken and split into wisps of ghost smoke. The bodies of the dozens of elders of the ghost family burst into a blood mist and died miserably on the spot. If those people were just dumbfounded before, then at this moment, those people have been scared to their legs soft, sweating all over. Just blowing out one breath, he killed dozens of old and powerful people in the ghost family, and turned them into a fog of blood, leaving none alive. She's too scary. People thought of Feng Yueshi's words, as many people as I let you come, so many people will be buried here. Previously, everyone thought that Feng Yueshi was too arrogant and ridiculous. At this moment, they really understand the horror of Feng Jiwexi. With only a little effort, they buried dozens of masters of the ghost family here. Real person. Definitely a real person. Previously, Lin Zhu, who threatened to hand over the dragon cub to Ning Xiaochuan, had long been scared to turn white and soft. The king of the Lin clan summoned up his courage and bowed respectfully to the wind and the moon. His body trembled and said, "The younger generation and others don't know how to beat the elder here. Just now, I have offended Ning Xiaoyu a lot. Please don't blame Ning Xiaoyu and the elder. If there is nothing else, the younger generation will take the clan away now, and will certainly give a heavy gift and come to the door to apologize in the future." Stop. Feng Yueshi said, "Do you want to leave so easily? I really think the Great Blood Desert is where you come whenever you want." Under the strong pressure of the wind and moon, the king of the Lin clan's body shook slightly, and his forehead kept sweating, saying, "Elder, do you really want to kill all? Even if you kill them all, what's wrong?" The light way of the wind and moon. Those monks of the Lin clan were driven to a dead end, and they were all panicked and regretted. If I had known that there was such a strong presence behind Ning Xiaochuan, I shouldn't have chased the big blood desert. Forgive others and forgive others. You have unparalleled powers, and it is difficult to find an opponent in the world. Why should you have the same knowledge with a group of young people? Outside the sky, a magnificent voice sounded, shaking the world and making all the monks present feel uneasy. When that sound sounded, it was still thousands of miles away, but when the last word fell, it had reached the edge of the Great Blood Desert. The ancestors of the Lin clan are here. Tang Xuyao's beautiful eyes stared at the distant horizon and felt the powerful breath of rapid approaching. In the Huiyuan Empire, the strong who can have such a terrible breath can count with 5 fingers. In such a strong situation, only the ancestors of the Lin clan dare to intercede for the monks of the Lin clan. Because the ancestor of Lin clan is a real person. Above the sky, a black cloud spread, and a man wrapped in white cloth flew out. Only a pair of eyes were exposed between the cracks of the white cloth, and the pupils were dark green. The ancestors are coming. The king of the Lin clan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the old ancestor had arrived, he could rest easy. With the strong cultivation of the old ancestor, he was enough to protect all the monks of the Lin clan. The ancestor of the Lin nationality glanced at Feng Yueshi, and didn't feel how powerful Feng Yueshi was. He just felt that she was no different from an ordinary young woman. However, it made the ancestors of Lin clan more afraid of her. Originally, he also wanted to fight with Feng Yueshi to seize the dragon cub and the Supreme Emperor's weapon. However, after finding that he could not see through Feng Yueshi, he resolutely suppressed this idea and planned to leave immediately. The ancestors of the Lin clan stared at the wind and moon and said, "Today is our Lin clan's fault first. I apologize to you instead of my descendants. I will send a generous gift to the Great Blood Desert in person some other day. Let's go." The ancestors of the Lin clan made an ancient map, collected all the monks of the Lin clan into the ancient map, and prepared to leave. "Did I allow you to leave? The wind and the moon are cold." Lin's ancestors' hearts also sank slightly, some angry, but he was a real person, and he had lowered his posture in front of her, which was enough to give her face. However, she didn't mean to let Lin Zhu go at all, and she didn't give him face. The voice of the ancestors of the Lin clan was a little chilly and said, "Sir, if you do it too well, I'm afraid it may not be a good thing. You'd better think twice before you act, so that everyone won't have a hard time." "Really? I'll see how you make it difficult for me in the future." Feng Yueshi stretched out a slender jade arm, directly through the void, and slapped the ancient picture on the back of the ancestors of the Lin nationality. Bang! Gutu, spin even if it burns. The friars of the Lin nationality, who were originally admitted into the ancient map by the ancestors of the Lin nationality, immediately escaped from the ancient map. Everyone was lit by flames, like big red lanterns, with painful howls in their mouths, and fled in all directions. However, he did not escape far, and the scream stopped, and his body burned into ashes, turning into small flames falling from the sky one after another. Even the king of Lin clan could not escape bad luck. He only supported for a moment more than other accomplishments, but was finally burned to death by the fire of Phoenix, not even a bone or a hair left. The ancestors of the Lin clan were completely angry. "You deceive people too much." His body rushed out 1,000 feet of silver light, illuminating the world into silver. A silver giant shadow hundreds of meters high appeared behind him, like a giant god of war, attacking the wind and the moon with a fist. As soon as Feng Yueshi's arm was lifted, a huge palm print was patted out, which directly patted the ancestors of the Lin nationality and the silver giant shadow to the ground at the same time, and was suppressed under the palm of his hand. Bang! The silver giant shadow first broke into wisps of silver smoke. Then, the ancestors of the Lin nationality were also killed by the big handprint, and their human bones were crushed. Their flesh became blood mud, and the blood soaked into the earth, making the desert even more red. Just a palm print, a real person was shot dead. "Do you still want to hide?" A pair of beautiful eyes, staring at the southern sky, pointed out. Her fingertips flew out a column of light, beating the clouds above the sky and rolling constantly. A figure hidden in the clouds was forced out. That figure, wearing a dark robe, a 1-meter-high hat on his head, and a black iron chain around his neck, was very pale. It was not born white or morbid white, but lived in darkness all year round and could not be exposed to sunlight, resulting in a very pale body, like a corpse crawling out of a tomb. He is not a corpse, but a person, a living person. The ghost-raising family, Yan Shihai. I've traveled to the major civilizations and holy lands in northern Xinjiang, and I've been to Zhongtu and Nanman. I'm also very knowledgeable. However, I've never heard of a strong man like you. Who is your excellency? The man in a dark black robe said in a deep voice. When the man announced his name Taboo, many human monks were surprised. Because Yan Sihai is in the north. Xinjiang is so famous. Yan Sihai, I heard right. He is the uncle of the contemporary king of the ghost family. He has entered the realm of real people as early as more than 1,000 years ago. He is also an old antique with great magic. Now there is a good play. So many strong people in the ghost-raising family have been killed. Yan Sihai is such an arrogant figure that he will never be good at putting off Gongxiu. Ning Xiaochuan and that mysterious woman may be in trouble. That's not necessarily true. Although Yan Sihai's reputation spread all over northern Xinjiang, that woman's cultivation was also very terrible, and she slapped the ancestors of the Lin clan to death. We'd better stay away. The real person level fighting method will definitely cause great destructive power. With our cultivation, even if we are hit by a real person's airflow, it is estimated that we will die miserably. A monk in the fifth realm of heaven and man said with some worry. For a supreme imperial instrument, a real person from an ancient aristocratic family was unexpectedly introduced, which made other monks who coveted the supreme imperial instrument immediately give up their thoughts. Some of them who saw the situation clearly did not dare to stay here any longer and left the Great Blood Desert immediately. Feng Yueshi glanced at Yan Sihai without any emotion and said, "You are not worthy to know my identity." Yan Sihai's eyes were cold and said, "Although your excellency slapped a real person to death, it's not great to slap an old man of the Lin clan to death because his longevity was running out and his blood gas was declining. However, the ancestor of our ghost-raising family was a secondary god with a deep foundation, which is far from being comparable to a Lin clan." Feng Yueshi said, "Tell me directly, the purpose of your standing here. Are you going to avenge the monks of the ghost family? Or to seize the supreme imperial weapon on Ning Xiaochuan?" Yan Sihai's fingers gently touched the iron chain on his neck. His voice was like thunder. His momentum suddenly changed and said, "What if I want both? Then I buried you today." Feng Yueshi was too lazy to continue talking nonsense. He pulled out a long hair from his head and turned it into a reddish phoenix feather. His slender jade fingers gently stroked the feather. There was no murderous spirit in her, but it caused great pressure to Yan Sihai. Yan Sihai roared, and 8 ghost kings flew out of his body and stood in 8 directions of his body. Each ghost king is more than 100 times stronger than Yan Huan's 3-headed and 6-armed ghost king. This is the real ghost king, the king of ghosts. The 8 ghost kings were transformed into 8 ghost rivers. In each ghost river, the shadows of thousands of ghosts floated, surging to the wind and moon with a roar. Wow! With a wave of Fenji Wexi's arm, the red phoenix feather was cut out, and the 8 ghost rivers were cut off with overwhelming force. Poof! After breaking the 8 ghost rivers, Phoenix Feather cut Yan Sihai's body in half from above his head. Yan Sihai didn't even have a chance to scream, so he was killed, and all his gods were destroyed, leaving only a shower of blood falling from the sky. Those monks standing in the distance were not only shocked, but all felt soft and suffocated. My God! Cut another real person, just pull out a hair. No, 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 it's a feather. A feather will kill a legend of the ghost family. What happened today is destined to cause a sensation in northern Xinjiang. A hair turns into a feather. Is she a demon creature? No wonder Ning Xiaochuan has nothing to fear. At first, everyone thought he was out to die, but he didn't expect that there was such a terrible existence behind him. Supported by this existence, he will be in the north in the future. Who else dares to provoke him in Xinjiang? Feng Yueshi looked in another direction outside the sky. In that direction, demon clouds rolled. Several powerful smells came out of the demon cloud. Wow! In that demon cloud, a huge black ape flew out, turned into a human shape, and became a big man with a big body. He walked to the wind and moon, bowed down and worshipped, and said, "I'll go to the Black Ape King and meet the phoenix." The Black Ape King recognized the identity of Feng Yueshi, who was a phoenix, with extremely noble identity. A phoenix actually came to the north. In Xinjiang, the Black Ape King naturally rushed out to meet him immediately. Feng Yueshi said, "Are you also here to seize the supreme imperial weapon on Ning Xiaochuan?" The Black Ape King was startled. Thinking of the tragic death of the two real people just now, he immediately said repeatedly, "No, no, since Ning Xiaochuan is a man of the elder phoenix, even if he lent us a courage, he wouldn't dare to be enemy with him." Feng Yueshi nodded and said, "Go back and tell Tianming Demon Emperor that Ning Xiaochuan is a friend of the Wind family in the Kingdom of Truth, and also my friend. If she still wants to be reborn against the sky, she'd better take Ning Xiaochuan as a friend. Do you understand what I mean?" "No. I don't understand." The Black Ape King shivered. The other party dared to warn the Tianming Demon Emperor, which was too loud. However, I was relieved to think that she was a phoenix. "It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Go back and tell the Tianming Demon Emperor that she will understand. The wind and moon come together." "Understand." The Black Ape King turned into a huge black ape, flew into the demon cloud, and communicated with the strong of those demon families. All the strong men of the demon clan drove the demon cloud and left immediately. The woman invited out by Ning Xiaochuan turned out to be a phoenix, and dared to warn the Tianming Demon Emperor. Those Terran monks were shocked again. There were some things last night, and today's update was late. Lao Jiao apologized. However, the minimum guarantee of 2 chapters per day will not change. At most, it is too unstable. If you don't believe book friends who have 2 chapters every day, you can check the update time of the chapters, and the update time will be displayed in each chapter. This is the first chapter of today. Tonight, there is another chapter.